Liu Yun traversed into the world of Douluo continent, acquiring a divine-level auction system, thus commencing his extraordinary journey. His inaugural auction featured a century-old soul bone and top-tier celestial herbs, astonishing the realm and stirring the tides of the continent. Subsequently, items from the Star Dou Auction House circulated throughout the land, creating waves of astonishment. Soul rings, soul bones, martial souls, celestial herbs, cultivation techniques, divine positions. Everything in existence could be auctioned. Countless years later, the Star Dou Auction House stood majestically at the pinnacle of all realms, surveying the splendors of the world. Chapter 1. The Divine Level Auction System. On the Douluo continent, within the Star Dou forest, a thunderous crack resonated through the boundless sky as an invincible space was instantaneously shattered by an overwhelming, enigmatic force. A dark vortex materialized, and from it, a radiant beam of light shot forth, crashing heavily to the ground, producing a series of resounding echoes. As the dust settled, a young man suddenly rose to his feet. This strikingly handsome youth exuded an otherworldly aura, making him a remarkable presence amid the crowd. Where am I? He pondered, bewildered. Wasn't I asleep at home? How did I suddenly end up here? Could it be a prank? Rubbing his painfully sore shoulder, he gazed around in astonishment at the surrounding scenery. What on earth was this place? It felt akin to a primordial forest. This young man, named Liu Yun, was an ordinary office worker from Blue Star who had succumbed to weariness and retired for an early night. Little did he know that upon falling asleep, he would awaken in this unfamiliar realm. Is this a primordial forest? Liu Yun attempted to calm his racing heart as he wandered about, noticing the pervasive humidity in the air. The fresh breeze enveloped him, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. Such an environment. Could it truly be a primordial forest? The thought sent shivers down Liu Yun's spine. He was well aware of the colossal beasts lurking within primordial forests. Should he inadvertently cross paths with one, it would spell certain doom. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected. Divine level auction system binding to host. Binding in progress. In his moment of confusion, Liu Yun was jolted by the icy voice in his mind. What? A system? Am I truly traversing into another world like in fantasy novels? But where exactly is this world? Startled yet exhilarated, Liu Yun realized that the legendary system had indeed descended upon him. As an avid reader of novels back on Blue Star, he understood that systems were supreme entities capable of fulfilling one's desires. What a monumental opportunity had befallen him. Yet, curiosity lingered. What kind of world had he entered? Was it a realm of fantasy, or perhaps one of cultivation? Ding! Binding successful. Please receive information about this system and the world. The system's frigid voice continued within his consciousness. As the words faded, Liu Yun felt a sharp pain in his head as torrents of knowledge flooded his mind. After a brief moment, clarity returned, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. I've crossed into the Douluo continent. Indeed, he had arrived in a world he had once read about and watched in anime, and he had longed for the day he could experience the allure of martial souls. Little did he expect that his wish had come true. The divine level auction system must be the cornerstone of my existence in the Douluo continent. Liu Yun grasped the system's functionalities. The divine level auction system, as its name suggested, allowed items to be auctioned off. The commission from auctions could be exchanged for auction points, which could be utilized to purchase rare treasures from the system's store to enhance his strength. Thus, this system was an immensely powerful entity. However, Liu Yun soon faced a dilemma. System, my body has traversed here, yet I possess no power. How does hosting an auction differ from courting death? Moreover, I have no valuable items to auction. This was the predicament Liu Yun found himself in, compounded by his ignorance of his surroundings. Even a mere 10-year-old beast would likely overpower him. He certainly could not afford to be slain by a 10-year-old beast upon his arrival in the Douluo continent. That would be a disgrace to all traversers. In light of the host's current predicament, a luxurious beginner's gift package has been granted. At that moment, the system continued. Truly, the ancients do not deceive. There is indeed a beginner's gift package. System, open the luxurious beginner's gift package. Hearing this, Liu Yun's face lit up with anticipation as he eagerly opened the package. The word luxurious filled him with boundless hope. In an instant, a cascade of golden light erupted before him, dazzling to the utmost degree. A Star Dou Auction House, one auctioneer, one guardian, and a set of attire for the lord of the auction. As Liu Yun observed the contents of the luxurious gift package, Joy filled his heart, yet confusion soon followed. What is this? Why are there no martial souls among these items? How then was he to enhance his strength? System, do il possesse un martial soul? He inquired, still perplexed. While others traversed to the Douluo continent with their souls, he had arrived with his entire body. Now, in his 20s, he had missed the age of 6 to awaken his martial soul. Where is he to find one? The host does not possess a martial soul. Upon completing an auction, a martial soul gift package will be awarded. The icy voice of the system continued. Lu Yun's face fell as he realized he needed to conduct an auction to obtain a martial soul. Without strength, how could he possibly host an auction? Furthermore, he lacked any precious items to attract soul masters of the Douluo continent. Alas, let me first examine the remaining items in the gift package. With no other choice, Lu Yun set aside his immediate concerns and delved into the luxurious beginner's gift package. Upon investigation, he learned that the Star Dou Auction House was already established, requiring no travel to host auctions. This was exceedingly convenient for Lu Yun. Does the Star Dou Auction House have any connection to the Star Dou Forest? Noticing the name of the auction house, Lu Yun furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted to one of horror. System, I'm not currently within the Star Dou Forest, am I? Lu Yun expressed his concerns, though his tone was laced with certainty. He was convinced that he had landed in the Star Dou Forest. He just did not know whether it was on the periphery, the inner region, or the core area. If he were to venture into the core area, would he not be doomed without a doubt, considering the presence of soul beasts that have existed for 100 millennia? A mere sneeze from one of them would be beyond his fragile form to withstand. Chapter 2. Two Title Douluos powerhouses at this moment. The host finds himself within the periphery of the Star Dou Forest. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. To his astonishment, he was indeed in the Star Dou Forest. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun felt a sudden jolt in his heart, letting go of any lingering hopes. Fortunately, he was not in the core area. Although the periphery of the Star Dou Forest was often frequented by 10,000-year-old beasts, it was still significantly safer than the core. He reassured himself, believing that the system would not simply watch him walk toward his demise, allowing him to relax slightly as he continued to examine the remaining items. Auctioneer, Xian Shuang, level 95 assault system, Title Douluos, martial soul, ice element, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. After reviewing the auctioneer's detailed information, Lu Yun was left utterly speechless. Could it be true? She was indeed a Title Douluos powerhouse. This meant that, with her protection, he could virtually roam freely across the Douluo continent without fear of having treasures snatched away from him. He hadn't anticipated the system to be so considerate. With the presence of this Title Douluos, Lu Yun felt a newfound sense of security. The protection of a Title Douluos made traversing the periphery of the Star Dou Forest far less daunting. From Xian Shuang's martial soul, he realized that the ice element was an ultimate martial soul. It could harness the ice elements of heaven and earth for combat, and could even transform water elements into ice elements, unleashing devastating area of effect attacks. Although fighting on the continent was not as powerful as on the ocean, the might of an ultimate martial soul was not something ordinary martial souls could rival. With a thought, Lu Yun summoned Xian Shuang, and strange ripples appeared in the space ahead. Suddenly, a woman clad in an ice-blue gown materialized before him, her skin as white as snow, and her 3,000 strands of white hair billowed in the wind. The chilling aura emanating from her was so intense that he dared not approach. The surrounding air seemed to freeze under the influence of her extreme cold. One could only imagine how masterfully she controlled her ice attributes. Xian Shuang pays respect to the master. Upon her arrival, Xian Shuang received a surge of information in her mind. She turned to Lu Yun, reigning in her icy aura, and respectfully bowed before him. Lu Yun nodded calmly, though internally he was elated. With Xian Shuang's protection, he felt unburdened for the time being. He continued to review the information regarding the guardian of the auction house, believing that the system would not assign him a protector weaker than a Title Douluos. Star Dou Auction House Guardian, Jiu level 99 assault system, Extreme Douluos, martial soul, nether dragon, soul rings, black, 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 red, red, red. Upon seeing the detailed information about the guardian of the auction house, Lu Yun could no longer maintain his composure. Ha ha ha, an Extreme Douluos system, you have truly outdone yourself, he exclaimed inwardly. This was an Extreme Douluos. Currently, There were only 3 extreme Douluo powerhouses on the Douluo continent, and he never expected the Star Dou Auction House Guardian to be such a formidable Title Douluos. The Nether Dragon Martial Soul belonged to the realm of divine martial souls and contained a trace of the remnant soul of a Nether Dragon. With its enhancement, the Nether Dragon Martial Soul was among the top echelon of divine martial souls, far surpassing those of the Sea God and Six-Winged Angel. Moreover, the Nether Dragon possessed an astonishing soul ring configuration, making Jiuyu's soul rings a unique presence on the Douluo continent. Even Poseidon, the grand offering of Sea God Island, had soul rings that were merely 8 black and 1 red. With Jiuyu's protection, Liu Yun could traverse the Douluo continent without concern. Boom! Liu Yun summoned Jiuyu as well, and a middle-aged man appeared before him, exuding an overwhelming aura of nether energy that soared into the sky, causing an uproar in the Star Dou forest. However, upon seeing Liu Yun's face, Jiuyu immediately reigned in his imposing presence, as if everything that had just transpired had never occurred. With the protection of 2 powerhouses, Liu Yun strolled leisurely through the periphery of the Star Dou forest, searching for a suitable location to establish the Star Dou Auction House. The Star Dou Auction House was destined to become a unique entity on the Douluo continent. The periphery of the Star Dou forest was indeed an excellent choice. It was a paradise for soul beasts, and even ordinary Title Douluos powerhouses would seldom venture here, significantly enhancing the mystery of the Star Dou Auction House and attracting more strong individuals. As time passed, Liu Yun arrived at an open area surrounded by towering ancient trees, exuding a tranquil and mysterious aura. This is indeed a splendid location. Liu Yun decided to establish the Star Dou Auction House here. System: place the Star Dou Auction House in this location. He instructed the system in his mind. Immediately, a golden light flashed and a grand structure materialized from the void, crashing down with a thunderous sound. The resulting commotion kicked up a cloud of dust, prompting Liu Yun and the others to retreat to avoid being overwhelmed by the powerful aura. Once the chaos subsided, Liu Yun gazed ahead, discovering that the Star Dou Auction House was an expansive and magnificent 3-story building, exquisitely crafted, seemingly adorned with a layer of mysterious radiance. The plaque bearing the 5 characters Star Dou Auction House emanated an aura that transcended the Douluo continent, causing anyone who gazed upon it to feel a sharp pain in their head. Hastily averting his gaze, Liu Yun, devoid of any soul power, realized that prolonging his stare could result in consequences beyond his capacity to bear. Accompanied by Jiuyu and Xian Shuang, Liu Yun stepped inside, only to witness a dramatic transformation within the premises. The originally 3-story building was entirely hollow in the center, with the interior space far exceeding that of the exterior. The first floor was filled with ordinary seating that could accommodate numerous guests, seemingly endless. The second and third floors were lined with private boxes encircling the entire building, designated for individuals of status and wealth. At the front of the seating area stood a colossal 3-tiered auction platform. Indeed, the system's capabilities are astonishing. Liu Yun could not help but marvel at the internal structure of the Star Dou Auction House. From this moment on, he had established a foothold in the Douluo continent. Xian Shuang, you should be aware of your role within the Star Dou Auction House. From now on, you will be responsible for the auction affairs and also ensure the safety of the Star Dou Auction House, preventing any unruly elements from causing trouble. As for you, Jiuyu, you shall remain by my side, safeguarding my security. After a brief moment, Liu Yun instructed the 2 Title Douluos beside him. Chapter 3. Invulnerable to all laws, they were creations of the system and were undoubtedly loyal to him, so there was no need to worry about them developing rebellious sentiments. Yes, Master. The 2 Title Douluos responded respectfully to Liu Yun. System: present the Master's attire. Liu Yun glanced at the pajamas he was wearing. Feeling utterly out of place on the Douluo continent, he promptly summoned the luxurious novice package, which included the attire befitting a master. As the light around Liu Yun flickered, a blue robe gracefully adorned his figure. The intricate patterns etched upon it depicted the sun, moon, and stars, resembling an expansive sea of celestial bodies, shrouded in mystery. What astonishing effects this garment possesses! Upon donning it, Liu Yun's mind was flooded with the revelation of its extraordinary capabilities. The Lord's attire, within the auction house. It is impervious to all forms of attack. This formidable attribute intensified Liu Yun's excitement. With this garment, he could stand immobile in the auction house, allowing others to strike without inflicting a single scratch upon him. However, he lamented that once he stepped beyond the confines of the auction house, the robe would lose its protective prowess. This realization fueled his desire to enhance his strength. Remaining within the confines of the Star Dou Auction House for eternity would certainly become tedious. Moreover, the garment was also remarkably pristine. It would never soil. Possessing an automatic cleaning function, Liu Yun harbored a profound yearning for strength. He could not simply stand and be struck indefinitely, as that would be undignified. It was clear that he must engage in an auction to acquire a spirit soul and embark on his cultivation journey. A modest goal was set to become a Title Douluos within 5 years. At that moment, Liu Yun felt a surge of self-importance. With the divine auction system at his disposal, achieving the status of a Title Douluos within 5 years would not be overly challenging. As long as he continued to auction items and accrue auction points, his strength would undoubtedly soar in a short span of time. 5 years seemed a lengthy endeavor, indicating that his ambitions should extend even further. Becoming a Title Douluos was merely a stepping stone, not his ultimate destination. In the core region of the Star Dou Great Forest, the Lake of Life shimmered under the sun, its surface glistening like diamonds. A gentle breeze stirred the waters, creating ripples that exuded a rich vitality. Beside this ethereal lake stood a colossal giant ape, its massive form adorned with patterns reminiscent of molten lava, radiating the essence of a 10,000-year spirit beast. This creature was one of the 2 sovereigns of the Star Dou Great Forest, the Titan giant ape. However, the Titan giant ape sensed something unusual and turned its gaze toward the inner depths of the Star Dou Forest, its enormous eyes glimmering like bronze bells, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, the surface of the water stirred violently as a massive spirit beast with the body of a serpent and the head of an ox emerged, equally exuding the aura of a 10,000-year spirit beast. This was the other imperial spirit beast, the 10,000-year sky blue bull python. Deming, have you sensed it too? The sky blue bull python's gaze also fixated on a certain direction within the depths, where Liu Yun had established the Star Dou Auction House. Indeed, an incredibly powerful presence emanated from that location, accompanied by the unmistakable auras of 2 Title Douluos, suggesting that human spirit masters were scheming something. The Titan giant ape nodded vigorously, its deep voice resonating across the area. Oof. I never imagined that human spirit masters would be so audacious as to send Title level powerhouses into the Star Dou Great Forest, as if they regard us with disdain. With a snort, the Titan giant ape unleashed its overwhelming 10,000-year spirit beast pressure, causing it to surge outward from the core region. Countless weaker spirit beasts collapsed to the ground, whimpering softly, embodying endless fear. Deming, I shall confront those 2 Title Douluos. The Titan giant ape's massive fist pounded against its chest, producing a thunderous sound. Wait, those 2 Title Douluos are no simple adversaries. Just sensing their aura from a distance, their power is immense, seemingly among the elite of human spirit masters. I shall accompany you. Even if we cannot prevail, escaping should pose no issue. Just as the Titan giant ape was about to venture toward that region, the sky blue bull python intervened, its demeanor grave. Its strength surpassed that of the Titan giant ape, allowing it to discern the 2 formidable auras clearly. Each presence seemed equally matched, and sending the Titan giant ape alone would likely lead to its demise at the hands of the 2 Title Douluos. Thus, the sky blue bull python resolved to accompany it. Together, they would have a better chance of confronting those 2 Title Douluos. Should unexpected circumstances arise and they found themselves outmatched, their escape would pose no difficulty. Thus, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python advanced toward Liu Yun's location, their massive forms radiating the overwhelming pressure of 10,000-year spirit beasts, stirring the surroundings into a cacophony. As they approached Liu Yun with great speed, he remained oblivious to the impending danger. However, his companions, Jiu Yu and Xian Shuang, furrowed their brows, acutely aware of the 2 powerful presences drawing near. Lord, 2 10,000-year spirit beasts are approaching us. Shall I intervene and eliminate them? Jiu Yu's commanding voice resonated, emanating the formidable aura of an ultimate Douluos. Oh, 2 10,000-year spirit beasts? Liu Yun raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, contemplating briefly before deducing their identities. After all, in the current era of Douluo continent. The only publicly recognized 10,000-year spirit beasts were the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. Given the proximity to the Lake of Life in the Star Dou Great Forest, it was conceivable that the disturbance caused by the establishment of the Star Dou Auction House had roused them. Nevertheless, Lu Yun remained unfazed. The sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape dared to approach him without caution, with Jiuyu and Xian Shuang standing guard beside him. Not even two 10,000-year spirit beasts posed a threat, let alone more. There is no rush to slay them. Let's capture them and bring them here. I have my plans. At this moment, a knowing smile graced Lu Yun's face. Having two 10,000-year spirit beasts guarding the Star Dou Auction House would undoubtedly enhance its reputation, deterring other spirit masters from taking liberties. If other spirit masters from Douluo continent were to hear of such a notion, they would surely be astounded. The prospect of employing 10,000-year spirit beasts as guardians was unprecedented. However, who could argue with the presence of a peak ultimate Douluo by Lu Yun's side? Lord, allow me to handle this matter. Xian Shuang, her expression icy, spoke respectfully to Lu Yun, eager to resolve the situation with the two 10,000-year spirit beasts swiftly. That is acceptable, but remember to capture them with haste. Do not linger in battle. Lu Yun nodded lightly, his expression turning serious. Lu Yun was aware that the Star Dou Forest was home to more than just the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, both of which were sole beasts of 100,000 years. Beneath the Lake of Life, in an alternate space, many ferocious soul beasts thrived, each with a lifespan exceeding 200,000 years. Furthermore, there existed the Silver Dragon King, who, at the height of his power, possessed the might of a deity. Even though he had been severely wounded by the gods of the divine realm, he still retained his divine-level strength. If the commotion from the impending battle were to awaken the ferocious beasts dwelling beneath the Lake of Life, it would spell disaster. However, with the presence of Jiuyu, Lu Yun felt no immediate threat to himself. Yes, master, Xian Shuang replied, her expression equally grave. As soon as the words left her lips, she transformed into a wisp of ice and snow, vanishing from sight. Truly, her mastery of the ice element was astonishing. Lu Yun observed Xian Shuang's departing figure, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. Though he was merely an ordinary individual, he could sense that Xian Shuang had momentarily merged with the essence of ice in the world, becoming elusive and unfathomable, truly formidable. He pondered whether Xian Shuang could defeat the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape. He was also curious about the extent of her power when she unleashed her full potential. The ice element, being a supreme martial spirit, combined with her 95-level soul power, should provide her with a significant advantage in overcoming the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape. At that moment, the two colossal soul beasts, having rushed from the core area of the Star Dou Forest, emitted an overwhelming pressure befitting their 100,000-year status, advancing towards Lu Yun. Shortly thereafter, the massive figures of the soul beasts loomed before the Star Dou Auction House, their expressions laden with seriousness. Ming, I have a peculiar feeling about this place. How could such a structure appear out of nowhere? Moreover, I sense a deadly threat emanating from this area. The azure bull python remarked solemnly to the Titan giant ape, articulating the unease that gripped him. With their level of power, they could discern impending danger with clarity, leaving him in a state of indecision. Who constructed this building, and what powerful beings resided within? This is clearly a plot by those human soul masters. The Star Dou Forest is our domain. Humans have repeatedly trespassed here. They are courting death. I shall destroy it. Ming, with his fiery temper, disregarded further contemplation and concentrated the formidable essence of his soul beast into his right fist. He then hurled it towards the Star Dou Auction House, his momentum akin to a mountain crashing down, obliterating everything in its path. Ming, stop! The azure bull python shouted urgently as it witnessed the Titan giant ape's reckless strike, just as the fist was about to collide with the auction house. Alas, it was already too late. The deadly sense of danger he had felt earlier was now a stark reality. What followed astonished all. A barrier of ice, forged from chilling power, materialized before the auction house. Boom! The terrifying force of ice surged forth. Such formidable ice power. The azure bull python and the Titan giant ape sensed the extreme cold, momentarily halting their soul power and slowing their movements considerably. Crack! With a resounding noise. When the Titan giant ape's fist struck the ice barrier, all its force dissipated, sending ripples through the air. The ice barrier shattered with a crack, transforming into elemental ice that vanished into the ether. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the Star Dou Auction House, exuding an unprecedented chill. This was Xian Shuang. Human Soul Master, did you construct this place? The Azure Bull Python, sensing the formidable strength of this Title Douluos, inquired warily. This is the site of the Star Dou Auction House. Today, you 200,000-year soul beasts have disturbed our master's meditation. I am ordered to capture you both and present you to our master. Xian Shuang spoke coldly, without exchanging pleasantries. Upon finishing her words, streams of ice elemental power radiated from her. Ice and snow domain. The entire realm seemed to succumb to an ethereal chill, and snowflakes began to drift through the air, emanating an infinite coldness. This aura, this is a domain skill. How can you manipulate the forces of nature? Impossible. The Azure Bull Python suddenly realized the environment around them had shifted, with endless ice elements converging towards them, almost freezing their ability to channel soul power, rendering them incapable of exerting their full strength. Even the previously fearless Titan giant ape wore an expression of grave seriousness, moving closer to the Azure Bull Python, bracing for the impending peril. We must leave. The Azure Bull Python deliberated internally, resolved not to engage further with this human soul master. Earlier, he sensed the presence of two Title Douluos, and the individual before him was one of them. Compared to the other, this one seemed significantly weaker, suggesting that within the Star Dou Auction House lay an even more formidable Title Douluos. The soul master controlling the ice elements was already a considerable threat, not to mention the unknown powerful entity lurking within. Thus, they decided to retreat to the core area of the Star Dou forest. The Titan giant ape, though reluctant, followed the Azure Bull Python's lead, prioritizing their survival over pride. Chapter 5. The emergence of Jiu to think you could escape from my grasp is but a foolish dream. Xian Shuang scoffed, leaping into the air as boundless ice power surged forth from her palm. Surrounded by 9 soul rings, she unleashed an even more potent force of ice and snow. As she continued to expand her ice and snow domain, the forest appeared to be enveloped in winter, with countless ice spikes slowly forming in the void. Each one aimed at the Azure Bull Python and the Titan giant ape. Damn it! The Azure Bull Python's expression darkened as it witnessed the ice spikes block their escape route. Momentarily, both beasts resolved to confront the human soul master. Recognizing that her overwhelming strength posed a catastrophic threat to their kind, she could not be allowed to leave alive. The Azure Bull Python concentrated its soul power before it, summoning a formidable force of lightning. Spherical bolts of lightning surged toward Xian Shuang. Gravity domain. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape unleashed its own gravity domain. Its fists clenched tightly as it struck its chest, releasing an overwhelming aura that, combined with the Azure Bull Python's attack, barreled toward Xian Shuang. Upon witnessing this scene, Xian Shuang let out a cold snort, seemingly unimpressed by the two attacking forces. The ice cones, once shattered by the formidable assaults of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan giant ape, began to coalesce once more, infused with an even greater potency than before, and continued to lunge towards the two beasts. At that moment, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan giant ape unleashed their more formidable techniques, aiming to shatter the surrounding ice cones. Enough! I shall not waste time with you. With that, Xian Shuang activated her 8th soul skill, Ice Snow Cage. Suddenly, the 8th black soul ring on her body illuminated brilliantly. Her right hand erupted with dazzling power, coalescing the droplets of water from the air in the Star Dou forest into ice elemental energy. An endless surge of icy power began to gather above the Star Dou Auction House. Once the concentration of ice elemental energy reached a critical point, Xian Shuang clenched her right fist, and the icy power swiftly formed into a cerulean cage, imprisoning the Azure Bull Python and the Titan giant ape in place. Damn it! Why is this human soul master so powerful? Use all your strength to shatter this cage. The Azure Bull Python, realizing it was ensnared within the cage, exerted itself in vain to break free, but no matter how it struggled, the ice cage remained unyielding. Xian Shuang advanced towards them, prompting the two beasts to summon their most ferocious attacks. Titan Sky Shatter. At that moment, the Titan giant ape concentrated all its soul power into its fists, while the surrounding gravitational field continuously influenced the area. The Titan Sky Shatter technique compressed the gravity to an extreme level. When the opportunity arose, it directed its fists towards the ice cage. Azure Annihilation Thunder. Simultaneously, the Azure Bull Python unleashed its full soul power, channeling it through the impressive horns atop its head. Within the cage, thunder roared and a cataclysmic energy erupted, also aimed at the ice prison. Indeed, the collision of these two immense forces caused the once indestructible ice cage to crack, fissures rapidly spreading across its surface. Erming continued, seeing the situation escalate. The Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python summoned all their might, ultimately shattering the ice cage. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, affecting the entire Star Dou forest. Countless soul beasts were obliterated by this overwhelming energy surge, their blood staining the earth. After all, this was the mightiest strike from the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape in their prime. You managed to break free from my restraint. It seems I underestimated you. Xian Shuang, taken aback by the destruction of her ice cage, was filled with astonishment. Clearly, these two 10,000-year-old beasts were formidable foes. Just as she was about to unleash her most lethal techniques to capture the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python, Liu Yan of the Star Dou Auction House observed Xian Shuang's prowess with a slight nod. In his eyes, her strength was indeed remarkable, befitting her extraordinary martial soul. If all goes as expected, Xian Shuang should be able to decisively defeat the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. As the aftermath of their assault began to ripple through the entire Star Dou forest, any disturbance to the Lake of Life would be disastrous. Jiuyu, I entrust these two 10,000-year-old beasts to you. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yun spoke gravely to Jiuyu at his side. Strive to eliminate the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape swiftly, lest we waste precious time. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Jiuyu nodded vigorously, her eyes radiating boundless nether power, shimmering brightly. Chapter 6. 10,000-year-old beast guarding the gate. Jiuyu stood still, a wave of powerful soul energy surging into her right hand. With a swift gesture, two black-purple chains began to materialize in the void, exuding a terrifying dragon-esque roar. It was as if all of creation was ensnared by these chains, sealing the heavens and the earth. Go! Jiuyu bellowed, and the two chains pierced through space, appearing before the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape in an instant. This is bad. That one has made a move. The Azure Bull Python, seeing the chains surrounding it, began to exert all its strength to break free. However, it was futile. As soon as their soul power touched the chains, it felt as if it had been dissolved. The chains tightened their grip, binding them more securely. With their struggles, the chains constricted further, rendering them unable to unleash their power. Seeing this, Xian Shuang realized that Jiuyu had intervened. Don't waste your energy. Come with me to meet the master. She approached the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, bringing them into the Star Dou Auction House. Reluctantly, the two beasts followed, only to be astonished by the vastness within the seemingly small exterior of the auction house. The disparity was staggering. Moments later, they were filled with an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. What manner of technique was this? Truly, the two great kings of the Star Dou forest, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, lived up to their renown. While the two beasts were still in shock, Liu Yun's playful voice echoed in their ears. Human Soul Master, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing Liu Yun's voice, the Azure Bull Python snapped back to reality, angrily roaring forward, unwilling to accept its fate. Its powerful 10,000-year-old beast aura sought to break free, yet the chains held firm, suppressing its every move. Oh, your words are quite amusing. It appears you two beasts sought trouble with us first at the Star Dou Auction House. It is your own inadequacy that has led to this predicament, rendering you prisoners. With a disapproving shake of his head, Liu Yun taunted the two beasts mercilessly. How can you blame others for your own weakness? Let me go if you dare. The fiery Titan Giant Ape, feeling its strength suppressed and facing mockery from the human soul master, could no longer contain its fury, roaring with indignation. It struggled against the chains, but they only tightened, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. If you wish for me to spare you, it is not impossible. You simply need to agree to one condition. Suddenly, A knowing smile graced Lu Yun's face as he addressed the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python. What condition? Sensing a possible trap in Lu Yun's words, the azure bull python cautiously inquired, prioritizing their lives. It is not a difficult request. I simply ask that you two guard the Star Dou Auction House for me in the future, assisting in dealing with any troublesome soul masters or soul beasts that may arise. Essentially, you will be serving as our gatekeepers, Lu Yun stated plainly. His interest peaked as he awaited the reactions of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape. You shall not succeed. It is better to die than to endure such humiliation. Our soul beast clan will never agree to your terms. At this juncture, the Titan giant ape vehemently refused, exhibiting a demeanor akin to facing death. They would rather self-destruct than become captives of human soul masters. Thus, the consequences that followed would be yours to bear. Juyo, I entrust these 200,000-year soul beasts to you, regardless of the means. I only desire a favorable outcome. Upon witnessing this scenario, Lu Yun had long anticipated it, and gently gestured for Juyo to handle the 200,000-year soul beasts. He could not believe that he would be unable to subdue the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. As soon as Lu Yun's words fell, a palpable fear arose within the hearts of the two beasts. Indeed, after an hour passed, cries for mercy echoed in the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. Those voices belonged to the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Chapter 7. Harvesting treasures. However, at this moment, the two soul beasts appeared utterly wretched, their bodies marred by gory wounds, as if they had endured prolonged torment, reducing them to their current state. Indeed, all of this was the handiwork of Juyo, who had employed his profound soul abilities to thoroughly beat them, inflicting unimaginable agony on both their spirits and bodies. It was this relentless suffering that forced the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape to plead for mercy, with Juyo present, even if they wished for death. It was unattainable. How much easier it would have been had they complied sooner, thus sparing me the unnecessary exertion. Witnessing this development, Lu Yun nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Juyo directly implanted a restriction within the spiritual seas of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, enabling him to control their lives at any moment to prevent them from causing havoc. Although we have acquiesced to your conditions as soul beasts, we cannot be compelled to slaughter our own kind. Upon sensing the restrictions in their minds and realizing their lives were now at the mercy of another, the beasts found themselves forced to bow their heads. They understood that their fate was now entirely in someone else's hands. In response, the sky blue bull python solemnly addressed Lu Yun, asserting that, as soul beasts, they would never take the lives of their own kind. This is acceptable. I concede to your request. Lu Yun nodded nonchalantly in agreement. He was not one to revel in bloodshed. His aim was to manage the Star Dou Auction Pavilion effectively and gradually enhance his strength. However, should any soul beast foolishly provoke him, they would not escape his wrath unscathed. Thus, this matter came to a close, and the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape prepared to depart, dutifully guarding the entrance of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. A profound sense of frustration was etched on their faces. The once mighty soul beasts, rulers of the Star Dou Forest, found themselves reduced to gatekeepers at the behest of human soul masters, a humiliating fate indeed. If word of this were to spread, their reputation and dignity within the Star Dou Forest would be utterly obliterated. Hold on. Relinquish the treasures you possess, soul bones, rare herbs, and the like. Lu Yun chuckled to himself as he observed the distant figures of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. Indeed, the former regal soul beast monarchs now found themselves living under the scrutiny of others. It was no surprise that their spirits were dampened. Initially, Lu Yun had been troubled about how to conduct the first auction, but upon seeing the two beasts, he realized that they were ostensibly the strongest in the Star Dou Forest and must have accumulated a considerable treasure over the years. Thus, he decided to use the items collected by the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape as the inaugural auction offerings. Upon hearing this proclamation, both beasts felt a jolt of dread. It was indeed happening. They had not anticipated losing not only their freedom, but also their long-cherished treasures. Yet, they understood that withholding them was not an option. Therefore, they resolved to present a portion of their collection. I'm fully aware of your thoughts. Remember, I require all the treasures you have hoarded, and should I discover any hidden items, you know the consequences. Liu Yun's languid tone resonated, causing the expressions of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape to shift once more, their grievances unspoken. Yes, Pavilion Master. Thus, under the immense pressure of Juyo's formidable presence, the two beasts returned to the Lake of Life and retrieved their years of collected treasures. After half an hour, a plethora of treasures lay before Liu Yun, peculiar stones and an array of vibrant herbs. However, the most numerous among them were the soul bones. With the abundant soul beasts of the Star Dou forest, numerous souls perished daily, and those soul bones were rare. They had accumulated quite a few over time. Before Liu Yun lay over 20 pieces of soul bone, each of which had a minimum age of 10,000 years. The soul bones that 200,000-year soul beasts had collected were likely of an even greater age. Among them, the most striking were two soul bones exuding the essence of a 100,000-year soul beast, exceedingly rare on the Douluo continent. One was a fiery red right-arm soul bone, radiating a vibrant flame aura, while the other was a head soul bone, emanating an immense mental attribute, likely dropped from a 100,000-year soul beast of mental prowess upon its demise. Indeed, Liu Yun nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing these treasures, pleasantly surprised by the wealth amassed by the two soul beasts. With these 200,000-year soul bones, the name of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion would be firmly established, and he would also acquire considerable auction points to rapidly bolster his strength. Chapter 8. The Gold of Living Beings. At that moment, Liu Yun's gaze fell upon a small herb beside the soul bones. This herb was a vivid green, adorned with several strands of red filaments entwined around it, presenting a remarkably enchanting appearance. Concurrently, a powerful mental force radiated from the herb, compelling everyone present to take notice. Liu Yun, intrigued by this celestial herb, yearned to discern its name and properties. This herb seemed distinct from those found within the ice and fire yin-yang well, although he had read the original work. He could not identify this particular herb. Just as he pondered, several lines of text suddenly appeared before him, detailing the herb's description. Upon witnessing this occurrence, Liu Yun understood that it was the work of the system. 9-heart mysterious grass, a top-tier spiritual attribute, celestial herb. Consumption greatly enhances mental power. With this revelation, Liu Yun became fully aware of the name and specific effects of the herb. Spiritual attribute herbs were indeed exceedingly rare, and it seemed this particular specimen could serve as an excellent auction item. Liu Yun nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the 9-heart mysterious grass. He recognized that spiritual attribute herbs were a precious rarity on the Douluo continent, and mental power was equally vital for soul masters. Currently, the cultivation of mental power in the Douluo continent was rather rudimentary. A robust mental force not only allowed for better control of one's soul abilities, making them more intricate, but also empowered those abilities to unleash more formidable attacks. Thus, this auction item would surely garner significant interest. After further searching, Liu Yun seemed unable to find anything extraordinarily valuable. This is Liu Yun's gaze, which suddenly fell upon a stone in the corner, its color as dark as the abyss, and its surface riddled with imperfections, appearing utterly mundane. Yet, this seemingly ordinary stone exuded a profound vitality. The inscription read, Spirit Gold, containing an abundance of life force. Upon reading this brief line, Liu Yun's heart swelled with unparalleled joy, a sense of excitement that words could scarcely capture. This small stone was astonishingly spirit gold, a revelation that was truly exhilarating. He hastily cradled the stone in his palm, and as he felt the rich life force within, he was overwhelmed with ineffable excitement. This treasure, spirit gold, was entirely formed from solidified life essence. One could only imagine the vast magnitude of life force contained within this small stone. Otherwise, it could not have coalesced in a solid spirit gold. Having read the original work, Liu Yun was well aware of the properties of spirit gold. One must not underestimate this piece. The life force it harbors could undoubtedly rival that of half the Star Dou forest. One of the functions of spirit gold is to enhance one's physique, transforming it into an infinitely evolving life form. It cleanses impurities and strengthens one's innate talents. This piece of spirit gold shall not be auctioned. I shall keep it to myself for absorption. After contemplating, Liu Yun resolved to retain the spirit gold for his own use. Although he possessed no martial soul within, Reinforcing his physique would enable him to absorb soul power with greater ease in the future. You have brought me these treasures, and I am thoroughly pleased. Fear not. In 5 years, I shall return your freedom. However, I believe that by then, you will find it hard to depart from the Star Dou Auction House. Lu Yun gathered the treasures and raised his head slightly, smiling at the gloomy Tianqing, Niu Meng, and Titan Great Ape before him. I hope you will hold true to your word. Upon hearing Lu Yun's declaration, the eyes of the Tianqing, Niu Meng, and Titan Great Ape brightened momentarily before they masked their reaction. They were skeptical that this human soul master would grant them their freedom after 5 years, yet they secretly hoped Lu Yun would keep his promise. Noting their expressions, Lu Yun refrained from speaking further, instead wearing a meaningful smile. In 5 years, who knows how much the Star Dou Auction House might have developed, and his own strength would likely have reached an unfathomable level. As long as the Titan Great Ape and Tianqing Niu Meng were not foolish, they would not easily depart from the Star Dou Auction House. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yun dismissed the Tianqing Niu Meng and Titan Great Ape, preparing to absorb the spirit gold. Once the two beasts had left, Lu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, placing the spirit gold before him. He turned to Jiu Yu and said, "Jiu Yu, assist me in absorbing this spirit gold." Lu Yun instructed Xian Shuang to guard him while Jiu Yu helped with the absorption. At this moment, he was an ordinary person devoid of any soul power. The influx of such immense life force might yield unpredictable consequences within his body. "Yes, master," Jiu Yu replied, his expression serious as he nodded. In the next instant, an immense surge of soul power swelled in his hands, causing the spirit gold to levitate before Lu Yun. With a wave of his hand, Jiu Yu unleashed a torrent of soul power, and the spirit gold erupted into countless fragments suspended around Lu Yun's body. As the spirit gold shattered, the concentrated life force surged forth, seeking to disperse into the surrounding environment. "Gather," Jiu Yu uttered calmly, and instantly, an invisible force sealed the entire area, drawing the life force back to coalesce around Lu Yun's body. Threads of life force entered Lu Yun, purging impurities and transforming his ordinary physique into a life attribute physique. Time flowed swiftly as Lu Yun absorbed the life force, feeling as though he were enveloped in a warm, soothing spring, experiencing unparalleled comfort. His body expelled dark impurities, emanating an unpleasant odor. Simultaneously, a fragrant essence of life radiated from within him, enhancing his ethereal aura, as if he were a humanoid elixir of life. Nearly half an hour passed, and the life force in the area gradually dissipated, all absorbed by Lu Yun, with Jiu Yu, an extreme Douluo, assisting him. No trace of the life force from the spirit gold was wasted. Is this the transformation of my body after absorbing the spirit gold? Is simply perfect. Once he completed the absorption, Lu Yun stood, stretching his limbs and reveling in the vibrant life force coursing through his bones, blood, and meridians. It was difficult for him to fathom such a transformation. Moreover, the life aura he inadvertently exuded was a source of concern, for such potent life force would surely attract the attention of ferocious soul beasts. Clearly, until his strength increased, he should avoid venturing too deep into the Star Dou forest. It was time to prepare for the first auction. Calming his excitement, Lu Yun gazed into the distance, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He now possessed several treasures and was ready to commence the inaugural auction. Jiu Yu, draft several invitation letters and deliver them to the top forces of Douluo continent. In 1 month, the Star Dou Auction House shall host an auction, and I hope all forces will come to witness. Lu Yun instructed Jiu Yu to personally deliver these invitations to the other factions. After all, Jiu Yu was an extreme Douluo, the most formidable being of the current era. With him delivering the invitations, it was certain that the other forces of Douluo continent, even the Spirit Hall, would not take it lightly. Driven by curiosity to attend the auction at the Star Dou Auction House. There, they would witness the depth of the auction house's foundation while simultaneously seizing numerous auction points and acquiring a soul master treasure pack to enhance their own strength. "Understood, master," Jiu Yu replied with a subtle nod, acknowledging the task. Although Jiu Yu and Xian Shuang were creations of the system, their memories had been imbued with knowledge of all matters pertaining to Douluo continent. Without needing extensive explanation from Lu Yun, they naturally understood the various forces and their respective locations. "Jiu Yu, you may appropriately reveal your strength at that time." Lu Yun suddenly added, having thought of something. He urged Jiu Yu to gauge the situation and strive to attract more forces to the Star Dou Auction House. As soon as Lu Yun's words fell, Jiu Yu nodded slightly, and in an instant, the surrounding space shimmered, and his figure vanished from sight. Embarking on the journey to deliver invitations to the major forces of Douluo continent. Lu Yun remained rooted in place, hands clasped behind his back, eagerly anticipating the auction a month hence. Xian Shuang, during Jiu Yu's absence, the security of the Star Dou Auction House rests in your hands. Lu Yun spoke softly. Rest assured, my lord, with me here, no petty thief would dare to trespass upon the Star Dou Auction House. Xian Shuang replied with a solemn tone. Chapter 10. The Hall of the Pope. The Hall of the Pope. It is a resplendent palace, imbued with an atmosphere of opulence. Upon the throne within the hall sat a woman clad in a long gown of purple and gold, exuding an alluring charm. Adorned with a 9-turn crown and wielding a scepter, she radiated an aura befitting a sovereign. This woman was none other than the illustrious Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Bibi Dong was attending to the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, a powerful spatial fluctuation surged forth, enveloping the entire hall of the Pope. From the instant this aura appeared, Bibi Dong sensed it immediately. With a mighty surge of soul power, she propelled herself forward, unleashing her martial spirit, as 9 dazzling soul rings shimmered in succession. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Who dares to intrude upon the hall of the Pope? Bibi Dong's ferocious aura surged forth, causing the entire hall to tremble ever so slightly. Just then, a formidable force countered her own, instantly suppressing her imposing presence. A golden letter materialized slowly from the void, landing upon the table before Bibi Dong. The owner of this aura was none other than Jiu Yu. Having heeded Lu Yun's command, he had promptly arrived at the Hall of the Pope to deliver the invitation. Upon successfully presenting the invitation, Jiu Yu tore through the fabric of space, intending to depart for his next destination. Ghost Douluo Chrysanthemum Douluo intercept him. Bibi Dong, aware of Jiu Yu's attempt to leave, immediately commanded the 2 hidden figures lurking in the depths of the void. Yes, your holiness. Emerging from the void were 2 figures, one donned in a golden robe, exuding an androgynous presence, and the other draped in a black robe, shrouded in an eerie mist. These 2 were the formidable Title Douluos of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong's trusted aides. The martial spirits of the chrysanthemum and the ghost were unleashed, their 9 soul rings flashing in unison, emanating the might of 95-level Title Douluos, attacking alongside Bibi Dong. The combined pressure of the 3 Title Douluos surged towards Jiu Yu, intent on subduing him. Bibi Dong understood the true extent of his power, yet remained unaware of his origins. To eliminate any potential threat, he must be captured. Otherwise, the future remained uncertain. Polar Stillness Domain. At that moment, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo shouted in unison. Their 9 soul rings detached from their bodies and slowly formed a colossal halo of soul rings in the air ahead. In an instant, the time and space of the entire Hall of the Pope seemed to freeze. Nothing could move a single inch. However, just as they reveled in their excitement, a cold snort echoed through the hall. With such a feeble martial soul fusion technique, do you think you can stop me? You are merely dreaming. Jiu Yu scoffed, unleashing a colossal wave of soul power that shattered the Polar Stillness Domain. This overwhelming force sent both Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. The invitation has been delivered. Please attend the auction at the Star Dou Auction House in 1 month. Having accomplished his task, Jiu Yu did not linger. After all, Lu Yun had merely instructed him to deliver the invitation to the Hall of the Pope, not to engage in a massacre. Had he done so, the 3 before him would have undoubtedly met their end. With a ripple in the void, Jiu Yu vanished without a trace. Your Holiness, shall we pursue? The injured Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo struggled to rise, turning to Bibi Dong for guidance, though deep within, they hesitated to chase after him. They understood that even the Polar Stillness Domain they had unleashed could restrain even the most powerful of Title Douluos. However, when they attempted to bind this unknown powerhouse, they found that he had initially remained unmoved, only to later break free with his sheer soul power, inflicting grievous wounds upon them. They recognized that the mysterious figure had not even unleashed his martial spirit or soul skills. He had achieved this feat solely through his own strength. If he had chosen to reveal his martial spirit, their demise would have been inevitable, and even Bibi Dong would not have escaped unscathed. Chapter 11. A plan for departure if you are not afraid of death. Then pursue him. Bibi Dong glared at Chrysanthemum Douluos and Ghost Douluo, her gaze sweeping over the destruction within the hall. Do you not see the gravity of our situation? Even if you too were to pursue, you would stand no chance against that enigmatic powerhouse. Have you discerned the origins of that mysterious figure? What martial spirit does he possess, and what is his true strength? Bibi Dong inquired, her beautiful eyes shimmering with profound meaning. Chrysanthemum Douluos and Ghost Douluos exchanged glances, their expressions dimming. They were at a loss for how to respond. How could they admit that the moment they unleashed the polar stillness domain, they were swiftly overwhelmed by an annihilating force, unable to even draw forth the opponent's martial spirit? Such an admission would surely invite ridicule. It was absurd that two Title Douluo level experts could not even compel the opponent's martial spirit to manifest. Oof. It seems you have wasted your years of training, unable to restrain a single individual. Bibi Dong's irritation was palpable as she assessed their expressions. Based on the formidable aura he released earlier, his soul power level is at least 98, perhaps even a legendary limit Douluo. However, as he did not reveal his martial spirit, I cannot ascertain his exact affiliations. With her scepter in hand, Bibi Dong gazed into the distance, murmuring softly. Clearly, this mysterious powerhouse was exceedingly formidable, even instilling a sense of helpless pressure within her. What? He could possibly be a limit Douluo? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, both Ghost Douluos and Chrysanthemum Douluos could not suppress their exclamations of astonishment. Surely, they had not misheard. The mysterious figure could indeed be a limit Douluo. After a brief moment of contemplation, both Chrysanthemum Douluos and Ghost Douluos felt increasingly assured of this conclusion. The martial spirit fusion technique exhibited by the two was indeed insufficient to restrain the ultimate Douluo of the 99th rank. Had that mysterious powerhouse harbored any murderous intent, they would have been completely eradicated from the Douluo continent. The mere thought of this sent chills down their spines, and they were relieved that the enigmatic figure had not chosen to strike. Otherwise, the consequences would have been beyond their imagination. Ah, Your Holiness! It seems that the mysterious figure alluded to an auction, inviting our spirit hall to partake. At that moment, Juve Douluo suddenly recalled that the mysterious powerhouse had mentioned the auction as they departed. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, her mind becoming increasingly clear. She had been so curious about the origins of the mysterious figure that she had overlooked such a crucial detail. Subsequently, Bibi Dong moved gracefully towards the table ahead, where she discovered a golden piece of paper, imbued with an unusual energy that rendered it extraordinarily resilient. Otherwise, under the pressure of their combined aura, the paper would have been obliterated upon landing on the table. As Bibi Dong discerned the contents of the paper, a shadowy expression flickered across her eyes. The Star Dou Auction House? An auction is to be held in the Star Dou Great Forest, inviting the Spirit Hall to attend. How intriguing! To have dispatched someone who is likely an ultimate Douluo to convey a message to the Spirit Hall indicates that the owner of the Star Dou Auction House is no ordinary individual. An intense curiosity ignited within Bibi Dong regarding this unknown force. The Spirit Hall's network spans the entire Douluo continent, yet they remained oblivious to the existence of the Star Dou Auction House, a force capable of nurturing an ultimate Douluo. And the Star Dou Auction House seems to have only just emerged on the Douluo continent. This revelation sparked within Bibi Dong a desire to visit the Star Dou Auction House. Your Holiness, should our Spirit Hall attend the auction at the Star Dou Auction House in a month? Both Jude Douluo and Gue Douluo, having read the contents of note, solemnly inquired of Bibi Dong. The nature of this unknown force was shrouded in mystery, with even the location of their base remaining unclear. Should they recklessly approach the Star Dou Auction House, they could fall into an ambush, which would spell disaster. After all, Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Should anything happen to her, the entire Spirit Hall could suffer an unprecedented blow. Such a scenario was not one they wished to witness. Chapter 12. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect Why Not Go? The Star Dou Auction House, bold enough to send an ultimate Douluo to deliver a message, surely has its motives. As for these questions, all will be revealed when we venture to the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time. Moments later, Bibi Dong sat her chair. A commanding aura radiating throughout the Pope's hall. Her tone was casual, as if she regarded the situation with indifference. Indeed, upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo said nothing further. They complied with her orders, preparing to head to the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time. In the main hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, a refined young man was engaged in discussion with two middle-aged gentlemen beside him. These three were none other than the sect leader, Ning Fengji, renowned for possessing the continent's premier auxiliary spirit, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, and a sole sage of the 79th rank. The two middle-aged men at his side were pillars of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Jian Dou Chun Exen, a super Douluo of the 96th rank with the 7-killing sword spirit, and Gu Dou Gurong, a super Douluo of the 95th rank with the bone dragon spirit. Their strength ranked among the elite in the Douluo continent. Suddenly, as Ning Fengji and the others were deliberating the future trajectory of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, a powerful force of spatial energy enveloped the entire sect leaders' hall. The three men immediately sensed this overwhelming presence, their expressions turning grave. Boom! They unleashed their martial spirits. Vibrant soul rings flashing in succession, releasing an earth-shattering aura, as if they intended to rend the heavens asunder. Just as they braced for a confrontation, a wave of spatial disturbance occurred before them, and a golden piece of paper floated down. This seemingly ordinary paper caused their expressions to change dramatically. They unleashed formidable attacks to shatter it, but upon contact, their strikes were effortlessly neutralized by an overwhelming force, leaving the paper unscathed. How could this be? Such an inexplicable turn of events deepened the gravity of their expressions. Jian Dou spoke solemnly, calling out into the void, "Who dares to challenge us?" No response followed Jian Douluo's declaration. After a brief pause, a commanding voice resonated in their ears. In 1 month, the Star Dou Auction House will hold an auction. All are welcome from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to attend. Once the invitation was delivered, the mysterious figure turned and departed, heading towards the next force. The trio, puzzled by this cryptic message, exchanged looks filled with confusion and trepidation. Who was this unknown powerhouse possessing such a threatening strength? And from whence did the Star Dou Auction House originate? Why had they never heard of it before? Wanting to leave? Suddenly, Jian Dou and Gu Dou sensed the mysterious figure's intent to depart, and they exchanged glances. Their formidable soul power surged forth. 9 soul rings shimmering as their martial spirits erupted with a cataclysmic aura. 2 resplendent soul techniques surged toward the departing figure, capable of decimating an expanse of land. The figure, initially intending to leave, sensed the imminent attacks and narrowed their eyes, letting out a cold snort. In the next moment, their right hand lifted slightly, and a purplish-black vortex coalesced, siphoning the surrounding soul power into their palm. At the critical moment, they unleashed the gathered energy toward the 2 incoming attacks. Upon collision, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. In an instant, the techniques of Jian Dou and Gu Dou were obliterated, continuing onward with an unstoppable momentum. This is bad. Jian Dou and Gu Dou, witnessing this turn of events, felt a tumultuous wave of shock within. What was happening? Their powerful soul techniques, unleashed with all their might, had been so easily countered, yet their own techniques had been annihilated. They quickly circulated their soul power to form a protective barrier, attempting to shield themselves from the ensuing shockwave. Once their objective was achieved, the mysterious figure sensed their success, and with a spatial fluctuation, vanished from sight, heading toward the next force. Boom! Upon the departure of the figure, the terrifying attack struck the protective barrier before the 3, shaking the very foundation of the hall. The shield shattered in an instant, causing the 3 individuals present to retreat several steps, their faces suddenly turning pale, with blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. This vividly illustrated the immense power of the attack unleashed by Jiu. Chapter 13. The auction is about to begin. Coughing, Ning Fengji, burdened by his injuries, solemnly inquired of his companions, Star Dou and Bone Dou, about the extent of the mysterious individual's strength. It remains unclear. He did not fully unleash his soul rings or all of his soul power. Merely the display of his abilities rendered us utterly defenseless, indicating that he must be the legendary Limit Douluo. I had not anticipated the existence of another unknown Limit Douluo in the Douluo continent. and his soul power aura does not seem to belong to either the Haotian sect or the Spirit Hall. At that moment, both Star Dou and Douluo shook their heads, expressing their ignorance regarding the strength of this enigmatic powerhouse. They could only surmise that his soul power undoubtedly reached the level of a limit Douluo. This revelation cast a grave expression upon the trio, who were evidently unprepared for the existence of such a formidable figure within the Douluo continent. Could it be that the Star Dou Auction House has cultivated a limit Douluo? After a prolonged silence, Ning Fengji suddenly recalled a keyword from the man's tone, which seemed to mention the Star Dou Auction House. Since he was sent to convey a message, this limit Douluo must have originated from the Star Dou Auction House. Perhaps this mysterious limit Douluo suggests that we should attend the auction at the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time. Upon reading the contents of the golden paper, Star Dou turned to Ning Fengji, eager to hear his thoughts. Yes, the mysterious powerhouse showed no intent to harm us, even if he wished to eliminate us. It would not require much effort on his part. The Star Dou Auction House is not an adversary to our 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to lure us there only to kill us. After pondering for a moment and considering all possibilities, Ning Fengji agreed to proceed to the Star Dou Auction House in a month. He was curious to witness the foundation of a force that possessed a limit Douluo. To send a limit Douluo to deliver an invitation is indeed a grand gesture. However, what piqued Ning Fengji's curiosity was what treasures the Star Dou Auction House would be auctioning. This was the aspect that intrigued him most. In that case, let's all head to the Star Dou Auction House together, even if we face a life-and-death crisis. Both I and Old Bone will do our utmost to ensure your safe return. Upon hearing these words, Star Dou and Bone Douluo had no choice but to accompany Ning Fengji to the Star Dou Auction House. They were uncertain of their safety, so they resolved to make ample preparations within the month to avoid any unforeseen crises. Time flew by, and Jiu traversed the space, successfully delivering invitations to the top forces of the Douluo continent. Once all invitations were dispatched, Jiu returned to the Star Dou Auction House. Within the Star Dou forest, Liu Yin pondered how to conduct the auction a month later and what methods to employ to acquire numerous auction items. Suddenly, the space before him rippled, and Jiu's figure appeared. Reporting to the master, all invitations have been successfully delivered. We merely await the auction in a month's time. Jiu relayed his accomplishments to Liu Yin without omitting a single detail. Well done. Your efforts are appreciated, but the security of the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time will be entrusted to you. Liu Yin responded with a beaming smile upon receiving the news. He had not anticipated Jiu's efficiency. Within half a day, all invitations had been delivered. However, Liu Yin had not invited many forces to participate in the auction, focusing only on the top forces of the Douluo continent. Naturally, these forces are also the wealthiest on the continent. Once the auction successfully takes place in a month's time, even without sending out invitations, wealthy individuals will naturally flock to the Star Dou Auction House. At that point, a plethora of auction items will effortlessly come to him, allowing him to enhance his own strength. Thus, he had decided to limit the new book's releases. After this month, he would aim for at least 4,000 words daily, with occasional bursts of additional content. If that proves unfeasible, you may need to be patient. I sincerely apologize. Chapter 14. 1 month later, Liu Yin eagerly anticipated the extraordinary soul he might acquire from the Soul Master gift package a month later. After all, life without a soul was exceedingly uncomfortable, leaving him feeling unfulfilled. Jiu, I have another task for you. I hope that within this month, you can thoroughly spread the reputation of the Star Dou Auction House. It matters not whether others choose to believe it. They simply need to know of its existence. Moments later, Liu Yin, seemingly struck by inspiration, spoke to Jiu with a cheerful countenance. Even if Jiu were to disseminate information about the Star Dou Auction House now, it would not suffice to make its name widely known. Therefore, they would wait until the Soul Hall and other forces arrived at the Star Dou Forest for the auction. Once the auction concludes, the path for the Star Dou Auction House will be entirely opened. What he desired was for the name of the Star Dou Auction House to become universally recognized 1 month hence. Understood, Master. Jiu respectfully nodded an affirmation before departing the Star Dou Auction House to commence the promotion. Time flowed gently, and before long, a month had passed. Today marked the commencement of the auction, and on this day, the top forces of the Douluo continent dispatched at least one elite to the Star Dou Forest. This movement did not stir significant waves across the Douluo continent, but among the top forces, there was an unspoken acknowledgement of the commotion. Within the Star Dou Auction House, Liu Yun sat in a private box, quietly awaiting the arrival of a multitude of wealthy patrons, seizing the opportunity to gather auction items and bolster his strength. The coveted Soul Master gift package he had longed for would finally be within his grasp once this auction concluded. 1,000 meters away from the Star Dou Auction House, three figures suddenly materialized, led by a woman clad in a purple gold gown, none other than the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Flanking her were her trusted aides, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. It was truly unthinkable that the Star Dou Auction House dared to establish its base within the confines of the Star Dou Forest. At this moment, Bibi Dong had arrived at the inner perimeter of the Star Dou Forest, where ancient soul beasts roamed. The trio deliberately concealed their presence. Although the ancient soul beasts posed no threat to them, engaging in battle could lead to injuries, and the dangers of entering the Star Dou Auction House remained uncertain. They were determined to confront the impending crisis with their full strength. Bibi Dong felt a twinge of astonishment at the Star Dou Auction House's audacity in establishing its base here, pondering their motivations. Are you not afraid of an attack from a 10,000-year soul beast? After all, human soul masters and soul beasts are mortal enemies when they meet. It is either your death or mine. However, recalling the limit Douluo who had previously delivered messages to them, it seems that such fears are unwarranted. In the eyes of a limit Douluo, even a 10,000-year soul beast is insignificant. Thus, Bibi Dong and her companions tread lightly along the path to the Star Dou Auction House. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House, Bibi Dong was instantly captivated by the exquisite structure, especially the 5 characters inscribed on the plaque. How terrifying! It drew her very spirit in, and, after a brief moment, she snapped back to reality, filled with trepidation. She had not anticipated that her strength would be so nearly ensnared by those 5 characters, which only heightened her curiosity about the origins of the Star Dou Auction House. Your Holiness, look! Just then, as Bibi Dong pondered the secrets of the Star Dou Auction House, a hesitant voice broke the silence, tinged with fear, bringing her back to the present. She turned to face Zhu Douluo with a look of discontent. What could possibly instill such fear in a dignified Title Douluo? At that moment, Bibi Dong failed to notice that the nearby ghost Douluo was similarly tense, his eyes betraying a mix of dread as he instinctively retreated. As if confronted by an unspeakable horror, Bibi Dong's gaze followed Zhu Douluo's line of sight. Before the Star Dou Auction House stood 2 colossal figures. The oppressive aura of 10,000-year soul beasts emanating from them was impossible to ignore, sending chills down her spine. These are 10,000-year soul beasts. As she finally discerned the forms of the 2 soul beasts, her pupils constricted in shock, mirroring the reactions of Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Surely, she was not mistaken. Those were the 2 sovereigns of the Star Dou Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. But why were they standing before the Star Dou Auction House? Moreover, they appeared remarkably docile, unlike the ferocious demeanor she had previously encountered. Just as Bibi Dong was bewildered by the presence of these 10,000-year soul beasts at the auction house's entrance, a thunderous rumble filled the air. In the next instant, the gazes of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape were fixed upon them, and the oppressive pressure of the 10,000-year soul beasts made the 3 of them involuntarily inhale deeply. Instantly, they released their soul rings, bracing themselves for the impending crisis. These 2 10,000-year soul beasts were the pinnacle of soul creatures on the Douluo continent, and even the 3 of them would find it challenging to withstand their might. Forgetting all about the Star Dou Auction House, they ceased to ponder why these 2 formidable beasts were present. Chapter 15. Dread Bibi Dong and her companions summoned their martial souls, preparing to unleash their soul skills against the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. However, the 2 10,000-year soul beasts did not react. They merely cast a fleeting glance at Bibi Dong and her companions, their gaze radiating an undeniable pressure. The trio felt as if they were facing a dire threat, and in that critical moment, a chilling wind swept through, interrupting their impending assault. From within the Star Dou Auction House emerged a woman, Xian Xuan. Her gaze was as frigid as ice as she cast a dispassionate look at Bibi Dong and her companions. This is the territory of the Star Dou Auction House. No soul master is permitted to engage in battle here. Violators shall face execution without mercy. The murderous intent in Xian Shuang's voice sent shivers down the spines of Title Douluos and Ghost Douluo. What an astonishing chill. Yet, Bibi Dong did not allow her fury to surface. Her amethyst eyes remained fixed on Xian Shuang, her expression grave. Title Douluos, unable to contain himself upon hearing such insolence, shouted at Xian Shuang, "How dare you speak to her holiness in such a manner? Are you tired of living?" His words, lacking forethought, spilled forth. However, Ghost Douluo remained silent, his eyes burning with fury, clearly in agreement with Title Douluos' outburst. Xian Shuang's earlier comments were indeed audacious. After all, they were esteemed Title Douluos of the Spirit Hall, not to be looked down upon by a mere woman. Upon hearing Title Douluos' outburst, Xian Shuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Frost energy swirling around her right hand as she released an ice-cold aura that instantly froze the surrounding area. Wait! This time, it was our spirit hall that acted thoughtlessly. I hope for your understanding. Bibi Dong felt the overwhelming chill wash over her, causing her eyelids to twitch and an acute sense of danger to surge within her. Witnessing this, Bibi Dong dared not be careless. She shot Title Douluo a warning glare, urging him to cease his tirade while attempting to placate Xian Shuang's ire. Should the personnel of the spirit hall witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback. Bibi Dong's temperament was notoriously unyielding. Seated in the highest echelons of the spirit hall, her very presence commanded respect, instilling fear in lesser soul masters. It was difficult to fathom that Bibi Dong would speak such words today, her noble aura still palpable, yet impossible to overlook. "Your Holiness," Title Douluos exclaimed in disbelief, his expression a mix of shock and confusion at the sudden turn of events. Before he could continue, Bibi Dong interrupted him, casting a warning glance that implored him to remain silent. Receiving the cue, Title Douluos finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. He observed the serious expressions of Bibi Dong and Ghost Douluos and began to scrutinize Xian Shuang. Not knowing what he sensed, Title Douluos felt a surge of terror within him, his body instinctively retreating. At that moment, he truly realized the astounding power contained within Xian Shuang. This woman was undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful Title Douluos, her soul power exceeding that of both him and Ghost Douluos. The lethal sense of danger he perceived from her indicated that she possessed the ability to kill him. This revelation left Title Douluos astounded, and he dared not utter another word. Seeing the unfolding situation, Xian Shuang nodded slightly. These two 10,000-year soul beasts were captured by our master to guard the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House. You need not worry about them. Xian Shuang addressed Bibi Dong and her companions, clarifying that there was no cause for alarm. The two soul beasts were now under the jurisdiction of the Star Dou Auction House, and without their permission, no mishap would occur. What? These two 10,000-year soul beasts were captured by your master? Title Douluos exclaimed in a tone of disbelief, causing Xian Shuang to frown. He initially intended to press further, but upon seeing her expression, he promptly silenced himself, closing his mouth tightly, unwilling to provoke the icy woman before him, lest he be turned into a frozen statue. Xian Shuang did not linger to offer further explanations to Bibi Dong and her companions. She led them gently towards the Star Dou Auction House, as the commencement of the auction was imminent. Thus, Bibi Dong and her companions followed Xian Shuang's lead into the Star Dou Auction House. Bibi Dong's heart was tumultuous. The reason she refrained from taking action earlier was twofold. On one hand, Xian Shuang's formidable strength was daunting. Although it did not rival her peak power, it was still impressive enough. Moreover, due to certain constraints, she could not unleash her full capabilities, hence her earlier remarks. On the other hand, the Star Dou Auction House was guarded by a mysterious limit Douluo, whose prowess far exceeded her own. She dared not underestimate such a powerful entity, and the enigmatic nature of the auction house left her wary. The mere presence of two Title Douluo-level experts warranted the respect of the Spirit Hall. What astonished Bibi Dong even more was that the two ancient soul beast kings, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, have been captured by the Star Dou Auction House to serve as gatekeepers. Such a notion was beyond her wildest imagination. The Star Dou Auction House's ability to subdue these formidable beasts indicated its overwhelming strength, further piquing her curiosity about its true capabilities. She intended to ascertain whether the auction house posed a threat to the Spirit Hall, as clarity on this matter was crucial for her future plans. Chapter 16. The auction begins upon entering the Star Dou Auction House. Bibi Dong and her companions were captivated by the opulence that lay before them. The interior was lavish and far more expansive than what they had perceived from the outside. The architectural style puzzled Bibi Dong, as it was her first encounter with such design. Although it appeared modest on the surface, its luxury was undeniable. "Allow me to introduce the rules of the Star Dou Auction House," Xian Shuang began. "No conflicts are permitted within these walls. Should any disputes arise, you shall bear the consequences. Furthermore, we require a property certification from your respective factions. Those with assets exceeding 100 million gold soul coins may occupy private boxes on the second floor, while those with less will be relegated to the general seating on the first floor." As they made their way deeper into the auction house, Xian Shuang explained the regulations. The wealthier factions were afforded superior seating arrangements within the establishment. "Understood." Bibi Dong nodded, satisfied with the auction house's policies. To her, the second-floor boxes offered greater privacy and an air of mystery, far superior to the first floor. Moreover, 100 million gold soul coins were a trifling sum for the Spirit Hall. Aside from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the Spirit Hall was undoubtedly one of the wealthiest factions. Having undergone the asset certification process, Bibi Dong and her companions ascended to the second-floor boxes, where they awaited the commencement of the auction. Bibi Dong extended her spiritual energy to survey the surroundings, hoping to uncover any peculiarities about the Star Dou Auction House. Strange? Nothing unusual? After her probing, she noted that aside from its unusual architectural style and considerable size, there appeared to be nothing extraordinary. Moreover, she could not sense the presence of the mysterious limit Douluo from earlier. As she directed her spiritual energy towards the third floor, a powerful force rebuffed her efforts. "Interesting. I did not anticipate such formidable restrictions within the Star Dou Auction House," Bibi Dong remarked, surprised by the defensive measures. Through her exploration, she discerned that the true enigma of the auction house lay on the third floor. However, no matter how she attempted to utilize her spiritual energy, she could not glean any information. She had a vague understanding of the third floor significance, but Bibi Dong and her companions remained oblivious to its true purpose. Only Lu Yun, Jiu Yu, and Xian Shuang were aware. The third floor housed the treasures to be auctioned, as well as the residence of Lu Yun and his associates, fortified by powerful restrictions that even divine-level beings could not breach. The entire Star Dou Auction House, reinforced by the system's power, was impervious to destruction by ordinary individuals. Time passed slowly, and soon an hour had elapsed. Invited factions began to arrive, and even unfamiliar groups, drawn by the presence of the continent's elite, approached the Star Dou Auction House with curiosity. Far from opposing this influx, Lu Yun welcomed it, as the more visitors, the broader the auction house's reputation would spread, thereby facilitating the accumulation of numerous auction items. However, all soul masters entering the Star Dou forest were invariably startled by the imposing presence of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape at the entrance. It was only after Xian Shuang's explanations that they could breathe a sigh of relief, though a lingering sense of fear remained. The power of the Star Dou Auction House was truly overwhelming. The ability to subdue 2 ancient soul beasts implied that even more formidable Title Douluos experts resided within. Those with ulterior motives among the soul masters could only suppress their thoughts, wary of making any rash moves. As the auction was set to commence in 1 minute, nearly every faction took their respective positions. The doors of the Star Dou Auction House closed completely, signaling the official start of the auction. Latecomers would not be permitted entry. At last it began. What treasures would be presented by the Star Dou Auction House this time? They must be extraordinary items, powerful enough to command the respect of even the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. Bibi Dong's heart raced with anticipation, wondering if her gold soul coins would suffice. With the auction underway, curiosity filled the hearts of the attendees, eager to witness the depths of the Star Dou Auction House. Some felt a twinge of hesitation, aware that most present were among the most elite factions of the continent, with formidable financial resources. Would they be able to acquire anything amidst such wealth? Others adopted a watchful stance, keen to discern the true intent behind the auction. Chapter 17. The green stone. Now that everyone is gathered, I declare the auction officially open, Xian Shuang announced solemnly as she approached the auction stage. Her words marked the commencement of the event. With a sweeping gesture, a surge of soul power manifested, revealing the first auction item upon the stage. In one of the second-floor boxes sat 3 individuals. Ning Fengji from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, along with Star Dou and Douluo. Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle. Can you discern the origins of the Star Dou Auction House? Ning Fengji inquired gravely. His curiosity piqued as the auction commenced. They had encountered little danger thus far. Yet the intrigue surrounding the proceedings was palpable. The purpose of the Star Dou Auction House remains shrouded in mystery. Its audacious positioning within the inner perimeter of the Star Dou Great Forest, coupled with the capture of 200,000-year-old beasts as guardians, left the three of them utterly astounded. The sheer power of the Star Dou Auction House is undeniably terrifying, and we, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, must exercise utmost caution and avoid provoking it. A glimmer of insight flashed in the Star Doulo's eyes as he fixed his gaze on a woman named Xian Shuang standing on the auction platform. Speaking in a grave tone, the woman on the stage exuded an aura of strength that was no less than that of a Title Douluos, although her exact soul power level remained unknown to him. Yet he could distinctly sense a lethal sense of danger emanating from her, suggesting that in a life-and-death duel, he might not be her equal. Next, Star Dou revealed an astonishing piece of information that left Ning Fengji and Douluo beside him utterly speechless, their expressions betraying their shock. How could this be possible? They were well aware of Star Doulo's prowess, which ranks among the pinnacle of strength within the Douluo continent. Yet, to their utter disbelief, the woman's power surpassed that of Star Dou himself, leaving both men in a state of profound trepidation. Furthermore, the previously revealed Limit Dou from the Star Dou Auction House showcased an unexpectedly profound foundation of power, far superior to that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. At this moment, Ning Fengji and Douluo began to trust Star Doulo's judgment, firmly recognizing the necessity of avoiding conflict with the Star Dou Auction House. Indeed, it is not to be trifled with. However, one cannot help but ponder the true purpose behind this auction. What treasures might they present? After a brief pause, Ning Fengji set aside his concerns and focused on the auction. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is the most formidable sect in the Douluo continent, and ordinary treasures hardly pique their interest. Nevertheless, given the immense foundation of the Star Dou Auction House, it is reasonable to expect that the items they auction will be extraordinary. Curiosity flickered in their eyes. Xian Shuang lifted the red cloth covering the first auction item, revealing a green stone on the platform. It emanated a green mist, suffused with an endless vitality. What is this? A mere stone? Is this truly the first auction item? The crowd furrowed their brows at the sight of the green stone, perplexed as to why the inaugural auction item was simply a rock. Many factions displayed displeasure, questioning whether the Star Dou Auction House summoned them merely to mock them. To auction off a stone was laughable. However, due to the formidable strength of the Star Dou Auction House, they could only suppress their thoughts, fearful of the potential consequences. Within the second-tier box, several powerful factions fixed their gaze intently on the green stone, their expressions growing increasingly grave and filled with desire. What kind of stone is this? Containing such astonishing life force, rivaling that of a top-tier life treasure? Ning Fengji in the box found himself breathing rapidly, nurturing the thought of acquiring this stone. His ability to discern the extraordinary nature of the green stone stemmed from his unique method. From the moment the green stone appeared, his Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower martial soul trembled with an insatiable longing. It is known that their martial soul possesses a hidden ability to detect genuine treasures. The more precious the item, the greater the commotion caused by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. This is why Ning Fengji could instantly assess the stone's value, leaving him in disbelief. Even within the treasury of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, no item could surpass the life force of this seemingly ordinary green stone. Chapter 18. Sudden change. In another box sat Bibi Dong and her companions. At this moment, Bibi Dong gazed in awe at the green stone before Xian Shuang. With their level of strength, they could certainly sense the immense life force contained within this seemingly ordinary stone. It held a profound allure for them, as they had undoubtedly accumulated hidden injuries throughout their arduous journey to their current power. The higher one ascends in strength, the more these lingering injuries obstruct their breakthroughs. To achieve a perfect advancement to the next level of soul power, meticulous preparation is essential. Life attribute treasures are exceedingly rare in the Douluo continent. Encountering even one is considered a supreme opportunity. They had not anticipated that the first auction item from the Star Dou Auction House would be such a precious life treasure. This green stone must be acquired. Without further deliberation, Bibi Dong turned to the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo beside her, instructing them to ensure that they successfully bid for the stone. Yes, your holiness. Ghost Douluo and chrysanthemum Douluo nodded vigorously at her command, preparing to mobilize their resources. With their discerning eyes, they recognized the stone's rarity, making it impossible for others to overlook its value. If all goes as expected, the competition for this stone will be unprecedentedly fierce. Regardless, they must secure this stone for the Pope. Many individuals were eager to participate, their anticipation palpable as they clamored to bid on the stone. Xian Shuang, standing on the auction platform, could clearly perceive the urgency in the eyes of the majority. Such a rare life treasure undoubtedly held an irresistible allure for the outside soul masters. Firstly, allow me to present the first auction item, the Life Stone. I trust you have sensed the astonishing life force contained within this stone. In certain respects, possessing this life stone means that even severe injuries can heal rapidly within a short period, without leaving any hidden injuries. As Xian Shuang gradually introduced the stone and its effects, she sought to attract more participants to the auction, employing a strategy taught by the auction house's master to pique everyone's interest. As for the source of this stone, it was unearthed by Lu Yun from the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. Although the life force within the stone is indeed immense, it pales in comparison to the might of the life gold. This stone's life force holds little utility for Lu Yun and his companions. Thus, they plan to auction it as the first item of the day. The value of this stone is far inferior to that of the subsequent auction items. The starting bid for the life stone is set at 1 million gold soul coins. After sufficiently building anticipation, Xian Shuang promptly announced the opening price for the life stone. Gasp! Such an exorbitant price for a mere stone. Even if it contains considerable life force, it hardly warrants such a sum of gold soul coins. 1 million gold soul coins is truly staggering. This is merely the first auction item, and the prices for subsequent items will surely be even more outrageous. Alas, it is quite unfortunate that, given my current financial standing, I cannot even afford a single stone. Indeed, from the moment the initial bidding price was announced, the audience seated on the first floor was largely taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated such an exorbitant opening bid for this stone. Many abandoned their intentions to bid, choosing instead to await the appearance of subsequent auction items, hoping that their prices would not be as outrageous. However, their hopes were destined to be dashed. In this auction, this small stone of life was considered the least valuable item on the block. While the first-floor spectators marveled at the steep price, several powerful factions in the second-floor boxes deemed the opening bid remarkably low. Such treasures of life attribute are exceedingly rare. Since this opportunity had arisen, they were determined to acquire the stone at any cost. If they missed this chance, who knows how long they would have to wait for another life attribute treasure to present itself. As discussions ensued among the crowd, none could have anticipated the presence of a hunched figure clad in black robes lurking at the corner of the first floor. This man exuded an ominous aura, his very being radiating a sinister energy. Suddenly, chilling laughter erupted from his lips. Who would have thought that a humble Star Dou Auction House could harbor such a precious gem of life? It appears I have struck gold this time. Apologies, everyone, but I shall graciously accept this life stone. In an instant, the terrifying soul power emanating from the black-robed figure surged outward, revealing his diminutive stature and grotesque visage. With a greedy gaze fixed on the life stone before Xian Shuang, he leapt forward, his black energy pulsating violently. Upon reaching the auction stage, he extended his right hand, intent on claiming the life stone for himself. The sudden turn of events left most attendees momentarily stunned. How audacious of him to create a disturbance at the Star Dou Auction House and attempt to seize its treasures. Did he not notice the formidable Tianqing, Niumang, and Titan giant ape guarding the entrance? The Star Dou Auction House, capable of subduing 200,000-year soul beasts, harbored strengths beyond reckoning. In light of this, daring to provoke the Star Dou Auction House was tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Consequently, some spectators cast pitying glances at the small man, while the rest, however, were evidently thrilled, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. They were keen to see how the Star Dou Auction House would respond to this audacity. Just as the small man seemed poised to succeed, Xian Shuang's smile faded. Her icy gaze fixed ahead. With a swift motion, an endless power of frost enveloped the Star Dou Auction House, as ice elemental forces rapidly converged toward her. A blue ice barrier materialized, effectively obstructing the small man's advance. What? The small man, who had been exhilarated by his imminent success, found his right hand suddenly pressed against an impenetrable ice barrier, leaving him momentarily stunned. In an instant, the terrifying cold energy spread from his palm throughout his entire being. Faced with this life-threatening crisis, he decisively severed his right arm and fled the scene in haste. Chapter 19. The Ice Divine Sword Strikes. Glancing at his frozen, severed arm filled him with an overwhelming dread. What was happening? How could this be? The sudden appearance of the ice barrier had left him utterly defenseless, freezing his arm in an instant. Had he not acted quickly to sever his arm, he would have been transformed into a lifeless ice sculpture, devoid of vitality. In that moment, he recalled the Tianqing, Niumeng, and Titan giant ape at the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House, and finally grasped the folly of his actions. The Star Dou Auction House, capable of subduing 200,000-year-old beasts, was not to be trifled with. There was no remedy for regret. He would ultimately pay a grievous price for his recklessness. No, I must escape. I cannot remain here any longer. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He transformed into a wisp of black mist and sped towards the exit of the Star Dou Auction House, desperate to evade this perilous situation. To dare create chaos at the Star Dou Auction House, he would be the first. Thus, let all present witness that the Star Dou Auction House is not to be trifled with. Xian Shuang's cold gaze followed the retreating figure of the small man. Her voice laced with murderous intent. With her palm open, she unleashed her ice elemental martial soul, summoning the ice elemental forces of the world to coalesce before her. Gradually, an ice-blue long sword took form, emanating an endless sharpness and formidable cold energy. Once the ice divine sword was fully materialized, Xian Shuang waved her hand, sending the ice-blue blade hurtling towards the fleeing small man at breakneck speed. With a piercing sound, the terrifying cold energy erupted forth, and the small man, his face contorted in fear, was impaled by the ice-blue sword. Moments later, his entire body exploded, scattering countless ice shards across the ground. The scene descended into silence. The Star Dou Auction House was engulfed in an eerie stillness. How could her power be so terrifying? I had merely assumed she was a simple auctioneer. Yet she managed to eliminate the intruding soul master with a single strike, without even utilizing any martial soul or soul skills. What a formidable woman. What a fearsome Star Dou Auction House. It must not be provoked. Witnessing this turn of events, the onlookers were left in shock, their hearts racing with a mixture of awe and fear. This woman's strength was truly formidable, and they sensed that the small man was at the Soul Douluo level. Yet, he could not withstand even a single attack. It was safe to surmise that her strength was at least that of a Title Douluos, and possibly among the most elite of them. Each person resolved to regard the Star Dou Auction House as an entity not to be trifled with, intending to inform their respective factions to avoid provoking it in the future. Meanwhile, within the second-floor boxes, the factions were left astounded by the unfolding scene. What do you two make of this? Bibi Dong straightened her posture, a rare seriousness glimmering in her eyes as she turned to ask Ju Dou and Gai Dou. She sought to ascertain whether they had discerned the nature of the woman's martial soul, which had allowed her to harness the ice elemental forces of the world to create such a powerful attack. It was this deadly threat that had led to the Soul Douluos' downfall. At that moment, Bibi Dong was deeply shaken. She had not anticipated that the woman's power could reach such heights. Without employing her martial soul or soul skills, she had managed to kill a Soul Douluos with mere finesse. Even she found it nearly impossible to achieve such a feat the Star Dou Auction House. Is it? How intriguing. Bai Dong grew increasingly curious about the origins of the Star Dou Auction House, and who might be the pinnacle figure presiding over it. Alas, the rapidity of these events rendered her oblivious to the martial soul that the woman had unleashed. Perhaps she had indeed manifested her martial soul, but it was invisible to us. Could it be that her martial soul was concealed? Upon hearing Bai Dong's inquiry, both Ju Douluo and Gai Douluo fell into deep contemplation. Although the events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, their keen eyesight allowed them to discern the woman's prowess. She had harnessed the icy forces of nature to conjure a longsword. successfully slaying the diminutive man. In that moment, they failed to perceive the true nature of her martial soul. Yet, the mere ability to gather elemental forces without relying on her martial soul was utterly astonishing, a feat bordering on the impossible. This prompted a new hypothesis in their minds. Perhaps the woman possessed the ability to cloak her martial soul, rendering it undetectable to others. Is that so? Bai Dong appeared somewhat uncertain upon receiving this ambiguous response. Throughout the entirety of Douluo continent, she was unaware of any soul master capable of concealing their martial soul and soul rings. It was truly bizarre. This matter was not something she needed to ponder at the moment. Her priority was to auction off the life stone as swiftly as possible. In another private room, Ning Fengji and his companions gazed incredulously at Xian Shuang. Her strength was indeed terrifying, but why was she able to manipulate the icy forces of nature? Moreover, he had not heard of any martial soul possessing such astonishing might. Jian Dou, observing Xian Shuang's decisive strike that effortlessly felled the soul master, spoke gravely. Her power was simply overwhelming. Even he would require great effort to withstand the icy divine sword forged from elemental power, and that was without her employing any soul techniques. Had she unleashed her soul techniques, Jian Dou was uncertain whether he could safely endure her attack. What a peculiar martial soul, capable of summoning the elemental forces of an entire region. Such abilities were typically reserved for domain soul skills. Yet, he had not observed the woman manifesting her martial soul. Douluo sighed in disbelief, unable to remain calm in light of today's revelations. I deduced it. Her martial soul must be an elemental martial soul. At that moment, a glimmer of insight illuminated Ning Fengji's eyes as he began to conjecture the true nature of Xian Shuang's martial soul. An elemental martial soul? Fengji, are you certain? There exist several elemental martial souls in Douluo continent, such as those from Shankong Academy and Tianshui Academy, and their students are not without elemental martial souls. However, their martial souls ultimately cannot harness the elemental forces of nature to deliver such staggering attacks. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's explanation, Jian Douluo appeared perplexed, clearly at odds with what he believed to be true. Moreover, elemental martial souls were not typically this formidable. I do not refer to an ordinary elemental martial soul. The elemental martial souls present in Douluo continent are mere manifestations of objects, which can also be classified as elemental martial souls. However, this woman's martial soul is an exceedingly pure elemental force. One could even argue that the ice element present in Douluo continent could essentially serve as her martial soul. Furthermore, she can utilize the ice elements of Douluo continent in battle, yielding destructive power that far surpasses any ordinary elemental martial soul. Moreover, a crucial aspect to consider is that this woman may have reached the rank of Title Douluos. It seems that none of the Title Douluos in Douluo continent possess an elemental martial soul. Ning Fengji meticulously recalled the moment Xian Shuang unleashed her elemental attack and articulated his hypothesis. Yet, he was uncertain of its accuracy. Nevertheless, he believed that the ultimate truth was not far off. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's explanation, Jian Douluo and Douluo remained furrowed in thought, their brows still tightly knitted. However, they could only attribute it all to the sheer power of the woman. Should Lu Yun and the others hear Ning Fengji's explanation, admiration would undoubtedly shine in their eyes. Truly, Ning Fengji was a learned and versatile soul master. Although his conjecture was still distant from the true origins of Xian Shuang's martial soul, he had nonetheless gleaned a kernel of insight. Indeed, Xian Shuang's ice elemental martial soul bore a resemblance to elemental martial souls, but was not comparable to an ordinary one. Her ice elemental martial soul could draw upon any fragment of ice elemental power in existence. Whenever she desired, she could harness the ice elements of the entire Douluo continent to unleash enigmatic and unfathomable attacks. Furthermore, Xian Shuang's ice elemental martial soul had achieved the pinnacle of icy power, representing the most formidable strength among ice elements. Coupled with her formidable strength as a 95th level Super Douluo, the display she had just presented was merely a fraction of the potential her ice elemental martial soul could unleash. Should Xian Shuang truly unleash her full might, she could encase an entire forest in ice. Moreover, she could draw upon the ice elements of the entire Star Dou forest in battle, resulting in an unimaginable level of devastation. Regardless, the Star Dou Auction House was not a force the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could provoke. Setting aside the mysterious limit Douluo, even this woman alone was sufficient for us to exert our utmost efforts in response. Henceforth, Douluo ceased to engage in this matter, his tone grave as he declared the Star Dou Auction House to be an entity to be avoided. After all, while the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was the wealthiest sect on Douluo continent, in terms of top-tier combat strength, it consisted solely of him and Gu Douluo. Merely facing Xian Shuang was enough to occupy both of them, illustrating the profound depth of the Star Dou Auction House's resources. Consequently, their speculative thoughts were entirely extinguished, and it was best to participate obediently in this auction. Should they provoke the Star Dou Auction House, it could spell catastrophic consequences for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With that, Jiando remarked that the previous incident was but a minor interlude and that the auction would now resume. After Xian Shuang dispatched the diminutive man, her expression reverted to its frosty demeanor as she commenced the announcement for the continuation of the auction, as though the earlier incident was of little consequence to her. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun stood alongside Jiu Yu, captivated by the unfolding events below. Lu Yun was quite pleased with Xian Shuang's handling of the situation. Currently, the Star Dou Auction House was perceived by the various powers of Douluo continent as a newly emerging force. If all went as expected, most factions arriving at the Star Dou Auction House were merely seeking to gauge its capabilities. Xian Shuang's decisive measures had effectively dispelled any doubts that lingered. From this day forth, the Star Dou Auction House would officially ascend to the ranks of the top-tier forces within Douluo continent. 1 million gold soul coins. At that moment, a soft voice emerged from a private room on the second floor, boldly bidding 1 million gold soul coins, a staggering increase of 500,000 over the opening price. The voice belonged to Zhu Douluo, who was seated with Bibi Dong and others. Zhu Douluo had his own intentions, seeking to significantly elevate the auction price in one fell swoop, hoping to intimidate the various factions. However, he evidently underestimated the desire of the other forces for this life stone, which they were not inclined to relinquish easily. 2 million gold soul coins. Ning Fengji's voice rang out from another private room, his demeanor betraying no sign of discomfort over the amount. A mere 2 million gold soul coins was negligible for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Is it truly this astounding? The crowd gasped at the audacity of bidding such a sum for a mere stone. Which faction possessed such wealth? They were baffled, wondering if the stone indeed held some profound significance. Indeed, upon hearing the 2 million mark, a few individuals on the first floor exhibited expressions of astonishment, unable to fathom the preciousness of the life stone, which seemed almost otherworldly. Their initial reaction to the shocking price left them momentarily speechless, grappling with the enormity of the figure. 3 million gold soul coins. Upon hearing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's bid, Zhu Douluo's brow furrowed in irritation as he continued to raise the stakes. He had not anticipated the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's eagerness to compete for the life stone. Their available gold soul coins might not match those of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who were significantly wealthier than the Spirit Hall, casting uncertainty in the minds of Bibi Dong and her companions regarding their chances of successfully acquiring the stone. 4 million gold soul coins. Shortly thereafter, Ning Fengji called out an astonishing price again, causing a stir among the crowd. It was utterly ridiculous. A stone valued at 4 million gold soul coins? The collective worth of everyone present did not even come close to that sum. Who had the audacity to compete for this life stone? Chapter 21. Nineheart mysterious grass. Those in the know shook their heads, fully aware of the fierce bidding war between the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for the life stone. The other factions restrained their emotions, recognizing that the clash between these two titans was beyond their reach. Moreover, with the price soaring to 4 million gold soul coins, it was deemed not worth the risk. Thus, they allowed the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to continue their contest. Your Holiness, how surprising that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has intervened in the auction for this life stone. Things are about to get complicated. I wonder if we should continue competing. Hearing Ning Fengji raise the bid by another 1 million gold soul coins, Zhu Douluo's expression darkened, and he remarked, visibly agitated. It was as though opposing the Spirit Hall. How could the esteemed Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School not possess similar treasures? Why pursue this particular life stone? Very well. Let the seven-treasure glazed tile school have this life stone. I have a strong premonition that the upcoming auction items will far surpass the value of this stone. Best to conserve our gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong fell into deep contemplation, weighing the decision of whether to continue bidding on the life stone. Soon, an inexplicable feeling washed over her, as if seizing this life stone would lead to a significant loss of opportunity. Thus, she heeded her intuition and relinquished her pursuit of the life stone, opting to observe the forthcoming auction items, which she believed would be equally valuable. For million gold soul coins once. For million gold soul coins twice. For million gold soul coins thrice. Since no one else wishes to raise the bid, I hereby declare that the owner of the life stone is the seven-treasure glazed tile school. At that moment, Xian Shuang rapped her wooden hammer, confirming the ownership of the life stone. With a grand gesture, the stone floated slowly toward Ning Fengji's private room, enveloped by a powerful barrier of soul energy, impervious to anyone but a Title Douluo. Given the lessons of the past, no one dared to entertain thoughts of snatching the life stone. So, it is indeed the seven-treasure glazed tile school. I had been puzzled about which faction could afford such an extravagant purchase of a mere stone until I heard the name of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, which was indeed the richest sect in Douluo continent, living up to its reputation. As the crowd absorbed the news of a life stone being acquired by the seven-treasure glazed tile school, expressions of realization spread among them. Simultaneously, they marveled at the immense wealth of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, effortlessly spending 4 million gold soul coins. What a pity! Yet, some began to reflect, realizing that the seven-treasure glazed tile school, being the wealthiest sect on the continent, with 2 Title Douluos among them, would not be easily lured by an ordinary stone. This led many to understand that the origins of the life stone were undoubtedly extraordinary. After all, it was not common for the seven-treasure glazed tile school to invest 4 million gold soul coins in what appeared to be a simple stone. Ning Fengji gazed at the hovering life stone, extending his hand to receive it. In an instant, the private room was suffused with an overwhelming vitality, as if it had liquefied into droplets. At a crucial moment, Star Dou acted swiftly, completely sealing the energy's escape. Otherwise, before long, the vitality within the life stone would dissipate significantly, diminishing its value. What an extraordinary vitality! Ning Fengti marveled, astonished that the Star Dou Auction House would present such a precious life treasure. After feeling the immense vitality, he shook his head in awe, further reshaping his perception of the Star Dou Auction House. Previously, observing from afar, he had failed to grasp the stone's remarkable essence. However, upon touching the life stone, the vast vitality surged into his body, instantly healing his lingering injuries, leaving him utterly astonished. With this life stone, they had secured a lifeline. Thus, Ning Fengji hastily stored the life stone away, recognizing that its vitality would diminish with exposure to the outside world, a prospect too unwise to entertain. Ning Fengji and his companions awaited the next auction item with eager anticipation. Moments later, with a wave of Xian Shuang's hand, the void before them flickered. Suddenly a small, verdant sprig appeared, entwined with vibrant red threads, exuding an extraordinarily mystical aura. What is this? Such an eerie presence. I can sense fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from this small grass. Could it be that this grass has developed intelligence? Indeed, from a moment the sprig appeared. All eyes were drawn to it. Upon sensing the faint psychic fluctuations emanating from the small grass, the majority of soul masters immediately recognized an anomaly. Each individual was struck by the peculiar thought that a mere blade of grass could exhibit such psychic activity, which was indeed rather strange. Only a grass that had successfully transformed into a soul beast could potentially undergo such a metamorphosis. Yet, no matter how diligently they investigated, this particular grass had not undergone the transformation into a soul beast. If it had not transformed, how could it possibly generate psychic energy? This was a rare celestial herb known as the nine-heart mysterious grass, an exceedingly precious treasure of the Douluo continent. The most significant effect of this celestial herb was that it could substantially enhance the psychic energy of the user. It is well known that for a soul master to ascend to higher levels of soul power, an increase in their psychic energy is indispensable. Consequently, the more powerful a soul master becomes, the more intense their yearning for psychic energy grows. Some powerful Title Douluo have even struggled to break through to the ranks of Title Douluo due to insufficient psychic strength. Furthermore, for a soul master to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, they must endure the resentment, murderous intent, and mental impacts of the soul beast, underscoring the vital importance of psychic energy. By consuming this 9-heart mysterious grass, one's psychic energy is guaranteed to increase significantly, potentially enabling them to absorb higher-level soul rings. Subsequently, Xian Shuang gradually elucidated the specific effects of the 9-heart mysterious grass, citing several examples that left all present in a state of shock. They were clearly unprepared for such astonishing properties contained within this small blade of grass. Chapter 22. Breaking news. This herb was indeed a celestial-grade medicinal plant, capable of greatly enhancing a soul master's psychic energy. How wondrous! Upon hearing the specifics of the 9-heart mysterious grass, Bibi Dong's heart became tumultuous. Despite her current soul power having reached the 99th level, certain constraints prevented her from unleashing her full strength. If her psychic energy were to be further enhanced, these limitations would diminish considerably, and her power would grow even stronger. At this moment, Bibi Dong harbored an intense desire for the 9-heart mysterious grass, eager to secure it for herself. Achieving the rank of Title Douluo had led her to truly comprehend the indispensable nature of psychic energy for soul masters. Undoubtedly, for a soul master with a psychic attribute martial soul, the potential enhancement from this 9-heart mysterious grass would be even more unfathomable. Regrettably, the number of martial souls with psychic attributes on the Douluo continent is exceedingly rare. Your Holiness, this is undoubtedly a celestial-grade herb. You are aware that my extraordinary mushroom of heavenly chrysanthemum is also a celestial-grade herb, and I can genuinely perceive the true efficacy of this 9-heart mysterious grass, which can indeed significantly enhance psychic energy. Should our spirit hall make a move to secure it? Before Bibi Dong could respond, the nearby chrysanthemum Douluo, brimming with excitement, spoke to her. His eyes sparkled with joy, as he had previously thought celestial-grade herbs were exceedingly scarce across the Douluo continent. Little did he expect to encounter the 9-heart mysterious grass at the Star Dou Auction House, a celestial herb capable of significantly boosting psychic energy. It was simply too rare. Secure that 9-heart mysterious grass. Bibi Dong then straightened her posture, her expression grave as she instructed the chrysanthemum Douluo to ensure that they secured the 9-heart mysterious grass. Understood. Your Holiness. The chrysanthemum Douluo, upon receiving Bibi Dong's consent to bid on the celestial herb, was eager to immediately announce a price and compete for the auction item. However, he wondered what the starting bid for the 9-heart mysterious grass might be. Furthermore, he predicted that the value of this 9-heart mysterious grass would far exceed that of the previous lifestone. If all went well, the final bid would undoubtedly be substantial. Since they had already relinquished the earlier lifestone, they certainly would not easily part with a 9-heart mysterious grass, especially as Spirit Hall had brought a considerable amount of gold soul coins, with a 90% certainty of successfully acquiring it. In another box, Ning Fengji gazed in astonishment at the 9-heart mysterious grass, contemplating the possibility of securing it. This herb could indeed enhance psychic energy. Fengji, although your soul power has reached level 79, your martial soul's limitations have hindered your breakthrough to Title Douluo. To enhance your strength, one approach is to focus on your psychic energy. This 9-heart mysterious grass is the perfect treasure for that purpose. Not only will it allow you to master psychic attribute attacks, but it will also facilitate your cultivation of the 7 treasures glazed heart, making it even more effective. At that moment, the Sword Douluo suggested to Ning Fengji that he should definitely bid on the 9-heart mysterious grass. He understood that the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul had a critical flaw. It could not surpass level 80 to add an 8th soul ring. If he wished to elevate his power, the only breakthrough point lay in enhancing his psychic energy. Moreover, as Ning Fengji cultivated the 7 treasures glazed sex ultimate technique, the 7 treasures glazed heart, utilizing this technique alongside the 7 treasures glazed tower to assist others would make him even stronger. It could distribute soul skill power evenly among teammates, amplifying the 7 treasures glazed sex supportive effects, and could even influence the outcome of battles. To fully unleash the power of the 7 treasures glazed tower, the most critical factor is psychic energy. If Ning Fengji were to consume the 9-heart mysterious grass, his psychic energy would increase, allowing for a more intricate use of the 7 treasures, glazed tower, martial soul. He aimed to secure the 9-heart mysterious grass, but he wondered how the other factions would react. Upon hearing the Star Dou Auxion's words, a flicker of despondency crossed Ning Fengji's eyes. Indeed, the limitations of the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul had troubled him throughout his life, leading to a myriad of thoughts. Regardless, he could not break through the constraints of the 7 treasures glazed tower to ascend to Title Douluos. This was a burden on his heart, yet he swiftly cast aside the chaotic thoughts, allowing a glimmer of hope to emerge. With so many treasures available at the Star Dou Auction House, he might truly have a chance to transcend the limitations of the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul and reach a higher level of soul power. Even so, Ning Fengji remained optimistic, determined to secure the 9-heart mysterious grass. He feared that the auction might not proceed smoothly, as this was a celestial herb capable of enhancing psychic energy, and the other major factions would likely not relinquish it easily. The Douluo sighed thoughtfully, his expression tinged with concern. Enhancing psychic energy through this celestial herb was sought after not only by them, but also by those Title Douluos on the verge of breakthrough. They would fight fiercely for the 9-heart mysterious grass. It was easy to imagine just how intense the upcoming auction would be. However, the Douluo harbored little worry, for they, as the 7 treasures glazed sect, possessed ample funds. As long as they had money, no auction item would be beyond their reach. This was the confidence that stemmed from their 7 treasures glazed sect. Let me share with you the remarkable properties of the 9-heart mysterious herb. Although its primary function is to enhance mental strength, it is, after all, a celestial herb, imbued with formidable soul power that can elevate one's soul level to a certain extent. The weaker the soul master, the more significant the soul level increase they can achieve. According to our Star Dou Auction House's assessment, if a Star Dou Auxio were to consume this herb, they could potentially raise their soul power by 12 levels. At this moment, Xian Shuang revealed a groundbreaking piece of information, causing the breath of everyone present to quicken. The astonishing efficacy of the 9-heart mysterious herb, enhancing both their mental and soul power, was beyond comprehension. While it remained uncertain how much a weaker soul master could gain from it, the prospect of a Star Dou Auxio increasing by 12 levels was truly astounding. After all, a Star Dou Auxio is a formidable being. The effort and time required to advance even a single level is immense. Chapter 23. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family takes action. Who would have imagined that the 9-heart mysterious herb could facilitate such an extraordinary leap? As for Xian Shuang's detailed knowledge of the celestial herb, it was naturally acquired by Lu Yun through the system, which also provided a prompt confirming that Soul Dou level experts could indeed surpass 12 levels upon consuming the 9-heart mysterious herb. Additionally, the herb's rank far exceeds that of the celestial herbs within the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, even earning the title of the King of Celestial Products. As for Lu Yun's decision not to consume the 9-heart mysterious herb, but rather to auction it, it was a choice rooted in his desire to open the doors of the Star Dou Auction House. Furthermore, with the presence of the system, not only could he acquire this 9-heart mysterious herb, but even rarer celestial herbs could be obtained with ease. Thus, in Lu Yun's eyes, this herb seemed rather inconspicuous. Being a celestial herb, its starting auction price was set at 5 million gold soul coins. After a brief moment, Xian Shuang declared the initial auction price of the 9-heart mysterious herb. Upon hearing this figure, most attendees gasped in astonishment. 5 million gold soul coins for a mere herb. How utterly shocking. Although they had heard Xian Shuang's detailed introduction about the 9-heart mysterious herb, some of the relatively weaker soul masters remained oblivious to the significance of mental power in their cultivation. Most were baffled as to why the starting bid for this herb reached 5 million gold soul coins, deeming it utterly absurd. Only those who had reached the soul sage level and above understood the true rarity of the 9-heart mysterious herb, which could not be measured in monetary terms. Nearly all top-tier experts gazed greedily at the 9-heart mysterious herb, desperate to claim it as their own. Yet, aware of the decorum within the Star Dou Auction House, they refrained from making any rash moves, for such an act would be tantamount to courting death. 5 million gold soul coins. At that moment, an elderly man in the center of the first level was the first to call out a bid. This elder was at the pinnacle of the soul sage level, on the brink of breaking through to Star Dou Auxio. Yet, This slight distance had stymied countless talented soul masters. With his vitality waning, he sought to leverage this 9-heart mysterious herb to finally transcend to Soul Douluo, 550,000 gold soul coins. Another middle-aged man from the first level immediately raised the bid. It was evident that this herb would be of immense benefit to him as well. And thus, the price of the 9-heart mysterious herb sword, 10 million gold soul coins. At that moment, a robust voice emerged from a distant private box, sending ripples of shock through the assembly. It was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and they had entered the fray. Some knowledgeable soul masters recognized the figures within the box and could not help but take a deep breath. They had not anticipated that the 9-heart mysterious herb would attract the attention of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Clearly, this auction was turning into a fierce contest, with the most powerful factions of the Douluo continent, the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, engaging in the bidding war. This left many smaller factions silent, opting to withdraw from the competition. After all, the prestige of these three powers was daunting. Even if they managed to acquire the 9-heart mysterious herb at a steep price, would they possess the strength to safeguard it afterward? Should we continue? Sir Uncle inquired, observing the imposing presence of the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, seemingly determined to secure the 9-heart mysterious herb at all costs. Although this 9-heart mysterious herb is an exceedingly rare treasure of mental attributes, we do possess some substitutes within our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's treasury. As this price was announced, the leaders of the major factions fell silent, deliberating on whether to proceed with the bidding. You decide, Star Dou sighed, allowing Ning Fengji to make the call. 15 million gold soul coins. At that moment, Zhu raised the bid by 500,000 gold soul coins, intent on securing the 9-heart mysterious herb for the Pope. Should we continue to bid? Within the private box of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, 3 men conferred, with the elder at the forefront exuding a powerful aura. He was clearly a formidable Title Douluos, the strongest within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, named Yu Engine, a Super Douluo of level 96. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is one of the top 3 sects among the 7 major sects of the Douluo continent, renowned for its formidable strength. The sect's disciples wield the powerful Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul, known for their formidable physique and mastery over lightning, earning them the title of the world's strongest beast martial soul, which even the Spirit Hall must regard with caution. We must secure this 9-heart mysterious herb at all costs, Yu Engine commanded after a moment of contemplation. This herb was of utmost importance, no matter the sacrifice. It had to be won. Yu Engine's motivation for acquiring the 9-heart mysterious herb stemmed from his soul power reaching the pinnacle of level 96. After decades of effort, he had yet to make any progress, as if an invisible barrier restrained him, preventing his breakthrough. He understood that the source of his stagnation was his mental power. His soul power had reached its limit, yet his mental prowess was insufficient to support a transition to level 97 Super Douluo. With the successful consumption of the 9-heart mysterious herb, he believed he had a 90% chance of breaking through to level 97. At that time, the standing of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would ascend to new heights. After all, the gap in power between a level 95 Title Douluo and those above is immense. Mere training cannot bridge such a divide. Yes, members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, upon hearing the directives of Yu Engine, responded with grave expressions, urging to continue raising the bid. It was imperative to secure the 9 hearts mysterious herb at the auction. The Star Dou Auction House witnessed an intense competition solely between the Spirit Hall and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, with the price escalating to astonishing heights. This rivalry among the top powers of the continent left many factions in awe, making it unwise for others to intervene. Chapter 24. The Exorbitant Celestial Herb, 20 million gold soul coins. At this moment, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family once more announced a shocking auction price. The instant this figure was revealed, all present were left speechless. It was outrageous. A mere herb fetching 20 million gold soul coins was simply excessive. Such was the demeanor of the elite powers, indeed wealthy and extravagant. At this juncture, Zhu Douluo found himself in a state of hesitation upon hearing that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family had bid 20 million gold soul coins for the 9 hearts mysterious herb. He had not anticipated their fervent obsession with this particular herb. The gold soul coins brought by the Spirit Hall were limited, and if they continued to escalate the bid, they would be unable to compete for the upcoming treasures. The subsequent auction items were bound to be even more valuable, causing Title Douluos to be torn, prompting him to glance at Bibi Dong for her counsel. Continue, Bibi Dong said, her eyes sparkling, her tone firm as she urged Title Douluos to persist. Few factions could rival the financial might of the Spirit Hall, save for the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Although their current gold soul coins were not plentiful, the Star Dou Auction House had not declared a prohibition on credit. They could secure the treasure now and later send someone to pay the remaining gold soul coins in person. 25 million gold soul coins. With newfound confidence, Title Douluos raised the bid by 5 million, hoping to intimidate the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family with such a substantial sum. At this moment, Title Douluos underestimated their determination to acquire the 9 Hearts mysterious herb. 50 million gold soul coins. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment as Yuanjin quelled his anger, pondering the reason behind the Spirit Hall's pursuit of the 9 Hearts mysterious herb. He understood that Bibi Dong and her companions did not urgently require the herb. So why persist? This herb was crucial for his breakthrough, and he could not afford to lose it, estimating that they had brought only 50 million gold soul coins. He boldly declared this price. The outcome now hinged on whether the Spirit Hall would continue bidding. Should they raise the bid again, he would have to concede the herb to them. What? That old fellow Yuanjin actually bid 50 million gold soul coins. Title Douluos had intended to increase his bid, but was unable to contain his anger upon hearing Yuanjin's announcement. Was he out of his mind? Spending 50 million gold soul coins on this 9 Hearts mysterious herb? Even if Title Douluos recognized its extraordinary value, he could not fathom Yuanjin being willing to expend such a fortune on it. Had he lost his senses? Well played, Yuanjin. I never expected the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family to bring so much gold soul coins this time. Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon the private box of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She was left wondering why Yuanjin coveted the 9 Hearts mysterious herb so desperately. Did he intend to rely on it to elevate his soul power level? The herb could enhance a Title Douluos' power by 1 or 2 levels, yet Yuanjin's strength had already reached Super Douluos, which would not suffice. There are still matters unknown. As for whether Yuanjin would ultimately succeed in his breakthrough, Bibi Dong was uncertain. How many gold soul coins do we bring this time? At this moment, Bibi Dong turned to Title Douluos, inquiring about their available funds to determine if they could sustain the ongoing auction. Only 80 million gold soul coins. Title Douluos replied respectfully, having initially believed that this amount would suffice for the auction. Their visit to the Star Dou Auction House was merely exploratory. They had not anticipated encountering such an abundance of treasures. Bibi Dong and her companions felt a pang of regret for not bringing more gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall. Unfortunately, they found themselves in a precarious position. If they continued to raise the bid for the 9 Hearts mysterious herb, their remaining gold soul coins would dwindle, insufficient for future treasures. Moreover, they were unaware if 50 million gold soul coins represented the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family's limit. Is that so? Bibi Dong pondered deeply, for about whether to secure the 9 Hearts mysterious herb. Her thoughts mirrored Title Douluos. No one could ascertain whether the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family had additional gold soul coins. Dare I ask the Star Dou Auction House if you accept credit? Bibi Dong's voice, tinged with uncertainty, broke the silence. Other factions leaned in, eager to hear whether the Star Dou Auction House would allow credit. If they did, perhaps they too could contest for the herb. Unfortunately, most factions had not brought sufficient gold soul coins, having underestimated the Star Dou Auction House's enigmatic nature and the plethora of rare treasures available. Apologies, but the Star Dou Auction House does not offer credit. It is cash on delivery. Moments later, Xianshuang directly declined Bibi Dong's inquiry, as the Star Dou Auction House had established rules against any form of credit. As soon as Xianshuang's words fell, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, struggling to comprehend the auction house's policy against credit. Why impose such restrictions? Yet, she dared not voice her objections. After all, they were on the auction house's territory, and provoking them could lead to dire consequences. Thus, she could only sit in silence, contemplating her next course of action. Let go of the 9 Hearts mysterious herb. After this auction concludes, you too shall visit the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family to see if you can negotiate an exchange for the herb with other items. Reluctantly, Bibi Dong decided to forego the ongoing competition issuing solemn instructions to Juve Douluo and Gue Douluo. She urged them to approach the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family after the auction in hopes of exchanging for the Nine Hearts mysterious herb. Originally, Bibi Dong had intended to adopt a fierce approach to seize the Nine Hearts mysterious herb, but the timing was not right. Their spirit hall was not yet strong enough to engage in such a bold maneuver. If they could acquire the herb through other resources, it would be most advantageous. 50 million gold soul coins once. 50 million gold soul coins twice. 50 million gold soul coins thrice. Now, I declare that the owner of the Nine Hearts mysterious herb is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. After a moment of silence, when no one among the gathered powers raised their bids, Xian Shuang announced the final victor of the Nine Heart Xian Grass. Chapter 25. The appearance of the 100,000-year soul bone shocks everyone. Upon hearing that the Nine Heart Xian Grass had been successfully acquired by him, Yu Yuanjin let out a long sigh of relief. The competition had been exceedingly fierce, and they had only brought along 50 million gold soul coins. Fortunately, the Spirit Hall refrained from further bidding at the last moment. Otherwise, he might have missed out on this celestial herb, which would have indefinitely delayed his breakthrough in soul power levels, leaving him uncertain if he would ever have the chance to advance again. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun observed the scene with some confusion, noting Yu Yuanjin's eager tone. Did he have an urgent need for the Nine Heart Xian Grass? He shared his doubts with Jiu Yu beside him, seeking an explanation for the situation. Reporting to the Pavilion Master, Yu Yuanjin's soul power level has reached the pinnacle of level 96. His accumulation of soul power is sufficient. However, his mental strength has not yet reached the critical point. He likely desires the Nine Heart Xian Grass to enhance his mental faculty for further breakthroughs. Jiu Yu glanced at Yu Yuanjin, perceiving the predicament he faced, and spoke plainly. I see. It is indeed regrettable that the Spirit Hall did not continue to raise their bid. Otherwise, they could have amassed a significant number of auction points. Lu Yun sighed, recalling how he had heard Bibi Dong mention credit, indicating her intention to keep increasing her bid. Alas, the system had imposed restrictions, forbidding credit at the Star Dou Auction House. Otherwise, Lu Yun would have eagerly agreed to Bibi Dong's proposal for credit, seizing the opportunity to acquire more auction points and rapidly enhance his strength. The rules of the system were in place, and he currently lacked the ability to resist them. He hoped the next auction item would allow him to gather more auction points. At that moment, as Lu Yun saw the Nine Heart Xian Grass being auctioned off, he felt a surge of anticipation for the arrival of the next item. It was clear that from the moment the third auction item was unveiled, all powers would be unable to maintain their composure, ready to stake everything in competition for it. The influx of gold soul coins was simply exhilarating. After delivering the Nine Heart Xian Grass to the private box of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Xian Shuang commenced the next auction. Buzz. With a flick of her right hand, a tremendous pressure emanated from the soul bone, enveloping the entirety of the Star Dou Auction House. Before them appeared a fiery red right arm soul bone, exuding overwhelming flames, as if the surrounding space were to be incinerated. Undeniably, the most striking aspect was that this soul bone bore the oppressive aura of a 100,000-year soul beast. All powers present could not help but take a step back, feeling the terrifying pressure. This was a soul bone. Who would have thought that the Star Dou Auction House would dare to auction off a soul bone? It was rather audacious, was it not? The intensity of this soul bone's aura hinted at its age being over 10,000 years. At that moment, the representatives on the first floor were rendered speechless upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a soul bone, finding it hard to believe. A soul bone is an exceedingly rare existence for soul masters in the Douluo continent. Most soul masters may never encounter even a single soul bone in their lifetime. Even the most ordinary century-old soul bones are nearly impossible to find. This indicates that soul bones hold a significance in the hearts of soul masters that surpasses even that of soul rings. Regrettably, many on the first floor had not truly experienced the potent aura of a formidable soul bone, and thus they merely speculated that this particular one was of the 10,000-year variety. In contrast, those on the second floor, upon seeing the soul bone, inhaled deeply, incredulity etched on their faces. Surely, they were not mistaken? The aura emanating from this soul bone left them unable to blink, their gazes fixed upon it, expressing sheer astonishment. It was indeed a 100,000-year soul bone. They cannot be wrong about the energy it exuded. This soul bone must have originated from a 100,000-year soul beast that commanded fire. At this moment, the elite powers of the Douluo continent found their breaths quickening, eager to bid for this 100,000-year soul bone. Yet they dared not make any move, patiently awaiting the Star Dou Auction House to announce the commencement of the bidding. Good heavens, the essence of a 100,000-year soul bone. What kind of organization is the Star Dou Auction House to present such a rare item? This soul bone is beyond the valuation of gold soul coins. What could be their intentions? Upon witnessing the 100,000-year soul bone, Ning Fengji could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes gleaming with excitement, overwhelmed with admiration. Although he was eager to bid for this soul bone, his heart was filled with endless questions. A 100,000-year soul bone is an invaluable treasure for any power. Why would the Star Dou Auction House choose to auction it? Moreover, each 100,000-year soul bone is exceedingly rare on the Douluo continent, and no power would dare expose them. Such a soul bone cannot simply be purchased with gold soul coins, and they are, in fact, priceless on the Douluo continent. This could not help but raise suspicions regarding the motives of the Star Dou Auction House. Regardless of their intentions, the immediate priority was to secure the acquisition of this 100,000-year soul bone. Beside him, Bon Douluo wore a similarly astonished expression, gazing at the 100,000-year soul bone without contemplating the broader implications, focusing solely on the urgency of acquiring it. After all, this was a 100,000-year soul bone. Should a Title Douluos absorb it, not only would their strength see a substantial increase, but they would also gain two entirely new soul skills. The potential enhancement to the strength of a Title Douluos was unimaginable. Yet, it was unfortunate that they had not brought an ample amount of gold soul coins. He wondered if they would be able to successfully bid for this 100,000-year soul bone. At that moment, Ning Fengji was engulfed in worry. The seven-treasure glazed tile school had come to the Star Dou Auction House merely for reconnaissance, without bringing sufficient gold soul coins. Undoubtedly, the competition for this 100,000-year soul bone would compel all powers to stake their entire fortunes. He could not help but question if the gold soul coins he had brought would suffice for this auction. Furthermore, the prohibition on credit at the Star Dou Auction House posed a significant challenge. What worried Ning Fengji the most was the Spirit Hall, which had yet to place a bid. This indicated that they possessed the most substantial wealth of gold soul coins. Consequently, Ning Fengji was deeply concerned. Regardless of the circumstances, he must exert every effort, for a 100,000-year soul bone represented the potential for his sect to gain another top-tier soul master. It was a treasure he could not afford to relinquish. Chapter 26. The final ownership of the soul bone. Upon witnessing the 100,000-year soul bone, Bibi Dong felt a tumultuous wave of emotions stirring within her, disregarding the presence of Ju Douluo and Ge Douluo, as she abruptly stood up, her breath quickening as she gazed intently at the 100,000-year soul bone before her. Truly, it is a soul bone of 100,000 years. How astonishing this revelation is. Bibi Dong had anticipated that the subsequent auction items from the Star Dou Auction House would be exceedingly precious. However, she never imagined that it would be a soul bone of such remarkable antiquity, regarded as the pinnacle treasure of the Douluo continent. Its worth far surpassing that of a 100,000-year soul ring. How could this not excite Bibi Dong? Although her own soul bone slots were already filled, it did not deter her from wishing to acquire this 100,000-year soul bone through auction. Furthermore, once a soul bone is absorbed by a soul master, there are means to detach it. Such actions would be tantamount to courting death for ordinary soul masters. Yet, for one of her caliber, who had participated in the divine examination, the cost of detaching a soul bone would not be excessively burdensome. The only consequence might be a reduction in her soul power, but in comparison to the benefits of a 100,000-year soul bone, such sacrifices seemed trifling. This precious soul bone could endow her with two formidable soul bone skills, elevating her strength to a higher echelon. This would provide a robust foundation for the Spirit Hall's quest to unify the Douluo continent. She could truly rise above the worship hall, making it clear to those venerable elders that the Spirit Hall was hers, and her decisions were beyond question. By any means necessary, she must secure this 100,000-year soul bone. After a brief moment, Bibi Dong composed herself and turned to the solemnly faced Ju Douluo and Ge Douluo, issuing her commands. Any force attempting to obstruct her acquisition of the soul bone would not be treated with leniency. Bibi Dong was particularly concerned that the Spirit Hall had only brought 80 million gold soul coins, uncertain if that would suffice to claim the soul bone. Yes, your holiness. I shall ensure that this 100,000-year soul bone is successfully auctioned for you, replied Douluo, and equally astonished by the emergence of such a treasure. This was indeed the apex of treasures within the realm of soul masters on the Douluo continent. And to witness it being auctioned by the Star Dou Auction House was nothing short of astonishing. After hearing Bibi Dong's subsequent directives, Douluo offered no resistance, responding with grave seriousness that, regardless of the circumstances, this 100,000-year soul bone must belong to the spirit hall. You should be well aware of the significance of this soul bone. I need not elaborate further. This soul bone originates from the right arm of a 100,000-year soul beast, the fire-liner heavenly wolf. The value of a 100,000-year soul bone is beyond dispute. It not only significantly enhances a soul master's soul power level, but also grants 2 premier 100,000-year soul bone skills. The initial bidding price for this soul bone is set at 30 million gold soul coins. At that moment, Xianshuang briefly introduced the specifics of the 100,000-year soul bone, announcing the starting bid, which would invite competition from all factions present. 50 million gold soul coins. Douluo exclaimed, immediately presenting a staggering offer that left all factions in a state of astonishment. It dawned on the soul masters on the first level that this soul bone was not merely a 10,000-year soul bone, but an exceedingly rare 100,000-year soul bone. The audacity of the Star Dou Auction House to present such a treasure for bidding was simply unbelievable. When the price soared to 50 million gold soul coins, there was no surprise among the crowd. Some even felt it was a bargain. After all, a 100,000-year soul bone was an indescribable treasure for soul masters on the Douluo continent, one that could not be measured by mere currency. 60 million gold soul coins. Ning Fengji, upon hearing the spirit hall raise the bid, continued to increase the offer by 10 million gold soul coins. He was determined to secure this 100,000-year soul bone, yet he remained anxious about whether the funds they had brought would be sufficient. What a mistake. Had I known, I wouldn't have auctioned the 9-heart Xian grass. Yuan Zhen, who had previously acquired the second auction item, was similarly overwhelmed upon encountering this 100,000-year soul bone. He was utterly dismayed, unable to comprehend that the third offering from the Star Dou Auction House would be such a remarkable treasure. Had he known, he would not have expended all his resources on the 9-heart Xian grass. Despite his spiritual power not having reached a breakthrough, he could have utilized this 100,000-year soul bone to elevate his soul power level. Yet it was too late. His entire fortune had already been committed to the second auction item, leaving him powerless to contend with the Spirit Hall and the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Moments later, Yuan Zhen resigned himself to the fact that he could no longer compete for the 100,000-year soul bone. The current price had escalated beyond his means. He conceded that the soul bone should be left for the Spirit Hall and the 7-treasure glazed tile school to vie over. In that instant, Yuan Zhen regarded the Star Dou Auction House as the most enigmatic force on the Douluo continent. A faction capable of presenting a 100,000-year soul bone could not possibly be insignificant. He began to anticipate the next auction, determined to bring forth the entire wealth of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, ensuring he would not be caught unprepared should another rare treasure arise. Your Holiness, I am at a loss for how to raise the bid further. It appears the 7-treasure glazed tile school has brought a substantial amount of gold soul coins. At this juncture, Douluo, upon hearing Ning Fengji's bid of 70 million gold soul coins, turned to Bibi Dong with concern. The Spirit Hall had only 80 million gold soul coins. If the 7-treasure glazed tile school possessed significantly more, they would be in dire straits. After all, the Star Dou Auction House did not permit credit. With a bid of 80 million gold soul coins, they had no choice but to take a gamble. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, speculating on the amount of gold soul coins the 7-treasure glazed tile school currently held. Taking a deep breath, she made a bold decision, instructing Douluo to wager all their gold soul coins. If the 7-treasure glazed tile school's funds exceeded 80 million, she would have to accept defeat. However, this 100,000-year soul bone was something she must possess. Even if the 7-treasure glazed tile school succeeded in acquiring it, she would not relinquish her pursuit. 80 million gold soul coins. At that moment, Douluo's solemn voice reverberated throughout the Star Dou Auction House. Chapter 27. The auction concludes alas. The Spirit Hall has indeed brought sufficient gold soul coins. It appears this 100,000-year soul bone is beyond the reach of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. At that moment, upon hearing Douluo call out 80 million gold soul coins, Ning Fengji felt a sinking sensation in his heart, his expression clouded with worry. Indeed, he had missed the opportunity for this 100,000-year soul bone. The 70 million gold soul coins he had previously bid was all his current wealth. He had hoped to take a chance and see if the Spirit Hall had sufficient funds, but as expected, he lost the gamble. Watching helplessly as the 100,000-year soul bone slipped into the hands of the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji felt a deep sense of regret. With this 100,000-year soul bone, the Spirit Hall strength would undoubtedly surge, making the position of the seven-treasure glazed tile school increasingly precarious. As events have unfolded, there is no turning back. After a considerable pause, Bibi Dong felt a surge of tension within her. Upon hearing that the seven-treasure glazed tile sect did not raise their bid, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Stability restored. This 10,000-year soul bone ultimately belonged to the Spirit Hall. 80 million gold soul coins, going once. 80 million gold soul coins, going twice. 80 million gold soul coins, going thrice. With no further bids, this 10,000-year soul bone was now the property of the Spirit Hall. At that moment, upon realizing the absence of more bids, Xian Shuang struck her wooden hammer and declared the owner of the 10,000-year soul bone to be the Spirit Hall. As the soul bone was auctioned off, Xian Shuang surveyed the surroundings with a beaming smile. Her melodious voice resonated throughout the Star Dou Auction House. This auction event has now concluded. We express our gratitude to the various factions for taking the time to participate in our auction. The next auction will be held in 1 month. Xian Shuang promptly announced the complete conclusion of this auction, awaiting a month for the initiation of the second event. These 3 auction items were hastily gathered from the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, resulting in a relatively brief auction duration. In anticipation of the next auction, Lu Yun will strive to amass more treasures. When the time comes, the duration of the auction will be significantly extended, and a considerable collection of gold soul coins will be accumulated. Is it truly over? What a pity. I had hoped to witness the Star Dou Auction House unveil more astonishing treasures. Not to worry. Have you not heard that the Star Dou Auction House will hold another auction in a month? We must ensure to arrive on time. During this time, let us gather gold soul coins to bid on a treasure. Indeed, after Xian Shuang announced the conclusion of the Star Dou auction, a look of unquenched desire spread across everyone's faces. Each item auctioned had left them in awe, wishing to see more. Yet it had come to an end. The silver lining for the attendees was the upcoming auction in a month, granting them another opportunity. With a newfound appreciation for the Star Dou Auction House's foundation, everyone aspired to participate in the next bidding. Thus, all factions gradually departed from the Star Dou Auction House, preparing for the event a month hence. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Yun made his way to the first floor of the Star Dou Auction House, receiving several storage rings from Xian Shuang. Upon seeing the glimmering gold soul coins within, an uncontainable smile spread across his face. Haha, I am here to claim the auction points. However, it is regrettable that the 10,000-year soul bone was auctioned for merely 80 million gold soul coins. What a loss. At that moment, Lu Yun seemed to ponder something, letting out a deep sigh. That 10,000-year soul bone was an exceedingly precious treasure, and even if it fetched a higher price, it would not be undeserved. Yet, selling for only 80 million gold soul coins was beyond his control. After all, the Star Dou Auction House had previously been an obscure faction. Thus, the other factions merely sought to test the waters, and managing to garner 80 million gold soul coins was a pleasant surprise for him. After acquiring the storage rings, Lu Yun departed and returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he eagerly addressed the system in his mind. System, convert all these gold soul coins into auction points. Detected that the total amount of gold soul coins acquired from this auction is 134 million. Therefore, converted into auction points, 134,000. The system's cold voice echoed in Lu Yun's mind. What? System, you must be mistaken. Such a vast sum of gold soul coins has yielded merely over 1,000 auction points? Lu Yun had initially anticipated a more substantial conversion of gold soul coins into auction points. However, receiving only this amount left him somewhat bewildered. How could this be? Could it be that the system had secretly appropriated the excess gold soul coins? According to the system's internal conversion rules, 10,000 gold soul coins can only be exchanged for 1 auction point. The system's icy voice continued. That conversion ratio is utterly outrageous. Upon hearing the conversion ratio, Liu Yun was left dumbfounded, clearly not expecting such an exaggerated rate. Due to the host acquiring auction points for the first time, the Supreme Shop has been opened free of charge. Just then, the system's cold voice rang out once more. Suddenly, a swirling fog materialized in Liu Yun's mind, appearing chaotic and opaque. As the mist gradually dissipated, a 9-story treasure tower emerged, exuding an extraordinary and mystical aura. Within Liu Yun's mind appeared an array of products and additional information. Any item that exists in the world could be found within this shop. Gazing at the dazzling array of goods and the numerous auction points required for each, Liu Yun could not help but let out a long sigh. He was still too impoverished. To acquire those top-tier treasures would likely consume hundreds of years. Thus, it was not a viable consideration for now. System, please filter for treasures pertaining to the Douluo continent. At this moment, Liu Yun directly instructed the system in his mind to filter for items applicable to the Douluo continent. He was uncertain whether artifact from other worlds would be compatible with the soul power system of the Douluo continent. As soon as his words fell, all items pertaining to the Douluo continent indeed materialized before him. Upon viewing the items and their respective auction points, he felt an immense sense of relief. Fortunately, the auction points were not as ludicrous as he had feared. Otherwise, he truly would have been unable to afford them. As for the conversion of such a large sum of gold soul coins into a mere 1,000 auction points, upon encountering the Supreme Shop, he harbored no grievances. The treasures available in the shop not only boasted a wide variety, but were also remarkably affordable. One could say that Liu Yun had struck a profit. Purchasing several treasures from the system for auction would undoubtedly yield substantial returns. This compounding of profit would allow him to accumulate countless auction points, swiftly enhancing his strength. Chapter 28. True Martial Spirit, Time and Space, Divine Tower, Douluo, Continent Dimension. Million-Year Soul Bone. Random, Auction Point Price. 99,999. Million-Year Soul Ring. Random, Auction Point Price. 99,999. God-Given Soul Ring. Limit 10,000 years. Auction Point Price. 599. Growth Soul Ring. Limit Unknown. Auction Point Price. 5,999. Auction Point Price. 899. Liu Yun gazed upon the items that materialized before him, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as a series of plans began to formulate in his mind. He had not anticipated that even items from Douluo 2 and beyond would be available. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Witnessing the array of products from the Douluo continent dimension, Liu Yun's excitement reached unprecedented heights. The system even had items that would be relevant for the next several millennia on the Douluo continent, much to Liu Yun's astonishment. However, among them, the soul spirit method and a series of precious soul spirits particularly caught his fancy. After all, the soul spirit method is a remarkably novel concept for contemporary soul masters of the Douluo continent. If he were to release his soul spirit, it would undoubtedly cause a tremor across the entire Douluo continent. Consequently, the influence of the Star Dou Auction House would ascend to unprecedented heights. Thus, Liu Yun must prepare for the opportune moment to commence the soul spirit auction. As for a series of other precious items, Liu Yun could periodically present them for auction, thereby attracting more soul masters to the Star Dou Auction House. What should he bring forth for auction next month? Liu Yun murmured softly as he contemplated the upcoming auction event. For the next auction, he intended to make full use of the auction points at his disposal. If executed well, he would undoubtedly amass a greater fortune in gold soul coins. All right, system, where's my soul spirit grand gift pack? At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Liu Yun. He had completely forgotten that the system had previously promised him a soul spirit grand gift pack upon the completion of his first auction. He then realized that the system had not reminded him of this. Could it be that the system intended to withhold the gift pack? Just as Liu Yun's thoughts settled, the cold voice of the system resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing your first auction. You are rewarded with one soul spirit grand gift pack. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun smiled indifferently, though he cast a glance of reproach at the system. Had he not remembered, the system might not have reminded him at all. Liu Yun chose not to dwell on the system's shortcomings and focused his gaze intently on a floating golden gift box before him. With a gentle touch of his right hand, a magnificent burst of golden light enveloped the room, infusing it with a power akin to divine creation, which swiftly entered Liu Yun's body. This enigmatic force coursed through his limbs and veins, continuously nourishing his bloodlines and meridians. Even his physique was enhanced severalfold. Congratulations, host, for experiencing a stroke of fortune. You have obtained a chaos-level martial soul, true self martial soul, space-time divine tower. Once the changes within Lu Yun settled, the system's voice echoed with astonishment. Clearly, even the system had not anticipated that Lu Yun would acquire such a powerful martial soul. What tier does a chaos-level martial soul belong to? Lu Yun discerned a hint of astonishment within the system's cold voice, which ignited a profound excitement within him. He was immensely curious about the origins of this chaos-level martial soul, which could elicit such surprise from a system of great capabilities. It must surely represent a mysterious and formidable rank of martial soul. Lu Yun knew that on the Douluo continent, the highest level of martial soul was merely divine, while chaos-level martial souls seemingly did not exist within that realm. The highest level of martial soul on the Douluo continent is classified as divine, whereas chaos-level martial souls far exceed divine martial souls in rank. The exact number of tiers above remains for the host to explore. The system continued to elucidate, providing Lu Yun with an ambiguous answer, allowing him to uncover it on his own. Well, in any case, my martial soul's rank is undoubtedly among the most powerful existences in the Douluo continent. At this thought, Lu Yun nodded lightly, deciding not to dwell on the magnitude of the chaos-level martial soul for the time being. As long as it was countless times stronger than a divine martial soul, it would suffice. Otherwise, the cold system would not have reacted with such astonishment. However, what were the specific functions of the true self martial soul and the space-time divine tower martial soul? At that moment, Lu Yun found himself perplexed, pondering the significance of the two martial souls that had emerged from the Grand Gift Pack. He fell into deep contemplation until, in the next instant, he opened his left hand, and a surge of golden light erupted. An ethereal figure, strikingly similar to Lu Yun, appeared behind him, exuding a mystical and profound aura, as if emanating from a being of supreme stature, invoking a sense of reverence and worship. Is this the chaos-level, true self, martial soul? It feels somewhat akin to my own martial soul. Lu Yun gazed at the figure of the true self, martial soul behind him, astonished. He had not anticipated that the true self, martial soul would resemble his own form, albeit with an overwhelming presence. However, Lu Yun recalled the concept of the intrinsic martial soul that emerged during the era of the Tang sect's unparalleled mastery. His martial soul was indeed himself, fitting into the category of intrinsic martial souls. Yet the intrinsic martial souls of that era merely represented a fragment of the body. In contrast, his true self martial soul was a complete manifestation of himself, leaving Lu Yun utterly intrigued by its potential. After all, intrinsic martial souls were significantly more potent than ordinary martial souls. Please do not compare that inferior intrinsic martial soul with the chaos-level true self martial soul. There is simply no basis for comparison between the two. The system's disdainful tone interjected, unequivocally belittling the intrinsic martial soul as far too weak to be compared with the true self martial soul. What specific functions does the chaos-level true self martial soul possess? Upon hearing the system's disparagement of the intrinsic martial soul, Lu Yun's mind sparked with curiosity. It seemed the true self martial soul had an extraordinary origin. The chaos-level true self martial soul is one of the most profound martial souls in existence, not at all inferior to your space-time, divine, tower martial soul. The primary function of the true self martial soul is its unparalleled ability to evolve as your strength increases. The true self martial soul can also enhance indefinitely without limits. In other words, the stronger you become, the stronger your true self martial soul becomes. Of course, this is merely one aspect of its capabilities. For further intricacies of the true self martial soul, the host must diligently enhance their strength to unlock its potential. Additionally, due to the low tier of the Douluo continent, the powers of the true self martial soul and the space-time divine tower are nearly entirely sealed. As the host's strength grows, the powers of these two chaos-level martial souls will gradually be unsealed. The system's cold voice, for once, provided a detailed explanation of some of the true self martial soul's capabilities. Chapter 29. The Evolving Soul Ring, So That Is How It Is. Upon hearing the system reveal a fragment of the true self martial soul's might, Lu Yun's face lit up with an indescribable joy. The true self martial soul is indeed formidable. It can be said that this martial soul possesses a unique growth potential that has never been seen in the historical annals of the Douluo continent. As his strength ascends, the true self martial soul will undoubtedly allow him to dominate all soul masters. Moreover, the system had previously indicated that the true self martial soul possessed other abilities, not inferior to those of the space-time divine tower martial soul. The growth potential of the true self martial soul filled Lu Yun's heart with anticipation for what heights it might reach in the future. As for the system's assertion that the powers of the true self martial soul and the space-time divine tower were almost entirely sealed, Lu Yun had no doubts. After all, the tier of the Douluo realm was exceedingly low. If the space-time divine tower in its prime were to manifest on the Douluo continent and even release a fraction of its power, it could annihilate the continent entirely, rendering it non-existent. At least, as his strength grew, the might of the two chaos-level martial souls would gradually be unleashed, which Lu Yun found quite agreeable. With a clearer understanding of the true self martial soul's specific functions, he shifted his attention to his right hand. A silvery radiance flickered in Lu Yun's right hand, and a silver-tinted tower, approximately 10 stories high, materialized, its surface glimmering with a spectral sheen. Surrounding space and time began to tremble due to the presence of the time-space divine tower, creating ripples of astonishing magnitude. Could it be that this martial soul is connected to time and space? Lu Yun gazed at the time-space divine tower martial soul in his right hand and felt the immense power of time and space contained within it. He understood the significance of this martial soul. The time-space divine tower martial soul left Lu Yun in a state of indescribable shock. It embodies the power of time and space. With time unyielding and space reigning supreme, these two forces represent the pinnacle of worldly power, and when combined, they manifest the highest force of existence. Mastering the power of time and space would render one invincible, capable of traversing the river of time and coexisting with the cosmos. Although he currently could not reach such heights, possessing a martial soul capable of bearing the power of time and space was undoubtedly remarkable. Lu Yun eagerly anticipated the ultimate power that the time-space divine tower martial soul would unleash. Such a formidable martial soul was classified merely at the chaos level. And since the true self martial soul was of the same caliber as the time-space divine tower martial soul, one could surmise that its mystery was equally profound. At this moment, Lu Yun glanced at the true self martial soul in his left hand, clearly caught in a dilemma. Both martial souls were extraordinarily powerful and of equal rank, yet he had to choose one as his primary focus, plunging Lu Yun into a quandary. Should he designate the time-space divine tower martial soul as his primary? After careful contemplation, Lu Yun ultimately resolved to prioritize the time-space divine tower martial soul. The power of time and space is among the highest forces in existence. If he could grasp even a fragment of its essence, it would significantly accelerate his training speed. Thus, after thorough deliberation, Lu Yun decided to choose the time-space divine tower martial soul as his primary due to its immense benefits. He did not believe that the time-space divine tower wielded only the ability to accelerate time. Lu Yun was equally filled with anticipation for the future development of the time-space divine tower. Was his innate soul power merely at the 20th level? Well, if that was the case, then so be it. With the time-space divine tower at his disposal, his future training speed would undoubtedly become extraordinarily rapid. After understanding the two chaos-level martial souls, Lu Yun focused intently on sensing his innate soul power and discovered, to his dismay, that it was only at the 20th level. After all, these were chaos-level martial souls. How could his innate soul power be merely at level 20 with the enhancement of two chaos-level martial souls? However, he recalled the system mentioning that the powers of the two chaos-level martial souls were largely sealed, allowing him to attain an innate soul power level of 20, which was somewhat reasonable. Furthermore, the power of time and space within the time-space divine tower could undoubtedly accelerate his training, greatly compensating for the deficiency in his innate soul power level. If Lu Yun's sentiments were heard by the outside world's soul masters, they would surely want to reprimand him. Was he speaking sensibly? To be dissatisfied with an innate soul power of level 20 was simply absurd. What then of their own fates as soul masters? First, he must absorb 2 soul rings. Moments later, Liu Yin dismissed these thoughts and began the process of absorbing 2 soul rings. Having finally acquired a martial soul, he was eager to absorb the soul rings to enhance his strength. Subsequently, Liu Yin purchased 2 growth-type soul rings from the shop. These soul rings were considered extraordinary, and as his physical strength increased, the lifespan of the soul rings could likewise grow indefinitely. As for the extent to which they could ultimately reach, the shop provided little explanation, but it was likely not insignificant. The price of the growth-type soul rings was even higher than that of the divine gift soul rings. Liu Yin speculated that these growth-type soul rings could potentially reach the 50,000-year level or even higher. For Liu Yin, the immediate priority was to quickly elevate his strength. Otherwise, what was the purpose of gathering so many auction points? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Liu Yin cleared his mind of distractions and promptly settled into a meditative position, summoning the time-space divine tower martial soul in his right hand. The immense power of time and space radiated outward, influencing the entire room. Liu Yin immediately crushed the golden orb in his hand, and a golden light suddenly enveloped his entire being, forming a golden soul ring that attached itself to his time-space divine tower martial soul. He watched as the color of the soul ring transformed from white to yellow and then to purple in the blink of an eye. Powerful soul energy continuously surged into Liu Yin's body. For the first time, he experienced the pain of absorbing a soul ring. Gritting his teeth in determination to enhance the lifespan of the soul ring even further. As time passed, Liu Yin neared the conclusion of absorbing his first soul ring. However, he was suffering immensely. The lifespan of his first soul ring had already reached the 5,000-year level. If outside soul masters were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be incredulous. It is well known that the typical lifespan of first soul ring is only about 400 years. Yet Liu Yin had defiantly shattered this norm. How could the absorption of a first soul ring with a lifespan exceeding 5,000 years not astonish others? As for why Liu Yin's first soul ring could achieve such a lifespan, the primary reason lay in his 2 chaos-level martial souls. Both martial souls were of the chaos level. Although their powers were sealed, the inherent mysterious forces they carried enhanced Liu Yin's physical strength. The power of the martial soul had improved Liu Yin's physique, allowing him to easily withstand the pressure of a 1,000-year soul ring. Otherwise, it would have tarnished the reputation of chaos-level martial souls. Thus, after enduring for a considerable time, Liu Yin finally completed the absorption of his first soul ring. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dazzling purple soul ring tightened and firmly bound itself to Liu Yin's time-space divine tower martial soul, radiating a captivating purple light. The lifespan of Liu Yin's first soul ring ultimately increased to over 7,000 years. Should outside soul masters see Liu Yin's first purple soul ring, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, perceiving him as an anomaly. After all, which soul master could absorb a first soul ring of such high longevity? The lifespan of this soul ring had already surpassed that of a typical soul master's fourth soul ring, enough to leave one astounded. Having completed the absorption, he realized that it was indeed challenging to absorb a soul ring beyond his level. If it were not for the true self martial soul releasing a peculiar power at the critical moment to bolster his physique, the lifespan of the first soul ring would certainly not have reached over 7,000 years. After absorbing the first soul ring, Liu Yin's eyes sparkled with unprecedented joy. The benefits of absorbing the first soul ring were immense. Not only had he acquired such a remarkable soul skill, but his physical strength had also been further enhanced through the activation of the powers of the 2 chaos-level martial souls, elevating his physical prowess several tiers. Therefore, Liu Yin felt confident that the lifespan of his second soul ring would undoubtedly reach the 10,000-year level. Additionally, this soul ring was a growth type, meaning that as his physical strength increased, the lifespan of this soul ring would also rise indefinitely. Ultimately, the extent of Liu Yin's abilities remained uncertain, though it was unlikely to be less than 500,000 years. Time and space manipulation. After absorbing the first soul ring, a brilliant light enveloped Liu Yin's eyes. Indeed, the soul skill birthed from his first soul ring was none other than time and space manipulation. As the name implies, it harnesses the power of the soul ring to exert control over a portion of time and space within a designated area. Unfortunately, with Lu Yun's current strength, he could only wield the power of time and space within a 10-meter radius. The mastery over this temporal power was but a mere fraction, allowing him to barely accelerate or decelerate time in that vicinity. He could not achieve the legendary ability to traverse the future, a feat Lu Yun surmised would require him to attain god-level strength. Lu Yun was immensely satisfied with the effect of his first soul skill. With it, he could significantly accelerate the flow of time around him, granting him more time to elevate his soul power level, thereby drastically shortening his future training duration. Of course, time and space manipulation meant Lu Yun could utilize the forces of time and space within a 10-meter radius. The prior manipulation of time was merely a basic application of temporal power, while his spatial power allowed him to teleport within that same area. However, the consumption of soul power for this teleportation was considerable. Given his current level, he could not afford to use it excessively without depleting his soul power. Lu Yun would refrain from frequent teleportation unless absolutely necessary. This marked the supreme power composed of temporal and spatial forces, the intricacies of which were unparalleled in the world. With renewed determination, Lu Yun stood and began to test his first soul skill. Narrowing his eyes, he summoned the time and space divine tower martial soul in his right hand, which emitted a silver radiance, causing ripples that affected the surrounding temporal and spatial fabric. Upon employing his first soul skill, Lu Yun could distinctly feel the vast temporal power around him, all under his command. Even though he could only utilize a fraction of this immense power, its impact was still astonishing. Gradually, Lu Yun experimented with the potency of his first soul skill, alternating between accelerating and decelerating time while simultaneously teleporting in various directions. After a brief moment, Lu Yun fully grasped his first soul skill, a smile of unprecedented joy gracing his face. Indeed, the time and space manipulation skill did not disappoint. It was overwhelmingly powerful. However, at his current soul power level, he could only accelerate or decelerate time by a factor of 5. As his soul power increased, this multiplier would expand infinitely. It was now time to absorb the second soul ring. Subsequently, Lu Yun seated himself once more, preparing to absorb the second soul ring. With a decisive motion, he grasped a golden orb in his right hand, and in an instant the orb shattered, releasing the soul ring that attached itself to the time and space divine tower martial soul. The ring's color shifted to black, unleashing an overwhelming pressure of a 10,000-year soul ring. Just as he had with the first soul ring, Lu Yun endured the pain as the years of the soul ring gradually increased. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, 2 black soul rings floated around Lu Yun, radiating dazzling light. The time and space divine tower martial soul emanated its divine might, causing the surrounding temporal forces to ripple throughout the room, creating an astonishing commotion. Fortunately, due to the Star Dou Auction House's influence, this commotion was effectively subdued, drawing little attention. What a tremendous gain this was! Truly, the time and space divine tower martial soul was extraordinarily powerful. After absorbing the second soul ring, Lu Yun exhaled deeply, his heart brimming with excitement. As he absorbed the second soul ring, a chaotic level of power surged within him, enhancing his physique several-fold. Effortlessly, he elevated the lifespan of the second soul ring to 20,000 years, while the first also upgraded to the same duration. Lu Yun had thus become a soul master with 2 10,000-year soul rings, an unprecedented achievement in the history of Douluo continent. Second soul skill, time and space strangulation. With a mere thought, the second soul ring on Lu Yun's body shimmered, releasing boundless temporal power. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the temporal forces before him rippled, emitting peculiar silver waves. The temporal power within the room surged visibly, boiling with intensity. This immense force gradually coalesced in Lu Yun's right hand. Once concentrated to a sufficient degree, Lu Yun thrust his fist forward and a series of explosive sounds erupted. Bang! The furniture before him shattered into tiny splinters, and upon reaching the door, a mysterious force emerged, scattering the temporal energy entirely. Chapter 31. Journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Indeed, the most enigmatic power of time and space strikes unseen. Lu Yun examined the force of his previous attack with satisfaction, marveling inwardly. This was indeed the supreme power composed of time and space. The skill he had just unleashed was born from the absorption of the second soul ring, known as time and space strangulation. It drew entirely on the surrounding temporal forces to deliver a formidable attack. However, due to his insufficient soul power level, he could not fully unleash the true might of time and space strangulation. Nevertheless, its potential was not to be underestimated. The power of time and space is formless and invisible, concealed within the endless air, rendering it undetectable. With time and space strangulation, one could eliminate foes without a trace. This greatly enhanced the skill's mystique and potency. As Liu Yun's strength grew, the power of this skill would similarly expand exponentially. Once Liu Yun attained a certain level of strength, he would be capable of annihilating all with this skill. Liu Yun continued to refine his use of the second soul skill, and then sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning to digest the gains of the day. Absorbing 2 soul rings in quick succession had elevated his soul power to level 26. Generally, after absorbing 2 10,000-year soul rings, one's soul power would not increase so modestly. This was primarily due to the 2 chaotic-level martial souls within Liu Yun, which continuously compressed his soul power, resulting in only a 6-level increase. Otherwise, his soul power would have surged above level 30, qualifying him as a soul venerable. However, this approach was more detrimental than beneficial, severely limiting his future development. A soul master's strength is not only related to their martial soul rings, and soul power level, but also hinges critically on the purity of their soul power. The more refined one's soul power, the more one can unleash unprecedented attacks using less energy, thereby enhancing endurance in combat. Liu Yun had no intention of sacrificing purity for the sake of soul power level. He must refine his soul power to a certain degree to unleash even more astonishing might. Thus, another day has passed, and the dawn quietly arrives, with golden sunlight illuminating the earth, heralding the rebirth of all living things. Liu Yun awoke early, preparing his belongings with the intention of having Jiu Yu accompany him to the Eye of Ice and Fire, to commence the collection of treasures for the upcoming auction in a month's time. If one were to speak of the place with the most treasures on the entire Douluo continent, it would undoubtedly be the Eye of Ice and Fire. Currently, this coveted site is under the control of Douluo, yet he remains oblivious to the true efficacy of the celestial herbs within. In the hands of Douluo, these top-tier celestial herbs are practically wasted, failing to realize their genuine value. It would be far better to entrust the Eye of Ice and Fire to him, where he could harness the power of those herbs, preserving their illustrious reputation. Moreover, Liu Yun has no desire to let the celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire fall into the hands of Tang San. He is aware that Tang San has not ventured to the Eye of Ice and Fire to harvest the premier celestial herbs. Today, Liu Yun intends to take Jiu Yu and completely collect the celestial herbs from the Eye. Additionally, Liu Yun hopes to relocate the Eye of Ice and Fire to the Star Dou Auction House, allowing for a continuous supply of celestial herbs, greatly benefiting the auction's proceedings. Liu Yun is uncertain whether he can transfer the Eye of Ice and Fire to the Star Dou Auction House. He lacks the ability to do so himself. But perhaps the system could assist him, albeit at a cost. Auctioning the celestial herbs from the Eye could accumulate a considerable number of auction points, thus making the transaction with the system worthwhile. Jiu Yu, accompany me to the Eye of Ice and Fire. As for Xian Shuang, remain at the Star Dou Auction House to guard this place, Liu Yun instructed as he exited his room, assigning one to follow him to the Eye and the other to protect the auction house. Given his current strength, he is certainly no match for Douluo, but both Xian Shuang and Jiu Yu possess the power to overpower him. To be on the safe side, it is prudent to have Jiu Yu accompany him to the Eye, aiming to swiftly deal with Douluo. With everything arranged, Liu Yun and Jiu Yu vanished in an instant from the Star Dou Auction House, soaring towards the direction of the Sunset Forest in the Tiando Empire. As Jiu Yu unleashed her full speed, within less than half an hour, they arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Liu Yun had previously instructed Jiu Yu to ascertain the precise location of the Eye of Ice and Fire, and they proceeded along the designated route. The moment they entered the Sunset Forest, a wave of humid air enveloped them, intermingled with the fragrance of rich earth. As they ventured deeper into the forest, encounters with soul beasts became increasingly frequent, and among them were numerous formidable soul beasts, including several 10,000-year-old ones. However, Jiuyu fully unleashed her power, causing the soul beasts to tremble in fear and scatter in panic. Even against a limit Douluo, 100,000-year soul beast would flee in terror. Otherwise, they would become mere soul rings. Is this the Eye of Ice and Fire? Lu Yun and Jiuyu arrived at a valley entirely concealed by lush vegetation. Without careful scrutiny, one would never suspect the existence of the Eye of Ice and Fire in such a hidden locale. Lu Yun distinctly felt a faint poisonous aura in the air, likely a poison formation set by Douluo to conceal the existence of the eye. While these measures could indeed deter intruding soul masters, they could not deceive their keen eyes. Jiuyu, I entrust this poison formation to you. Lu Yun turned to Jiuyu, acknowledging that he lacked the strength to dismantle it himself. Thus, it was left to her. Yes, master. Jiuyu replied respectfully. In the next moment, her immense soul power surged forward, and the once formidable poison formation crumbled to dust under the assault of her overwhelming force. The released energy radiated from the valley, swiftly expanding outward. The soul beasts within this vicinity were startled by the powerful soul force and began to flee in all directions, frantically seeking safety. As Lu Yun instructed Jiuyu to dismantle the surrounding poison formation, Douluo, situated within the Eye of Ice and Fire, immediately sensed the disturbance. Boom! A torrent of potent poison surged outward, causing the entire Eye of Ice and Fire to tremble. Chapter 32. Douluo who dares to intrude upon my domain? Are they seeking death? Douluo sensed that the intruder possessed considerable strength, yet to dare invade his territory was tantamount to courting disaster. Furthermore, this soul power aura was evidently generated by a human soul master. As a Title Douluos, Douluo would not easily let them go. Otherwise, where would he find the face to maintain his dignity? Whoosh! With that thought, Douluo transformed into a streak of light, swiftly charging forward. Jiuyu and Lu Yun did not immediately enter the Eye of Ice and Fire. Instead, they remained in place, quietly awaiting Douluo to walk into their trap. Before long, a man clad in a green robe appeared before Lu Yun, his long green hair flowing in the wind, emanating a formidable toxic aura. The surrounding flora wilted upon his arrival, a clear testament to the potency of the poison within him. Who are you? Why have you disrupted the poison formation I set? At this moment, Douluo finally noticed the two individuals before him, and upon probing with his spiritual sense, he found no trace of others. Presumably, these two were the culprits who intended to invade his domain. However, Douluo's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of wariness in his expression. He observed the youth beside him, who possessed an extraordinary aura that commanded his respect. As for the middle-aged man beside him, he felt equally peculiar. The man emitted no discernible aura, as if he were an ordinary individual. Yet, how could an ordinary person venture deep into the sunset forest? This realization led Douluo to conclude that these two were undoubtedly of significant origin, perhaps hailing from one of the top factions in Douluo continent. You are Douluo, are you not? Lu Yun inquired with a smile, addressing Douluo. You brat, who are you? How do you know my name? Douluo had never encountered this youth before, yet he could call out his name with such certainty, piquing Douluo's curiosity about the boy's identity. This valley, hidden within the sunset forest, was known only to him. How could anyone else be aware of it, let alone come here intentionally? Since you're a Douluo, that simplifies matters. From this day forth, this valley belongs to the Star Dou Auction House. I wonder if you have any objections? Lu Yun stated, nodding lightly, speaking with an air of gravity, as if the Eye of Ice and Fire was inherently theirs. Who are you, young man, to speak so brazenly? This place is my domain. I do not care who you claim to be from the Star Dou Auction House. Leave here at once, or I shall not hold back. Douluo thundered, unable to contain his rising anger upon hearing Lu Yun's insolent tone. The audacity of this youth was beyond belief, especially in a valley that he considered his territory. The Star Dou Auction House was unfamiliar to him, and he surmised it was merely an inconsequential force. Given this, Douluo felt no fear of the two before him. Today he was at the Eye of Ice and Fire, suppressing the toxins within himself, and chose not to engage with these two individuals. In the past, he would have dispatched them with a mere breath of his poison, reducing them to mere blood and viscera. Chapter 33. Forced to submit. Oh, is that so? I hope you can maintain your bravado for long, Lu Yun retorted coldly, instructing Jiuyu to demonstrate the harsh realities of society. With a disdainful snort, he fixed his indifferent gaze upon Douluo, urging Jiu to teach him a lesson, for the youth needed to be reminded of his place. Unlike the original tale, Liu Yun did not mention Douluo's poisoning to gain entry into the Eye of Ice and Fire. To him, as long as he possessed sufficient power, the entire valley was inconsequential. Even the death of Douluo would bear no weight. Thus, he had come to the Eye of Ice and Fire, allowing Jiu to accompany him. How could Douluo, who had just broken through to the rank of Title Douluos, hope to contend with an ultimate Douluo? Douluo, ready to counter Liu Yun's insolence, suddenly sensed something amiss. How could it be? These two knew his identity and recognized him as a Title Douluos powerhouse. Yet this young man dared to speak so disrespectfully. Did he not fear Douluo's wrath, which could easily lead to their demise? A foreboding feeling crept into Douluo's mind. Perhaps these two were far stronger than he had presumed. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed when Jiu exuded a formidable aura of an ultimate Douluo, pressing down upon Douluo with overwhelming power. With a muffled grunt, Douluo, caught off guard by the sheer might of the soul power that felt like the very heavens, felt a tumult within his heart. He hastily summoned his phosphorus snake emperor spirit to resist this oppressive force. However, Jiu showed no mercy, swiftly pinning Douluo to the ground, rendering him immobile. "Stop! No more!" Douluo cried out as Jiu raised his fists, mercilessly pummeling him, leaving him battered and bruised, begging for mercy. "So, who does this valley belong to?" Liu Yun inquired, observing the defeated Douluo with a faint nod, slowly approaching him with a sinister smile. "Of course, it belongs to the Star Dou Auction House. I will leave at once," Douluo choked out, blood rising in his throat as he panically acknowledged the ownership of the valley. At that moment, he felt utterly humiliated, his heart heavy with despair as he looked upon Liu Yun's devilish visage. He had never anticipated that these two would play the part of the underdog. With an ultimate Douluo intimidating him, a newly minted Title Douluos, was this not a classic case of the strong oppressing the weak? Yet, Douluo felt he could not voice his grievances. Doing so would likely lead to a far worse fate than mere beatings. Thus, when Liu Yun pressed him about the ownership of the valley, Douluo unhesitatingly capitulated to the Star Dou Auction House. If he continued to cling to the Eye of Ice and Fire, he risked losing his life. Though his body ached and his heart was heavy, Douluo was still profoundly astonished. What manner of force was the Star Dou Auction House? Why had he never heard of it? A force with an ultimate Douluo could never be insignificant in the Douluo continent. Could it be that the Star Dou Auction House was a hidden power, unknown to the people of Douluo? In Douluo's mind, the Star Dou Auction House became an entity to be avoided at all costs. As a solitary Title Douluos, he could not hope to contend with such a colossal force. Thus, thoughts of vengeance fled from his mind. He was instead focused on how to persuade this ultimate Douluo to allow him to leave the Sunset Forest. How much better it would have been to have done this sooner, avoiding the unnecessary pain. Upon hearing Douluo concede that the valley belonged to the Star Dou Auction House, Liu Yun nodded slightly. Indeed, even the most obstinate Douluo would yield under absolute strength. This realization filled Liu Yun with a desire to enhance his own power, growing ever more serious. Chapter 34. Poison gas pill. Do not rush to leave just yet, Liu Yun observed as he noted Douluo's eagerness to escape. After this ordeal, it was unlikely he would ever return to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Moments ago, Liu Yun had inquired with the system about how to relocate the Eye of Ice and Fire to the Star Dou Auction House. The system had provided him with a series of methods, even revealing treasures such as storage rings from the realm of immortality. However, the cost of such items was beyond Liu Yun's current means. The Eye of Ice and Fire could not be completely taken away. Thus it would have to remain in the Sunset Forest. Moreover, Jiu and Xin Shuang were primarily tasked with ensuring his safety alongside the Star Dou Auction House, leaving no one to guard the Eye of Ice and Fire. The living embodiment of a person stood before him in Douluo henceforth. Liu Yun decided Douluo would guard the Eye of Ice and Fire, and he would occasionally bestow upon him treasures that would benefit him for a lifetime. From my investigations, it seems you have not joined any faction. Would you consider joining the Star Dou Auction House? Liu Yun proposed directly, though his tone brooked no argument. In essence, should Douluo decline, he would likely face another round of punishment. "No, I have always cherished a life of freedom and will never join any faction," Douluo replied, shaking his head vigorously, akin to a rattle. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the magnitude of the Star Dou Auction House was beyond his imagination. Even amidst powerful factions, he was unwilling to be bound by their constraints. You refuse? Lu Yun queried, narrowing his eyes as he approached Douluo, speaking softly yet ominously. Sensing Lu Yun's intent, Jiu clenched his fists, preparing to continue the assault. Stop! I agree to join the Star Dou Auction House. Douluo exclaimed, raising his arms defensively to shield himself from the impending attack. He has come to realize that the current predicament is likely a consequence of his refusal to join the Star Dou Auction House. Originally, Douluo intended to remain unyielding, yet he was inexplicably rendered incapable of ending his own life by the means employed by Jiu. The relentless blows inflicted upon him caused him excruciating pain, compelling him to submit to Jiu's dominance and reluctantly join the Star Dou Auction House. Henceforth, you're now a member of the Star Dou Auction House. Upon witnessing Douluo's understanding, Lu Yun nodded slightly, prompting Jiu to release Douluo. After all, attempting to escape under the watchful eyes of an ultimate Douluo is akin to chasing a fantasy. Yet at this moment, Douluo remains oblivious to the extraordinary opportunities that await him as a member of the Star Dou Auction House. From this moment forward, the trajectory of Douluo's life has irrevocably shifted. Unbeknownst to him, a look of distress creased his countenance, his eyes cast toward Lu Yun and Jiu, resembling a bullied spouse. Indeed, all of Douluo's recent actions were born of coercion, leaving little room for genuine willingness. Thus, he harbored a flicker of discontent, yet dared not voice it for fear of further retribution. Since you are newly inducted into the Star Dou Auction House, I cannot present you with nothing. After a brief moment, Lu Yun recalled Douluo's affliction and, stroking his chin, directed his thoughts into the divine shop. Instantly, the system filtered out the most suitable elixir for Douluo. He expended 100 auction points to procure a poison pill source from a lower-tier cultivation realm. Although this pill was merely an inconsequential item from a lesser realm, its effects were nonetheless formidable. Even in the most basic cultivation realm, its potency far surpassed that of the Douluo continent. Thus, this seemingly insignificant poison pill sufficed to eradicate the toxins within Douluo's body and, to some extent, enhance his own poisonous essence. His soul power might even experience a remarkable advancement. As for why Lu Yun did not opt for a superior poison pill, the only explanation was his financial constraints. In the next moment, a plain green pill materialized in Lu Yun's hand, devoid of any discernible aura. Without hesitation, he tossed the pill into Douluo's mouth, leaving him no time to react. The poison pill dissolved upon contact, swiftly permeating Douluo's entire being. What have you fed me? Douluo exclaimed in alarm as he sensed the foreign substance enter his mouth, initially attempting to expel it, only to discover it had already integrated into his body. His face contorted in fear as he looked at Lu Yun, questioning whether this young man intended to end his life. Your life is of little value. Sit cross-legged and absorb this power. I believe you'll be grateful for my assistance in due time. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun subtly shook his head, omitting any mention of the poison pill, while urging Douluo to meditate and absorb the terrifying effects of the elixir. Relieved by Lu Yun's assurance, Douluo understood that he was unlikely to suffer harm. He settled into a meditative position, channeling the potent energies coursing through him. The toxins that had once invaded his very marrow began to dissipate, transforming into a beneficial essence that flowed throughout his being. His blue phosphor snake emperor martial soul emerged instinctively, emanating a formidable aura as the toxic energy within him intensified. At a certain moment, Douluo experienced a breakthrough. As the sound of shattering bottlenecks resonated around him, his soul power surged, surpassing level 92 and reaching the pinnacle of level 93. He was mere moments away from ascending to the 94th level of Title Douluos. Should any external soul masters witness this transformation, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous with each passing level, especially at the Title Douluos tier, where a single advancement could require years of relentless effort. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Douluo had achieved nearly 2 levels of advancement simply by consuming an ordinary poison pill, a feat that would leave many in disbelief. Such was the terrifying efficacy of the elixir from the cultivation realm. Even a lowly pill held immense value. Chapter 35. celestial herb, as the effects of the poison pill fully manifested, Douluo opened his eyes, quickly realizing that all traces of the toxins within him had been eradicated. His soul power had indeed risen to the peak of level 93, leaving him just a step away from breaking into level 94. The astonishing gains momentarily left him in a state of disbelief. Surely, I must be imagining this. After several meticulous examinations, he confirmed that his power had genuinely advanced to level 93, a mere step away from level 94. Douluo could hardly fathom the reality before him, yet the undeniable truth left no room for doubt. After a while, he rose to his feet, his gaze gleaming with newfound brilliance as he faced Lu Yun. He recognized that the remarkable transformation he had undergone was a direct result of the pill Lu Yun had bestowed upon him. To his astonishment, it was of such extraordinary quality. In Douluo's experience, he had never encountered a treasure capable of elevating a Title Douluos soul power by 2 levels. Such a notion seemed almost fantastical. Douluo understood that treasures of this nature were exceedingly rare. Yet he was perplexed as to why Lu Yun would willingly part with such a significant artifact. Thank you. After a moment, Douluo's complex emotions shifted into words of gratitude. He found himself willingly joining the Star Dou Auction House, recognizing the immense benefit he had received. To depart now would not align with his character. The fact that the Star Dou Auction House could produce such a precious item indicated their formidable influence. Moreover, he concluded that joining the Star Dou Auction House was not a source of shame. Henceforth, he would diligently serve the organization. Do not appear so inexperienced. The poison pill I gave you is merely the most basic of items. Should your future endeavors meet my expectations, I can provide you with even more precious treasures, perhaps even aid you in achieving a divine breakthrough. Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction at Douluo's gratitude, feeling that the value of the poison pill had not been squandered. His intention in having Douluo join the Star Dou Auction House extended beyond the guardianship of the ice and fire Yin-Yang. It was also about character. Having read the original story, Lu Yun understood that Douluo was a person of steadfast convictions, rarely swayed from his beliefs. With his induction into the Star Dou Auction House and the recent favor bestowed upon him, Douluo would likely commit to serving the organization faithfully. This allowed Lu Yun to entrust the management of the ice and fire Yin-Yang to Douluo without concern. Upon hearing Lu Yun's astonishing statements, Douluo displayed an expression of disbelief. He could accept the first part of the statement, but the notion of achieving a divine breakthrough seemed utterly implausible. After all, divine beings had become mythical figures on the Douluo continent. He considered his own talents to be merely average, making the prospect of transcending to such heights seem entirely impossible. After the two of us departed, you remained stationed at the Eye of Ice and Fire, as usual, reminding everyone that no one must step within. Lu Yun noticed the disbelief etched on Douluo's face. He chose not to say anything, as Douluo would eventually uncover the mysteries and might of the Star Dou Auction House. By then, even if he were to be driven away, he would not leave. Lu Yun refrained from discussing the matter further, swiftly leading Douluo alongside them into the Eye of Ice and Fire. Along the way, he briefed Douluo on the responsibilities post-departure, primarily the guardianship of the Eye, ensuring that no nefarious individuals could trespass. After all, the Eye of Ice and Fire was Lu Yun's golden goose, not to be plucked easily. Yes, master, Douluo replied respectfully, beginning to comprehend his role and recognizing that the youth before him was indeed the proprietor of the Star Dou Auction House. Thus, Lu Yun and his companions gracefully entered the Eye of Ice and Fire. As Lu Yun gazed ahead, a tumult stirred within him. He beheld a modest circular pool, where the fiery red Yang spring and the icy blue Yin spring were starkly delineated, each respecting the other's domain. It was reminiscent of the duality of black and white, a harmonious coexistence, each force countering the other. Lu Yun marveled for quite a while, his gaze sweeping around to reveal clusters of exquisite celestial herbs. The fragrant Uxi Ing Q Lu, a potent antidote, neutralized all toxins within its aromatic radius, standing as the finest protective herb against poison. His attention was drawn to the shoreline where the waters of the Eye converged. There bloomed a large pale pink flower, its petals resembling translucent crystals, with a central core of soft purple. The Qing Tnj, a neutral celestial herb, fortified one's vitality and invigorated the blood. capable of cultivating an indestructible body, albeit devoid of fragrance. The BBNCNLN, a gentle medicinal herb, required to be encased in jade, remained fresh for millennia, its rich orchid scent clearing the mind and invigorating the spirit. Amidst the rare celestial herbs, Lu Yun navigated effortlessly upon sighting each herb. Its name and description naturally surfaced in his mind. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon two celestial herbs flourishing within the eye, the BG Osu Nbing Co and the Li Hu X Ing G Osh. The former, situated at the center near the Een spring, showcased an octagonal form with glimmering central blossoms, categorized as an extraordinary cold poison herb. The latter, growing at the heart of the Yang spring, radiated a vibrant red, the antithesis of the former, representing a premier fire poison herb. Before Lu Yun stood a plethora of top-tier celestial herbs, and with his system, he could discern their effects clearly. Some herbs even possessed properties unrecorded in the original texts, leaving Lu Yun in awe. Subsequently, as he walked, he deftly harvested the mature celestial herbs, placing them into his system space. This space, activated by his system, expanded as his power grew, possessing the unique ability to halt time for anything contained within it. Thus, even after millennia, the herbs would remain unchanged, preserving their potency. I shall absorb these two herbs first. Upon familiarizing himself with all the herbs, Lu Yun's gaze fixated on the BG Osu Nbing Co and the Li Hu X Ing G Osh. One of the reasons for his visit to the eye, to refine his physique through these herbs. Chapter 36. Douluo Bo's astonishment. You will guard the vicinity of the eye of ice and fire. I will proceed to absorb those two herbs. At that moment, Lu Yun's eyes were fixed intently on the Li Hu X Ing G Osh and the BG Osu Nbing Co. These herbs, being top tier, could significantly enhance one's physique. Although his body could endure the soul rings of 10,000 years, a stronger physique would amplify his power. His secondary purpose for coming to the eye was to assimilate the BG Osu Nbing Co and the Li Hu X Ing G Osh. Buzzing sounds resonated as Lu Yun approached the Eye of Ice and Fire, unleashing the power of his time and space divine tower. The spatial force rippled across a 10-mile radius. A dagger materialized in Lu Yun's hand, and with a surge of spatial energy, it vanished from sight, reappearing to sever the Li Hu X Ing G Osh. Upon touching the ground, the area around it turned pitch black. Next, Lu Yun retrieved another dagger. Similarly, harvestik vebe oksu nbe nagit all. These two herbs contain formidable ice and fire toxins that most entities could not withstand. As the daggers made contact with the herbs, they shattered instantly. Lu Yun focused his soul energy, gradually lifting the two herbs before him. He plucked a leaf from each and consumed them simultaneously. Subsequently, he leaped into the Eye of Ice and Fire, endeavoring to fully refine the potent energies of the herbs. Though capable of enduring the soul rings of 10,000 years, Lu Yun felt a modicum of discomfort upon entering the eye. It was still challenging, for even Douluo Bo found it arduous to remain within for extended periods. Not good. Douluo Bo, initially stationed, soon witnessed Lu Yun's reckless plunge into the eye. Alarmed by this sight, he hurried to rescue him. After all, even he dared not linger in the eye for long. Such an act was tantamount to courting death. Do not worry. The master knows what he is doing, Jiu Yu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Douluo Bo. Everything our master undertakes is with absolute assurance. She remained vigilant, ready to intervene should anything go awry. Reassured by Jiu Yu's words, Douluo Bo quelled his tumultuous thoughts. If she believed Lu Yun was safe, then perhaps all was well. Thus, he stood still, awaiting Lu Yun's absorption of the celestial herbs. As time passed slowly, Jiu Yu and Douluo Bo kept vigil by Lu Yun's side. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire, Lu Yun began to draw upon the immense powers of ice and fire, fortifying his being. His physical strength soared as a torrent of energy surged within him. The two soul rings around him emerged, deepening in hue, rapidly progressing toward higher tiers. Lu Yun's dual chaos-level martial spirits also absorbed the surrounding energies, gradually unlocking their dormant might. In this manner, an aura enveloped Lu Yun, manifesting a scene of overwhelming dominance, accompanied by a chaotic distortion of time and space. Should any weak soul master have been near him, they would undoubtedly have been obliterated by this temporal force, ceasing to exist. was this formidable power? Douluo gazed in astonishment at Lu Yun, feeling the incredible energy fluctuations surrounding him. He could sense the terrifying nature of the forces enveloping Lu Yun, deepening his understanding of the young man. Not only did Lu Yun possess an abundance of treasures, but he also harbored an enigmatic martial soul. Truly, as a master of the Star Dou Auction House, his reputation was well-deserved. However, Douluo's curiosity was piqued regarding the extent of the Star Dou Auction House's power. Are those two spirit rings truly 10,000 years old? Douluo thought, his astonishment mounting as he discerned the two 10,000-year spirit rings orbiting Lu Yun's form. He instinctively recoiled, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, yet the colors of the rings remained as he had initially perceived. The sheer existence of two 10,000-year spirit rings astounded him beyond measure. For an ordinary human spirit master, the first two spirit rings would typically only be a mere 100 years old, and yet his master had absorbed two of such monumental age. It was utterly terrifying. After the initial shock, Douluo's curiosity deepened. How had Lu Yun achieved such a feat? The notion of 10,000-year spirit rings was almost beyond comprehension. His mind raced with admiration for Lu Yun. With each unfolding event, Douluo's sense of belonging to the Star Dou Auction House intensified. It seemed like a promising opportunity. Perhaps joining the Star Dou Auction House was indeed a wise choice. Meanwhile, Jiuyu observed the unfolding scenes with calm indifference. To him, their master's actions were nothing worthy of surprise. As half a day passed, Lu Yun sensed a substantial increase in his physical strength. Having fully absorbed the effects of the octagonal ice grass and the fire apricot blossom, suddenly he opened his eyes wide, leaping from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, returning to solid ground. Indeed, this harvest was nothing short of fulfilling. Lu Yun felt a surge of satisfaction as he acknowledged his newfound physical strength, which had nearly doubled. The age of his first two spirit rings had also surged to about 40,000 years, a testament to the magnitude of his gains. Typically, even with the assistance of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the effects of the octagonal ice grass and the fire apricot blossom would not elevate his spirit ring age by 20,000 years. After all, these supreme herbs would not drastically enhance his physical strength to such an extent. Moreover, his two chaotic martial souls had absorbed a formidable power from the depths of the lake, gradually unlocking a portion of their mysterious capabilities, resulting in his rapid physical growth. Lu Yun speculated that the energy absorbed by his two martial souls might stem from the 2 million-year-old spirit bones located beneath the ice and fire yin-yang, divine bones belonging to the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. The formation of the ice and fire yin-yang was rooted in the remains of these divine beings, who had once served under the dragon god, evolving over countless years into their present form. Chapter 37. The turbulence of the continent, due to the absorption of considerable power from the divine bones by his chaotic martial souls. The strength within the ice and fire yin-yang was far diminished compared to before. Even so, it could still produce many top-tier herbs, albeit with a longer maturation period. Master, Douluo and Jiuyu greeted respectfully upon Lu Yun's awakening. Jiuyu remained unfazed, while Douluo was profoundly shaken. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts. The changes he perceived were beyond his comprehension. Through his perception, he discovered that the age of Lu Yun's first two spirit rings had astonishingly reached 40,000 years, whereas they had previously been just over 20,000. How could their age have increased? Though Douluo was rife with questions, he refrained from inquiring further. After some contemplation, he surmised that the enhancement of spirit ring age was likely a secret held by the Star Dou Auction House. If this conjecture were true, Douluo's heart raced with anticipation. If he diligently assisted the Star Dou Auction House, could it mean that his own spirit ring age could also be elevated in the future? This realization filled him with immense excitement, as if a great fortune had suddenly befallen him. From that moment on, Douluo fully embraced his role as a member of the Star Dou Auction House, determined to contribute earnestly. In doing so, not only could his spirit power be enhanced, but he could also aspire to attain the legendary 100,000-year spirit rings. A cascade of beautiful aspirations blossomed within Douluo's heart. Lu Yun noticed the shift in Douluo's gaze and subtly nodded in acknowledgement. The events of the day had profoundly shaken Douluo's worldview. He would likely focus intently on assisting the Star Dou Auction House from now on. Naturally, should Douluo perform well, Liu Yun would not hesitate to reward him with treasures that could benefit him for a lifetime. Let us depart. Our journey to the ice and fire yin-yang has concluded. It is time to prepare for the auction a month hence, Liu Yun stated, clarifying his gains before addressing Jiu Yu, signaling their exit from the Sunset Forest. His initial intentions for visiting the ice and fire yin-yang were twofold: to harvest various mature herbs for future auctions, and to enhance his physical strength using the octagonal ice grass and the fire apricot blossom. Capturing Douluo had been a spontaneous decision, yet the expedition had proven immensely fruitful, necessitating their departure. Douluo, you shall be responsible for safeguarding the ice and fire yin-yang. However, should you wish to join the Star Dou Auction House, you may, provided you ensure that no one else enters the ice and fire yin-yang. Liu Yun continued, imparting crucial instructions to Douluo to guard the sanctity of the ice and fire yin-yang. He was aware of Tang San's capabilities and possessed memories from his past life. Should Douluo abandon his post, it was conceivable that Tang San might exploit the opportunity to infiltrate the ice and fire yin-yang. Given Tang San's character, he could potentially strip the ice and fire yin-yang of its treasures, a scenario Liu Yun was keen to avoid. Yes, master. I vow to protect the ice and fire yin-yang with my life, Douluo affirmed resolutely, understanding the gravity of his responsibility. Very well, Jiu Yu, let's go, Liu Yun replied, nodding slightly before departing the ice and fire yin-yang alongside Jiu Yu, heading toward the Star Dou Great Forest. As Liu Yun's figure faded from sight, Douluo resumed his vigil at the ice and fire yin-yang. While the events transpiring within the Star Dou Auction House began to spread rapidly throughout the Douluo continent, a new storm was on the horizon. The Spirit Hall, Your Holiness. Is it true that the Star Dou Auction House has indeed put a 10,000-year soul bone up for auction? Within the hallowed halls of the Papal Palace, the most formidable beings of the Spirit Hall have gathered, each one a Title Douluos of unmatched prowess. Should external forces witness this scene, disbelief would undoubtedly wash over their faces, for they could not have anticipated the sheer number of Title Douluos residing within the Spirit Hall, a sight that inspires both awe and trepidation. The source of this inquiry is none other than the esteemed elder of the Spirit Hall, Douluo Lingyuan. Indeed, Your Holiness speaks the truth. I, along with the old ghost, was present and beheld the Star Dou Auction House unveil a 10,000-year soul bone for bidding. It is worth noting that this remarkable relic was successfully auctioned by Your Holiness. At this moment, Douluo Ju shot a proud glance at Douluo Lingyuan, declaring the astonishing events of the day with an air of superiority. After all, it was he who called out the price at the auction for this 10,000-year soul bone, and the pride he felt was palpable. He had never encountered such a treasure in his lifetime. The mere thought of it filled Ju Douluo with exhilaration. What enigma the Star Dou Auction House is. One must ponder its origins and the vast resources it possesses, capable of auctioning items of such immense value as a 10,000-year soul bone, an act that seems almost extravagantly indulgent. Upon hearing this astonishing news, another Title Douluos could not restrain a gasp of amazement. A 10,000-year soul bone. They had never laid eyes upon such a treasure. Who could have foreseen that this unknown entity, the Star Dou Auction House, would present it for sale? However, among the assembled Title Douluos, a twinge of regret surfaced in their hearts. Had they known, they would have accompanied Your Holiness to witness the auction of the 10,000-year soul bone firsthand. In summary, the Star Dou Auction House is indeed an extraordinary establishment. Though they presented only 3 items this time, each one was a pinnacle treasure of the Douluo continent. The depth of the Star Dou Auction House's resources is surely profound, and it seems we have been fortunate to acquire this 10,000-year soul bone. The 10,000-year soul bone is the most coveted treasure in the Douluo continent, one that cannot be measured merely in gold soul coins. Hearing the elder's discourse, Bibi Dong reflected solemnly, her heart brimming with joy. With the possession of a 10,000-year soul bone, should she absorb its essence, her power would undoubtedly surge to new heights. Yet, she pondered, it is indeed peculiar that the Star Dou Auction House would auction such a rare treasure. If a faction possessed a 10,000-year soul bone, they would likely wish to keep it for themselves. Why would the Star Dou Auction House trade it for mere gold soul coins? At this juncture, another Title Douluos elder voiced his own perplexity. The value of the 10,000-year soul bone is self-evident, while gold soul coins are but trivial possessions. Why would the Star Dou Auction House choose to exchange one for the other? Chapter 38. Douluo Guangling and Douluo Qingwan. I am not entirely certain. Perhaps the Star Dou Auction House harbors some undisclosed agenda. Nevertheless, securing this 10,000-year soul bone for 80 million gold soul coins is a lucrative transaction. Once my powers ascend to greater heights, all obstacles shall be effortlessly surmounted. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt bewildered, uncertain of the true motives behind the Star Dou Auction House's actions. Yet, she refrained from expressing her thoughts, believing that once her strength was augmented, all mysteries would be unveiled in due course. However, had she been a master of the Star Dou Auction House, she would never trade a 10,000-year soul bone for gold soul coins. For now, her primary goal is to enhance her own power. The answers to her questions will eventually reveal themselves. If Lu Yin were to overhear the discussions among the attendees, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of helplessness. After all, he too did not wish to exchange gold soul coins for a 10,000-year soul bone. Yet, for the future benefits of the Star Dou Auction House, one must sometimes make sacrifices. Using a 10,000-year soul bone to unlock subsequent markets for the Star Dou Auction House is indeed a worthy venture. Moreover, this particular soul bone could be considered a stroke of fortune for him, as he has utilized it to amass a multitude of auction points. In conclusion, Lu Yin does not deem this endeavor a loss. The subsequent 10,000-year soul bones will not be auctioned off at meager prices. He intends to reap substantial profits from the soul masters of the Douluo continent. The 10,000-year soul bone is an inconceivable treasure in the eyes of all soul masters, and few factions can resist its allure. This is the source of Lu Yin's confidence. Your Holiness, 1 month hence, will we have the opportunity to attend the next auction at the Star Dou Auction House? At this moment, the assembly of Title Douluos fell into a contemplative silence, their hearts laden with curiosity. However, unable to procure answers, they suppressed their thoughts. Before long, several among them expressed eagerness to visit the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time. Should they encounter treasures suited to their needs, they might very well bid on them, for over the years, they have accumulated a considerable amount of gold soul coins. Certainly, but remember to conceal your identities. It is imperative that external forces do not discover your affiliation with the Spirit Hall. We must maintain a facade of restraint for the time being. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong contemplated the matter and consented to allow more Title Douluos to attend the auction at the Star Dou Auction House. The trove of treasures presented by the Star Dou Auction House is vast, and it is possible there may be items suitable for many of the elders. Nonetheless, Bibi Dong took the time to remind those present to ensure their identities remain hidden. The true strength of the Spirit Hall will not be revealed to the outside world in the near future. Otherwise, it could greatly hinder the Spirit Hall's future plans. Understood? Your Holiness. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's approval, the Title Douluos wore expressions of delight. Inwardly, they began to formulate plans to gather gold soul coins over the next month, eager to secure a useful treasure at the auction. Finally, Bibi Dong continued to relay a few more instructions before dismissing Douluo Ju and the others. She was eager to begin the process of absorbing the 10,000-year soul bone, anxious to discover the soul bone skills it would bestow upon her. Deep within the Spirit Hall, in the offering hall, a resplendent chamber emanated an aura of formidable power, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Within this magnificent hall stood 7 soul masters, each radiating the pressure of Title Douluos above level 95. These 7 individuals represent the true foundation of the Spirit Hall, its most powerful entities. What are your thoughts on this matter? The leader of the assembly, a middle-aged man with flowing golden hair, radiated a dense aura of divine, angelic light. This man is Douluo, one of the 3 limit Douluos of the Douluo continent, known as the Invincible Sky. He is the true master of the Spirit Hall. And although Douluo has been in seclusion, he has still managed to learn through his informants that Bibi Dong has acquired a 10,000-year soul bone today. Initially, Douluo regarded this event with indifference, feeling that it was of little consequence. However, it prompted him to contemplate deeper issues. The ability to auction a 10,000-year soul bone signifies an extraordinary force behind it. On another note, the acquisition of a 10,000-year soul bone by Bibi Dong will undoubtedly enhance her power, potentially elevating her prestige within the Spirit Hall to unprecedented heights. Should Bibi Dong truly come to dominate the Spirit Hall, it would spell disaster. Great Elder, I believe we should pay a visit to the Star Dou Auction House next month to witness their true capabilities. A 10,000-year soul bone is immensely valuable, Even we lack such a treasure. With Bibi Dong absorbing one, her strength will vastly surpass ours, and we cannot remain passive. If the Star Dou Auction House indeed possesses such profound depth, we might be able to derive some benefits from it. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire palace fell into silence until another middle-aged man spoke up. This man, muscular and exuding a formidable peak d'Aura, was the second elder of the Hall of Offerings, the Golden Crocodile Dou, a peak d'Aura of level 98, with a top-tier beast martial soul, the Golden Crocodile King. In the Hall of Offerings, Golden Crocodile's strength is second only to Title Douluos. The second elder's reasoning is indeed sound. We should indeed visit the Star Dou Auction House. It has been many years since we old fellows have left this place. It is time to experience the outside world. At that moment, another elder voiced strong agreement with the Golden Crocodile's sentiment. The unknown Star Dou Auction House may pose a threat to their spirit hall's dominance over the continent. This potential danger must be thoroughly investigated. Of course, the primary objective is to observe what auction items the Star Dou Auction House will present in a month. Perhaps they can acquire some treasures to bolster their strength. They are all aware that Bibi Dong harbors significant ambitions, and it likely won't be long before she extends her claws toward them. It is imperative that we do not allow Bibi Dong to succeed. In that case, let us proceed as you suggest. Guangling and Qing Wan. The task of uncovering the true depth of the Star Dou Auction House falls to you both. Remember that your main goal is to monitor Bibi Dong to prevent any dealings between her and the Star Dou Auction House. Qian Daolu subsequently instructed the Guangling Douluo and Qing Wan Douluo to head to the Star Dou Auction House in a month. Chapter 39. The Haotian sect moves out. Guangling Douluo, the fifth elder of the Hall of Offerings, possesses a soul power level of 96, while Qing Wan Douluo, the third elder, stands at 97. Their strength ranks among the elite within the Hall of Offerings. Thus Qian Daolu feels assured in sending them to the Star Dou Auction House. We shall obey the great elder's command. Upon receiving Qian Daolu's instructions, Guangling Douluo and Qing Wan Douluo nodded respectfully, internally resolving to thoroughly investigate the depth and combat capabilities of the Star Dou Auction House. With their strength, they could easily escape should they encounter adversaries. Meanwhile, the other elders, while also wishing to visit the Star Dou Auction House, were constrained by Qian Daolu's directives and remained in the Hall of Offerings, as the safety of the Spirit Hall required their vigilance. This time, let Guangling Douluo and Qing Wan Douluo venture forth together. At the Haotian sect, amid steep cliffs, figures swiftly traversed the terrain toward the summit. Upon reaching their destination, they encountered a colossal structure, as solid as iron, exuding a heavy aura. This stronghold was the Haotian sect, the original premier sect of the Douluo continent, which had been forced into seclusion due to the oppression from the Spear Hall. Recently, disciples from the Haotian sect had also heard rumors regarding the Star Dou Auction House, prompting them to rush back to report this momentous news to their sect leader, in order to prepare for the impending situation on the Douluo continent. There was a shared intuition among the populace that the emergence of the Star Dou Auction House might indeed disrupt the current tranquility. The various forces had already fallen into a peculiar tension, and a slight misstep could lead to a war that would engulf the entire Douluo continent. Thus, upon the disciples' arrival at the Haotian sect, they reported to sect leader Tang Xiao and the other elders, relaying the information they had gathered from the outside world without omission. Are you certain these reports are accurate? Tang Xiao's composure faltered upon hearing about the Star Dou Auction House, particularly regarding the 10,000-year soul bone. He rose abruptly, fixing a serious gaze upon the disciples before him. Yes, sect leader, the events at the Star Dou Auction House have indeed spread throughout the Douluo continent. It is only a matter of days before nearly everyone becomes aware of it. The disciple solemnly reiterated the authenticity of his claims, as he had not dared to present them to the sect leader without thorough investigation. This is troublesome. After a moment, Tang Xiao calmed his agitated heart, taking a seat, his brow furrowed in contemplation regarding this predicament. Elders, what are your thoughts on this matter? Unable to make a decision, he turned his gaze to the elders nearby, hoping for their wise counsel, as the Star Dou Auction House was shrouded in mystery. Although the Haotian sect currently maintained a low profile, abstaining from the conflicts of the Douluo continent, the appearance of the Star Dou Auction House would undoubtedly disrupt all prior plans. As for the truth of it, we shall visit the Star Dou Auction House in a month. At this moment, the fiery-tempered seventh elder directly expressed his desire to venture to the Star Dou Auction House. However, this approach seemed impractical. It was well known that the Haotian sect had declared its closure. If they were to emerge without cause, it would inevitably arouse suspicion among other forces. Moreover, the Spirit Hall was always watching them, restricting their movements and making it impossible to travel openly to the Star Dou Auction House. The second elder swiftly countered the seventh elder's suggestion, noting that a hasty departure from the Haotian sect might provoke the Spirit Hall into renewed aggression, leading to unprecedented consequences for the sect's disciples. What is there to fear from the Spirit Hall? We could just as easily go down fighting. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, the seventh elder's eyes blazed with fury as he slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with enmity, longing for a confrontation. Calm yourself, Elder 7. The second elder interjected with a cold snort, urging him to regain his composure. This matter requires careful consideration. The Spirit Hall is at its zenith. While the Haotian sect's strength has waned over the years, we are in no position to confront them directly. If war were to break out, the Haotian sect would undoubtedly suffer a devastating blow. And what do you propose we do? After a moment, the seventh elder sought a response, his tone laced with dissatisfaction as he struggled to quell his anger. In the Star Dou Auction House, our Haotian sect must proceed discreetly. With that in mind, Elder Second, I must trouble you with this task. Elder Second, please select 2 disciples from the sect to accompany you to the Star Dou Auction House. At that time, you must conceal your identities and ensure that the Haotian Hammer Martial soul is not revealed. Regardless of the vast powers of the Spirit Hall, they will not be able to uncover our breach of the original oath at the first opportunity. After a considerable pause, Tang Xiao devised a plan. Since our Haotian sect cannot leave openly, we will secretly make our way to the Star Dou Auction House. After all, Elder Second is a Title Douluos powerhouse, and as long as we do not expose the Haotian Hammer, we have a good chance of remaining undetected by the Spirit Hall. Since the sect master has made this decision, I have no choice but to visit the Star Dou Auction House. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's words, Elder Second furrowed his brows but accepted the task. The mysterious nature of the Star Dou Auction House renders it unpredictable for our Haotian sect. To establish a foothold in the forthcoming situation, a visit to the Star Dou Auction House is imperative. What kind of entity is the Star Dou Auction House that can stir the winds of the continent? Thus, this matter is settled. Tang Xiao, seeing that Elder 7 intended to speak further, promptly interrupted him. It was evident that Elder 7 wished to leave the Haotian sect. If you were to lead the team, a conflict with the Spirit Hall would be inevitable, as enemies tend to clash fiercely upon meeting. It is better for the cautious Elder Second to lead the sect's disciples to the Star Dou Auction House. Thus, the winds of the continent began to rise, and the major powers fell into a period of calm. Those who had truly participated in the first auction began to swiftly gather substantial amounts of gold soul coins in preparation for the auction a month later. The previous 3 auction items had left them astounded, and the various powers would not allow other treasures to slip through their fingers again. Time flowed gently, and a month passed. Today marked the occasion of another auction at the Star Dou Auction House. On this day, the top forces of the Douluo continent reached a silent accord. They swiftly led their people and considerable gold soul coins towards the Star Dou forest. Witnessing this unprecedented scene, the soul masters of the Douluo continent were initially surprised, but upon realizing that today was the auction date, they soon accepted it. After all, the treasures presented by the Star Dou Auction House were unparalleled in the continent. Unfortunately, most soul masters lacked the financial means to participate in the auction. Otherwise, they too would have wished to attend. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun sat in a chair, flanked by Jiu Yu and Xian Shuang. With his chin resting on his hand, Lu Yun was filled with anticipation, wondering what treasures he would acquire in this auction. Xian Shuang, today's gathering of powers will include numerous Title Douluos. Therefore, you shall preside over this auction, maintaining the same standards as the last. Any disruptors must not be spared. Lu Yun instructed Xian Shuang sternly, ensuring that the previous incident involving a disruptive man would not be repeated. Lu Yun had Jiu Yu scout the movements across the Douluo continent, learning that within the month since the first auction, nearly every soul master had become aware of the Star Dou Auction House's existence. Thus, it was certain that this time, the forces of the Douluo continent would arrive with many Title Douluo powerhouses. To maintain order at the Star Dou Auction House, Xian Shuang need not hold back. She could act freely. Of course, if necessary, Lu Yun would allow Jiu to intervene. However, he did not believe that the top-tier Douluos would choose to attend this auction, as it seemed rather unrealistic. Moreover, news of the Star Dou Auction House had not spread rapidly enough for the Sea God Island to be aware of its existence. Meanwhile, the other extreme, Douluo, Tang Chun, was currently possessed by a 100,000-year spirit beast and remained oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. As for the angel Douluo, Qian Daolu, he likely lacked the leisure to visit the Star Dou Auction House. Nevertheless, Lu Yun anticipated that a considerable number of powerful individuals would arrive at the auction house. Rest assured, Guild Master, this auction will undoubtedly meet your expectations, Xian Shuang assured with a gentle nod, her eyes flashing with a hint of ferocity. Those who dare to disrupt the Star Dou Auction House would not be spared. That's good. I believe the major powers will be arriving soon. It's time for us to prepare, Lu Yun replied, rising slowly and gazing into the distance with an air of anticipation. He had utilized the remaining auction points from the last event and the treasures gleaned from the Eye of Ice and Fire, assembling 5 auction items. It could be said that Lu Yun had no auction points left in his possession. He was determined to maximize the value of these items to amass a significant amount of auction points. However, he soon found himself lost in thought, contemplating the limitations of the gold soul coins within the Douluo continent. The more he auctioned, the more precious the items became. If several large auctions were held, the gold soul coins of the Douluo continent would eventually be depleted. Moreover, all the gold soul coins he acquired were handed over to the system, converted into auction points. Thus, the gold soul coins of the Douluo continent, once in his possession, would have little chance of being redistributed. It seemed that before long, the gold soul coins of the Douluo continent would be exhausted, leading to a complete collapse of the currency system. Lu Yun could not grasp this issue for the time being. After Xian Shuang and Jiu left the room to prepare for the upcoming auction, Lu Yun sat cross-legged, delving into his thoughts. System, under these circumstances, if the auction continues, the gold soul coins of the Douluo continent will inevitably be depleted. Do you have any solutions to this problem? At that moment, Lu Yun voiced his confusion to the system in his mind. Given the system's vast capabilities, it should be able to provide some effective solutions. Based on the host's concerns, this system has contemplated the situation. The gold soul coin reserves of the Douluo continent are limited, and if the host continues with the auctions in this manner, it is indeed possible for the gold soul coins to be depleted one day. However, this system suggests that the host create a new currency trading system, similar to gold soul coins. After a moment, the cold voice of the system rang in Lu Yun's mind, indirectly offering him a solution to the predicament. That seems rather unrealistic. After all, the trading of gold soul coins has been established in the Douluo continent for countless years. Abruptly changing the currency trading system of the Douluo continent would be exceedingly difficult and impossible to accomplish in a short time. Hearing the system's suggestion, Lu Yun's eyes brightened, sensing the feasibility of the idea. Yet, the deeper he pondered, the more he felt the challenge of its implementation. In the realm of Douluo continent, the common folk have almost unanimously accepted the golden soul coin as the standard medium of exchange. However, transitioning to an alternative transactional system appears fraught with challenges, rendering widespread adoption quite difficult. But wait, I have a ready-made tool at my disposal. At that moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated Lu Yun's mind, leading him to contemplate a method for disseminating a new monetary exchange system. Presently, the Spirit Hall reigned supreme over Douluo continent, despite the presence of numerous formidable factions. On the surface, the Spirit Hall still governs the vast majority of the populace. If the Spirit Hall were to take the initiative in announcing a new trading system, it might not be long before the currency of Douluo continent undergoes a transformation. The more Lu Yun pondered this notion, the more plausible it became. It would be optimal to discover a means of trade that could be consistently replenished, alleviating concerns about a currency like the golden soul coin being quickly exhausted. System, do you possess a viable alternative to the golden soul coin that would be well suited for the Douluo continent? Lu Yun inquired of the system, perplexed, as formulating a new currency seemed rather challenging. It stands to reason that the divine shop would have such resources. Thus, he decided to let the system assist him in the selection process. Ding. Yes, given that the host is situated within the Douluo continent dimension, which is primarily centered around soul power and martial souls, this system recommends utilizing soul crystals as a substitute for the golden soul coin. The system's cold voice resonated in Liu Yun's mind. Soul crystals? Were those? Liu Yun continued to question, for the term soul crystal was entirely foreign to him. Soul crystals are also a cultivable resource, entirely composed of pure soul power condensed into a form similar to the spirit stones found in immortal cultivation realms. Serving the same purpose, soul crystals can not only function as a medium of exchange, but can also serve as a resource for cultivation. The system's frigid voice elucidated the specific functions of soul crystals. Indeed, he had not considered this. They could easily be likened to spirit stones from the realm of immortal cultivation. This could significantly revolutionize the antiquated trading practices of Douluo continent, potentially giving rise to many powerful soul masters. Upon hearing the specific benefits of soul crystals, Liu Yun stood up, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. How could soul crystals be condensed? Given the current state of Douluo continent, it appeared that such entities did not exist. Liu Yun found himself once again ensnared in confusion, as he lacked knowledge regarding the method of condensing soul crystals. The concept of soul crystals was entirely absent in Douluo continent. In the divine shop, there exists a method for condensing soul crystals. The system continued with its icy tone. In the next instant, a virtual panel appeared before Liu Yun, displaying the method of condensing soul crystals along with its price. Method for condensing soul crystals. Utilize your own pure soul power, aided by the power of your martial soul. Price, 10,000 auction points. Wait, system, why is the method for condensing soul crystals so exorbitantly priced? Liu Yun's expression shifted from joy to shock upon seeing the price in the divine shop. Surely he had not misread. The price was indeed 10,000 auction points? This figure could be considered among the most precious treasures in the Douluo dimension, equivalent to a staggering 100 million golden soul coins. Host, do not be short-sighted. The method for condensing soul crystals could fundamentally alter the current era of Douluo continent, ushering in a new pinnacle of cultivation. Of course, should the host succeed in popularizing the method for soul crystals throughout the Douluo continent, unexpected rewards may await. The system's cold voice continued to address Liu Yun, leaving him with an air of mysterious intrigue. Unexpected rewards? Liu Yun seized upon the pivotal phrase. Might it be that once soul crystals became widespread throughout the Douluo continent, he would acquire some form of advantage? The system's words sparked his curiosity. What, then, was the exchange rate between soul crystals and auction points? Liu Yun pondered a critical point. If the exchange rate mirrored that of golden soul coins, he would incur significant losses. Thus, he decided to inquire in advance. The exchange rate between soul crystals and auction points is 1. It seemed that once this auction concluded, it would be time to disseminate the method for condensing soul crystals across the Douluo continent. Upon learning that the exchange rate was set at 1, a glimmer of light flickered in his dark pupils. He had not anticipated that the system would be so benevolent as to establish a favorable rate. This implied that he would amass a greater quantity of auction points. However, Liu Yun sensed a note of unease. Given the system's nature, it was unlikely it would allow him to gain the upper hand without some form of challenge. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that the process of condensing soul crystals would be fraught with difficulties. Overall, little had changed, but Liu Yun resolved to purchase the method for condensing soul crystals once the auction concluded. After all, soul crystals were destined to become the primary currency of Douluo continent. Once successfully adopted, he could collect auction points unabated, free from concerns about the collapse of the monetary system and the subsequent turmoil it might incite across Douluo continent. Subsequently, Liu Yun dismissed this line of thought and settled into a quiet space within his room, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Time passed slowly. Each faction arrived sequentially at the Star Dou Auction House, claiming their respective seats as they prepared for the auction ahead. As for the other soul masters, upon their initial arrival at the Star Dou Auction House, they were taken aback upon encountering the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape at the entrance, instinctively releasing their martial souls in preparation for battle. Ultimately, through the explanations of others, they gradually understood that this was merely a tactic employed by the Star Dou Auction House. Those unfamiliar with the Star Dou Auction House were filled with trepidation and awe at its formidable power, instilling a sense of fear within them. Qing Wan, who do you suppose defeated these 200,000-year soul beasts? It's remarkable that they willingly submit to the Star Dou Auction House. A white-clad man with flowing ice-blue hair and an enchanting visage remarked. He bore about taller than himself, emanating an aura of extreme cold. He was none other than the fifth offering of the sacred hall, light feathered awe. Beside him stood a young man, accompanying him as the third offering, Title Douluos. I am uncertain. For even the great offering, it seems a daunting task to compel 200,000-year-old beasts to submit willingly. Clearly, the Star Dou Auction House is not to be underestimated. Title Douluos responded, his expression grave, murmuring softly. It is widely known that the Soul Beast clan harbors a proud disposition, reluctant to submit even in death, let alone to human soul masters. Moreover, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape are the kings of the Star Dou forest, making their submission to human soul masters all the more improbable. Thus, Title Douluos was profoundly astonished by this revelation. Initially intending to unleash his martial soul for battle, he relaxed only upon receiving further clarification. Though he remained perplexed about how the Star Dou Auction House managed to achieve such a feat regardless. Let us proceed inside and discern what insights we may glean from this auction. At worst, we can simply seek out the owner of the Star Dou Auction House and inquire directly. The fearless tone of the light-winged Douluos echoed nearby, showing no concern whatsoever. It was as if the mere existence of the Star Dou Auction House posed no threat to him. Light-wing, do not be careless. I sense two presences within the Star Dou Auction House that are capable of posing a significant threat to me. We must exercise caution, caution the Title Douluos. Upon observing Light-wing Douluos' dismissive attitude towards the auction house, sighed lightly. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to advise Light-wing Douluos to temper his aura while within the Star Dou Auction House. Title Douluos distinctly sensed a presence within the auction house that rivaled that of a grand offering. This indicated that a formidable limit Douluos was stationed there. If the circumstances are unsuitable, I shall amend my approach later. Chapter 42. The first auction item upon detecting the two formidable auras within the Star Dou Auction House. Title Douluos dared not act recklessly. The two of them could never escape the grasp of a limit Douluos, let alone contend with another Title Douluos level powerhouse whose strength surpassed his own. This realization instilled a sense of gravity in Title Douluos. Is that so? It seems we must indeed proceed with caution. The previously indifferent Light-wing Douluos furrowed his brows slightly. He had not anticipated that the Star Dou Auction House housed such powerful Title Douluos, one of whom was a limit Douluos. Light-wing Douluos found it hard to believe, for in his eyes, limit Douluos were exceedingly rare. Currently, the only limit Douluos he was aware of were their Grand Offering and Tangchun. At this moment, Light-wing Douluos remained unaware of the existence of the sea god Douluos Poseidon. Even so, a profound unease enveloped him. Should a limit Douluos take action, even with their combined might, they would stand no chance of resistance. They needed to restrain their auras while inside the Star Dou Auction House. If they inadvertently displeased that formidable entity, it was likely they would not survive to return to the Spirit Hall. Let us proceed. I wish to ascertain the true nature of the Star Dou Auction House. With that, Light-wing Douluos dismissed the matter and turned to Title Douluos, who stood beside him. After speaking, the two of them moved gracefully towards the Star Dou Auction House. Half an hour passed, and nearly all factions had gathered at the Star Dou Auction House, signaling the commencement of the auction. As Xian Shuang ascended the auction platform, various expressions flickered across the faces of the gathered factions. Some were filled with excitement, others with anticipation, and yet others harbored skepticism regarding Xian Shuang's abilities. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all attending the auction hosted by the Star Dou Auction House. From this moment, the auction officially commences. Xian Shuang surveyed the crowd below and promptly announced the beginning of the event. With a grand gesture, Xian Shuang revealed an ice-blue soul bone that materialized upon the table, exuding the aura characteristic of a 10,000-year soul bone. This soul bone had been procured from the Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape, serving as a tantalizing appetizer for the auction. It was no ordinary soul bone. It was a 50,000-year ice-type soul bone, a rarity on the Douluo continent, as every 10,000-year soul bone was immensely precious. Moreover, the emergence of such soul bones from 10,000-year soul beasts occurred only with a certain probability. For soul masters on the Douluo continent, this 50,000-year soul bone, while not on par with a 100,000-year soul bone, was still an extraordinary treasure. My word, the Star Dou Auction House is starting off with a 50,000-year soul bone. Truly extravagant. The anticipation for subsequent auction items grew, especially considering that previous auctions had revealed increasingly valuable treasures. The moment the 50,000-year soul bone was unveiled, maintaining composure became impossible for nearly everyone present. They had heard of the last auction where the Star Dou Auction House had showcased a 100,000-year soul bone, but they were all too aware of how exceedingly rare such items were. Merely possessing one was a testament to immense strength. Nonetheless, this 50,000-year soul bone was still exceptionally valuable. How many soul masters in attendance even owned a soul bone? It was likely that even 1,000-year soul bones were scarce among them. This 50,000-year ice-type soul bone truly reflects the profound depth of the Star Dou Auction House. Within a private box, Lightwing Douluos' breathing quickened upon seeing the 50,000-year soul bone. The bow behind him emitted a resonant hum, seemingly drawn to the allure of the ice-type soul bone. As the wielder of an ice-type martial soul, acquiring the soul bone would undoubtedly enhance his prowess significantly. However, he lamented that such a coveted prize would incite fierce competition among various factions. Hence, he could not be entirely confident of securing it. Lightwing, the Star Dou Auction House houses two presences stronger than mine. She is one of them. Qinghuan Dou's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the 50,000-year ice-type soul bone. His gaze quickly shifted to Xian Shuang, gravely addressing Lightwing Douluo. Is she the one you speak of? Upon hearing this, Lightwing Douluo calmed his turbulent emotions and turned an inquisitive gaze toward Xian Shuang. As he attuned to the powerful ice-type energy emanating from her, a tremor ran through him. Indeed, her ice-type power was astonishingly formidable, instilling an unimaginable sense of threat. It became evident that this woman possessed strength surpassing that of both of them, and this realization weighed heavily on Lightwing Douluo's heart. Nevertheless, they had gleaned valuable information. Once the auction concluded, they would relay everything that transpired here to the grand offering. As for how to address the situation thereafter, that burden was no longer theirs to bear. Do you have a particular interest in this soul bone? Qinghuan Douluo glanced at the soul bone before turning to Lightwing Douluo with a question. He had not missed the glimmer of desire in Lightwing Douluo's eyes. This 50,000-year ice-type soul bone was indeed exceedingly rare. If Lightwing Douluo were to absorb it, his power would undoubtedly experience a significant leap. Hence, Qinghuan Douluo was reluctant to let it slip by unpursued. Indeed, I shall strive to acquire this 50,000-year ice-type soul bone. Lightwing Douluo nodded fervently, his voice brimming with determination regarding the coveted treasure. Very well, should your golden soul coins fall short, I can provide assistance. Qinghuan Douluo nodded in agreement, supporting Lightwing Douluo's endeavor to secure the 50,000-year soul bone. Without further ado, Xian Shuang elaborated on the attributes of the 50,000-year soul bone, revealing that it originated from an ice-type soul beast known as the Ice Jade Luan Bird, a top-tier ice-type soul beast. Thus, the value of this soul bone was self-evident. Consequently, the starting bid for this 50,000-year ice-type soul bone was set at 50 million golden soul coins. After a brief moment, Xian Shuang introduced the ice-type soul bone and announced the starting bid. Naturally, this auction starting price was considerably higher than the last. After all, the previous auction had been marred by Liu Yun's oversight, coupled with the other factions approaching with a testing mindset, resulting in a lack of sufficient golden soul coins for participation. However, today, the various factions are undoubtedly well prepared with their golden soul coins. Thus, Liu Yun seizes the opportunity to collect all their golden soul coins. The factions participating in the auction for the first time are taken aback upon hearing the price. They did not anticipate that the starting bid for this 50,000-year soul bone would match that of the previous 100,000-year soul bone. Chapter 43, The Mysterious Golden Sphere. Others speculate that the final price for this 50,000-year soul bone will certainly not fall below that of the earlier 100,000-year soul bone. Rarity enhances value. Nevertheless, they are unwilling to relinquish this 50,000-year soul bone. 50 million golden soul coins. The box occupied by the Douluo of Light Feather immediately calls out this price, eager to contend for the soul bone. 55 million golden soul coins. A voice from another box emerges, attempting to seize the soul bone. 70 million golden soul coins. 75 million golden soul coins. As time flows on, The various factions begin to compete fiercely for this 50,000-year soul bone. At this moment, most factions, upon hearing the escalating bids, fall silent and opt to withdraw from this contest for the soul bone. The only boxes still bidding are the one occupied by the Douluo of light feather and another mysterious box. Inside this enigmatic box sit several women, each adorned in ice blue gowns. An aura of chill envelopes them, seemingly freezing the entire box and rendering them difficult to ignore. Director, the price of this soul bone has surged to 90 million golden soul coins, far exceeding our budget. Shall we continue? One of the women inquired of the middle-aged woman seated at the forefront, her tone tinged with regret. They had originally come to the Star Dou Auction House to participate in the auction, bringing a substantial amount of golden soul coins, hoping to bid on a treasured item. Little did they know that the first item up for auction would be a 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone, which they were reluctant to relinquish easily. They contemplated competing for this soul bone, but were met with persistent bids from another box, as if the occupants had no intention of yielding it to them. Let go to them. The middle-aged woman sighed, sensing that within that box resided a formidable Title Douluos. Even if they were to fortuitously win this soul bone, they would likely not survive to return it to the Tianxue Academy. This was the primary reason for her decision to abandon the pursuit of the 50,000-year soul bone. 90 million golden soul coins once. 90 million golden soul coins twice. 90 million golden soul coins thrice. With no one else contesting the bid, the 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone belongs to Box 9. After confirming that no further bids were forthcoming, Xuan announced that the soul bone had been won by Box 9. The soul master within Box 9 is indeed from the same box as the Douluo of light feather. The factions participating in this auction are exceedingly complex. Hence Liu Yun had previously instructed Xuan to refrain from disclosing the identity of the faction associated with their box. She was to simply state the box number, significantly enhancing the bidder's privacy. Subsequently, Xuan and the Douluo of light feather exchanged payment for the soul bone. Indeed, as expected of a 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone, its power is remarkable. Perhaps upon absorbing this soul bone, my soul power will break through to level 97. Upon acquiring the soul bone, the bow behind the Douluo of light feather began to tremble violently, as if urging him to absorb it immediately. He sensed the formidable nature of the soul bone, with his own soul power having reached the pinnacle of level 96 after years of cultivation. Absorbing this 50,000-year soul bone would undoubtedly allow him to ascend to level 97. Congratulations in advance. The Douluo of Qingwan genuinely rejoiced for the Douluo of light feather, knowing that his breakthrough would enhance the strength of their spirit hall. Within the box of the spirit hall stood several individuals, including Bibi Dong the last time, along with Juk Dou and Gai Dou, as well as a few unfamiliar Title Douluo powerhouses accompanying Bibi Dong to the Star Dou Auction House. Interesting. Do you know who was in Box 9? At this moment, upon hearing that Box 9 had secured the 50,000-year soul bone with 90 million golden soul coins, Bibi Dong's expression changed with curiosity. To muster such a vast financial resource suggests considerable strength, and she began to ponder which faction was responsible for acquiring the soul bone. The absorption of a 50,000-year soul bone could certainly produce an exceptionally powerful soul master, a scenario that the spirit hall must guard against. We did not notice the soul masters in Box 9. The strangest part is that it seems there is a barrier outside each box, preventing our spiritual senses from penetrating. Juk Douluo sighed, having conducted numerous investigations, yet the identities of the individuals in Box 9 remained elusive. The many elders of the Spirit Hall were intensely curious about how the Star Dou Auction House managed to achieve this. The barrier that intercepts their spiritual probing is exceptionally complex. Well, after the auction concludes, we shall keep a close eye on the soul masters within Box 9. Bibi Dong chose to dismiss the matter, well aware of the formidable nature of this barrier, which even she could not breach, let alone the elders beside her. Now, let us proceed to the second item up for auction. Following the conclusion of the first auction, Xuan commanded silence, gesturing grandly. Instantly, a golden sphere floated upon the auction table, emanating a potent divine aura. What is this? A golden sphere? Could it possess some hidden significance? This golden sphere must be extraordinary, for it exudes an enigmatic aura, making it an undoubtedly precious item put forth by the Star Dou Auction House. Indeed, it is profoundly mysterious. From the moment the golden sphere appeared, nearly all the soul masters in the Star Dou Auction House found themselves enveloped in confusion, unable to comprehend the true nature of this golden sphere. It is widely recognized that soul masters must absorb a soul ring to enhance their strength for every 10 levels of soul power they gain. And the known method for acquiring a soul ring is solely through defeating soul beasts. Of course, there are other methods to obtain soul rings in Douluo continent. And in a certain sense, the golden sphere before them could also be regarded as a soul ring. Xuan, with an unperturbed demeanor, proceeded to introduce the golden sphere. Chapter 44. The Divine Gift Soul Ring. Our Star Dou Auction House's second auction item is this golden sphere, known as the Divine Gift Soul Ring. As the name suggests, it is a soul ring condensed from divine power. By merely crushing it, one can absorb a genuine soul ring, indistinguishable from those obtained by hunting soul beasts. The most precious aspect of this Divine Gift Soul Ring is that it does not harbor any lingering resentment or murderous intent from the soul beast, ensuring that the absorption process is devoid of any pain. The lifespan of this soul ring will continually extend with the strength of your body. Your physical prowess determines its longevity. This is merely the most ordinary Divine Gift Soul Ring, with a potential lifespan reaching up to 100,000 years. As long as your physical strength is sufficiently formidable, you can indeed acquire a soul ring of that age through this Divine Gift Soul Ring. Following this, Xuan gradually elucidated the specific functions of the Divine Gift Soul Ring to all present, allowing them to comprehend the extraordinary nature of this celestial artifact. How could this be possible? Upon realizing that this golden sphere was the enigmatic Divine Gift Soul Ring, all present were unable to maintain their composure. Surely they had not misheard. To crush this golden sphere and absorb a 100,000-year soul ring seemed utterly extravagant. What left them most astounded was that this Divine Gift Soul Ring was crafted by a divine-level powerhouse. In the eyes of soul masters on the Douluo continent, divine-level beings are the stuff of legends. Skepticism lingered regarding the association between the Star Dou Auction House and divine-level power. The majority of attendees adopted a wait-and-see attitude, reluctant to place bids on this item, given that the Divine Gift Soul Ring can ultimately reach the level of a 100,000-year soul ring. The initial bidding price was set at 80 million gold soul coins. After a brief interlude, Xuan announced the starting bid for the Divine Gift Soul Ring, which extravagantly reached 80 million gold soul coins. A formidable powerhouse who has broken through to the Title Douluos level could undoubtedly gain a 100,000-year soul ring by absorbing this Divine Gift Soul Ring. Consequently, its value is akin to that of a 100,000-year soul bone. However, Liu Yin aimed to empty the pockets of everyone present, amassing a significant collection of auction items. What could this Divine Gift Soul Ring possibly signify? Who is the figure behind the Star Dou Auction House that would dare to auction such a treasure? Among the auctioneers, only Bibi Dong was fully aware of the significance of the Divine Gift Soul Ring. Having recently undergone the Divine Trial, she naturally understood the existence of the Divine Gift Soul Ring. Upon grasping the origin of the Divine Gift Soul Ring, Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her composure. She suddenly stood, her gaze fixated on the golden sphere with brilliant intensity. How could it be? The Star Dou Auction House actually produced a Divine Gift Soul Ring. Could it be that a true divine-level powerhouse is overseeing the auction, or perhaps a genius soul master currently undertaking the divine trial? These astonishing revelations flooded Bibi Dong's mind, leaving her in a state of turmoil. This is a Divine Gift Soul Ring, something only the power of a deity could create. It allows a soul master to absorb a soul ring without any danger, utterly unparalleled. Bibi Dong was resolute in her determination to acquire this Divine Gift Soul Ring. Having previously absorbed one, she could feel the authenticity of this golden sphere. It was undeniably genuine. All 9 soul rings of her first martial soul had been obtained, yet the soul rings for her second martial soul remained woefully insufficient. Initially, she had planned to venture into the Star Dou Great Forest to seek high-age soul beasts for her second martial soul's rings. To her astonishment, she encountered a Divine Gift Soul Ring at the Star Dou Auction House. If she could successfully bid for this Divine Gift Soul Ring, she would undoubtedly absorb a true 100,000-year soul ring, which would be immeasurable in enhancing her strength. Therefore, regardless of the cost, she was determined to claim it. Your Holiness, could this divine gift soul ring truly be as extraordinary as it has been described? Within the private box, numerous elders from a spirit hall were struck with incredulity at Bibi Dong's uncharacteristic display. Was it possible that this golden sphere was indeed a divine gift soul ring crafted by a divine-level powerhouse? Indeed, all of it was true. Whatever the cost, I must procure this divine gift soul ring. Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on the divine gift soul ring as she solemnly addressed those nearby, declaring that even if she had to exhaust all her gold soul coins, she would secure it. Yes, Your Holiness. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's serious declaration, the others, including Title Douluos, shifted to a serious demeanor, preparing to place bids for the divine gift soul ring. Each was increasingly astonished, realizing that it was indeed crafted by a divine-level powerhouse. The true terror of the Star Dou Auction House dawned upon many Title Douluos powerhouses. They had brought forth items created by divine-level beings for auction. Perhaps the Star Dou Auction House was even more enigmatic than they had imagined. 100 million gold soul coins. With Bibi Dong's assurance, Title Douluos promptly offered 100 million gold soul coins, a price that shocked all present. They understood that this divine gift soul ring was produced by a divine-level powerhouse and could ultimately transform into a 100,000-year soul ring. Each aspect justified the 100 million gold soul coins, and many felt inclined to offer even higher bids. Recognizing the opportunity to glean insights into divine power and perhaps break through to a higher realm. Consequently, no one from the Spirit Hall was willing to forfeit this chance. 120 million gold soul coins. At that moment, from another private box, an elegant voice emerged, signaling intent to contend for the divine gift soul ring. Inside this box were members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, with Ning Fengji gazing intently at the divine gift soul ring. Following Xian Shuang's introduction, he realized the exceptional nature of this soul ring. Given the items previously auctioned by the Star Dou Auction House, it was likely that this divine gift soul ring was authentic. The potential to transform it into a 100,000-year soul ring was an opportunity Ning Fengji could not afford to miss. Although no soul masters within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could immediately absorb this divine gift soul ring, he could hold on to it, perhaps attracting a Title Douluos who had yet to absorb their ninth soul ring. At that juncture, the strength of their school would undoubtedly surge. A Title Douluos with a 100,000-year soul ring would possess power far exceeding that of others at the same rank. Chapter 45. A deal at 300 million gold soul coins, 150 million gold soul coins. At that moment, Douluo continued to raise the bid, determined to secure the divine gift soul ring. Thus, the two top-tier factions, the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, began their fierce competition for the divine gift soul ring. Other factions that had initially considered bidding hesitated, choosing silence in the face of such an outrageous price. They remained uncertain whether this divine gift soul ring was indeed as Xian Shuang had described. If it turned out to be a fraud, investing such a sum in it would be a grievous loss. Qingwan, what do you think is the purpose of that woman bidding such a high price for the item known as the divine gift soul ring? Naturally, Guangling Go recognized that the soul master who called out such an exorbitant price was Title Douluos. For Title Douluos to so recklessly compete for this divine gift soul ring, it must certainly be at the behest of Bibi Dong. Guangling Douluo found this utterly perplexing. Why would Bibi Dong expend such a vast sum of gold soul coins to vie for this so-called divine gift soul ring? Moreover, after the bid from Box 7, Bibi Dong would immediately raise the price, which escalated to an absurd level. Witnessing this, Guangling Douluo wore a knowing smile, unable to fathom Bibi Dong's motives. Could it be that she has uncovered something of great significance? In contrast to Guangling Douluo's more superficial thoughts, Qingwan Douluo perceived the situation with greater depth. He understood that Bibi Dong harbored grand ambitions and intricate schemes. She would not squander such a considerable amount of gold soul coins on a mere gimmick to procure something whose authenticity was uncertain. The more he contemplated, the more Qingwan Douluo surmised that Bibi Dong's pursuit of the divine gift soul ring possessed unforeseen intentions. Suddenly, Qingwan Douluo recalled Xian Shuang's earlier introduction. Could it be that we have underestimated the Star Dou Auction House? This divine gift soul ring is highly likely to be genuine. capable of transforming into a true 100,000-year soul ring. Subsequently, Qinghuan furrowed his brows and spoke gravely, further realizing the terrifying nature of the Star Dou Auction House. What? Qinghuan, could it be that you're not mistaken? This divine gift soul ring is indeed authentic? At this moment, Douluo, upon hearing Qinghuan Douluo's assertion, was taken aback, muttering in disbelief. According to Qinghuan Douluo's conjecture, it implies that this divine gift soul ring could truly be transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring, crafted by a divine being. Any of these implications left Douluo incredulous, as he believed that divine beings had vanished from Douluo continent for countless millennia. How could the Star Dou Auction House be backed by a deity? It seemed implausible. The only known method of absorbing soul rings was through hunting soul beasts and absorbing their rings. The notion of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring through a golden orb was beyond Douluo's belief. Given all these conditions, Douluo deemed it reasonable to conclude that the divine gift soul ring was a fabrication. You still underestimate the Star Dou Auction House. Even if it lacks the presence of a divine being, it is highly probable that this divine gift soul ring is indeed genuine. The power within this soul ring eludes my comprehension, as though it transcends mere soul power. Judging from Dong's character, would she be so reckless as to bid on this divine gift soul ring if it were false? The mysteriousness of the Star Dou Auction House, coupled with Dong's current actions, all suggest that the divine gift soul ring is authentic. Sighing deeply, Qinghuan reiterated his hypothesis, this time with substantiation. Indeed, upon hearing Qinghuan Douluo's words, Douluo fell silent, plunged into contemplation. His ice-blue pupils flickered with intricate thoughts. What shall we do next? Should we bid on the divine gift soul ring, and then present it to the grand offering to see if your conjecture holds true? Douluo endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions and turned to Qinghuan Douluo, inquiring how they should proceed with the divine gift soul ring. The price had surged to 200 million gold soul coins, and even with their combined fortunes, it was utterly impossible for them to acquire this divine gift soul ring. However, they could strive to record the appearance and essence of the divine gift soul ring, and upon returning to the offering hall, report everything that transpired here to the grand offering, who could then determine its authenticity. Qinghuan Douluo shook his head, indicating that their financial resources were insufficient to claim the divine gift soul ring. The ring's price had escalated to an unimaginable level, and they clearly could not afford it. 300 million gold soul coins. Just then, Dong also heard the price called out by Zhu Douluo from another box, her expression turning grim. Which audacious force dares to oppose the spirit hall? Dong had no intention of incrementally raising the bid, instead commanding Zhu Douluo to elevate the price to 300 million gold soul coins. The moment the figure of 300 million gold soul coins was announced, everyone present was astounded, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Which faction could be so extravagant as to raise the bid by 100 million gold soul coins? This left them utterly astonished. 300 million gold soul coins. Such a vast sum was being used to bid on a golden orb of uncertain authenticity. It seemed rather imprudent. Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School displayed evident hesitation upon hearing the figure of 300 million gold soul coins. His pause was not due to insufficient funds, but rather uncertainty regarding what the Star Dou Auction House would auction next. He wished to reserve more gold soul coins for subsequent items. Fengji, it would be wise to conserve sufficient gold soul coins for the forthcoming auctions. We cannot ascertain whether this divine gift soul ring is truly as the Star Dou Auction House claims, advised the Sword Douluo seated beside Ning Fengji, persuading him to relinquish the bid for the divine gift soul ring. After all, none of them could confirm the ring's authenticity. Let the others spend 300 million gold soul coins to acquire it. Very well, I concede this auction item. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, stepping back from the competition for the divine gift soul ring. 300 million gold soul coins once. 300 million gold soul coins twice. 300 million gold soul coins thrice. With no further bids, the divine gift soul ring was ultimately secured by Box 1. Upon witnessing the price soar to 300 million gold soul coins, Xian Shuang's face broke into a delighted smile, confirming that the divine gift soul ring had been acquired by Box 1, occupied by Dong and her companions. Phew! Dong exhaled in relief upon realizing that she had successfully acquired the divine gift soul ring. 300 million gold soul coins was not a loss. for a 100,000-year soul ring cannot be measured solely in gold soul coins. To her, this sum was not insignificant. However, Douluo and the others felt a twinge of pain at the expenditure. But the thought of the divine gift soul ring transforming into a genuine 100,000-year soul ring eased their concerns. Such a powerful divine gift soul ring was indeed worth the price. Chapter 46. The lottery. Never did I expect that the divine gift soul ring would auction for 300 million gold soul coins. It was quite a pleasant surprise. As an observer, Liu Yun could hardly conceal his joy upon witnessing the auction of the divine gift soul ring for 300 million gold soul coins. That was 300 million gold soul coins, not 30 million. Even when converted into auction points, it amounted to 30,000 points. Purchasing a divine gift soul ring for the divine level shop costs only a few hundred auction points. This time, Liu Yun truly struck gold. Liu Yun realized that anything taken from the divine level shop would undoubtedly astonish the entire Douluo continent, prompting countless soul masters to eagerly participate in the auction. The auction points he would earn from this endeavor would grow exponentially, and the profits were incalculable. Subsequently, Liu Yun communicated with Xian Shuang, instructing her to provide him with the golden soul coins immediately. He aimed to swiftly convert these coins into auction points to acquire the method of condensing soul crystals. Once the auction concluded, he intended to announce this to all present soul masters. Beginning with the next auction, the currency at the Star Dou Auction House would transition from golden soul coins to soul crystals. As time passed, the trading system of the Douluo continent would undergo a complete transformation, with soul crystals becoming the primary medium of exchange. Upon receiving Liu Yun's command, Xian Shuang waved her hand and promptly handed over all the golden soul coins she held. System, convert all these golden soul coins into auction points, Liu Yun instructed, his thoughts delving into his mind. Beep detected that the host currently possesses 390 million golden soul coins, converting to auction points, 39,000. The system's cold voice echoed in Liu Yun's mind. Initially, Liu Yun planned to purchase the method for condensing soul crystals from the divine level shop, but suddenly, the system's voice continued. Detected that the host's wealth has accumulated to over 500 million, thus achieving the minor wealth achievement. This system grants one opportunity for a tenfold draw. HM? A drawing opportunity? Why didn't you inform me of this feature, system? Liu Yun inquired, perplexed by the system's cryptic words. A drawing? A tenfold draw? Could it be that the system possessed a drawing function, yet failed to disclose it? All functions of this system are to be discovered by the host. Since the activation of the divine level shop, the drawing feature has always been present, but the host simply did not notice it. Indeed, the system explained in its frigid tone. After hearing the system's clarification, Liu Yun quickly turned his gaze to the divine level shop and discovered a button in the lower right corner labeled drawing. Realizing this, Liu Yun's face darkened. The drawing function was tucked away in such a corner. It was no wonder he hadn't noticed it. Previously, he had been captivated by the myriad of goods in the divine level shop. How could he have paid attention to the drawing function? System, could you elaborate on this drawing function? Liu Yun inquired with curiosity about this unfamiliar feature. He wished to know what treasures could potentially be drawn. The drawing function is divided into two types, single draw and tenfold draw. Naturally, the items obtained from a tenfold draw are significantly superior to those from single draw, with a greatly increased probability of acquiring a supreme treasure. The items in the drawing pool come from all realms, encompassing everything in existence. Each draw costs 10,000 auction points. Since the host has discovered the existence of the drawing function for the first time, the system grants one opportunity for a tenfold draw, increasing the chance of a critical hit by 1,000-fold, potentially yielding top-tier treasures. The host is advised to cherish this chance. Such a hefty cost. Liu Yun could not help but exclaim internally upon hearing that a single draw required 10,000 auction points, equivalent to 100 million golden soul coins. It was utterly outrageous. The fact that the system had gifted him a tenfold draw opportunity, amounting to 100,000 auction points, made Liu Yun regard the system with newfound respect. How generous of the system today. Hearing the explanation that this tenfold draw had a substantial chance of yielding top-tier treasures filled Liu Yun with eager anticipation for the upcoming draw. He promptly tapped his palms together, mentally praying that the forthcoming tenfold draw would bestow upon him a supreme treasure. Upon activating the drawing function, a colossal gray disc appeared before Liu Yun, each segment housing indistinct treasures. Although he could not discern what these items were, The system had assured him that the drawing pool contained everything in existence. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, he might indeed draw a legendary, primordial treasure. Any item from the primordial realm would be invaluable, yet the odds of such an occurrence were exceedingly slim. If he were to draw something that defied the heavens, the Douluo continent, given its dimensional tier, could hardly withstand it. A mere breath of such an artifact could render the continent void. System, commence the tenfold draw. Lu Yun murmured softly, and in the next moment, he pressed the central button of the disc. Boom! The great disc erupted with dazzling golden light as the pointer began to spin violently. With his eyes tightly shut, Lu Yun awaited the revelation of the mysterious treasures. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn 10,000 sheets of ordinary paper. Congratulations, host, you have drawn one summoning card. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a men's down jacket. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the invincible domain. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Tang Sek's secret method, Xiantian Gong. Congratulations, host, you have drawn one soul power enhancement card. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 10 divine bestowed soul rings. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 10,000-year ice goddess soul spirit. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a Phoenix brand bicycle. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 100-fold soul power concentration card. With the tenfold draw opportunity exhausted, 10 treasures now hovered before Lu Yun. Upon seeing the names of these items, an unmistakable smile graced his features. How fortunate am I to have drawn such an abundance of treasures. Although Lu Yun had yet to explore the specific functions of these 10 items, several bore names that suggested they were indeed treasures of immeasurable worth. His first tenfold draw had yielded such fortune. If he were to undertake another tenfold draw, could he not expect similar results? Please do not harbor unrealistic expectations, as this is your first drawing, which granted a 1,000-fold critical hit. Any future draws will not yield such critical hits. However, should luck favor you extraordinarily, you might still draw such an abundance of treasures. This entirely depends on your fortune. Moments later, the system's voice poured cold water over Lu Yun's elation, causing him to regain his composure. Ah well. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun subtly shook his head, a hint of disappointment coloring his expression. Even without the critical hits, the treasures drawn in the future should not be too inferior. After a brief moment, Lu Yun's gaze was drawn back to the 10 items before him. Some were indeed rather ordinary, yet several items piqued his curiosity immensely. Chapter 47. The Invincible Domain. Lu Yun's attention zeroed in on the Invincible Domain, and soon, all information regarding it flooded his mind. After thoroughly digesting the knowledge of the Invincible Domain, a look of astonishment flickered in Lu Yun's eyes. He stood there dumbfounded, clearly unable to believe that such a reward had been drawn. It was almost too extraordinary to comprehend. System, are you certain that the Invincible Domain possesses such extraordinary power? Lu Yun inquired of the system with an uncertain tone, for the concept of an invincible domain was shrouded in mystery. The specific effects of the invincible domain were such that as long as he remained within the confines of the Star Dou Auction House, he would exist as an unstoppable force. No one within the Star Dou Auction House could rival him. Indeed, the essence of the invincible domain lies in its very name. As long as the host is situated within the Star Dou Auction House, you are the mightiest being in existence. The system's haughty voice echoed in Lu Yun's mind, reaffirming the formidable nature of the invincible domain. Can it withstand the might of a deity-level powerhouse? Lu Yun pressed further. Initially, the Star Dou Auction House posed no issues. But should it later present more precious treasures for auction, it was inevitable that the deities from the divine realm would take notice. He wondered if his invincible domain could indeed overpower a deity-level stronghold. Do not underestimate the invincible domain. Within the Star Dou Auction House, whether it be a first-tier deity or a deity king, none stand a chance against you. The system retorted with a tone of disdain, as if suggesting that Lu Yun's attempt to use the invincible domain against a deity king was a slight against its power. After all, under the invincible domain, a deity king would be nothing more than an ant, crushed without leaving a ripple. Goodness, the invincible domain is so powerful. I never imagined my luck would be so extraordinary. With this invincible domain, my safety is no longer a looming threat. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Yun felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders, erupting into jubilant laughter. His gaze shimmered with an air of supremacy. With the invincible domain at his disposal, there was no longer a need for caution within the Star Dou Auction House. Any troublemakers could be quelled without fear of retaliation. Completely at ease, Lu Yun could now freely present treasures for auction. Even if the deities from the divine realm took notice, it mattered little. Within the walls of the Star Dou Auction House, he could allow those divine powers to act without concern. System, integrate the invincible domain, Lu Yun eagerly commanded, yearning to experience the full extent of the domain's might. Buzzing. As soon as the words left his lips, an extraordinary aura enveloped Lu Yun, as if he were a force that could shake the heavens. In an instant, the Star Dou Auction House radiated a brilliant divine light, intertwining with Lu Yun's presence, unleashing an oppressive aura that could dominate the world. Boom! Upon merging with the invincible domain, Lu Yun's bright eyes opened wide, and his aura surged uncontrollably, spreading throughout the entire Star Dou Auction House. His body thrummed with an invincible energy, rendering the universe before him diminutive. Lu Yun sensed that within the Star Dou Auction House, even a mere hint of his aura could obliterate this realm. Is this the invincible domain? Truly terrifying. Previously, he had heard the system's descriptions of its power, but only upon truly merging with the invincible domain did he realize how naive his previous notions had been. This was not merely invincibility. It was akin to treating all existence as playthings. Regrettably, the domain's influence was confined to the Star Dou Auction House. Were it to encompass the entirety of the Douluo continent, he could wander freely. For now, the scope of the invincible domain could not be expanded. Lu Yun hastily retracted his aura, returning to the guise of an ordinary soul master. The soul masters on the first 2 floors of the Star Dou Auction House. Upon feeling the aura Lu Yun inadvertently released, bent low in shock, their faces stricken with astonishment. What manner of aura is this? How can it surpass even the Rakshasa god? Could it be that the Star Dou Auction House truly has a deity presiding over it? Bibi Dong struggled to withstand the oppressive pressure emanating from behind, yet it was to no avail. Gasping for air, the astonishment on her face was unmistakable. The existence of the Star Dou Auction House had once again reshaped her worldview. She was convinced that within the auction house, there undoubtedly resided a godly powerhouse, and not just any deity, as the fleeting aura she had sensed was many times more potent than that of the Rakshasa god. It felt as if she were facing the very heavens, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. These were Bibi Dong's most genuine feelings, and the other soul masters shared a similar sentiment. All eyes turned toward the 3rd floor of the Star Dou Auction House, understanding that the terrifying pressure emanated from that very place. They regarded the Star Dou Auction House as a colossal entity, suppressing their chaotic thoughts and daring not to provoke it. To oppose a godly powerhouse meant certain death for any soul master on the Douluo continent. Any wise individual would refrain from such folly. What just occurred was merely a minor incident. You need not concern yourselves too much, Xian Shuang remarked. Having sensed the overwhelming pressure akin to the heavens, her expression momentarily startled. However, she quickly regained her composure and reassured the gathered soul masters not to overreact. In her mind, whatever actions the auction master took were entirely reasonable and not worthy of such astonishment. Yet, upon hearing Xian Shuang's words, the crowd was left dumbfounded. Is that even a reasonable statement? A minor incident? Just a hint of pressure left us utterly defenseless. If it escalates any further, we would be crushed to oblivion. Was this not a display of hubris? Xian Shuang dismissed the expressions of those present and began preparing the 3rd auction item. Now, let us unveil the 3rd auction item, Xian Shuang proclaimed, waving her hand, revealing a green soul beast's phantom hovering above the table. The spectral figure had its eyes closed, seemingly lost in slumber. Yet, the aura it exuded was impossible to ignore, as everyone recognized that this phantom mirrored the essence of the soul beast. As soon as this auction item appeared, all present felt a wave of confusion. Could it be that the Star Dou Auction House intends to auction off this soul beast? Moreover, its state is rather peculiar. It is not a physical entity, but a spectral shadow. This left the various factions present perplexed, uncertain of the Star Dou Auction House's true intentions. First, allow me to present our 3rd auction item, a 10,000-year-old emerald swan soul spirit. I trust you're somewhat unfamiliar with soul spirits. Allow me to introduce you to an alternative means of acquiring soul rings, akin to the traditional hunting of soul beasts or the divine bestowed soul rings. Xian Shuang elaborated on the origins of the soul spirit, educating each soul master about the various methods of absorbing soul rings currently available on the continent. Chapter 48. Promoting soul spirits. Depending on the age, the quantity of soul rings formed differs, and they also allow one soul to retain its consciousness, assisting soul masters in battle. In a sense, soul spirits represent a groundbreaking evolution of soul rings. Therefore, the starting bid for this 10,000-year-old Emerald Swan soul spirit is set at 30 million gold soul coins. Xian Shuang articulated the benefits and significance of soul spirits for the soul masters of the Douluo continent. The individuals present, upon hearing of the wondrous properties of the soul spirit, were evidently filled with curiosity. They hesitated to act immediately, maintaining a state of observation, much like before. This soul spirit appeared rather peculiar. Could it truly become a soul ring? It seemed rather dubious at first glance. However, the audience understood that the Star Dou Auction House would not present counterfeit goods, leading a few soul masters to engage in bidding for this extraordinary soul spirit. Thus, the price escalated, yet each increase was not as exorbitant as the previous two auctioned items. 40 million gold soul coins. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from the 10th private box, placing a bid of 40 million gold soul coin for the Emerald Swan soul spirit. After a brief pause, no one else continued to bid, as everyone remained skeptical about this soul spirit. They were reluctant to expend a large sum on an unknown entity. A 10,000-year soul ring held little value for them. They could effortlessly venture into the Star Dou Great Forest to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. Thus, the majority chose not to compete for this 10,000-year soul spirit. 40 million gold soul coins once. 40 million gold soul coins twice. 40 million gold soul coins thrice. With the absence of further bids, the 10,000-year Emerald Swan soul spirit was awarded to the 10th private box. Moments later, Xian Shuang announced that the soul spirit belonged to the 10th box. Regarding the price, Xian Shuang felt no significant disappointment, as a 10,000-year soul ring was not considered particularly precious among soul masters on the Douluo continent. Therefore, achieving a price of 40 million gold soul coins was quite commendable. Director, do you truly believe that spending 40 million gold soul coins on this 10,000-year Emerald Swan soul spirit is worthwhile? Within the 10th private box sat several women, each adorned in green gowns, exuding a robust vitality. The individuals in this box were indeed the soul masters from the Botanical Academy of the Douluo continent. In my opinion, it is quite worth it. The foremost woman, the director of the Botanical Academy, asserted with conviction. You must understand that the Emerald Swan is one of the rarest soul beasts in the Star Dou Great Forest, and among vitality attribute soul beasts. It ranks at the pinnacle. Our martial souls are predominantly plant-based, making the Emerald Swan the most suitable soul beast for us. We are well aware of the Star Dou Auction House's reputation. I trust they would not present a fraudulent soul spirit to deceive us. If this soul spirit is indeed as described, whoever absorbs it will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement in their abilities, and the soul spirit can fight alongside the soul master. We would profit immensely. Hence, regardless of the circumstances, 40 million gold soul coins is undoubtedly a worthy investment. The director of the Botanical Academy articulated her reasons for being willing to spend 40 million gold soul coins on the Emerald Swan soul spirit. The other students nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging their director's decision. As the group deliberated on which member should absorb this 10,000-year soul spirit, a gentle voice suddenly resonated in their ears. I wonder if you would be willing to promote our Star Dou Auction House. You may send one of your soul masters to absorb this 10,000-year soul spirit in front of all the soul masters. The voice belonged to Lu Yun. With his invincible domain, could naturally perceive any happenings within the Star Dou Auction House. The Emerald Swan soul spirit, having auctioned for only 40 million gold soul coins, struck him as rather surprising. Soul spirits are revolutionary products, and it seemed implausible that one would fetch merely 40 million gold soul coins. Lu Yun surmised that the unfamiliarity of the soul spirit led the soul masters of the Douluo continent to question its authenticity, thus causing reluctance to bid. He intended to use the Botanical Academy as a means to demonstrate the extraordinary qualities of soul spirits, which would significantly enhance the subsequent auctioning of soul spirits. The reason Liu Yun had only purchased a 10,000-year soul spirit this time was due to insufficient auction points. The true essence of soul spirits requires an abundance of auction points. Liu Yun planned to accumulate numerous auction points to eventually acquire the method for creating soul spirits, enabling him to produce them continuously. When the time comes, a significant number of auction points would flow into his hands. The promotion of soul spirits was an urgent matter. Otherwise, they would struggle to penetrate the Douluo continent's market. What person? The members of the Botanical Academy, having heard the unfamiliar voice, instinctively unleashed their martial souls, bracing themselves against an unknown adversary. However, they were perplexed by who could transmit such a sound within the confines of the Star Dou Auction House without detection. Do not be alarmed. I'm the master of the Star Dou Auction House, merely seeking your assistance in promoting my establishment. Rest assured, I shall ensure you do not suffer any losses. Liu Yun promptly revealed his identity, urging the Botanical Academy to consider his proposal. What? You are the mysterious master of the Star Dou Auction House. Indeed, upon Liu Yun's revelation, shock spread across the faces of the women from the Botanical Academy. The legendary and enigmatic master of the Star Dou Auction House, speaking to them, left them in awe. They sensed the overwhelming pressure that had previously enveloped them was undoubtedly emanating from Liu Yun. All the soul masters of the Botanical Academy trembled as they turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Yet, what if we rashly exited this private box to absorb the soul spirit? Suddenly, the director of the Botanical Academy, who had been inclined to agree, recalled the overall strength of their institution. They lacked any Title Douluos level experts. If this soul spirit truly possessed such astonishing effects, they might not be able to safeguard themselves. This was the source of their concern. Fear not. The Star Dou Auction House guarantees that any who dare to act against you shall face our relentless pursuit. Liu Yun discerned the Botanical Academy's apprehension and boldly assured them that they would not face annihilation due to this matter. Chapter 49. Absorbing the 10,000-year soul spirit. Since you have spoken, we of the Botanical Academy are willing to absorb this soul spirit in front of all the soul masters. At that moment, the director of the Botanical Academy, reassured by Liu Yun's guarantee, finally felt the weight lift from her shoulders. After deliberation, she decisively agreed to Liu Yun's proposal. They were uncertain whether the soul spirit was genuine. If they returned and rashly absorbed it, they might face unpredictable consequences. Absorbing it within the Star Dou Auction House would significantly mitigate the risks associated with absorbing the soul spirit. By the way, it appears that among us, there is no suitable soul master to absorb this soul spirit. The director of the Botanical Academy then confronted a challenging issue. The representatives from the Botanical Academy consisted of herself and 2 elders at the Soul Sage level, while the remaining students were predominantly at the Soul Master level, with only 1 student reaching the 40th level of soul power. Originally, they intended to wait until the conclusion of the auction to escort the student to the Star Dou Forest to acquire the 4th spirit ring. Among all present, none had reached the threshold of spirit power, save for the student at level 40 who could absorb it. However, it is well known that a soul master's 4th spirit ring must not exceed a lifespan of 10,000 years. The prospect of absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring was utterly inconceivable. To attempt such a feat recklessly would certainly lead to death. They had never heard of soul master successfully absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring for their 4th. Do not fret. I can assist her in absorbing this 10,000-year spirit without inflicting any harm, he assured. Of course, this will serve as a form of advertisement for your Plan Academy, in collaboration with our Star Dou Auction House. Liu Yun pondered for a moment, then spoke nonchalantly, for within the confines of the Star Dou Auction House, he was an unparalleled presence. To enable a level 40 soul master to absorb a spirit ring far beyond the typical lifespan was, indeed, a trivial matter. Hence, there was little cause for concern. The absorption of a 10,000-year spirit ring would significantly alter the future of the student. Aside from Tang San from the original narrative, it appeared that no soul master from ordinary factions could achieve such a feat. The head of the Plan Academy furrowed her brow, incredulous at this absurd notion. Allowing that student to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring was nothing short of a jest. It is widely acknowledged that the maximum lifespan for a soul master's 4th spirit ring typically caps at a few thousand years. The idea of absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring was preposterous. Yet, They were acutely aware of the formidable capabilities of the Star Dou Auction House, and perhaps they could indeed resolve this predicament. With that thought in mind, the head of the Planned Academy sought the student's opinion. Qingmu, would you be willing to absorb this 10,000-year Emerald Swan spirit within the Star Dou Auction House? The head addressed Qingmu, recognizing her as the most talented soul master of the younger generation in the Planned Academy. Should she successfully absorb the 10,000-year fourth ring, her innate strength would undoubtedly escalate. However, should she fail, the consequences could range from permanent damage to her foundation and soul power to a fatal outcome. It was a pivotal decision that should ultimately rest with her. I am willing to absorb this 10,000-year spirit, Qingmu declared resolutely after a moment of contemplation. Reminded of the mysteries surrounding the Star Dou Auction House, the opportunity to alter her destiny lay before her, and despite the inherent risks, she had no reason to retreat. Upon hearing the Planned Academy's agreement, Lu Yin nodded slightly. What was most surprising was that the student dared to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring for her fourth. This decision was indeed courageous, and Lu Yin recognized her audacity. It was precisely due to this choice that the girl's fate would be transformed. It was time for the miraculous effects of the spirit to resonate throughout the Douluo continent, commencing from this day to completely open the channels for spirits. Having received a definitive answer, Lu Yun communicated the matter to Xian Shuang, instructing her to pause the auction. Let us now demonstrate the process of spirit absorption to all present soul masters, he announced. I understand your skepticism regarding the authenticity of the spirit. Today, let the auctioneer showcase the process of spirit absorption. Upon receiving Lu Yun's directive, Xian Shuang immediately halted the auction of the next item, her gaze serious as she addressed the assembled soul masters with gravity. Indeed, as soon as Xian Shuang concluded her statement, the anticipation in the hearts of all soul masters was palpable, their eyes fixated on her. They too yearned to witness whether the spirits of the Star Dou Auction House were truly as extraordinary as described. Subsequently, the head of the Planned Academy led Qingmu to the auction stage. Now, I will teach you the method to absorb the spirit. Remain calm throughout this process. There is no need for concern. The master will intervene, Xian Shuang reassured Qingmu, urging her not to become anxious. Absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring for the fourth was an unfathomable aspiration for soul masters on the Douluo continent. Thus it was natural for Qingmu to feel a twinge of nervousness. Understood, Qingmu nodded gently, beginning to regulate her soul power. Xian Shuang guided Qingmu to slowly establish a connection with the Emerald Swan spirit using her martial spirit. As time flowed, the Emerald Swan emanated a potent life force. Qingmu's martial spirit instinctively materialized, establishing a bond with the Emerald Swan as though they were two halves of the same entity. The overwhelming power of the 10,000-year spirit beast surged into Qingmu's body, causing her immense agony. Her soul power was in turmoil, as if she might explode at any moment. The might of the 10,000-year spirit ring was beyond the capacity of a mere soul master. The multitude of soul masters present were astonished at the audacity of this level 40 woman to attempt the absorption of a 10,000-year spirit ring. Each faction's soul masters expressed their disbelief, shaking their heads in astonishment. From their perspective, attempting to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring at the fourth position was akin to stepping into the gates of death. There had been soul masters in the past who attempted to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring upon breaking through to the rank of soul master. But without exception, they had all perished, leaving no remains. As the crowd murmured in disbelief, suddenly, the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House radiated with an immense power. Boom! An endless bloom of vitality enveloped Qingmu, continuously refining her chaotic soul power. It dismantled the tumultuous energy within her, simultaneously fortifying her physique and meridians. Moments later, Qingmu appeared considerably more at ease, her expression tranquil as she absorbed the 10,000-year spirit. Lu Yin recognized that the soul power of the 10,000-year spirit ring was evidently beyond Qingmu's capacity. Thus, he employed his supreme might to disperse the excess power of the spirit instantaneously. He traversed throughout Qingmu's body, fortifying her meridians and physique until she could wholly withstand the force of the 10,000-year spirit. This act significantly aided Qingmu in successfully absorbing the 10,000-year spirit. Moreover, her physique and meridians were enhanced several-fold, an unimaginable boon for her future. It could be said that Qingmu's destiny had irrevocably transformed, all thanks to Liu Yun. After all, perhaps only Liu Yun possessed the capability to achieve such a feat on the Douluo continent. Even the most powerful limit Douluo lacked the strength to accomplish this. Nearly half an hour passed, and it was evident that the absorption of the Emerald Swan spirit was complete. Qingmu radiated an aura of serenity, her presence imbued with boundless life force that enveloped the entire area. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, a fourth spirit ring suddenly manifested around Qingmu. A dark 10,000-year spirit ring pulsating rhythmically, exuding the oppressive aura characteristic of such a powerful ring, reverberating through the void. How is this possible? She actually succeeded. What manner of existence is the Star Dou Auction House? It allowed a soul master to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring for their fourth without harm. Truly formidable. As all present beheld this extraordinary scene, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring at the fourth soul ring level was an unparalleled achievement in history. Although they were unaware of how the Star Dou Auction House had accomplished such a feat, the profound mystery surrounding it left them in awe. However, the leading forces of Douluo continent harbored ulterior motives, eager to recruit this remarkable woman into their ranks. A talent of this caliber, possessing a fourth soul ring at the 10,000-year level, was simply too precious to let slip away. Among the soul masters, some entertained sinister thoughts. Having recognized the extraordinary potential of the soul spirit, they were tempted to seize it for themselves, believing that possessing this soul spirit would grant them the ability to absorb a 10,000-year fourth ring as well. Alas, these individuals were destined to find their efforts in vain. Without Liu Yun's formidable power to facilitate the absorption, attempting to assimilate a 10,000-year soul spirit at the fourth ring level would only lead to their demise. With no hope of survival, we must find a way to recruit this girl into our spear hall. Bibi Dong expressed her interest in the girl, instructing the nearby Juve Douluo to devise a plan for her recruitment. She had never witnessed anyone absorb a 10,000-year soul at the fourth ring position. If she were to join the spirit hall, it would undoubtedly enhance their combat prowess, providing unimaginable benefits toward unifying Douluo continent. The true effect of the soul spirit had become clear to all. It bore no discernible difference from ordinary soul rings acquired through hunting. The 10,000-year Emerald Swan soul spirit could attach 3 soul rings, meaning that once this young woman's soul power surpassed the Soul King and reached the Soul Emperor level, 2 additional soul rings would automatically manifest without the need for further hunting. Xian Shuang utilized Qingmu's example to elucidate the soul spirit's extraordinary nature. A 10,000-year Emerald Swan could bestow 3 10,000-year soul rings upon the soul master, an incredible bargain. Many soul masters, upon hearing this explanation, marveled at the soul spirit's miraculous capabilities. However, a portion regretted not bidding on the spirit when they had a chance. A 10,000-year soul spirit capable of yielding 3 10,000-year soul rings was indeed a lucrative deal. Regrettably, their disbelief in the Star Dou Auction House's claims cost them an opportunity that words could scarcely encompass. By the way, I forgot to mention that these soul masters are promoting our Star Dou Auction House. I am aware of certain thoughts some of you may harbor. Should the Star Dou Auction House learn of any soul masters attempting to seize this soul spirit, do not blame us for being unyielding. At this moment, Xian Shuang recalled the instructions from the auction house leader, and an aura of icy power enveloped the entire venue. Upon hearing her warning, all present fell silent. Those with malicious intentions quickly abandoned their schemes, realizing that the might of the Star Dou Auction House was not to be trifled with. Since the Star Dou Auction House had pledged to protect the Plan Academy, they had no desire to provoke such a formidable entity. The Academy's director, witnessing this turn of events, could not conceal his joy and promptly expressed his gratitude to Xian Shuang. This unprecedented opportunity was a gift from the Star Dou Auction House, and he felt somewhat guilty for spending merely a few million gold soul coins. With the assurance from the Star Dou Auction House, the Plan Academy no longer had to worry about being coveted by other factions. Returning to their private box, they prepared to participate in the upcoming auction, eager to see what treasures the Star Dou Auction House would present next. Now that the brief interlude has passed, this auction features only this one soul spirit. If you wish to bid on additional soul spirits, you'll have to wait for future auctions, Xian Shuang stated, interrupting the audience's hopes of further soul spirit auctions. This time, There is indeed only this single 10,000-year soul spirit, and any subsequent spirits would depend on the leader's discretion. Thus, Xian Shuang commenced the bidding for the next item. Lu Yun focused his attention on the few items before him. The invincible domain had already provided him with immense surprises, and he could hardly imagine what further treasures awaited him. His gaze fell upon the Soul Power Enhancement card, and upon reading its description, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Soul Power Enhancement card can enhance the host's soul power. The specific level of enhancement is uncertain and relies solely on luck. The uncertainty of the enhancement level filled Lu Yun with anticipation. What if fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to elevate his soul power by 80 levels? Would he not ascend to godhood, becoming an invincible force on Douluo continent? Host, do not think too far ahead. This is merely an ordinary soul power enhancement card, which can at most enhance the host's soul power by 10 levels. Thus, it all depends on the host's luck. The system promptly interrupted Lu Yun's daydreams. Very well. Then I hope for an extraordinary stroke of luck that enhances my soul power by 10 levels. With a sigh, Lu Yun reflected on the absurdity of expecting to raise his soul power by 80 levels through an ordinary card. An enhancement of 10 levels was still a remarkable boon, even with the time and space divine tower martial soul, which could accelerate the flow of time around him. Achieving a 10-level increase in soul power would still require a considerable investment of time. Yet, to accomplish this with just a soul power enhancement card was indeed a most advantageous deal. The 10 items he had drawn this time were all gifts from his system. Receiving a 10 consecutive draw opportunity felt like a stroke of fortune, leaving no reason for dissatisfaction. With a determined expression, Lu Yun followed the system's guidance and fervently unleashed his soul power, shattering the soul power enhancement card. An explosion of golden light erupted, enveloping him entirely. In that moment, Lu Yun felt his body brimming with potent soul power. He swiftly activated both of his martial souls, beginning to absorb the immense energy flooding through him. Chapter 51. A future prosperity. When Lu Yun finally absorbed all the soul power within him, he suddenly opened his eyes, which now gleamed with a dazzling brilliance. Realizing that his soul power had surged by 8 levels filled him with uncontainable joy. His original soul power had reached level 26. And after utilizing the soul power enhancement card, he had successfully broken through to level 34. Though this level might seem modest for someone of his age, it was remarkable considering he had only been in Douluo continent for less than 2 months. If word got out, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire continent. It was no wonder, after all, that he possessed such an extraordinary system, having initially set a 5-year goal to become a god-level powerhouse. He now felt compelled to shorten that timeline. Lu Yun aspired to ascend to godhood with utmost urgency. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he began to stabilize his newfound soul power. After half an hour, once everything had settled, Lu Yun's gaze fell upon a card labeled Soul Power Concentration 100-fold. Soul Power Concentration 100-fold card can greatly enhance soul power on Douluo continent by 100-fold, ushering in an era of cultivation prosperity. As Lu Yun read the specifics of this card's effect, he was left utterly speechless, his mind reeling with astonishment. Surely he had not misread. With merely the energy of this singular card, the concentration of soul power in the Douluo continent can remarkably be elevated 100-fold. What does this truly signify? One must consider the vast expanse of the Douluo continent. The implications of such an increase in soul power concentration are beyond Lu Yun's estimation. Presently, it is exceedingly difficult to birth a Title Douluos in the Douluo continent. Yet after this 100-fold enhancement, within a decade, Title Douluos will undoubtedly be abundant. There may even be prodigious soul masters capable of proving their divinity through their own strength. Naturally, the benefits stemming from this surge in soul power concentration extend far beyond these initial observations. As time progresses, the likelihood of newborns possessing top-tier martial souls will significantly increase. This heralds the dawn of a prosperous era of cultivation across the Douluo continent. The mere thought of such a pinnacle period makes Lu Yun inhale deeply. In light of this, the Soul Crystal Plan can now be formally implemented. After striving to calm his restless emotions, Lu Yun shook his head in contemplation. He suddenly recalled his intention to announce this matter following the conclusion of the auction. If the soul power in the Douluo continent were to indeed rise 100-fold, the emergence of soul crystals would also accelerate. Currently, The condensation of soul crystals relies solely on the soul masters themselves, which is hardly a sustainable strategy. A soul master cannot perpetually abstain from cultivation to focus solely on the condensation of soul crystals. Such an endeavor is evidently impractical. Liu Yun intends to procure methods for self-condensation of soul crystals from the divine shop shortly. At that moment, his attention was drawn to the Xian Tiangong cultivation method beside him. Initially surprised when he drew the Tang Sex technique, he perceived the Xian Tiangong as merely an ordinary method, lacking any formidable qualities. However, since it was cultivated by Tang San, Liu Yun envisioned a plan for its dissemination. Given that the Douluo continent requires the condensation of soul crystals, human soul masters may encounter some challenges in their cultivation. If the Xian Tiangong were to be popularized throughout the Douluo continent, the quantity of soul crystals produced would undoubtedly be substantial. This would enable him to amass auction points, thereby enhancing his own strength. The Xian Tiangong was available in the divine shop for a mere 1,000 auction points, indicating its trivial worth. This presents an ideal opportunity to propagate the Xian Tiangong, allowing every soul master across the Douluo continent to cultivate it. The ensuing benefits are beyond imagination. In the future, if every inhabitant of the Douluo continent possesses a copy of the Xian Tiangong, it might even become an essential method of meditation for every household. Contemplating this scenario, Liu Yun couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for Tang San. After all, Tang San had concealed the Xian Tiangong so deeply that even his wife and friends were left uninformed. In the annals of Douluo history, Tang San had guarded the Xian Tiangong fiercely, fearing that others might discover it. Should he ever learn that nearly every soul master in the Douluo continent possessed a copy of the Xian Tiangong, it would surely infuriate him to no end. Although Liu Yun may not witness such a scene, the mere thought brings him immense satisfaction. This anticipation only heightens his eagerness for the Xian Tiangong to spread throughout the Douluo continent. The Xian Tiangong was acquired through a tenfold draw opportunity granted by the system, rendering it a gift from the system, thus not deserving of lament. Thus, Liu Yun's scheme to outwit Tang San gradually unfolds. The Xian Tiangong will also serve as a powerful tool for Liu Yun to further amass auction points. It must be utilized wisely. With nearly all the products thoroughly examined, Liu Yun's gaze ultimately settled upon the summoning card. The name summoning card clearly suggests the ability to summon something. Whether it be a person or an object, Liu Yun was uncertain. Upon touching the summoning card with his right hand, a sudden insight regarding its function flashed through his mind. Summoning card. Summon powerful beings from the myriad realms to serve the host. Such a succinct introduction filled Liu Yun with delight. To summon a powerful being from the myriad realms for his own use? This prospect thrilled him, though a concern lingered in his heart. Would the summoned being harbor any ulterior motives? The host need not worry. The beings summoned by the summoning card will not develop any ulterior motives towards the host, only retaining their original personalities. Once the powerful beings from the myriad realms arrive in the Douluo continent, their entire strength will be converted into soul power. The system promptly clarified Liu Yun's doubts, assuring him that the summoned beings would bear no ill will. Ah, that puts my mind at ease. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. Currently, the personnel in the Star Dou Auction House comprises only Jiuyu and Xinshuang, which poses a challenge for its continued development. Although he possesses unparalleled strength within the auction house, rendering him untroubled by any issues in the outside world, he remains merely a soul sovereign. Liu Yun felt immensely satisfied with the summoning card, as it seemed to temporarily alleviate his immediate concerns. Knowing the precise function of the summoning card, he poured his surging soul power into it. Boom! The summoning card radiated a resplendent golden light, which gradually transformed into a stream of golden particles, coalescing into a golden portal from a void. Beyond the golden portal lay an expanse of boundless void power. And upon witnessing this scene, Liu Yun's curiosity intensified. What kind of powerful being would the summoning card summon? Chapter 52. Summoning a powerful being. Liu Yun's anticipation soared as the golden portal began to tremble violently. A dazzling golden light surged forth, causing Liu Yun to close his eyes against its brilliance. When he opened them again, he discovered a figure had appeared before him. It was a woman, her beauty captivating to the point of being almost otherworldly. Her elongated, lavender eyes shimmered with an enchanting allure, capable of ensnaring the gaze of any man. She donned an opulent purple brocade robe, beneath which her curvaceous form resembled a ripe peach, exuding a subtle charm. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her shoulders, gracefully falling to her slender waist. Beneath the brocade robe, a segment of a purple serpent's tail emerged, gently swaying, emanating a wild and alluring energy that rendered those who beheld it inexplicably flushed. A formidable, queenly aura radiated from her, captivating Lu Yun's attention. Upon gazing at the enchanting figure before him, Lu Yun recognized the identity of the being he had summoned. To his astonishment, he had summoned the Queen Medusa from Douluo. As he observed Queen Medusa's alluring form, a flicker of awe crossed his eyes, marking an unexpected delight. Queen Medusa, realizing she had arrived in an unfamiliar world, wore an expression of utter confusion. A tremendous aura enveloped the entire area, her tail transforming into a pair of fair, long legs, exuding a captivating charm. Queen Medusa was filled with bewilderment, questioning the nature of her circumstance. She had been in the midst of consolidating her strength following her breakthrough to Dou Zone when a powerful golden light forcefully transported her, leaving her no time to react. What on earth is happening? As she regained her senses, she found herself in an unfamiliar place, utterly unable to harness even the slightest bit of her own power. It was as though an unseen force had completely imprisoned the strength within her, causing her aura to clash violently with the surrounding atmosphere. This realization filled Queen Medusa with profound alarm, and soon after, she laid eyes on a man before her, emanating an aura even more terrifying than the world itself. Despite this, Queen Medusa met Lu Yun's gaze without a trace of fear, fully aware that it was this very man who had brought her to this strange realm. "Welcome to the Douluo continent, Queen Medusa." Lu Yun sensed that her formidable abilities were entirely suppressed, and that she was instinctively rejecting the soul power around her. Moments later, he grasped the situation. Queen Medusa's fighting energy clashed with the soul power of the Douluo continent, preventing her from unleashing her full potential. However, Lu Yun was perplexed as to why her fighting energy had yet to transform into soul power. He felt no concern for Queen Medusa, for he trusted the system's assurance that she harbored no ill intentions. Within the Star Dou Auction House, he possessed unparalleled strength and had no reason to fear her. The system then detected the successful summoning of Queen Medusa from the world of battle through the heavens, noting that her power level corresponded to a Dou Zone, thus converting her strength to the 99th level limit Douluo of the Douluo continent. At that moment, a golden light enveloped Queen Medusa. In an instant, she appeared as a doll, her eyes vacant, frozen in place. Boom! The fighting energy within her fully converted to soul power, and the presence of a limit Douluo surged throughout the Star Dou Auction House. Fortunately, Lu Yun acted swiftly to conceal this overwhelming aura. If it had been fully released, the soul masters on the two lower levels of the auction house would have been left defenseless. The full force of a limit Douluo would be nearly impossible to withstand, even for Title Douluos, let alone the weaker soul masters. Lu Yun's gaze remained fixed on Queen Medusa, and he suddenly noticed her awakening, her eyes devoid of murderous intent. In her mind, the unfamiliar essence of this world began to take shape. The Douluo continent, a wondrous martial soul, and a unique cultivation system. It was a realm entirely distinct from battle through the heavens. How fascinating! As Queen Medusa experienced the extraordinary soul power within her, an unusual smile graced her face. She turned her attention to Lu Yun, devoid of any hostility, instead filled with intrigue. The man before her, capable of transporting her to this unfamiliar world, must possess remarkable strength. For reasons unknown, she cannot summon any desire to harm him, a perplexing situation for the queen. Regardless, she accepted her new identity and decided to embrace her life in the Douluo continent, eager to explore the allure of its martial souls. The dramatic shift in Queen Medusa's demeanor was undoubtedly influenced by the system's incorporation of the powerful aspects of the Star Dou Auction House and the wonders of the Douluo continent. "Are you the master of the Star Dou Auction House?" Queen Medusa's alluring voice reached Lu Yun's ears. "Indeed, I'm a master of the Star Dou Auction House. You should now understand the essence of this world. I wish you a pleasant life in the Douluo continent." Seeing Queen Medusa's transformation, Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing the system's intervention. Medusa's regal demeanor was one of pride, as if she regarded everything with indifference. Subsequently, Liu Yun encouraged her to pursue her interests in the Douluo continent, while also warning her not to use her power there. The emergence of a limit Douluo would undoubtedly cause upheaval across the entire continent. Once Queen Medusa departed, Liu Yun was left pondering a question. Why had she retained her original personality while Xian Shuang and Jiu Yu appeared entirely loyal to him? Seemingly oblivious to their former selves? He inquired of the system for clarification. Queen Medusa was summoned using your summoning card from the Myriad Realms, while Xian Shuang and Jiu Yu are entirely creations of the system and do not belong to the Myriad Realms. However, the system has endowed them with personalities that are loyal to you. The first time you arrived on the Douluo continent, summoning a powerful being from the Myriad Realms could have led to your demise, the system explained, imparting the distinctions between the two cases with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun felt a surge of understanding wash over him. When he first arrived in the Douluo continent, he had no martial soul or soul power. Had the system hastily summoned a formidable being, he might not have survived to this day. Lacking strength, even with the system's aid, commanding a power from the Myriad Realms would have been nearly impossible. However, the current circumstances were different, as the system's actions had, to a degree, safeguarded him from life-threatening dangers. There should be 2 more chapters updated tonight, so stay tuned. Following the conclusion of events, Liu Yun refocused his attention on the auction below. The auction was nearing its end, and it was time to announce the matter of soul crystals, which would fundamentally transform the trading system of the Douluo continent. During Liu Yun's summoning of Queen Medusa, Xian Shuang had concluded the auction for the 4th item. The 4th item, a storage ring, was akin to the storage soul tools of the Douluo continent. However, Liu Yun's storage ring was even more extraordinary, capable of storing both lifeless and living entities. This ring was an immensely precious treasure for soul masters of the Douluo continent. Due to insufficient auction points in his pocket, Liu Yun could only acquire storage space of 50 cubic meters. The Divine Shop offered larger storage rings, but the required auction points were exorbitant, far beyond his previous financial means. Next, they turned to the final item of this auction. With a serious expression, Xian Shuang addressed the soul masters below. With a wave of her hand, a point of green light shimmered, revealing a mystical herb before her, a celestial tulip, precisely what Liu Yun had previously extracted from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The celestial tulip was among the most esteemed herbs found within the ice and fire yin-yang eye, second only to the heartbreak red, dubbed the king of celestial herbs. The celestial tulip could discern the properties of all heavenly and earthly spiritual items, commanding them with ease. It possessed every ability related to flavor and could neutralize toxins, while all plant-type soul beasts would find their combat prowess halved in its presence. In the original work, Ning Rongrong consumed the Chiluo tulip, thereby compensating for the deficiencies of her martial soul, which then evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile. For any soul master, the Chiluo tulip is an invaluable treasure. This is precisely why Liu Yun chose to present the Chiluo tulip as the final item for auction. In his perspective, if one were to identify the wealthiest force in the entire Douluo continent, it would undoubtedly be the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Liu Yun speculated that the combined wealth of all forces in the Douluo continent might barely surpass that of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The martial soul of the 7-treasure glazed tile is inherently extraordinary, possessing the ability to autonomously discern the locations of treasures. It is no wonder that it is prosperous. By auctioning this Chiluo tulip, Liu Yun's primary intention was to take advantage of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's resources, capitalizing on this opportunity to gather a significant amount of auction points, especially since the golden soul coins would no longer be available in the Star Dou Auction House in the future. Firstly, let's introduce this divine herb, known as the Chiluo tulip, which is revered as the king of celestial-grade medicinal herbs. Subsequently, Xian Shuang gradually elucidated the name and effects of this divine herb to the numerous soul masters present. Most attendees were evidently unfamiliar with such an extraordinary herb. However, for soul masters attending an auction for the first time, this was an indescribable treasure. The celestial herb presented by the Star Dou Auction House for the first time could significantly enhance one's spiritual power, truly a miraculous boon. What then are the effects of this Chiluo tulip? This divine herb can also augment a soul master's soul power. Naturally, the lower the soul power of the soul master, the greater the enhancement received from consuming the Douluo tulip. Yet, the Douluo tulip's benefits extend beyond merely enhancing soul power. Most significantly, this herb can catalyze the evolution of a martial soul toward a stronger direction, particularly for gem-type martial souls. Xianshuang directly revealed this groundbreaking information. Indeed, the moment her words fell, the breathing of the majority of soul masters in attendance quickened, astonished to learn that this divine herb could also induce martial soul evolution. How remarkable is this revelation? The martial soul is a predetermined aspect of one's existence, and mutations only occur at the moment of awakening. Often, such mutations might lead to adverse developments. Thus, the notion that a single divine herb could enable a martial soul to evolve towards greater strength was nothing short of astonishing. The martial soul determines a soul master's future. If one aspires to surpass the Title Douluo level, their martial soul must be of the highest caliber. Otherwise, it becomes exceedingly challenging to enter the realm of Title Douluo. Xianshuang's final remark about the herb being particularly beneficial for gem-type martial souls was overlooked by many. This divine herb represented an opportunity for them to alter their destinies. They were determined to seize this chance and would not allow it to slip from their grasp. In box number 7, Ning Fengji, upon hearing Xianshuang's introduction, inquired breathlessly of Star Dou and Douluo. Is this divine herb truly capable of aiding gem-type martial souls in their evolution, as the Star Dou Auction House claims? Ning Fengji was taken aback by the value of the 5th auction item at the Star Dou Auction House, realizing it was a treasure capable of inducing martial soul evolution. Furthermore, it was especially effective for gem-type martial souls, of which the martial soul of the 7 treasure, glazed tile school, was one. This meant that the Douluo tulip was tailor-made for their martial soul, filling Ning Fengji with a sense of overwhelming fortune. Fengji, the Star Dou Auction House would not deceive us. After all, the items previously auctioned have all been the pinnacle of treasures in the Douluo continent. There should be no issue with presenting an item capable of facilitating the evolution of the 7 treasure, glazed tile, martial soul. Star Dou concurred, his gaze sparkling as he looked towards the Douluo tulip. Internally, he was confident that this Douluo tulip was indeed genuine. Could the long-standing constraints of the 7 treasure, glazed tile, martial soul finally be broken today? The potential of the Douluo tulip to assist in the evolution of their martial soul was a chance that Ning Fengji could not afford to miss. It was a pivotal moment that could reshape the future of the 7 treasure, glazed tile school. As he calmed his racing emotions, Ning Fengji resolutely declared his intent to acquire the Douluo tulip. The starting bid for this premier celestial grade herb was set at 70 million golden soul coins. Xianshuang immediately announced the opening price. Originally, Lu Yin did not intend to set the starting bid so high, but he also considered the auction points, reluctantly deciding to have the 7 treasure glazed tile school pay a bit more. However, this opening bid effectively deterred most soul masters from participating in the competition. Only the most powerful forces in the Douluo continent might dare to contend. In a sense, this Douluo tulip already belonged to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Yet the ultimate beneficiary would undoubtedly be Lu Yin. This Douluo tulip was harvested from the eye of ice and fire, requiring no auction points. In essence, it was a divine herb obtained for free. 100 million golden soul coins. Ning Fengji exclaimed, breathlessly raising his bid. No matter what, he was determined to secure the Douluo tulip, even if it meant depleting the entire resources of his sect. Should a soul master with a 9 treasure, glazed tile, martial soul emerge in the future, the 7 treasure, glazed tile school would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the most elite forces in the Douluo continent. The legacy of the 7 treasure, glazed tile school would thrive, not diminish under his watch. Who exactly is in box 7? Such audacity to bid 100 million golden soul coins right off the bat. The astonishment rippled through the Star Dou Auction House. While the Douluo tulip possessed some capacity for martial soul evolution, such a steep bid was utterly outrageous, exceeding the opening price by a staggering 30 million golden soul coins. With such a significant increase, how could others compete in the auction? After Ning Fengji's declaration of 100 million golden soul coins, the soul masters within the Star Dou Auction House were left in shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief. 100 million golden soul coins is no trifling amount. The initial opening bid of 70 million golden soul coins had already caused most forces to withdraw from the competition. Now, with Ning Fengji raising the price to 100 million golden soul coins, it further eliminated the remaining contenders. In the Douluo continent, few forces could muster such an amount in a single bid. Did the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School make a move? At that moment, BB Dong in Box 1, upon hearing the bid of 100 million golden soul coins from Box 7 for the Douluo tulip, felt a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. During her journey to the Star Dou Auction House, she had seen Ning Fengji enter Box 7. BB Dong fixed her gaze on Box 7, contemplating deeply, and suddenly recalled that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul indeed belonged to the gem category. Her expression shifted to one of peculiar cunning as a scheme formed in her mind. If this Douluo tulip could truly facilitate martial soul evolution, would Ning Fengji's Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul not evolve into the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile, or even the legendary 9 Treasure Glazed Tile? At that time, with the assistance of Ning Fengji's Martial Soul, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. This posed a significant threat to the Martial Soul Hall's ambition to unify the Douluo continent. Consequently, BB Dong was determined not to relinquish the Douluo tulip. However, she harbored considerable uncertainty about her ability to secure this divine herb at auction. Having already expended 300 million gold soul coins to acquire a God-given soul ring, she felt ill-equipped to compete against the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Nonetheless, she resolved to make an effort, ensuring that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would not easily claim the Douluo tulip. Even if she could not prevent Ning Fengji from acquiring the herb, she aimed to inflict substantial damage upon the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. 150 million gold soul coins. At that moment, BB Dong instructed the nearby Chrysanthemum Douluo to decisively raise the bid by 50 million gold soul coins. A wave of astonishment swept through the soul masters present, marveling at the apparent wealth of Box 1. Having spent 300 million gold soul coins on an unknown God-given soul ring, they now intended to invest 150 million gold soul coins for a divine herb capable of evolving martial souls. Clearly, the Martial Soul Hall was poised to intervene. Upon hearing the bid from Box 1, Sword Dou's expression grew grave as he murmured to himself. He had long anticipated that this auction would not proceed smoothly, and indeed, the Martial Soul Hall had made its move. He understood their motives. If the Douluo tulip could truly facilitate martial soul evolution, the strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, warranting the Martial Soul Hall's apprehension. Not to worry, the Martial Soul Hall has already expended 300 million gold soul coins, so we shall undoubtedly secure the Douluo tulip. Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively, regarding the competition from the Martial Soul Hall with indifference. Few forces could rival the financial might of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and thus he felt no concern about the Martial Soul Hall acquiring the Douluo tulip. 200 million gold soul coins. At that moment, Ning Fengji resolutely raised the bid by 50 million gold soul coins once more. He did not wish to waste time with the Martial Soul Hall, striving to secure the herb at the highest price to avert any unforeseen complications. This was the pivotal moment that could alter the fate of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and he could not afford any missteps. The audacity of such a bid left the audience in a state of shock, unable to fathom the magnitude of the increase. Your Majesty, we have less than 200 million gold soul coins remaining. At that moment, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, with a worried expression, addressed BB Dong. They had brought a substantial amount of gold soul coins, yet after their previous expenditure of 300 million, their remaining funds fell significantly short of 200 million. In light of this situation, BB Dong could only sigh and concede the Douluo tulip to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Regrettably, she had once again failed to bring an adequate sum of gold soul coins. 200 million gold soul coins once. 200 million gold soul coins twice. 200 million gold soul coins thrice. With no further bids, the Douluo tulip was awarded to Box 7. After confirming that no one else would raise the bid, Xinshuang promptly delivered the Douluo tulip to Box 7, facilitating the exchange of payment for the precious herb. Is this truly the Douluo tulip capable of enabling martial soul evolution? Ning Fengji held the Douluo tulip as though it were a cherished treasure, his face aglow with uncontainable joy. He could distinctly feel the agitation of the seven-treasure, glazed tile, martial soul within him. As if absorbing the Qi Luo tulip would confer immense benefits upon his martial soul. Witnessing this, Ning Fengji was further convinced of the authenticity of the Qi Luo tulip. Fengji, why don't we return now, so that you may fully absorb the Qi Luo tulip? Star Dou suggested, eager to ensure that no unforeseen events transpired. No, let us reserve the Qi Luo tulip for Rongrong. Given my talent, I may not be able to fully harness its medicinal properties. In comparison to me, Rongrong is far more in need of this supreme herb to achieve martial soul evolution. Ning Fengji decisively refused Star Doulo's proposal, having already determined the fate of the herb. The Star Dou Auction House had indicated that lower-ranked soul masters would derive greater benefits from the herb. To err on the side of caution, it was best to allow Ning Rongrong to absorb the Qi Luo tulip. Should he fail to evolve the 7-treasure glazed tile, martial soul, into the 9-treasure glazed tile, it would be a waste of such a premier herb. Chapter 54. The popularization of soul crystals upon hearing Ning Fengji's intention to allow Ning Rongrong to absorb the Qi Luo tulip. Star Dou and Douluo exchanged glances but refrained from voicing any objections, entrusting the decision to Ning Fengji. After all, they understood that what Ning Fengji stated was true. The benefits of the herb increased with the soul master's lower soul power. Considering the long-term benefits, Ning Fengji chose to allow his daughter Ning Rongrong to absorb the Qi Luo tulip. However, Star Dou and Douluo secretly hoped that Ning Fengji would absorb the Qi Luo tulip himself, enabling the 7-treasure glazed tile, martial soul, to undergo evolution. Ning Fengji could potentially surpass the current limit of rank 79 and ascend to Title Douluos, thereby elevating the entire strength of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, alleviating concerns about threats from other forces. I believe that since the Star Dou Auction House was capable of presenting this Qi Luo tulip to assist the evolution of the 7-treasure glazed tile, martial soul, they will undoubtedly offer similar treasures in the future to facilitate martial soul evolution. At that point, I will not hesitate to spend considerable sums to acquire them. Ning Fengji remarqued optimistically. Given the previously presented treasures, it was evident that the Star Dou Auction House was shrouded in mystery. He would not be surprised if they offered items not belonging to the Douluo continent. Thus, he resolved to leave the Qi Luo tulip for his daughter to absorb, ensuring the herb's maximum efficacy. Well, since you have made your decision, I shall defer to you. Star Dou and Douluo nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ning Fengji's rationale as apt for the current situation. With that settled, we shall take our leave. After all, the 5 auction items have now concluded. We must return swiftly so that Ning Rongrong can absorb the Qi Luo tulip and see if she can evolve her martial soul into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile. Star Dou stated gravely, preparing to depart. They had secured the remarkable Qi Luo tulip, which could enhance martial soul evolution, and with the martial soul hall also competing, it was imperative to leave promptly to avoid any potential complications. Indeed, let us depart. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and Douluo nodded gently, preparing to rise from a number 7 private room and return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Thus, the auction at the Star Dou Auction House came to a satisfactory conclusion. As the 5th item was sold, Xian Shuang smiled and addressed the crowd, declaring the auction officially over. Just as her words fell, everyone began to stand and prepare to leave. However, Xian Shuang, mindful of the master's instructions, softly added, "Do not rush to depart just yet. Our Star Dou Auction House will be implementing some changes to our regulations. Starting from the next auction, the currency for transactions will shift from gold soul coins to soul crystals. If anyone attempts to use gold soul coins in the next auction, our Star Dou Auction House will not recognize them." At that moment, Xian Shuang announced the complete transition of the auction house's currency to soul crystals. The unfamiliar term, soul crystal, left the soul masters present in a state of bewilderment, their faces etched with confusion. What exactly is a soul crystal? Why had they lived on Douluo continent for so long without ever hearing of it? Some voiced their inquiries, yet a strange thought suddenly emerged in their minds. They possessed a substantial amount of gold soul coins, yet soul crystals were entirely foreign to them. Would they not be left empty-handed at the next auction? The thought of watching treasures slip from their grasp felt unbearably cruel. Nevertheless, They remained quiet, listening attentively as the Star Dou Auction House elucidated the nature of soul crystals. Soul crystals, as the name implies, are crystals formed from the condensation of soul power, imbued with astonishing energy. They can be utilized not only for cultivation, but also as the medium of exchange at the Star Dou Auction House. The creation of soul crystals is a process conceived by our master, and the specific methods for their condensation will be shared by him. Therefore, the next auction will primarily utilize soul crystals as the currency, and we hope you all understand. Qian Shuang briefly introduced the origins of soul crystals. Upon hearing this, the soul masters remained perplexed, yet their astonishment grew. Unlike gold soul coins, which were solely for trade, soul crystals could also facilitate cultivation, piquing the interest of all present. The condensation of soul crystals is a challenging endeavor, requiring you to gather a significant quantity to participate in the forthcoming auction. The next auction will be held in a year, and we hope that all factions will take this time to gather enough soul crystals. Otherwise, the treasures of the next auction will indeed slip from your fingers. Qian Shuang continued, informing everyone that the next auction would take place in 1 year. Lu Yun, having contemplated this thoroughly, acknowledged the immense difficulty in condensing soul crystals. Even with a 100-fold increase in the soul power concentration of Douluo continent and the foundational meditation technique of Xiantian Gong, the prospect of gathering a large quantity of soul crystals in a short time seemed unrealistic. Thus, Lu Yun offered them a year to accumulate these crystals. At the auction a year hence, he could seize the opportunity to collect a vast array of auction points. This plan took him considerable time to devise. Subsequently, the master would disseminate the specific methods of soul crystal condensation throughout Douluo continent, allowing every soul master to participate in the Star Dou Auction House's auctions or utilize them for cultivation. To expedite the process, the master has generously provided you all with a copy of the Xiantian Gong meditation technique. This technique surpasses the traditional meditation methods of Douluo continent by several degrees, and with it, I am confident you will be able to condense soul crystals more swiftly. Seeing the complicated expressions on many soul masters' faces, Qian Shuang relayed 2 pieces of good news. The first was the gift of a premier meditation technique, enabling them to condense soul crystals at an accelerated pace, thereby becoming tools for Lu Yun's accumulation of auction points. After all, the Xiantian Gong was acquired by Lu Yun through the system's raffle opportunities, so he bore no loss. On the other hand, Lu Yun expended a significant amount of auction points to purchase the specific methods for condensing soul crystals. However, these points were essentially gifts from everyone present, so Lu Yun felt no regret. Following this, Qian Shuang waved her hand, and volumes of Xiantian Gong appeared before her. A surge of soul power coursing through her as she distributed each volume to everyone present. Simultaneously, she revealed the specific methods for condensing soul crystals, which would then be disseminated by the various factions throughout Douluo continent. It is anticipated that within a month, soul crystals will become widespread across Douluo continent, establishing themselves as the primary currency among soul masters. This extraordinary currency, soul crystals, is to be utilized for transactions among soul masters, while the previous gold soul coins will serve as currency for ordinary civilians. This task will be entrusted to the Spirit Hall, and we appreciate your cooperation in this matter. Qian Shuang conveyed this to the Spirit Hall, expressing hope that they would utilize their influence to promote soul crystals and clearly delineate the 2 currencies. There is no need to worry that ordinary citizens of Douluo continent will be unable to condense soul crystals and thus be eliminated from society. From now on, gold soul coins shall serve as the currency for those without soul power, significantly preventing the collapse of the existing trading system. Very well. The Spirit Hall shall undertake the responsibility of promoting soul crystals. Bibi Dong responded, her heart filled with endless curiosity about soul crystals, yet she accepted this duty. For the Spirit Hall to unify Douluo continent in the future, it must win the people's favor. And the emergence of soul crystals presented an opportunity for her to elevate the Spirit Hall's status further. However, the other factions appeared somewhat displeased when they learned that the responsibility had been assigned to the Spirit Hall. They understood the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall, and with this event, the Hall's position would likely soar. This posed a significant disadvantage to the other factions, yet they dared not voice their objections. Soon after, everyone received the specific methods for condensing soul crystals, their faces reflecting astonishment. They had not anticipated the process to be so wondrous, and the revelation that soul crystals could also be used for cultivation sent waves of excitement through them. This new currency would undoubtedly transform the trading system of Douluo continent. Their curiosity about the Star Dou Auction House deepened, as this enigmatic establishment repeatedly unveiled treasures that left the entire continent in awe. The announcement of the advent of soul crystals would significantly enhance the soul power levels of soul masters across Douluo continent, greatly benefiting its overall development. This Xiantian Gong is indeed several tiers superior to the 7 treasure meditation technique we have inherited. Ning Fengji marveled upon understanding the specific methods for condensing soul crystals. His heart filled with astonishment. He soon became captivated by the volume of Xiantian Gong in his hands, and the more he read, the stronger his amazement grew. What a remarkable meditation technique this is, far surpassing the 7 treasure meditation technique that has been passed down through their sect for generations. Moreover, the Xiantian skill is divided into 10 levels. If we adhere to the cultivation system of the soul masters in the Douluo continent, each ascension could potentially break through 10 levels of soul power. This implies that if someone could reach the 10th level of Xiantian skill, they would enter a divine realm that has never been accessed by anyone in the Douluo continent. This notion stirred an overwhelming tumult within Ning Fengji, causing waves of emotion to surge. This truly constitutes a supreme mental technique. If any faction were to possess the Xiantian skill, the possibility of producing divine powerhouses in the future would not be far-fetched. Even Title Douluo level experts might emerge like spring bamboo shoots, rapidly appearing throughout the Douluo continent. This realization weighed heavily on Ning Fengji and his companions. Regrettably, the Star Dou Auction House had made the Xiantian skill widely available across the Douluo continent. This means that from now on, most soul masters could cultivate the Xiantian skill, thereby enhancing their soul power levels. They would no longer hold an advantage, which prompted Ning Fengji to plan to return and impart the Xiantian skill to every disciple in his sect. He urged them to hasten their training to elevate their soul power levels. In the upcoming era, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect must strive to be the foremost. The Xiantian skill is indeed remarkable. It is astonishing that the Star Dou Auction House offers such a premier mental technique to the masses. Bibi Dong, holding the Xiantian skill, could not conceal the amazement in her eyes. Soon, she grasped the gravity of the situation, contemplating further than other factions. With each individual holding a copy of a Xiantian skill, the number of Title Douluos in the Douluo continent would undoubtedly increase. At that time, the status of their spirit hall would be severely threatened. Consequently, a series of plans began to take shape in Bibi Dong's mind. She vowed to seize this opportunity to ensure the spirit hall produces more Title Douluos. This concludes the announcement from our Star Dou Auction House. Remember, for the next auction, do not forget to bring soul crystals. We do not recognize gold soul coins. Xian Shuang observed the changes in the expressions of the crowd and nodded in satisfaction. Truly, as the master of the house, the items presented are sufficient to astonish everyone. After you depart, a remarkable event will unfold in the Douluo continent. I hope all factions can seize this opportunity and not let it slip by. As many factions prepare to leave, Xian Shuang revealed another astonishing piece of news. Indeed, Xian Shuang learned from Lu Yun that shortly, the Star Dou Auction House would unleash a terrifying power that would amplify the overall soul power concentration of the Douluo continent by 100-fold. Upon learning this, Xian Shuang could hardly maintain her composure. Although she was a character created by the system, she was well aware of the current state of the Douluo continent. The Master S move was nearly above the law of the land, which was terrifying. This deepened Xian Shuang's respect for Lu Yun. What is this astonishing event? Why does the Star Dou Auction House always leave us in suspense? Since the Star Dou Auction House has proclaimed it to be an extraordinary event, the forthcoming opportunity is undoubtedly monumental. We must not miss it. Indeed, once I leave the Star Dou Auction House, I shall remain vigilant for this opportunity and ensure it does not slip from my grasp. Upon hearing this, every faction was on high alert, eagerly anticipating the event mentioned by the Star Dou Auction House. What could this remarkable event be? Even peerless powerhouses like Bibi Dong were filled with anticipation regarding this extraordinary occurrence, planning to instruct the members of the Spirit Hall to remain ready for the impending opportunity. The transmission of the Xiantian skill also served another purpose, to vex Tang San. It is perplexing why so many misunderstand the protagonist as a sycophant, ingratiating himself with the powers of the continent. Chapter 56. Medusa's first battle. After the auction concluded, the major factions swiftly departed from the Star Dou Auction House, returning to their respective domains, awaiting the extraordinary opportunity that Lu Yun had alluded to. Meanwhile, a momentous event unfolded within the Spirit Hall. At this moment, two figures floated in mid-air above the Spirit Hall, each exuding a formidable aura capable of overwhelming the very heavens and the earth. One of these figures was the Queen Medusa, who had previously bid farewell to Lu Yun. Medusa gazed calmly at the man before her, her eyes brimming with pride, seemingly dismissing him entirely. This man, clad in a golden robe, had a six-winged angel spirit radiating an awe-inspiring power around him. He was none other than Douluo, one of the three limit Douluo of the Douluo continent, renowned as the invincible of the sky. Who are you? Why do you dare to act recklessly in the Spirit Hall? I never imagined such a powerful being existed in the Douluo continent. Douluo's gaze fixed intently on Queen Medusa, revealing an unprecedented solemnity in his expression. He could clearly sense that although this woman appeared unthreatening, she was infused with the aura of a limit Douluo, compelling even Douluo to treat her with caution. The sense of impending danger emanating from her was astonishing. After so many years, few had compelled him to exert his full strength, yet this woman evoked a profound sense of threat. However, what piqued Douluo's curiosity was the origin of this woman. He had never heard of any faction birthing a limit Douluo. What does it matter to you where I come from? Will you fight or not? Medusa replied with a cold and indifferent tone, her face betraying impatience. She had initially intended to wander the Douluo continent, but found herself beset by troubles at every turn. If not for Lu Yun's previous warning to refrain from acting hastily, she would have ignored these nuisances. The formidable Douluo, while not on par with her peak strength, was still not easily dealt with. Medusa surmised that this matter would not resolve itself easily. In that case, I must take action. If they do not receive a lesson, they will not understand their limitations. Time and again, they obstruct me. It is akin to courting death. Arrogant. I do not care where you come from, but daring to act insolently in the Spirit Hall leaves you no room for courtesy. Douluo's face darkened with rage upon hearing Medusa's disdainful tone. In the next moment, the six-winged angel spirit behind him erupted with brilliant angelic light. The seventh soul ring on his body suddenly ignited, radiating a dark glow. Seventh soul skill, angelic true form. Douluo decisively unleashed his martial soul's true form, for the woman before him exuded an undeniable threat, compelling him to proceed with caution. Thus, he immediately activated his martial soul true form, intending to swiftly subdue her to prevent any unforeseen complications. Sixth soul skill, Angel's Blade. The sixth soul ring on Douluo shimmered with brilliance. A golden, illusory, divine sword materialized in his hand, exuding a sharp radiance, as if ready to cleave the heavens and the earth in twain. Thus, Douluo continuously infused the soul power within him into the long sword held in his hand. Once the soul power accumulated to a certain extent, Douluo's long sword cut through the air, directly aiming at the Medusa queen before him. To think that such a feeble attack would dare to obstruct me. One wonders what audacity emboldened you. The Medusa queen perceived the imminent attack and merely shook her head lightly. She had initially assumed that Douluo possessed some formidable means worthy of her full attention. Yet the reality was disappointingly weak. With a surge of soul power, a serpentine martial spirit manifested in the palm of Medusa's right hand, exuding a terrifying martial spirit pressure. After arriving in the Douluo continent, through systematic means, her fighting spirit had completely transformed into soul power. Consequently, her true form had also morphed into her martial spirit, which was the seven-colored sky-devouring python. Medusa's body was adorned with 9 soul rings, rhythmically pulsating, 3 black and 6 red, emitting a dreadful soul ring pressure. 3 black and 6 red? How can your soul ring configuration be so extraordinary? Who exactly are you? At this moment, upon witnessing the Medusa queen's soul ring configuration, Douluo's golden pupils constricted in astonishment. Just who was this human soul master? How could he possess such an astonishing soul ring configuration? He had never encountered such an enigmatic martial spirit and soul ring before. Could it be that this woman before him was an inheritor of divine status, undergoing the test of divinity? Otherwise, it would be impossible for a human to elevate their soul rings to such an extraordinary level. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Oliu's expression grew solemn. It appeared that the ensuing events would not end well. Both were at the pinnacle of limit Dou, yet the martial spirit level of the woman before him seemed to be on par with his divine martial spirit, the six-winged angel. However, her soul ring configuration far surpassed his own. This made Qian Douluo acutely aware that even if he exerted his full strength, he might still not be a match for the woman before him. Sixth soul skill, devouring power. The Medusa queen sensed her transformation and was filled with curiosity. She had not anticipated that upon arriving in the Douluo continent, her true form would transform into such a wondrous martial spirit, with soul ring colors that were indeed peculiar. After some contemplation, Medusa understood her circumstances and skillfully unleashed her sixth soul skill. Boom! The seven-colored sky-devouring python martial spirit unleashed a horrifying devouring force. All surrounding soul power was incessantly consumed by the seven-colored sky-devouring python, while the angel's blade previously wielded by Qian Douluo approached the Medusa queen. What followed was a shocking spectacle. As Qian Oliu's attack came into contact with Medusa's devouring power, it seemed to create little disturbance. The terrifying blade was utterly devoured by this overwhelming force. After a thunderous sound, the entire area returned to calm. This demonstration clearly illustrated the vast disparity in strength between Qian Douluo and Medusa. In the world of Dou, the Medusa queen possessed the capability to battle beyond her level, and similarly, upon arriving in the Douluo continent, she retained that ability. Faced with an opponent of equal stature, it was impossible for anyone to rival the Medusa queen. Chapter 57. Qian Douluo submits my apologies, esteemed one. This time, it was an error on the part of our spirit hall. Please forgive us. Qian Douluo finally recognized the disparity in strength, and, after a moment of internal struggle, decisively admitted that the fault lay with his spirit hall. However, in his heart, he silently cursed the soul masters who had instigated this fiasco, for had it not been for their provocations, this situation would not have escalated to such an irretrievable point. If the woman before him refused to reconcile and was determined to fight, his strength would be utterly insufficient to stop her. The foundation of the spirit hall, built over many years, could potentially be destroyed in an instant, a scenario he was loath to witness. What? You no longer intend to obstruct me? Upon hearing this, Medusa chuckled coldly, raising an eyebrow and regarding Qian Douluo with a bemused expression. As her words fell, Qian Douluo remained silent, refraining from speaking further, lest he provoke the woman before him and find himself unable to withstand her wrath. Seeing Qian Oliu's silence, Medusa lightly turned her gaze to the side, towards the instigators of her ire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A spectrum of light flashed from Medusa's right hand, instantly binding the two individuals, a youth and an elder, in place, rendering them immobile. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of soul power flooded their bodies. And no, High Priest, save me. The elder sensed the chaotic turmoil within his soul power, as if he were on the verge of exploding. In a state of panic, he pleaded with Qian Douluo for help. If Qian Douluo did not intervene, both he and his grandson would undoubtedly perish, with no hope of survival. Esteemed one, please spare them. We of the Spirit Hall shall compensate you for anything you require. Witnessing this scene, Qian Oliu's expression darkened, and he spoke to the Medusa queen in a calm tone, attempting to negotiate. After all, the elder was a Title Douluos of the Spirit Hall, and if Medusa were to kill him, it would be a significant loss for the organization. Thus, Qian Douluo hoped that the Medusa queen might show mercy. To expect me to spare them is the height of folly. Medusa's eyes glimmered with indifference, and the pressure of her limit Douluos status enveloped the entire spirit hall. The force in her palm erupted, unleashing a torrent of soul power toward the elder and the youth beside her. Those who dared to lay hands on her faced only death. No pleas for mercy would be entertained. The elder and the youth were instantly obliterated by the overwhelming attack, exploding into a shower of blood that rained down upon the earth. Qian Oliu's countenance turned ashen upon witnessing Medusa's ruthless execution of the two, his gaze flashing with murderous intent. He had not anticipated such brazen defiance beneath his very eyes. Nevertheless, Qian Douluo understood the implications of this incident. Thus he stifled his anger, unwilling to act recklessly. Well then, I have dealt with the tumor of your spirit hall. You should be thanking me. After eliminating the two, the Medusa Queen clapped her hands and smiled at Qian Douluo. Moments later, she slowly departed from the scene, leaving Qian Douluo standing there, staring at her retreating figure, his expression heavy with gravity. Damn it! Qian Douluo's pinned-up rage had no outlet, and a violent angelic soul power surged outward, as if seeking to annihilate everything in its path. High Priest, should we investigate which faction that woman belongs to? At this moment, an elder approached Qian Douluo. This individual was the second most senior priest of the Hall of Offerings, Golden Crocodile Dou, a pinnacle Douluo of level 98. No need, if she detects our inquiry. We may provoke more unnecessary trouble. Let's hope that this time you all can learn a lesson and refrain from provoking others. The waters of the Douluo continent are exceedingly deep. The mysterious Star Dou Auction House's sudden appearance has already stirred unrest within the continent. A stranger, an exceptionally powerful limit Douluo, has emerged, and it seems that my long absence from the Douluo continent has allowed many formidable entities to arise. Subsequently, Qian Douluo, with a solemn tone, addressed the Golden Crocodile Douluo, expressing his bewilderment at the changes occurring on the continent. It was as if unseen hands were orchestrating these developments. By the way, Grand Offering, could it be possible that the woman is affiliated with the Star Dou Auction House? After all, there has never been any mention of a fourth limit Douluo on the Douluo continent until now. The appearance of the Star Dou Auction House, coinciding with this limit Douluo, strongly suggests a connection. At that moment, a spark of insight flashed in the mind of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, prompting him to voice his speculation. No matter how one pondered, the association between the woman and the Star Dou Auction House seemed undeniable. You might be onto something. Perhaps she truly has ties to the Star Dou Auction House, which only deepens my curiosity about it. The ability to nurture a limit Douluo indicates that their power is certainly not inferior to that of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo fell into deep contemplation, repeatedly revisiting the Golden Crocodile Douluo's hypothesis. The more he delved into it, the more unsettling it became. Clearly, the emergence of the Star Dou Auction House on the Douluo continent posed a significant threat to their Spirit Hall. However, with the identities of allies and foes still unclear, it was unwise to jump to conclusions. When Guangling and Qingwan return to the Offering Hall, they should be able to provide some insights regarding the Star Dou Auction House, hopefully bringing unexpected revelations. Qian Douluo chose to set aside this matter, awaiting the return of Douluo Guangling and Douluo Qingwan, confident that all answers would soon be unveiled. After a considerable time, Qian Douluo and the Golden Crocodile returned to the Offering Hall, where the events of the day were completely sealed away by Qian Douluo. If word of an outsider killing a Title Douluo within the Spirit Hall were to leak, it would surely be a source of mockery for all factions. This was not a scenario Qian Douluo wished to witness. Thus, he was determined to keep the news under wraps. Should anyone dare to spread it, they would not escape his wrath. After Queen Medusa dealt with the two scoundrels, she felt no inclination to linger any longer and swiftly returned to the Star Dou Auction House. The moment she arrived, Lu Yun sensed her presence. Upon encountering Queen Medusa, Lu Yun detected the fluctuations of her soul power, leading him to deduce that she had undoubtedly been involved in a fierce battle. What could have transpired? His expression reflected confusion as he gazed at Queen Medusa, clearly intrigued by the events that had unfolded during her absence from the Star Dou Auction House. In response, Queen Medusa maintained a calm demeanor and recounted her recent activities in meticulous detail. I see, Lu Yun remarked with a wry smile, taken aback that Medusa had encountered such troubles upon her arrival in the Douluo continent, a development he had not anticipated. Nevertheless, he harbored no concerns, given Queen Medusa's prowess. Even with 3 limit Douluo currently on the Douluo continent, none would pose a challenge to her. In fact, even if all 3 were to join forces, they would find it exceedingly difficult to gain any advantage over her. There was no need to fret about Queen Medusa's safety. After all, her strength was formidable. If you encounter such situations again, eliminate them without hesitation. There is no need for any lingering worries, Lu Yun asserted with an air of authority, encouraging her to act without hesitation. Within the Star Dou Auction House, he was indeed an invincible presence. Moreover, with the aid of Jiu, they would be an unstoppable duo, as no one on the Douluo continent could rival them. Thus, there was no cause for concern. At worst, he would expend some effort to draw enemies into the Star Dou Auction House, where he could unleash his supreme power and capture them all, preventing any remnants from resurfacing. Understood, Queen Medusa responded nonchalantly, her tone imbued with pride, as if the previous incident held no significance in her eyes. If you have no pressing matters, you may remain within the Star Dou Auction House for the time being. The concentration of soul power on the Douluo continent is about to increase 100-fold. Staying here will yield immense benefits. Do not miss this opportunity. After a brief moment, Lu Yun set aside this matter, deciding to allow Queen Medusa to remain at the Star Dou Auction House temporarily. He intended to employ the Soul Power Concentration Enhancement card, which would amplify the soul power density across the entire Douluo continent 100-fold. However, Lu Yun was aware that the moment this card was activated, a substantial amount of soul power would emanate from the Star Dou Auction House, rapidly spreading throughout the continent. This meant that the Star Dou Auction House would be at the very epicenter of the most concentrated soul power, which could potentially reach 1,000-fold in a short span of time. Therefore, being within the Star Dou Auction House would ensure a rapid enhancement of strength. Conversely, the 100-fold increase in soul power concentration would radiate outward from the Star Dou Auction House, benefiting the Star Dou Great Forest significantly. The strength of soul beasts would also experience exponential growth, with higher-level soul beasts becoming increasingly prevalent. Lu Yun had no reservations regarding this, as the structural integrity of the Star Dou Auction House was such that even divine-level beings would struggle to breach it. Not to mention the powerful soul beasts guarding its entrance, like the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Other weaker soul beasts, sensing the pressure of 10,000-year soul beasts, would not dare approach. In the short term, the population and strength of soul beasts would surge, yet they would not pose a threat to human soul masters. The benefits of this 100-fold increase in soul power would overwhelmingly favor the soul beasts. But human soul masters would also experience a significant boost. Overall, the entire life on the Douluo continent would undergo a remarkable transformation, ushering in an era most conducive to cultivation. Understand. Queen Medusa nodded gently, astonished by Lu Yun's words. The ability to elevate the entire continent's soul power by 100-fold through human effort was a feat unimaginable even in her original world. It seems she had underestimated Lu Yun's capabilities. After all, he had seamlessly transported her from the world of Dou to this unfamiliar realm, which indicated his extraordinary methods. Queen Medusa began to anticipate the events that would unfold next. Thus, after bidding farewell to Lu Yun, Queen Medusa returned to her room to diligently consolidate her soul power. Once her fighting spirit was transformed into soul power, her true form, the seven-colored sky-devouring python, became her martial soul. Medusa was not yet fully adept in wielding her newfound strength. In the upcoming period, she resolved to immerse herself in understanding her transformations, striving to unleash her utmost potential. Although few on this continent could instill a sense of threat in her, enhancing her strength would still provide substantial security. After her departure, Lu Yun also set about utilizing the Soul Power Concentration Enhancement card. After half a day's time, the various factions that had previously attended the auction returned to their respective domains. Simultaneously, any occurrences at the Star Dou Auction House spread throughout the entirety of the Douluo continent. Within the Spirit Hall, the Worship Hall, the Light-Wing Douluo and the Qingyuan Douluo entered with graceful steps, proceeding directly to meet Title Douluos. They recounted all that they had witnessed to Title Douluos, urging him to make a swift decision. The Star Dou Auction House was undeniably mysterious, leaving them thoroughly amazed. "How did your explorations at the Star Dou Auction House fare?" Title Douluos inquired gravely upon their return. Reporting to the Grand Worship, the Star Dou Auction House indeed exceeded expectations. Its foundation is profoundly deep and enigmatic. Moreover, I sense the presence of an ultimate Douluo within, replied the Qingyuan Douluo. What astonished me most was that the master of the Star Dou Auction House seems to possess power that surpasses that of an ultimate Douluo. As for whether he has successfully entered the divine realm, I cannot ascertain. As soon as Title Douluos finished speaking, the Qingyuan Douluo slowly articulated his suspicions. He then revealed all 5 items auctioned by the Star Dou Auction House. "You cannot be serious. That golden sphere is indeed called the Divine Gift Soul Ring?" Title Douluos' previously calm demeanor shifted to one of disbelief upon hearing the Qingyuan Douluo's revelations. Could it be true? The divine gift soul ring? Is that not a soul ring formed by the divine power of a deity? The Star Dou Auction House dares to auction such an item? How astonishing! The mere thought of a divine being's existence weighed heavily on Title Douluos' mind, prompting him to contemplate how to approach the Star Dou Auction House henceforth. The presence of a divine entity felt like an immense burden resting upon their spirit hall. Even if all the powerful beings of the spirit hall joined forces, they would still be no match for a divine being. To act recklessly would jeopardize the foundation built over millennia. Indeed, it is the divine gift soul ring, containing an extraordinarily profound power that my current soul power level cannot fathom, the Title Douluos confirmed. Ultimately, this divine gift soul ring was auctioned off by BB Dong for 300 million gold soul coins. BB Dong acquired the divine gift soul ring? Title Douluos raised an eyebrow, astonished. He had not anticipated BB Dong spending such a staggering sum. Given her keen insight, she would not mistake the value of that golden sphere. This left Title Douluos perplexed about the origins of the Star Dou Auction House and the existence of a divine being. Logically, if a new god were to be born, even if they were in seclusion, some signs of their emergence should be detectable. Yet, everything seemed highly unusual. Even without a divine being, the Star Dou Auction House remained formidable. The rarity of the divine gift soul ring was beyond description. It could easily be transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring. Why would the Star Dou Auction House part with such an invaluable item? Chapter 59. The mysterious Star Dou Auction House. A multitude of questions flooded Title Douluos' mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Moreover, there is another significant matter. When we were departing from the Star Dou Auction House, they unexpectedly announced that the currency for the next auction would shift from gold soul coins to soul crystals, providing us with specific methods to condense soul crystals. They also gifted us a top-tier meditation technique, the Xiantian Gong. I merely glanced at it and immediately recognized that this meditation technique surpasses those historically transmitted within our spirit hall. At this moment, the Title Douluos recalled the most critical detail and began sharing the Xiantian Gong and the soul crystal condensation methods with all present. After a brief moment, everyone in attendance could not help but inhale sharply, their eyes widening with unprecedented seriousness. Qingwan, are you certain these were given to you by the Star Dou Auction House? Title Douluos' gaze sharpened, and he pressed for clarification. Indeed, I too am uncertain of the Star Dou Auction House's motives. However, it seems they provided us with the Xiantian Gong to facilitate our rapid condensation of soul crystals for participation in the next auction. Why would the Star Dou Auction House desire to amass so many soul crystals? It is indeed perplexing. Do they harbor some ulterior motive? Upon hearing this, the Title Douluos shook his head in contemplation, unable to discern the reasons behind the Star Dou Auction House's actions. The value of these two items was unfathomable. The method of soul crystal condensation astonished me, as I had never before heard of soul power being utilized in such a manner. Furthermore, the emergence of soul crystals could indeed revolutionize the trading system of the Douluo continent. Most importantly, the Xiantian Gong is several tiers above the meditation techniques historically passed down in our spirit hall. From my observations, should one practice diligently upon breaking through the 10th level, one might naturally ascend to the divine realm. The worth of this meditation technique is incalculable. Title Douluos endeavored to calm his excitement, gradually articulating the significance of these two items. The Star Dou Auction House had openly bestowed these gifts upon the forces of the Douluo continent. What could their true intentions be? Were they seeking to incite turmoil across the continent? If all goes as expected, once these items spread throughout the Douluo continent, a plethora of powerful soul masters will undoubtedly emerge, leading to incessant conflicts and placing the spirit hall's position in jeopardy. However, both of these items possess their advantages and drawbacks. The spirit hall could equally leverage them to enhance its strength and fortify its foundation for future endeavors on the Douluo continent. By the way, what are your thoughts on these two items? Title Douluos inquired, shifting his gaze to the several worshippers present, eager to hear their opinions. Grand Worship, you are indeed correct. Both the method of soul crystal condensation and the Xiantian Gong are rare treasures. The golden crocodile, Douluo sighed, his eyes shining brightly as he regarded the two items in his hands. He was eager to practice the Xiantian Gong to elevate his soul power level, having remained at the pinnacle of the 98th level for many years. He believed that mastering the Xintian Gong could help him break through his current limitations and achieve the long-desired status of an ultimate Douluo. Grand Worship. Since news of these two items has already spread throughout the Douluo continent, our priority should be to quickly distribute these two manuals, allowing the sole masters of the Spirit Hall to begin their training, lest we fall too far behind other factions, the Qingwan Dou urged. Fully aware that those who had attended the Star Dou Auction House were among the most elite forces of the Douluo continent. A moment's hesitation may lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, it is imperative to expedite the training of the disciples of the Spirit Hall to enhance their individual strengths. Given this, I hereby assign this task to you. From this day forth, you shall promptly organize your affairs and commence your secluded meditation, diligently contemplating the mysteries of the Xintian art. Perhaps your soul power levels will ascend to new heights. At this juncture, Douluo concurred with the thoughts of the Blue Phoenix Douluo and swiftly gave orders to inform the many soul masters of the Spirit Hall about the methods for condensing the Xintian art and the soul crystals. Douluo was eager to comprehend this profound technique, believing that the divine realm he yearned for might be attainable through this art, fulfilling his long-standing aspirations. However, the hope remained faint. Thus, everyone departed in an orderly fashion to attend to their respective matters. Upon completing this task, the formidable beings of the offering hall plunged into deep seclusion. At Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, within a resplendent hall, stood three figures: Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and the Bone Douluo. Ning Fengji cradled a Chiluo tulip, awaiting the arrival of Ning Rongrong. He wished to witness whether Ning Rongrong could absorb this celestial herb and whether her martial soul could evolve into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Father, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, why have you summoned me? At that moment, a young girl burst through the door, clad in a flowing green gown adorned with sparkling glazed pearls. This girl was none other than Ning Rongrong, who had hurried back to the sect upon receiving their summons. Rongrong, you have finally returned. The reason we called you back is of great significance. As Ning Fengji saw Ning Rongrong arrive, a sigh of relief escaped him, and he proceeded to disclose the purpose of her return. This celestial herb can facilitate the evolution of my martial soul. Ning Rongrong was left speechless, her face a portrait of disbelief. It was difficult to fathom that this extraordinary herb could enable her martial soul to transform into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Was it truly possible? Moreover, the mysterious Star Dou Auction House her father spoke of, could it be that he had been deceived? Rest assured, this celestial herb will undoubtedly allow your martial soul to evolve. Whether it transforms into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, I cannot say for certain, Ning Fengji continued, assuring Ning Rongrong that her martial soul would indeed evolve, bringing immense benefits for her future growth. Under Ning Fengji's persuasive encouragement, Ning Rongrong began to absorb the Chiluo tulip. Her curiosity piqued by the Star Dou Auction House. She wished to ascertain whether this remarkable herb possessed the miraculous power to facilitate the evolution of her 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul. Seated cross-legged, Ning Rongrong followed her father's instructions to consume the flower's essence. Time passed languidly, and soon half an hour had elapsed. Ning Rongrong's martial soul radiated a verdant light, enveloping the entire tower, emanating a brilliance beyond compare. Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and the Bone Douluo watched intently, eager to see if this supreme herb would indeed enable the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul to evolve into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Holding their breath, they remained fixated on the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul. As the emerald light gradually dissipated, 2 ethereal layers of the tower appeared above the 7-treasure glazed tile. Could it be that the long-standing limitations of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's martial soul were finally on the verge of being shattered? At that moment, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with unprecedented joy, tears glistening in his gaze. Since becoming the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he had tirelessly sought ways to break through the limitations of the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, yet had achieved nothing until now. The Star Dou Auction House had bestowed upon him an incredible surprise. Just through this Chiluo tulip, the martial soul could evolve into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. How could this not fill Ning Fengji with elation? His heart brimmed with gratitude towards the Star Dou Auction House. and he became even more convinced that the upcoming auctions would unveil even more precious treasures. Perhaps his martial soul, too, could evolve into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. At that time, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would boast 2 soul masters with 9-treasure glazed tile pagodas, elevating the sect's prestige to unparalleled heights. Capable of commanding respect across the Douluo continent. Fengji, I never anticipated that this Douluo tulip could indeed facilitate the evolution of the martial soul into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, remarked the Star Dou, equally astonished. Indeed, everything the Star Dou Auction House claimed is true. Although Ning Rongrong's martial soul has not yet fully transformed into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, it is not far from realization. The 2 ethereal layers atop the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul herald the return of the awe-inspiring 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the continent. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school may soon officially be renamed the 9-treasure glazed tile school. Indeed, this is a remarkable achievement. It appears that the breakthrough for the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul lies within this Douluo tulip. I wonder if other Douluo tulips exist elsewhere on the Douluo continent? Ning Fengji pondered, recognizing that the Douluo tulip was indeed the key to overcoming the limitations of the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul. However, he remained curious about the existence of other Douluo tulips in different regions of the continent. It is unlikely, he mused. The Star Dou Auction House has previously stated that such miraculous celestial herbs are exceedingly rare on the Douluo continent, and finding even one is a stroke of extraordinary luck. There is no need to covet other Douluo tulips. Undoubtedly, the Star Dou Auction House will present more precious treasures in the future, rendering us beholden to just this one Douluo tulip. In response, the Bon Douluo expressed his opinion, acknowledging the rarity of such wondrous celestial herbs. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school has been fortunate to obtain even one, and we should not demand too much. True. Yet I am already immensely satisfied with the prospect of evolving the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, Ning Fengji replied, recognizing that this Douluo tulip had given him hope for the future. An hour passed, and the light surrounding Ning Rongrong gradually subsided, indicating that she had completely absorbed the Douluo tulip's essence. In the next instant, a blinding radiance enveloped her, revealing a new martial soul. The 9-layered, 9-colored 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda had indeed succeeded. As Ning Fengji and the others beheld Ning Rongrong's martial soul, they noted its precise characteristics mirrored those documented in ancient texts about the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. A wave of relief washed over them. Fortunately, the martial soul's evolution had not failed, for a misstep could have been catastrophic. The martial soul is an innate aspect of an individual, and the evolution of a martial soul is fraught with uncertainty, often leading to unforeseen consequences during the transformation process. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. Ning Rongrong's martial soul successfully evolved into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tower. My martial soul has transformed. It truly has evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tower martial soul. Could it be that the exquisite Kira tulip was indeed genuine? After a moment, Ning Rongrong gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the unwavering gaze of Ning Fengji and the others fixed upon her martial soul. This brought her back to the present, prompting her to observe her martial soul closely. Indeed, she discovered that it had transformed into 9 layers, precisely as her father often described, the 9-treasure glazed tower. At this realization, a tumultuous wave of emotions surged within her. Everything her father had said was true. The Star Dou Auction House had indeed presented such a rare celestial herb, enabling her martial soul to evolve into the fabled 9-treasure glazed tower. Next, Ning Fengji meticulously examined Ning Rongrong's condition, and upon finding no abnormalities, he felt an immense sense of relief. Has my soul power increased by 7 levels? At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly became aware of her own state. She stood up, astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is it possible? My soul power has inexplicably risen by 7 levels. This is utterly astonishing. Rongrong, what did you say? Your soul power has increased by 7 levels?" Even Ning Fengji and the others beside her were equally incredulous. 7 whole levels of soul power. While Ning Rongrong currently held the rank of a great soul master, such a substantial increase in soul power was indeed remarkable. Suddenly recalling the Star Dou Auction House's introduction of the Kira tulip, they had indeed mentioned its ability to assist a soul master in enhancing their soul power level. Initially, Ning Fengji and the others believed that the primary function of this celestial herb was to aid in the evolution of the martial soul, with the enhancement of soul power being merely a secondary benefit. Who would have thought that the Kira tulip could elevate Ning Rongrong's soul power by a staggering 7 levels? Ning Fengji couldn't help but marvel internally. It seemed that the rarity of the Kira tulip exceeded their expectations. Each of its 2 effects would be deemed priceless on its own. In summary, they had indeed gained an advantage. Chapter 61, Awaiting Opportunity. Subsequently, Ning Fengji inquired about the status of Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tower, martial soul, and whether there were any side effects. After clarifying everything, he recalled an important matter: the Xiantian skill that the Star Dou Auction House had previously bestowed upon them. This supreme meditation technique surpassed even the teachings of their 7-treasure glazed sect in complexity. Before long, this Xiantian skill would surely spread throughout the entire Douluo continent. Thus, it was imperative to impart the Xiantian skill to every disciple of the 7-treasure glazed sect as swiftly as possible, allowing them to cultivate and strive to outpace the soul masters of other factions. He had summoned Ning Rongrong back for 2 reasons. The first was to allow her to absorb the Kira tulip and complete the evolution of her martial soul. The second was to enable her to cultivate the Xiantian skill. Paired with her 9-treasure glazed tower martial soul, her soul power would undoubtedly surge. Within a decade, she would surely become a formidable support-type soul master revered throughout the Douluo continent. Rongrong, this is the Xiantian skill, a top-tier meditation technique that transcends the 7-treasure meditation method you are currently practicing. From now on, you shall begin your cultivation of the Xiantian skill. Ning Fengji presented the Xiantian skill to Ning Rongrong, urging her to commence her studies. Xiantian skill? What sort of meditation technique is this? Is even more advanced than the one passed down by our 7-treasure glazed sect? As soon as she heard this, Ning Rongrong curiously murmured, then took the Xiantian skill and examined its contents closely. She wished to comprehend the profound nature of the Xiantian skill that her father spoke of. As she skimmed through the Xiantian skill, she felt increasingly intimidated by its depth. However, she found herself unable to grasp its intricacies at that moment. It was undoubtedly more precious than the 7-treasure meditation method, yet some aspects were obscure and incomprehensible, rendering her momentarily incapable of comprehending them. A glint of determination flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. The Xiantian skill was indeed a rare and exquisite meditation technique, yet understanding it proved to be exceedingly challenging. By the way, father, where did you acquire this Xiantian skill? Ning Rongrong voiced her curiosity, pondering whether the Xiantian skill, like the Kira tulip, was also obtained from the Star Dou Auction House. The Xiantian skill was a gift from the Star Dou Auction House to the soul masters of the Douluo continent, and it would not be long before it spread throughout the entire continent. Therefore, in the time to come, she must strive to comprehend the Xiantian skill and advance her cultivation, allowing her to surpass her peers significantly. Ning Fengji then gently informed Ning Rongrong that even if he did not disclose the details now, she would eventually come to know. What kind of force is the Star Dou Auction House? Why have I never heard of it before? The fact that they would gift such a top-tier meditation technique is truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was left speechless, evidently astounded by the actions of the Star Dou Auction House. To offer such a prestigious meditation technique as a gift, I cannot fathom their reasoning behind it. It's simply outrageous. As for the reasons behind the Star Dou Auction House's actions, Ning Fengji himself was uncertain. However, he stressed the importance of not provoking the Star Dou Auction House. To be frank, even if all the forces of the Douluo continent united, they would still be unable to confront the Star Dou Auction House directly. In the future, when you're out in the world, if you encounter someone claiming to be a soul master from the Star Dou Auction House, keep your distance and do not provoke them lightly. Ning Fengji spoke sternly to Ning Rongrong, urging her to remain vigilant against the individuals associated with the Star Dou Auction House. The Star Dou Auction House was indeed formidable, not to mention the previous encounter with a limit Douluo-level powerhouse that left him deeply apprehensive. During the auction today, a pressure akin to that of the heavens had rendered them utterly powerless to resist. That overwhelming force seemed to transcend the very boundaries of the Douluo continent. At that moment, Ning Fengji and the others unanimously believed that the source of that pressure could possibly be a true deity. How could mere mortals withstand the might of God? Moreover, Ning Fengji was acutely aware of his daughter's temperament. He feared that if she inadvertently provoked the Star Dou Auction House, even with the full strength of their sect, they would be unable to shake the auction house in the slightest. Is the Star Dou Auction House truly that mysterious? Father, will you take me to see it? Ning Rongrong, upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, felt no fear. Rather, her curiosity surged forth. She wished to discover the true nature of the Star Dou Auction House and playfully tugged at her father's arm, imploring him to take her there. Enough of this nonsense. Your primary focus now is to cultivate the Xiantian skill and enhance your soul power level. Although you have consumed the Kira Tulip, evolving your martial soul into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tower and increasing your soul power by 7 levels, you must remain humble and grounded. There will be opportunities to visit the Star Dou Auction House in the future. Currently, they're not receiving any visitors, and their next auction will not occur for another year. For now, you must diligently cultivate the Xiantian skill. Upon hearing the words, Ning Fengji did not hesitate to reject Ning Rongrong's thoughts. After all, the Star Dou Auction House was indeed shrouded in mystery, and its next auction would not be held until a year later. The factions participating in the auction were tumultuous and brimming with powerful individuals. He would not easily allow Ning Rongrong to venture into the Star Dou Auction House for such a risk. Thus, he interrupted her thoughts. Upon hearing her father's refusal, Ning Rongrong let out a cold snort and chose to disregard the matter. By the way, for the time being, refrain from going to Shrek Academy. Remain within the sect. An opportunity is about to present itself, and you must seize it diligently. Should you grasp this chance, it is likely that your soul power will elevate several levels. At that moment, Ning Fengji recalled the astonishing opportunity mentioned by her when leaving the Star Dou Auction House. Consequently, he instructed Ning Rongrong to stay at the 7-treasure glazed tile school and not proceed to Shrek Academy. Previously, Ning Fengji had opposed Ning Rongrong's attendance at Shrek Academy, as it was a dilapidated institution devoid of even a Soul Douluo. How could it possibly provide proper education for Ning Rongrong? Unfortunately, at that time, Ning Rongrong was in a rebellious mood, and no persuasion could sway her. This left Ning Fengji with no choice but to allow her to remain at Shrek Academy for her studies. However, this opportunity, explicitly mentioned by the Star Dou Auction House, was undoubtedly extraordinary. During this period, Ning Fengji was unwilling to let Ning Rongrong return to Shrek Academy. Instead, she should stay at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, awaiting the emergence of the opportunity to enhance her strength. Chapter 62. Soul Beast Pill. The following day arrived quietly, heralding a rebirth of all things. At the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun planned to use a 100-fold soul power concentration enhancement card. However, while preparing to use this card, he also contemplated a significant matter. After all, this opportunity must be seized diligently by everyone at the Star Dou Auction House. It was imperative not to let it slip away. Naturally, it would be best if the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, who guarded the entrance, could also grasp this opportunity. The stronger their abilities, the more respectable the Star Dou Auction House would appear, and they could, to some extent, deter any troublemakers among the Soul Masters. At this moment, Lu Yun gracefully approached the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Yun's figure, the 200,000-year soul beasts were filled with endless confusion. Previously, they had regarded Lu Yun as merely an ordinary soul master. Apart from his slightly extraordinary aura, he seemed unremarkable. However, today, upon seeing Lu Yun, they felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that of heaven and earth, which instantly jolted them into awareness. They discerned that Lu Yun was not intentionally targeting them, but the invisible authority he exuded still instilled profound fear in both the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. The two soul beasts were filled with frustration. Why was it that every individual at the Star Dou Auction House was a monster? Each one seemed stronger than the last, causing their desire to flee to dissipate entirely in that moment. Master, might I inquire what you require of us? They were compelled to bow their heads under the roof of another. Thus the Sky Blue Bull Python inquired of Lu Yun regarding his intentions in approaching them. However, they hoped that it was not for any ill purpose, as their lives were in the hands of the Star Dou Auction House. if it truly involved wrongdoing. They would have no choice but to comply. Nothing of great concern. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your guardianship during the 2 auction events. These 2 soul beast pills are a reward for your efforts. At that moment, Lu Yun wore a serene smile as 2 pristine pills, as white as jade, appeared in his right hand, emanating an extraordinary and profound aura. Upon seeing the pristine pills, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape's eyes widened in astonishment. For reasons unknown, these 2 pills possessed an indescribable allure for them, as if consuming them would yield unparalleled benefits. With this thought in mind, their breaths quickened. They had just heard Lu Yun mention that these 2 pills were a reward for them. They wondered what transformations might occur upon consuming these pills. Undoubtedly, they would elevate their strength significantly. This is an ordinary soul beast pill, capable of purifying your soul beast bloodline and extending your lifespan. The extent of these enhancements will depend on your innate talent. Lu Yun nodded calmly after observing the expressions of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. He had not anticipated that these 200,000-year soul beasts would be so discerning. These soul beast pills were items Lu Yun had procured from a divine-level shop. They could aid soul beasts on Douluo continent in enhancing their lifespans and bloodlines, among other miraculous effects. However, such items did not exist in the current Douluo continent. Lu Yun aimed to enhance the strength of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape to better safeguard the Star Dou Auction House. He flicked the 2 soul beast pills, causing them to enter the mouths of the 2 beasts in an instant. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, witnessing this, fell into a deep meditative state, channeling all their soul power to absorb and refine the soul beast pill. As time passed, the aura emanating from the 2 soul beasts surged, and their bloodline powers grew increasingly robust. The 200,000-year soul beasts unleashed an even mightier soul beast pressure, causing the surroundings to tremble. After half an hour, the commotion surrounding the 2 soul beasts gradually subsided. Upon closer inspection, their appearances had transformed dramatically, becoming seemingly more enigmatic, and their auras had intensified significantly compared to before. Thank you for your life-altering grace, Master. Upon awakening and perceiving the changes in their soul, beast lifespan, and bloodline, the 2 beasts' large eyes sparkled with indescribable delight. Their gains from this encounter were truly immense. This was merely an ordinary soul beast pill. What miraculous transformations might occur with a top-tier soul beast pill? This revelation shifted the thoughts of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Having merely guarded 2 auction events, they had reaped such rewards. It seemed that remaining at the Star Dou Auction House continuously might not be a poor choice after all. The 2 soul beasts harbored unusual thoughts, which Lu Yun observed keenly. Appropriate rewards and punishments could foster loyalty in the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Indeed, your strength has reached this level due to your innate talent. However, an opportunity is forthcoming that you must seize immediately. Shortly, I will utilize supreme power to enhance the overall soul power concentration on Douluo continent. At that time, an astounding surge of soul power will erupt throughout the Star Dou Auction House. You must seize this chance to absorb the soul power, as it will provide tremendous benefits for purifying your bloodlines and extending your soul beast lifespans. I hope you will grasp this opportunity. Moments later, Lu Yun succinctly informed the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape about the events that were about to unfold. Let the 2 of them seize this opportunity. The elevation of soul power concentration shall commence at the Star Dou Auction House, followed closely by the entirety of the Star Dou Great Forest. This will trigger a series of consequential reactions, and once the soul power concentration has increased 100-fold, formidable soul beasts will emerge in abundance across Douluo continent, including those of 100,000 years. To ensure that the Star Dou Auction House remains undisturbed by other soul beasts, it is essential to allow the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape to enhance their strength, thus deterring weaker soul beasts from approaching. Understood, Master. Upon hearing this astonishing revelation from Lu Yun, both the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly express their ecstatic assurances. Initially, the 2 soul beasts were skeptical about Lu Yun's claim of amplifying the soul power of Douluo continent 100-fold. For how could human soul masters alter the very fabric of spiritual energy within the realm? However, reflecting on the extraordinary events that had transpired within the Star Dou Auction House recently, and infinite hope burgeoned within them. If the soul power of Douluo continent could indeed be enhanced 100-fold, their future cultivation would become remarkably smoother, ushering in a golden age of training. After imparting various instructions, Liu Yun gradually departed to prepare for utilizing the soul power concentration enhancement card. It appeared that their stay at the Star Dou Auction House was serendipitous. The ordinary soul beast pill he had acquired had astonishingly increased his soul beast lifespan by 30,000 years. Had he followed the conventional path of cultivation, it would have taken countless years to reach such heights. The Titan giant ape gazed after Liu Yun's retreating figure, his simple voice resonating with unprecedented excitement. Indeed, we seem to have stumbled upon an extraordinary fortuity. We must diligently safeguard the Star Dou Auction House and strive to obtain more such pills, which will exponentially increase our soul beast lifespan. With another of these soul beast pills, my lifespan could undoubtedly surpass 200,000 years, achieving a new pinnacle. The sky blue bull python nodded vigorously in agreement with the Titan giant ape sentiments. Everything was so astonishing. However, the two soul beasts soon turned their focus to the impending enhancement of their soul power, purifying their bloodlines and augmenting their lifespans. Returning to his chamber, Liu Yun promptly retrieved the soul power 100-fold concentration enhancement card he had won in the previous lottery. Understanding how to utilize it, he infused the card with his soul power. With a resounding crack, the card shattered when the power reached a certain threshold, unleashing an invisible force that rapidly dispersed outward from the card's epicenter, permeating the Star Dou Great Forest and eventually enveloping the entire Douluo continent. This remarkable phenomenon, however, went unnoticed by the other inhabitants of Douluo continent. The rate of expansion was so swift that it eluded the naked eye. In that moment, the soul power concentration within the vicinity of Liu Yun surged to over 1,000 times its normal level, quickly spreading outward. Naturally, Liu Yun would not miss such a potent concentration of soul power. He settled into a meditative position at the heart of this vibrant energy, channeling his thoughts to absorb the surrounding soul power and elevate his prowess. The rapid diffusion of soul power was promptly detected by the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape stationed at the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House. Quickly absorb the soul power, the sky blue bull python urged, his expression grave as he instructed the Titan giant ape to commence the vigorous intake of soul power. With that, an overwhelming force surged within both soul beasts, drawing in the abundant soul power from their surroundings, transforming it into their soul beast lifespan. Following the transformation from the earlier soul beast pill, their bloodlines had been elevated to a new level, allowing them to absorb soul power without significant detriment. Thanks to the effects of the soul power pill, they could now indulge freely in the rapid absorption of energy. Thus, all those within the Star Dou Auction House entered into profound cultivation. As the vast concentration of soul power spread throughout the Star Dou Great Forest, chaos erupted among the soul beasts, who greedily absorbed the boundless energy from the sky. Countless dormant soul beasts broke free from their slumber, vying for the immense soul power that permeated their domain. In an instant, the Star Dou Great Forest underwent a dramatic transformation, nourished by the soul power. Towering ancient trees sprang forth, and previously lifeless plant-based soul beasts began to thrive anew. After the tumult, the forest fell into a brief stillness, each soul beast pausing to absorb the soul power, seeking to enhance their respective lifespans. As this energy continued to spread rapidly across Douluo continent, the Martial Soul Hall was abuzz with curiosity regarding the opportunity presented by the Star Dou Auction House. Your Holiness, I wonder what this fortuity at the Star Dou Auction House truly entails. Bibi Dong inquired, seated at the head of the hall, her face alight with curiosity. The nearby Jiu Dou echoed her inquisitiveness, as did many within the Martial Soul Hall and the other factions across Douluo continent, each filled with boundless intrigue regarding this opportunity. I am uncertain, but I possess a strong intuition that if our Martial Soul Hall can seize this opportunity, our strength will undoubtedly surge forward, greatly benefiting our ambitions to unify Douluo continent. Bibi Dong asserted with unwavering conviction, confident in her premonition. By the way, have you all made progress with the Shintian skill? Bibi Dong recalled an important matter. The method of condensing soul crystals and the Shintian skill had been imparted to every disciple and elder of the Martial Soul Hall. Those who had received the Xiantian skill were diligently endeavoring to master this premier meditation technique. Now that a day had passed, she pondered whether they had grasped even the slightest essence of the Xiantian skill. Reporting to your holiness, I have successfully comprehended the Xiantian skill and can now utilize it to absorb vast amounts of soul power. It is indeed a premier meditation technique. Practicing it for a single day equates to 3 days of my previous training. Had we obtained the Xiantian skill sooner, our martial soul hall might have already unified Douluo continent, one of the disciples reported. As these words left their lips, the formidable Title Douluos within the hall could not help but marvel at the brilliance of the Xiantian skill, deeming it the most potent technique they had ever encountered. A collective sense of regret permeated the atmosphere. Had they acquired this technique earlier, it would have been immensely advantageous for the martial soul hall in enhancing their strength and achieving dominion over Douluo continent. Indeed, hasten to cultivate the Xiantian skill to its ultimate state, for you may reap unforeseen rewards. Bibi Dong continued, her face filled with contentment as she gazed into the distance. With the acquisition of the Xiantian Gong Heart method, the strength of their spirit hall would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. However, what troubled Bibi Dong was that other top-tier factions had also acquired this esteemed meditative technique. In a short span, their power would undoubtedly witness considerable changes, presenting a formidable obstacle to the Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the Douluo continent. Chapter 64. Discovering the true opportunity suddenly. It seemed as if a subtle transformation had occurred within the cosmos. What was happening? As an ultimate Douluo, Bibi Dong had developed a keen sensitivity to the surrounding energies since practicing the Xiantian Gong. She appeared to sense a slight disturbance, her expression a blend of surprise and suspicion before she vanished from her location, arriving above the Spirit Hall in an instant. Immediately, a torrent of soul power surged outward, allowing her to perceive that the concentration of soul power throughout the cosmos had intensified slightly compared to before. This left Bibi Dong enveloped in confusion. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? Over the years, the concentration of soul power on the Douluo continent had never fluctuated. So why was there such an extraordinary change today? Moreover, her senses indicated that this concentration seemed to be continuously rising. Suddenly, a thought struck Bibi Dong, recalling the opportunity mentioned at the Star Dou Auction House. Could this be it? As time passed, the concentration of soul power in the entire realm grew increasingly robust, a stark contrast to the previous state. With this realization, Bibi Dong distinctly felt the escalating concentration of soul power, which continued to rise. Perhaps this increase in cosmic soul power was indeed the opportunity that the Star Dou Auction House had alluded to. Bibi Dong's heart surged with waves of astonishment. How could the Star Dou Auction House possess the power to influence the soul power concentration across the entire Douluo continent? This was astonishing, even beyond the capabilities of divine beings. Once again, Bibi Dong acknowledged the profound mystery of the Star Dou Auction House, marking it as a formidable force not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, the overwhelming concentration of soul power would significantly benefit the soul masters of the Douluo continent, allowing them to cultivate at an accelerated pace. This was highly advantageous for the Spirit Hall, likely leading to the emergence of many powerful Title Douluos. Perhaps she could swiftly elevate her own soul power to divine level, inheriting the position of the Rakshasa god, ultimately guiding the Spirit Hall to unify the Douluo continent. Bibi Dong understood that with the increase in soul power concentration across the Douluo continent, other factions would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to rapidly enhance their soul power levels. Therefore, the Spirit Hall must secure the initiative in this battle. Otherwise, falling behind would render it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Moments later, Bibi Dong abruptly turned, casting her gaze upon the majestic Spirit Hall behind her. Her stern voice resonated throughout the entire hall. All elders and disciples of the Spirit Hall, cease your current endeavors and sit cross-legged to commence your cultivation. This is a celestial opportunity. If you seize it, your soul power will undoubtedly ascend. As soon as Bibi Dong's words fell, nearly everyone in the Spirit Hall displayed expressions of bewilderment. They were perplexed by the commands issued by their seemingly invincible pope. Not fully comprehending the situation, some elders and disciples reluctantly obeyed Bibi Dong's orders, settling down to operate the Xiantian Gong and absorb the soul power from the cosmos. As for the elders who had accompanied Bibi Dong to the Star Dou Auction House, They understood that perhaps she had discovered the opportunity mentioned there, prompting her to urge them to act swiftly and not miss this chance. Thus, several elders also remained in place, engaging in the Xiantian Gong Heart method to absorb the vast soul power of the continent. Time swiftly passed, and as the numerous disciples of the Spirit Hall cultivated the Xiantian Gong, the initial confusion within each of them transformed into profound astonishment. The speed of their cultivation had remarkably accelerated. Such strangeness! They discovered that their current rate of advancement was significantly faster than before, igniting boundless amazement within their hearts. Upon further perception, they realized that the concentration of soul power in the cosmos had silently increased manifold. Curiosity surged among the Spirit Hall members, pondering whether this was a manifestation of the Pope's prowess. Yet, only a select few elders were aware that this surge in soul power concentration was orchestrated by the Star Dou Auction House. Thus, the members of the Spirit Hall, now privy to the truth, continued to cultivate the Xiantian Gong, striving to absorb the soul power of the Douluo continent and elevate their soul power levels. Wary of lagging behind, Bibi Dong returned to her chamber, beginning to absorb the rich soul power permeating the cosmos. For reasons unknown, she sensed that within this soul power lay an enigmatic force, its mystery far surpassing that of ordinary soul power. This extraordinary enhancement promised unimaginable benefits for her overall development. Although Bibi Dong could not discern the origins of this mysterious force, she surmised that it was the opportunity referenced by the Star Dou Auction House. If Lu Yun were to hear Bibi Dong's thoughts, he would undoubtedly marvel at her exceptional perception, which befits one of the foremost powerhouses of the Douluo continent. Indeed, the elevation of soul power concentration was not the primary opportunity. After all, the current increase had not yet reached its peak. When the soul power was fully enhanced, cultivating then would undoubtedly yield even swifter results. Thus, there was no need to hastily absorb the currently rising soul power to boost one's strength. The opportunity Lu Yun spoke of was, in fact, a transformative force released through the soul power concentration enhancement card, a power that could only linger momentarily on the Douluo continent. This force was profoundly mysterious, even transcending the Douluo continent and the divine realm itself. It possessed various miraculous effects, one of which could enhance a soul master's innate talents and spirit abilities, albeit in subtle ways that ordinary soul masters would remain oblivious to. Such benefits would accompany a soul master throughout their lifetime. Soul beasts could also absorb this transformative power, purifying their bloodlines with a certain probability of reverting to ancestral forms. An extraordinary phenomenon. Hence, this opportunity was monumental. Once the card's power was entirely expended, this transformative force would dissipate into the cosmos. This transformative power represented the essence of this opportunity. Qibao Luli sect. Ning Fengji, sensing the arrival of the opportunity mentioned by the Star Dou Auction House, gathered with the Sword Duo and Bone Douluo in the resplendent main hall of the sect. They too perceived the subtle changes in the world, sharing their insights with Ning Fengji. After deliberation, the three concluded that these changes were indeed tied to the opportunity from the Star Dou Auction House. Chapter 65. Soul Beast Uprising. Upon realizing this, Ning Fengji immediately issued orders for all disciples of the Qibao Lili sect to set aside their current tasks. They were to prepare to sit cross-legged and cultivate the Xiantian Gong to elevate their soul power levels. Once arrangements were made, Ning Fengji and his companions also settled in place, beginning to absorb the threads of transformative power from the cosmos. Thus, the various major powers became acutely aware of this transformation, and similarly arranged for their disciples to quietly absorb the abundant soul energy present in the world. On this day, nearly all soul masters and soul beasts across the Douluo continent sensed the heightened concentration of soul energy in the environment. Before the crowd could voice their confusion, astonishment graced the faces of nearly all as they began to absorb the soul energy from the surroundings to elevate their soul power levels. In the Star Dou Auction House, time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The changes across the Douluo continent came to a complete halt at this moment. The concentration of soul energy had surged to over 100-fold compared to before, transforming the very air into a liquid form of soul energy, allowing individuals to bask in its essence and revel in the exhilaration brought by their newfound power. Within the Star Dou Auction House, everyone present was partaking in this extraordinary opportunity. Each person experienced unprecedented advancements in their strength, reaching an astonishing realm. As for the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python at the entrance, they were nourished by an abundance of creation energy, continuously enhancing their soul, beast bloodlines, and longevity. Consequently, their ages surpassed 200,000 years, attaining the ferocious beast level. The immense pressure emanating from their 200,000-year soul beast forms caused the soul beasts throughout the Star Dou Great Forest to tremble and emit low whimpers, too intimidated to challenge their might. The oppressive aura of ferocious beasts compelled even 10,000-year soul beasts to prostrate themselves, unable to withstand such daunting pressure. As for Jiu and Medusa, both harnessed this vast soul energy to elevate their powers, breaking through the limits of the extreme Douluo and reaching the pinnacle of the demigod realm. This meant that Jiu and Medusa had become invincible entities below the divine level. Meanwhile, Xianshuang absorbed this immense soul energy, elevating her soul power level by 2 ranks. For a super Douluo, advancing by a single level requires a tremendous amount of soul energy, and given Xianshuang's profound foundation, the energy she needed to ascend was several times greater than that of an ordinary super Douluo. This undoubtedly contributed to her current prowess, making her significantly stronger than her peers. At this moment, Xianshuang's power could easily overwhelm typical extreme Douluo experts. Finally, Xianshuang had reached the rank of Soul King. On the 3rd floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Liu Yun sensed the equilibrium of soul energy in the world and let out a long sigh, releasing a breath of stale air. Upon recognizing the strength of his body and soul power level, a relaxed smile spread across his face. Positioned at the very epicenter of soul energy, with 2 chaotic-level martial spirits continuously refining the soul energy flowing into him, Liu Yun had no concerns about the pitfalls of rapid advancement. In a sense, regardless of how vast the soul energy entering his body, it would ultimately serve as nourishment for elevating his soul power level. In the crucial final moments, Liu Yun's soul power reached level 50, marking him as a formidable figure among human soul masters. However, his physique, also enhanced by 2 chaotic-level martial spirits, had surpassed that of a strong attack-type soul sage. Consequently, Liu Yun found it challenging to assess the extent of his combat prowess. Furthermore, with several soul rings yet to be absorbed, his true strength remained unpredictable. It appeared that this surge in soul energy concentration had benefited everyone to a considerable degree. Utilizing his vast mental energy, Liu Yun swiftly discerned that the strength of all soul masters and soul beasts within the Star Dou Auction House had ascended to an astonishing level. Their powers had significantly increased. Satisfied with this development, Liu Yun nodded, relieved that he had not missed this opportunity. He began to absorb the remaining soul rings. Moments later, Liu Yun once again entered a meditative state, striving to absorb the remaining soul rings and aiming to achieve the rank of Title Douluos as soon as possible. At that point, he would be free to leave the Star Dou Auction House without restraint and explore the wonders of the Douluo continent. The entire Douluo continent underwent a monumental transformation, with soul beasts emerging from this opportunity with power far exceeding that of human soul masters. A plethora of 10,000-year soul beasts were born in succession. Even 10,000-year soul beasts became increasingly common, resulting in a deluge of beasts sweeping across the Douluo continent. Fortunately, top-tier soul masters intervened, driving the soul beasts back to their territories and dispatching powerful guardians to oversee the soul beast forest, thereby averting significant casualties. Nevertheless, the growth in soul beast strength reignited a sense of urgency among human soul masters. The Star Dou Great Forest is the largest soul beast forest on the Douluo continent. Due to its proximity to the Star Dou Auction House, the soul beasts within experienced the most potent growth, even giving rise to several 10,000-year soul beasts. The emergence of new 10,000-year soul beasts led to fierce territorial disputes among the soul beasts, plunging the entire Star Dou Great Forest into chaos. The air was thick with the essence of combat as soul beast conflicts erupted intermittently, filling the forest with an overwhelming sense of dread. The sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape sensed the disturbances but refrained from intervening to intimidate the soul beast clan. In nature, only the strong could survive. Only the most powerful soul beasts were worthy of ruling the Star Dou Great Forest, and they themselves preferred to remain within the Dou Auction House, quietly enhancing their strength. Until the auction was held, there was no need to disrupt the soul beast territorial battles. In the heart of the Star Dou Great Forest, a shimmering lake of life lay, suffused with an incredibly rich life force, becoming a battleground for these 10,000-year soul beasts. The Titan giant ape and sky blue bull python had not been seen here for quite some time, emboldening a few newly ascended 10,000-year soul beasts to vie for control over this vital lake. Rumbling. As a result, the area surrounding the Lake of Life descended into chaos, with the pressure from 10,000-year soul beasts reverberating throughout, causing even the lake itself to shatter under the relentless onslaught. The once peaceful core area had been reduced to ruins under the bombardment of these 10,000-year soul beasts. Chapter 66. The ferocious beast Ziji. The commotion caused by the Lake of Life grew increasingly profound, even affecting the entire Star Dou Great Forest. At that moment, deep beneath the lake, in an unknown space, tranquility reigned. However, several powerful presences faintly emanated, distorting the surrounding space. Suddenly, from the depths of this space, a dragon's roar echoed, and a pair of pitch-black dragon eyes appeared in a fleeting moment. Rumbling. An overwhelming darkness surged forth, and the soul beast pressure in this alternate dimension became immensely potent. A blinding light flashed, revealing a gigantic black dragon, measuring 100 meters in length. Its scales, akin to black iron, emanated an oppressive aura, filling the space with a chilling essence. The oppressive aura emanating from the black dragon swiftly spread throughout the surroundings. Soon, it became apparent that powerful soul beast presences were manifesting in this space, creating a tumultuous atmosphere. This black dragon was none other than the beast god of the Star Dou Forest, Ditian, an ancient being closely approaching 800,000 years of age, and the leader of the Black Dragon clan. What could be the reason for the turmoil among the soul beasts in the Star Dou Forest? A perplexed utterance escaped the dragon's maw as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Logically, his slumber beneath the Lake of Life should have shielded him from such disturbances. Yet the current unrest in the Star Dou Forest, marked by the presence of numerous 10,000-year soul beasts, perplexed him greatly. He even faintly sensed two powerful 20,000-year soul beasts, further deepening his confusion. Prior to his slumber, he had only noted the emergence of two recent 10,000-year soul beasts. Why, then, had two formidable beasts materialized anew? Moreover, the sudden influx of 10,000-year soul beasts throughout the Star Dou Forest was an anomaly that could not be ignored. Indeed, after such a prolonged slumber beneath the Lake of Life, he had never before sensed such significant changes in the Star Dou Forest, especially the birth of so many 10,000-year soul beasts. Just then, another fierce aura appeared nearby, evoking memories of the previous Star Dou Forest and inciting the same questions in the heart of Ditian. Something was amiss. Through his perception, he realized that the concentration of soul power in the Star Dou Forest had inexplicably increased over 100-fold. How could this be possible? In an instant, a stunning woman adorned in a flowing green gown materialized in a flash of emerald light. Her expression was one of astonishment as she conveyed the findings of her investigation to those present. This woman was Bai Ji, the most powerful member of the Emerald Swan clan, a top-tier life attribute soul beast that had existed for over 500,000 years. Her healing abilities were unparalleled. Despite being in this peculiar space, she was acutely aware that the soul power concentration throughout the Star Dou Forest had surged nearly 100-fold. This revelation left her utterly astounded. It was nearly impossible for the soul power of the Douluo continent to undergo such drastic changes. So how could the concentration have escalated to such extraordinary levels? This left her bewildered, especially upon learning from Ditian that there were now numerous 10,000-year soul beasts in the Star Dou Forest. These changes must surely be linked to the elevation in soul power concentration. But what could have caused such an upheaval? Bai Ji, are you certain? Has the soul power of the Star Dou Forest truly increased over 100-fold? Ditian asked, his voice tinged with shock as he sought confirmation. If this were indeed true, it would signify a monumental opportunity for the Star Dou Forest. A higher concentration of soul power would greatly benefit their soul beast clan in their cultivation. Consequently, the Star Dou Forest would surely give rise to even more formidable soul beasts, bringing the day closer when they could retaliate against the divine realm. Indeed, I have employed the innate abilities of the Emerald Swan clan and have confirmed there was no error in my perception. Perhaps it is not just the Star Dou forest. The entire Douluo continent's soul power concentration has also surged over 100-fold. This very phenomenon has incited the turmoil among the soul beasts in the Star Dou forest. Bai Ji asserted with unwavering conviction. The enhancement of soul power concentration also presents an ineffable advantage for soul masters. In light of this, who among you will step forth to manage the situation? Allowing those 10,000-year soul beasts to engage in mutual slaughter would be detrimental to the foundation of our soul beast clan. Furthermore, the two 10,000-year soul beasts that were previously guarding the Lake of Life appear to have undergone a transformation due to this surge in soul power, attaining the status of fierce beasts. Bring them to the Lake of Life to cultivate alongside us, Di Tian instructed. He began to grasp that a significant transformation was imminent for the Douluo continent. He intended to send a fierce beast to quell the chaos. For every 10,000-year soul beast represented the pinnacle of the Star Dou forest combat strength. Losing even one would be unacceptable. Should the ongoing conflict persist among the 10,000-year soul beasts, the elite combat strength of the Star Dou forest would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Di Tian remained unaware of the rapid advancements of the two 10,000-year soul beasts guarding the Lake of Life, nor did he pursue the matter further. Instead, he prioritized bringing them back to the lake to join in their cultivation. In this peculiar space, the environment was highly conducive to the cultivation of soul beasts. Although the external soul power concentration had increased 100-fold, it could not compare to the purity of the energy within this realm. I shall take my leave and complete the task you have entrusted to me, he declared. At that moment, a purple-black dragon materialized beside him, radiating a mesmerizing glow. As the light dissipated, a woman clad in a flowing purple gown appeared, exuding an alluring presence. Her body was covered in purple-black scales, her figure tall and alluring. With long purple-black hair cascading down her back, undulating gracefully as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Her captivating visage was adorned with deep purple eyes and lips of a vibrant hue. On her forehead, a dark scale shimmered with layers of purple light, cascading above her head. She was none other than one of the rulers of the Star Dou forest, Ziji, also known as the Demon Empress, the Hell Dragon King and a rising star among the Dragon Clan, leading the Hell Dragon lineage. She was one of the two Dragon Kings among the top 10 fierce beasts, with a lifespan exceeding 200,000 years. Given the circumstances, ZG, this matter is now in your hands. However, it will be prudent for you to investigate the events occurring on the Douluo continent. The escalation of soul power concentration and the disturbances in the Star Dou forest must surely be connected to the human soul masters, Di Tian instructed gravely, sensing an ominous premonition regarding the unfolding changes. The peculiarities surrounding the Douluo continent were unprecedented in millennia, rendering the situation extraordinarily unusual. It was imperative for ZG to venture forth and uncover the truth, although Di Tian wished to intervene personally. He felt compelled to remain and safeguard their master's safety. I understand, ZG replied with a determined expression, nodding resolutely. In the next instant, she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the space and reappearing in the outside world. The once turbulent surface of the Lake of Life suddenly settled into a tranquil stillness, devoid of even the slightest ripple. Suddenly, a violet beam shot into the sky, shattering the calm. The purple light erupted, revealing a massive purple-black dragon over 100 meters long hovering above the Star Dou forest, exuding the fierce aura of a powerful beast that instilled terror in all soul beasts present. Quietly prostrating on the ground, not daring to make the slightest movement, the soul beasts understood the supremacy of bloodlines. Those with inferior bloodlines could never resist those of higher lineage, and the Dragon Clan represented the pinnacle of bloodlines within the soul beast realm of Douluo continent. The several 100,000-year soul beasts engaged in battle by the Lake of Life sensed the overwhelming pressure and exerted all their strength to withstand it. They gazed upwards with grave expressions, recognizing that the powerful beast before them emerged from beneath the Lake of Life. This piqued their curiosity. Could there be formidable soul beasts lurking below the lake? The creature ahead was a dragon. Its bloodline power far surpassed their own. Humph! Since you have labored so hard to become 100,000-year soul beasts, Why covet this territory and engage in a life-and-death struggle? Moreover, this lake of life is beyond your reach. Retreat swiftly. The dragon above suddenly unleashed its formidable draconic might, instantly pinning the 100,000-year-soul beast to the ground. Its serious tone echoed in their ears, declaring the lake of life a forbidden zone within the Star Dou forest, where no soul beast was permitted to approach. As 100,000-year-soul beasts, they should focus on their cultivation, striving to reach higher realms rather than squabbling amongst themselves. Should such a situation arise again, they would be reduced to nothing more than a soul ring in this world. Upon witnessing the defiance in the eyes of the 100,000-year-soul beasts, Ziji continued to exert her considerable power, thoroughly subduing them. Moments later, realizing Ziji's overwhelming strength, they knew that, even united, they could not contend with the dragon before them. Thus, they abandoned their desire to seize the territory of the Lake of Life and swiftly retreated to their own domains, henceforth treating the lake as a forbidden land, daring not to approach it. As time flowed, Ziji similarly unleashed her powerful draconic might, intimidating all soul beasts over 10,000 years in the Star Dou forest. Countless soul beasts, sensing the immense pressure, fell into a brief calm, refraining from instigating conflict. Buzzing, having resolved all troubles, Ziji extended her vast spiritual power throughout the Star Dou forest, seeking to locate the two newly born fierce beasts mentioned by Emperor Tian. After some exploration, she discerned the whereabouts of the two formidable auras. Transforming once more into a great purple dragon, she soared towards the Star Dou Auction House. As she passed, nearly all soul beasts felt her draconic might and collapsed to the ground, too intimidated to raise their heads. At the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python were consolidating their newly acquired fierce beast-level powers. Soon, they detected a fierce beast-level aura rapidly approaching them, a powerful presence that instilled a sense of pressure within them. Observing this, both the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape felt a surge of unease. What soul beast could this be? When did the Star Dou forest give rise to another fierce beast-level soul beast, especially one of the dragon clan? Given the direction the dragon was heading, it seemed to be towards their location. A grave expression crossed their faces. Although they had previously harnessed a significant amount of transformative power to elevate their bloodline strength, surpassing their original peak soul beast lineage and advancing towards divine beast status, they still felt the weight of the approaching draconic might. There seems to be a formidable presence approaching, the sky blue bull python said gravely to the Titan giant ape, shifting its massive form to emanate its own fierce beast pressure outward, eager to test the extent of their newfound strength. Perfect timing. I just broke through to 200,000 years and have yet to experience a true battle, the Titan giant ape exclaimed, excitement flashing in its enormous eyes as it sensed the arrival of the dragon clan fierce beast. Do not be careless. While we are both fierce beasts, her soul beast age seems to surpass ours. Moreover, she possesses the purest bloodline of the dragon clan. Although our bloodlines have been enhanced, we must remain cautious, the sky blue bull python advised, noting the battle intent in the Titan giant ape's gaze. They knew that alone, they might not be able to stand against the dragon. Only by joining forces could they hope to contend with her. However, neither felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Behind them lay the Star Dou Auction House, filled with countless strong individuals. If the purple dragon dared to invade, she would bear the consequences, and her fate would be determined by the auction house. Chapter 68. The impending battle, not a problem. If we cannot win, we will join forces to truly experience the power of our full strength, the Titan giant ape replied, seemingly dismissing the sky blue bull python's caution. Upon hearing this, the sky blue bull python shook its head silently, choosing not to dwell on the matter. If they combined their efforts against the dragon, even if she belonged to the top tier of fierce beasts, they might still stand a chance. Suddenly, a flash of purple light appeared ahead. In the blink of an eye, the purple-black dragon vanished, replaced by a woman clad in purple robes, Ziji. Are you the two newly emerged fierce beasts of 200,000 years in the Star Dou forest? Ziji's cold gaze settled on the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python as she inquired repeatedly. She was already certain they were the new fierce beasts, but she was curious about the circumstances that led to such an extraordinary situation. How had these two soul beasts reached fierce beast status in such a short time? Who are you? And why have I never sensed your presence in the Star Dou forest? The sky blue bull python asked, maintaining a solemn gaze, eager to ascertain the origins of this dragon clan soul beast. After all, they had resided in the Star Dou forest for many years. If Ziji truly lived there, they would have sensed her presence. As for my origins, I have always dwelled within the Star Dou forest. However, your previous strengths were too feeble for you to recognize our existence, Ziji replied. Let's proceed. Now that both of you have successfully attained the beastly level, I shall guide you to the true gathering place of formidable soul beasts. With these words, Ziji addressed the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape in a tone that bore the weight of command. She led them towards the depths of the lake of life to pay homage to the beast god, Emperor Tian. As soon as her words fell, the countenances of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape darkened considerably. They had not anticipated that this dragonkin soul beast would speak in such an irksome manner. The astute sky blue bull python gleaned from Ziji's statement that perhaps the Star Dou forest harbored genuine secrets, which they had previously lacked the qualifications to explore. Only upon reaching the beastly level could one gain the privilege to witness the true enigmas of the Star Dou forest. Furthermore, Ziji's words hinted at the existence of numerous soul beasts within the forest that rivaled her, or even surpassed her in might. This revelation stirred tumultuous waves within the sky blue bull python, who had not fathomed the profound depth of the Star Dou forest heritage. However, at this moment, a flicker of anger ignited within the sky blue bull python's heart. If the Star Dou forest was home to such powerful beasts, why had they endured relentless persecution at the hands of human soul masters for so many years? Why had those mighty soul beasts not intervened? Contemplating this, the sky blue bull python felt an overwhelming disquiet and cast a displeased glance at Ziji ahead. It was only after they had successfully broken through to the beastly level that she approached them. Had they not received the fortune of the Star Dou Auction House, they might have remained ineligible to uncover the true secrets of the Star Dou forest for a lifetime. Regardless of how grandiloquent Ziji's words were, he and Erming had no intention of venturing into the realm of the soul beasts. After all, they had reaped substantial benefits from the Star Dou Auction House and had no reason to betray it. Moreover, their power had surged impressively within the Star Dou Auction House, which had almost unconditionally aided their ascension. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were understandably reluctant to depart from the Star Dou Auction House. What? Are you unwilling to accompany me? At this moment, Ziji, noticing their silence, directed a displeased gaze toward the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Having waited for so long without receiving any response, her displeasure deepened. Were it not for Emperor Tian's directive to ensure that the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were returned, she would have preferred to avoid this troublesome endeavor. However, given the task assigned to her, she had no justification for noncompliance. If they were not inclined to follow her quietly, she would not hesitate to employ force to bring them back. Even though they had attained the beastly level, their strength paled in comparison to hers. Apologies, but we are quite content here and shall not accompany you. Moments later, the sky blue bull python unhesitatingly rejected Ziji's proposition. His demeanor grew tense, and a ferocious aura radiated from him as he braced for Ziji's impending assault. Is this the Star Dou Auction House? Could it be a creation of the human soul masters within the Star Dou forest? I never imagined that as soul beasts, you would conspire with human soul masters. What a disgrace to our kind. With a grim countenance, Ziji retorted, since you have harbored thoughts of betrayal against our kin, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. By the order of the beast god, I am to take you both back to the lake of life. Should you dare defy this command, you shall bear the consequences. As Ziji absorbed the words of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, her gaze hardened, fixing upon a 3-story pavilion that exuded an extraordinary aura, though she refrained from probing any further. After some speculation, she deduced that this structure was likely constructed by human soul masters. However, she found it hard to believe that a human soul master would dare to establish a base within the inner reaches of the Star Dou forest. Such audacity was reckless. Moreover, observing the resolute expression of the sky blue bull python, it seemed he was determined to remain. Believing that these two soul beasts had indeed colluded with human soul masters, this was not a sight Ziji wished to witness. Thus, she resolved to bring these two soul beasts back to the Lake of Life to present them to Emperor Tian. Otherwise, None could predict what actions these soul beasts might take in the future that could harm their kin. To take us back, you must first possess the requisite strength. Coincidentally, the Titan giant ape, newly ascended beyond 200,000 years, seized the moment to assert, "Let us test the true extent of our power." Upon hearing Ziji's words, he was filled with indignation and bellowed forward, his voice laced with an astonishing fury. Boom! 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 He clenched his fists tightly, striking his chest with explosive force, sending shockwaves throughout the area, stirring fierce winds and shaking the ground. Chapter 69. Clash of Domains. How dare two newly ascended soul beasts challenge me? Very well. Today I shall demonstrate the vast disparities that exist even amongst formidable beasts. At this moment, Ziji burst into laughter upon witnessing the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape's audacious intent to confront her. Boom! In an instant, a purple-black radiance enveloped her, as the ferocious might of a dragon pressed down upon the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, unleashing a cataclysmic force upon the battlefield. After thousands of years without engaging in combat, she had not expected to encounter two oblivious soul beasts so soon, daring to provoke her authority. Devil's Water Domain. Ziji summoned forth all of her power, manifesting purple-black soul energy that gradually morphed into profound whirlpools infused with dense hellish magic and water elemental forces, rapidly radiating outward. Buzz! A luminous circle appeared beneath her feet, swiftly enveloping the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. This was Ziji's innate domain skill, a fusion of her two attributes, wielded through her formidable prowess to unleash an unparalleled domain. Within this domain, her strength would amplify without restraint, and her energy would be replenished ceaselessly. The opponents were equally constrained by the domain, unable to unleash their full potential. Erming, be cautious. This domain is exceedingly peculiar. We must not hold back. Let us unleash our full might and strive to defeat her swiftly. The sky blue bull python cautioned the Titan giant ape, sensing the overwhelming suppression of his strength within the domain. Merely a dragon-kin soul beast. Today, I too wish to test the might of our noble bloodline. The Titan giant ape disregarded the sky blue bull python's warning, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented battle fervor as his ferocious aura surged outward. Gravity Domain. In that moment, the Titan giant ape boldly unleashed his own domain skill, the Gravity Domain. A dark vortex emanated from his body, expanding outward and clashing with Ziji's domain, generating a tempestuous pressure. The Titan giant ape, now having broken through to the beastly level, wielded a domain skill that was exponentially more powerful than before. How can this be? This domain is astounding. Even the forward-facing Ziji, upon sensing the domain skill unleashed by the Titan giant ape, felt a slight heaviness in her back as her feet sank deeply into the ground, her eyes shimmering with profound astonishment. She had not anticipated that the Titan giant ape, having just broken through to the beastly level, would possess a domain skill so vastly potent. Even she, who bore the supreme bloodline of the dragon race, felt considerable pressure. This realization led Ziji to understand that the battle ahead would be far from simple. However, she did not allow it to weigh on her mind. After all, she was a fearsome beast of the Douluo continent with dragon blood, and the recently ascended Tianqing, Niumang, and Titan giant ape should not qualify as her adversaries. Death's Withering. Ziji formed seals with her hands, instantly invoking the power of her dragon bloodline. Indeed, the moment the formidable dragon might manifested, it sent both the Tianqing Niumang and the Titan giant ape flying several meters away. Under the influence of this dragon might, the gravity weighing upon Ziji diminished significantly. Although she could still feel some pressure, the enhancement from her domain power allowed her to move with ease. Subsequently, a dazzling purple light enveloped Ziji's hands, emanating an unparalleled force of death. Within her domain, Ziji vanished from her original spot, and the purplish-black soul power in her right hand coalesced into ethereal, purplish-black dragon scales. These scales radiated with an endless sharpness and the essence of death. Ziji gathered countless dragon scales in the sky, and upon successfully consolidating her soul power, she waved her hand forcefully. Whoosh! All the dragon scales, imbued with the inexorable power of death, shot forth towards the Tianqing Niumang and the Titan giant ape. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, aiming to eliminate them in one decisive blow. Ziji wished to conclude this encounter swiftly and return to the Lake of Life to fulfill the task assigned to her by Dition. Be cautious, Erming. At that moment, the Tianqing Niumang sensed the terrifying wave of soul power and promptly warned the Titan giant ape to remain vigilant. After all, he could feel the extraordinary strength emanating from the ethereal dragon scales, which not only contained the formidable might of the dragon race, but also radiated a sharp brilliance capable of piercing their bodies, while the deathly essence enveloping them promised to inflict significant wounds. Slow down, Domain. In that instant, the Tianqing Niumang's body crackled with lightning, enveloping the entire area with a cerulean domain. The dragon scales, which had been moving at an incredible speed, appeared to come to a standstill under the influence of the slow-down domain. After reaching the beastly level, the Tianqing Niumang's slowed-down domain had been amplified several hundred times. Consequently, the once swiftly moving dragon scales now glided through the air at a snail's pace. Witnessing this turn of events, the Tianqing Niumang seized the opportunity to counterattack, leaping into the air, its azure tail whipping forward with tremendous force. The terrifying beastly soul power surged forth through its tail, intent on obliterating the dragon scales suspended in the sky. Indeed, bolstered by the slowed-down domain and the Tianqing Niumang's sudden surge of soul power, the once rapidly moving scales were shattered into fragments, dissipating into the ether. Damn it! I did not anticipate your coordination to be so flawless. Furthermore, your domains seem impenetrable, rendering it impossible to forcibly return you to the Lake of Life. Ziji's expression darkened as she realized that her previously assured strategy had been countered by the two formidable domains and a single attack. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed her eyes as she contemplated something. The obstinate resistance of these two soul beasts had irked her, leading her to resolve to hold nothing back. Boom! The purplish-black light surrounding Ziji flickered, abruptly transforming into a colossal purplish-black dragon over 100 meters long. Exuding en overwhelming yoha. Channeling the energy of a soul beast nearly 300,000 years old, she soared into the air, her massive claws reaching out towards her foes. The explosive soul power and deathly essence she wielded seemed capable of annihilating all, rendering existence into nothingness. Chapter 70. Jiu takes action upon witnessing Ziji transform in her true form and launch an attack. The Tianqing Niumang and Titan giant ape-s expressions turned grave. After all, the most formidable manifestation of Soul Beast is its true form, and thus they dared not underestimate Ziji. Engage. The Tianqing Niumang and Titan giant ape, unwilling to conceal their strength, began to tremble the earth with their massive bodies, unleashing their formidable Soul Beast powers as they charged forward. Thus began a fierce battle among the three fearsome beasts in this area, with countless waves of soul power erupting forth. Towering ancient trees were cleaved in half, and deep craters formed in the ground, leaving the entire scene in utter chaos. Strangely enough, the Star Dou Auction House, situated within this area, remained unscathed, standing intact amidst the explosive energies. What could this mean? At that moment, Lu Yun, who was in seclusion on the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House, suddenly sensed the powerful wave of soul power emanating from outside. He opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion passing through his mind. Could it be that soul beasts were attacking the Star Dou Auction House? After all, the Tianqing Niumang and Titan giant ape were stationed at the entrance. An ordinary soul beast would not dare approach. Could something unexpected have occurred? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Yun's immense mental energy rapidly spread outward. He soon discovered that the three soul beasts, including the Tianqing Niumang, were embroiled in a fierce battle, and, astonishingly, the two were at a disadvantage against another soul beast. This revelation was utterly surprising. Having reached the beastly level, it was reasonable to assume that even soul beasts of the same tier would not easily best the Tianqing Niumang and Titan giant ape. Moments later, a series of subtitles suddenly appeared before Lu Yun's eyes, detailing Ziji's specific information. Beast, Ziji, Soul, Beast Age, 264. 846 years, Bloodline, Hell Dragon, Soul Skills, Celestial Demon Water Domain, Death's Withering. It becomes clear now. It seems that the 100-fold increase in soul power concentration has awakened the hidden fearsome beasts of the Star Dou forest ahead of schedule. If all goes as expected, Tian and the others should have awakened as well. However, they should not have dared to wreak havoc within my Star Dou Auction House. Understanding Ziji's information, Lu Yun grasped the situation. Since Ziji had come to this place, it was likely that Tian and the others were aware of the current changes in the Douluo continent. Perhaps the mystery of the Star Dou Auction House had not been leaked, which is why Tian had not taken him seriously. Otherwise, he would not have sent merely a minor figure. Jiu, dispose of that soul beast outside. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. As Lu Yun observed the Tianqing, Niu and Titan giant ape gradually falling behind, he commanded Jiu to intervene and eliminate Ziji. Previously, he had harbored concerns about the collective action of Tian and his companions. However, having been transformed by the power of creation, Jiu's strength had reached demigod level. And with Medusa at her side, he no longer feared the hidden soul beasts of the Star Dou Auction House. As long as Guyu Na does not awaken prematurely, even if Emperor Tian leads all his soul beasts to launch an attack, he has nothing to fear. In strict adherence to the command of the Pavilion Master, Jiu nodded vigorously upon hearing Lu Yun's words. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished from his original position, having sensed the fierce battle occurring outside. Initially intending to report this matter to Lu Yun and ask the Pavilion Master to intervene, he refrained from doing so, knowing that Lu Yun was in seclusion and he did not wish to disturb him over such matters. Thus, he delayed until now. And since Lu Yun had issued an order, Jiu took immediate action. At the moment when the three ferocious beasts, Tianqing, Niu, Titan, Giant Ape, were locked in combat, a wave of darkness suddenly enveloped everything, and the power of the underworld permeated the surroundings. A frenzied, semi-divine pressure surged throughout the area, causing the three ferocious beasts to halt their movements, the battle instantly ceasing. Feeling the emergence of this aura, Tianqing, Niu, and Titan, Giant Ape trembled involuntarily. Understanding who had arrived, they breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Jiu's strength had instilled a profound sense of despair within them. By the command of the Pavilion Master, leave this place at once, or you shall remain here forever. As Jiu spoke, dark mist swirled behind him, his body gradually levitating into the air, arms crossed, and his gaze sternly fixed on Ziji in front of him. You dare to command me to leave? You mere human soul master? To be so audacious in our territory, it seems that after all these years of development, you human soul masters have truly lost your sense of reality. Upon hearing Jiu's command to depart, Ziji was momentarily stunned, confirming that she had not misheard. Before retorting fiercely, a glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. After all, human soul masters and soul beasts were sworn enemies. Since this human soul master had come before her seeking death, she felt no need to hold back. She moved her massive form, her dragon tail swishing as she charged forward with a thunderous strike. The air erupted with explosive sounds wherever her tail passed, as if annihilating all in its wake. Stubborn and unyielding, Jiu, witnessing Ziji's refusal to heed his warning and her preemptive strike, revealed a knowing smile, his tone turning grave. With a flick of his wrist, tendrils of black-purple soul power materialized, forming chains as dark as ink, exuding a potent underworld energy. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. A phantom black dragon appeared behind Jiu, its body radiating a formidable underworld power. 9 soul rings adorned Jiu, a breathtaking configuration of 6 black and 3 red rings, leaving onlookers astounded. The immense pressure from this martial spirit was overwhelming, and the colors of the soul rings were astonishing. Indeed, with the increased concentration of soul power, the benefits he reaped were far greater than theirs. At that moment, Tianqing, Niu, and Titan, Giant Ape, standing nearby, were rendered speechless, their faces etched with disbelief. They felt an undeniable sense of lethal threat emanating from Jiu, and the overwhelming pressure of his martial spirit extinguished any thoughts of resistance. Unquestionably, the level of Jiu's martial spirit was exceedingly high, and they recognized that his martial spirit belonged to the dragon category. This type of martial spirit was undoubtedly among the most elite within its class. Faced with this revelation, Tianqing, Niu, and Titan Giant Ape dared not make a move. Previously, when Jiu had captured them and brought them to the Star Dou Auction House, it still felt immense fear. Who are you? How can such a martial spirit belong to a human? Ziji exclaimed, astonished by Jiu Yu's soul ring configuration, which included several rings of 10,000 years in age. At that moment, she felt her massive form sink slightly under the weight of Jiu Yu's martial spirit pressure, and her dragon bloodline power momentarily faltered. It was evident that the pressure from Jiu Yu's martial spirit exerted a profound sense of oppression on her dragon lineage. In truth, she was the apex of dragon-type soul beasts, her bloodline power considered among the highest in the Douluo continent. Generally, few soul masters or soul beasts could surpass her in terms of bloodline. Yet, this human soul master, simply through the pressure of his martial spirit, rendered her own dragon bloodline incapable of functioning. How could this not shock ZG? The most staggering aspect was the 9 dazzling soul rings adorning Jiu Yu. Although she was unfamiliar with contemporary human soul masters, she understood that, given their frail physiques, they could not possibly attain such a soul ring configuration. A myriad of questions flooded ZG's mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. What on earth was happening? Why had an unknown top-tier powerhouse emerged among human soul masters during her slumber of several millennia? I am a protector of the Star Dou Auction House. You have trespassed and disrupted this domain, yet you refuse to leave. By the command of the Pavilion Master, I shall capture you and await your fate, Jiu Yu declared. Surrounded by a swirling black dragon, his expression serious as he gazed at ZG with unprecedented gravity. Having previously attempted to reason with ZG to dissuade her from leaving, and seeing her continued defiance, he would no longer hold back. 6th Soul Skill, Underworld Chains. As the 6th Black Soul ring on Jiu Yu radiated a brilliant light, tendrils of underworld energy emerged from his right hand, forming chains that instantaneously tore through space and sped toward ZG. These chains sought to completely bind ZG's movements, ultimately delivering her to the Pavilion Master for judgment. Not good. At that moment, ZG sensed the rapidly approaching chains, imbued with terrifying underworld energy, triggering a profound sense of crisis within her. She recognized that this human soul master was not someone she could confront head-on, and she swung her massive dragon body, attempting to flee. There was no way she could engage this human soul master directly. This realization left her feeling regretful. Had she known, she would have left this place earlier. However, as a ferocious beast, her pride would not allow her to simply retreat to the lake of life at the behest of a human soul master. To think you could escape under my 6th soul skill. How naive. Jiu Yu scoffed as he witnessed ZG's desperate attempt to flee. Clenching his right fist, he intensified the application of underworld energy. New chains ripped through space, hurtling toward ZG, swiftly ensnaring her entire being. The powerful underworld energy immobilized ZG, preventing her dragon bloodline from functioning and restricting her ability to fly. With a resounding crash, she was slammed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Damn it! Who are you? Do you not know who I am? If you dare to harm me, this place will be brought to ruin. ZG's expression darkened, panic flashing in her heart. She had never anticipated that this human soul master could possess such strength, and her attempts to escape with all her might proved futile. However, the Violet Princess was not a beast to sit idly by. She continued to threaten Jiu Yu. As she spoke, her right hand trembled slightly, sending a beam of purple light soaring into the distance, intending to inform Tion of the unfolding events. If this delay continued, her life would indeed be at stake. At that moment, the naive Violet Princess believed her public message had gone unnoticed by Jiu Yu, but she was gravely mistaken. Jiu Yu had observed all her actions but chose not to intervene, seizing the opportunity to unearth the mastermind behind this operation and resolve the matter without burdening the master. In the lake of life, a purple beam suddenly pierced the sky, entering the tranquil waters and ultimately descending into an alternate space at the lake's bottom. The aura of the Violet Princess? Tion and his companions sensed the arrival of this information. Upon discerning its content, Tion was engulfed in confusion, albeit with a tinge of murderous intent in his gaze. What is happening? Why is the Violet Princess transmitting information to you at this moment? At this juncture, Bai Ji, observing the situation and the change in Tion's expression, inquired softly. Given the Violet Princess's prowess, she should have swiftly resolved the conflict. Logically, at this time, she should have already returned with the 2 newly emerged beasts to the Lake of Life. Yet, she had not returned and transmitted a message instead. The Violet Princess's current predicament was dire, caught in a bind by a formidable human spirit master, compelling her to send out the message. Tion solemnly relayed the information regarding the Violet Princess's entrapment to all present beasts. His expression then turned exceedingly cold. The human spirit master was truly despicable. However, Tion understood the Violet Princess's strength. Even the most elite of human spirit masters would not pose a threat to her. In the Star Dou forest, he had not sensed any Title Douluos presence. Moreover, even if the two newly emerged beasts united in their assault, they would not be able to subdue the Violet Princess. Yet, the unfolding events were imbued with an air of peculiarity, plunging Tion into a state of bewilderment. What? The Violet Princess has been captured by a human spirit master? How is this possible? Indeed, as Tion's words fell, the beasts present exhibited a similar reaction, their faces etched with disbelief. They certainly recognized the Violet Princess's strength, and the notion of her being captured by a human spirit master seemed absurd. In that case, I shall investigate. It is imperative to witness the current extent of human spirit master's development, which allows one to ensnare the Violet Princess. Each beast felt a tempest of unease, and Tion voiced his intention. He wished to confront the Title Douluos who had forced the Violet Princess into such a predicament. If necessary, Tion would take action. The growing number of top-tier human spirit masters was increasingly threatening the survival of their spirit beast clan. Tion was unwilling to allow such a powerful being to leave the Star Dou forest alive. The absence of a top-tier human spirit master would greatly ease the plight of their spirit beast clan. Chapter 72. A tenuous standoff. Tion, should we accompany you? At that moment, several other beasts expressed their desire to join Tion in witnessing the human spirit master who had ensnared the Violet Princess, who possessed such formidable strength. This individual would undoubtedly pose a future threat to the Spirit Beast clan. And thus all present shared the same sentiment as Tion. The human spirit master must not be allowed to leave the Star Dou forest alive. No need. I shall go alone. You all focus on guarding the master. Remember, no other dangers must approach. With a casual wave of his hand, Tion dismissed their concerns. He intended to confront the mysterious human spirit master alone, as the safety of the master was equally paramount, necessitating the remaining beasts to protect their leader. Upon hearing Tion's command, each beast nodded slightly, remaining in place. Tion then transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing instantaneously as he sped toward the inner depths of the Star Dou forest. At this moment, Jiuyu hovered in the air, his gaze cold and indifferent, fixed upon the trapped Violet Princess. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching, a grave expression crossing his features. They have finally arrived. Jiuyu's serious voice echoed as he focused intently on the distance. In an instant, a more potent pressure enveloped the entire area. However, those within the Star Dou Auction Pavilion remained oblivious to this overwhelming force. No matter how formidable the pressure, it would dissipate the moment it neared the pavilion. What a formidable aura this spirit beast possesses. The Tianqing Yo Mang and Titan Giant Ape felt as though a mountain pressed upon their backs, making it difficult to breathe. They were compelled to channel all their soul power to barely withstand this terrifying spirit beast presence. Even so, the stirring in their bloodlines was impossible to ignore. They realized that the approaching being was likely a top-tier powerhouse among spirit beasts. Subsequently, they turned their gaze to the hovering Jiuyu, a serious expression reflecting their concern over whether he could contend with the impending beast. You are the human spirit master who defeated the Violet Princess? In the blink of an eye, the sound of space fracturing resonated, and a shadowy figure emerged before Jiuyu, a man in a black robe. This man was Tion, who had hastened from the Lake of Life. However, Tion, upon noticing Jiuyu, realized how naive his earlier assumptions had been. For reasons unknown, he sensed a profound threat emanating from this human spirit master before him. How can this be possible? After all, he was a beast nearing 800,000 years of age. Even a peak Douluo would have no grounds for arrogance in his presence. Yet this human spirit master instilled in him a palpable sense of danger. Tion could not comprehend the origin of this human's power. You dare to send your subordinates to disturb our master's seclusion and expect to leave here unscathed? That is utterly unacceptable. Upon seeing Tion's figure, Jiuyu's demeanor turned vigilant, his cold tone piercing Tion's ears. To take the Violet Princess away unscathed is simply out of the question, without some form of cost. The Star Dou Auction Pavilion would be at your mercy in the future. It seems you misunderstand. The Star Dou Forest is the realm of spirit beasts. Your kind of human spirit masters lingering here cannot be justified. Tion glanced back at the Violet Princess, who was struggling fiercely, and in the next moment, an overwhelming darkness surged from his palm. The violent force struck the chains binding the Violet Princess. Crack! Under the formidable power of Emperor Tion, the black chains shattered into fragments. The liberated ZG swiftly approached Emperor Tion, a profound sense of relief washing over her. With Emperor Tion's presence, her life was finally secured, yet she was taken aback by the sheer terror emanating from this human soul master before her. You hail from a Star Dou Auction House? At that moment, Emperor Tion's gaze fell upon the Star Dou Auction House behind Jiu, and upon seeing the name on the plaque, he began to comprehend the origins of this enigmatic human soul master. This realization plunged Emperor Tion into a state of utter bewilderment. Should not the dominion of the Douluo continent belong to the Spear Hall? From whence had this Star Dou Auction House emerged? Did they dare to establish their base within the Star Dou Forest, courting death or challenging the dignity of their Soul Beast clan? This territory was indeed that of the Star Dou Auction House, and prior to the commencement of any auction, no Soul Beast or Soul Master was permitted to enter without permission. Trespassers would face merciless retribution. Jiuyu's icy tone resonated throughout the area, offering no leniency to Emperor Tion. The Star Dou Auction House had its rules. Typically, only during auction events were Soul Masters or Soul Beasts allowed in this vicinity. During ordinary times, no one was permitted to cause a disturbance here without the auction house's consent. However, today, ZG had violated the rules of the Star Dou Auction House, and thus, she would not be easily forgiven. Is that so? I too wish to witness the extent of your power and see if it justifies your arrogance. Upon hearing Jiuyu's unfriendly tone, Emperor Tion's expression darkened considerably. As the beast god of the Soul Beast clan, he was accustomed to being treated with the utmost respect by all soul beasts. Yet, this audacious human soul master continued to confront him repeatedly. Emperor Tion had no intention of letting this human soul master off the hook. Even though Jiuyu exuded a palpable sense of threat, after all, this was the Star Dou Forest, the realm of soul beasts. Suddenly, Emperor Tion vanished from sight. An overwhelming force of darkness surged forth, silencing all existence as the sun in the sky was obscured. The area surrounding the Star Dou Auction House was engulfed in profound darkness. You too, return to the Star Dou Auction House, Jiuyu commanded. Sensing the enveloping darkness around them, his expression turning grave. With a wave of his hand, he instantaneously transported the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape into the confines of the Star Dou Auction House. He intended to unleash his full power, the destructive force of which was unimaginable. Even the formidable bodies of the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape would not withstand it. Seventh soul skill, true form of the nether dragon. As the two fierce beasts re-entered the Star Dou Auction House, Jiuyu's right hand manifested the nether dragon martial soul, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The surrounding darkness recoiled from this power, akin to a mouse fleeing from a cat, revealing that the nether force was far superior to mere darkness. With the manifestation of his martial soul's true form, Jiuyu's aura deepened and strengthened, seemingly devouring all in its path, casting everything into a hellish retreat. What power have you invoked that can repel my ultimate darkness? After years of slumber, he finally encountered a worthy adversary. He hoped this would not be a disappointing encounter. At that moment, shrouded in darkness, Emperor Tion sensed that his ultimate darkness was being forced back by an unknown power, unable to encroach upon Jiuyu even slightly. This unexpected turn of events caused his pupils to constrict in shock. What could this mean? It was likely that Jiuyu's power was of such a high tier that even his ultimate darkness could not inflict harm upon him. Emperor Tion's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. It appeared this human soul master was far more formidable than he had anticipated. In the next instant, Emperor Tion's right hand transformed into a claw, and an explosive surge of dragon soul power erupted forth, targeting Jiuyu's brow with terrifying force that shattered the very fabric of space. Jiuyu remained vigilant, channeling the nether force and martial soul energy into his right fist, fearlessly launching an assault. As their attacks collided, a cataclysmic aura erupted, the powerful rebound sending both combatants staggering back. Jiuyu retreated several dozen steps, while Emperor Tian was pushed back a mere 5. Your physical strength is truly impressive. Among human soul masters, you are the first to match me in power. Although Emperor Tian had gained a slight upper hand on the initial strike, he felt a weight of gravity settle upon him. It was essential to remember that he possessed the bloodline of a dragon, his strength unparalleled. Yet, this human soul master, relying solely on his own might, stood toe-to-toe with him. This revelation illustrated the remarkable fortitude of this human soul master. Emperor Tian had initially believed he would easily surpass Jiuyu in physical prowess. But this confrontation proved his naivety. With such an extraordinary physique, complemented by his soul skills, Emperor Tian could not be entirely certain of his victory. The growth rate of human soul masters had evidently outpaced that of soul beasts by immeasurable margins. This realization ignited a blaze of fury within Emperor Tian. Lamenting the injustice of the divine realm, questioning why the Soul Beast clan had to endure oppression at the hands of soul masters. Continue. Though pushed back, Jiuyu displayed no sign of distress. Instead, he seemed eager for the challenge. Raising his fist, he leapt into the air, channeling martial soul energy into his right hand, and struck fiercely towards Emperor Tian. Unfazed, Emperor Tian harnessed his soul beast power, engaging Jiuyu in a fierce clash. Thus commenced an epic battle, the scale of destruction far surpassing that of the previous encounter with the sky blue bull python. Everything within a 100-mile radius dissolved into nothingness, while the Star Dou Auction House remained steadfast, untouched by the chaos. ZG, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the clash, fled the area in terror. If caught in the crossfire, the mere residual energy would be enough to gravely injure her. A profound fear took root in ZG's heart, realizing that the earlier man possessed strength rivaling that of Emperor Tian. It was utterly terrifying. Fortunately, the human soul master bore her no ill will. Otherwise, she might not have survived to this moment. Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, is there a particular reason for your sudden return home? On the plaza of Shrek Academy stood 7 young men and women. Among them, a bearded youth appeared remarkably mature, resembling an elder. This was Oscar from the Douluo continent, endowed with an innate full soul power food type, martial soul. Opposite Oscar stood Ning Rongrong, who had hurried back from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. It's nothing significant. My father simply summoned me home. Ning Rongrong replied, shaking her head slightly. By the way, Rongrong, has your father ever enlightened you on the nature of soul power across the continent? Oscar seemed to have an endless stream of conversation, continuously engaging Ning Rongrong in dialogue. Suddenly, a serious expression crossed Oscar's face as he inquired of Ning Rongrong. The soul power concentration on the Douluo continent has increased 100-fold. Although they had noticed this phenomenon, their dean, Teacher Zhao, remained unaware of its true cause. Who could have altered the soul power concentration of the Douluo continent? No matter how much they speculated, they could only surmise that perhaps Ning Rongrong's father or the 2 Title Douluos from the 7-treasure glazed tile school might hold some inside knowledge. As soon as Oscar finished speaking, the other 5 individuals wore similarly puzzled expressions. Notably, Tang San, who was particularly attuned to the changes in the Douluo continent, felt an overwhelming shock regarding the soul masters or soul beasts responsible for these alterations. After all, the ability to alter the forces of nature suggested that such an entity might have reached the legendary divine level. Oh, you mean that? My father mentioned that the change in soul power concentration on the Douluo continent is due to the Star Dou Auction House, Ning Rongrong revealed. Speaking candidly about the Star Dou Auction House, this matter was hardly a secret among soul masters on the Douluo continent. Almost everyone was aware of the auction house's existence, making it unworthy of concealment. What? Rongrong? You mean the alteration of the soul power concentration on the Douluo continent is attributed to the Star Dou Auction House? Upon hearing the familiar name, Tang San hurriedly approached Ning Rongrong, his face etched with concern. He had heard of the mysteries surrounding the Star Dou Auction House more than once. They even auctioned soul bones that were 100,000 years old. The Star Dou Auction House was indeed shrouded in enigma and power. The fact that the increased soul power concentration on the Douluo continent was linked to the Star Dou Auction House made Tang San eager to comprehend the true nature of this establishment. Indeed, The forces that participated in the last auction are well aware that it was the information disclosed by the Star Dou Auction House that allowed us to seize this opportunity. Ning Rongrong nodded gently, affirming the truth of her statement. By the way, I have a treasure for you all, which also originated from the Star Dou Auction House. Suddenly, a smile broke across Ning Rongrong's face as she recalled something. Chapter 74. Tang San receives bad news. The Star Dou Auction House presented a meditation technique to the soul masters of the Douluo continent. I must tell you, this meditation technique is the pinnacle of all meditation practices on the Douluo continent. There's likely no other technique that can compare. Perhaps before long, this meditation technique will spread throughout the entire Douluo continent. I just acquired it from my father to give it to you for your cultivation, so we will not fall behind other soul masters in the future. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong thought of the Xiantian skill and mysteriously addressed her companions, intending to share this meditation technique with them. After all, the Xiantian skill would eventually circulate. The sooner they learned it, the sooner they could cultivate it. As soon as Ning Rongrong's words fell, a look of confusion appeared on Tang San's face. An involuntary sense of unease crept into his heart, as if something foreboding was about to transpire. He then turned his gaze toward Ning Rongrong, eager to discover what this meditation technique was. This is the meditation technique circulating from the Star Dou Auction House, Xiantian skill. The Xiantian skill is the most superior meditation technique I have ever encountered, and I never expected the Star Dou Auction House to make such a top-tier meditation technique public. Ning Rongrong produced 6 copies of the Xiantian skill, expressing her astonishment at its quality. If she possessed such a supreme meditation technique, it would be natural for her to keep it secret and cultivate it privately. Who would have thought the Star Dou Auction House would offer this technique to all soul masters? The motives behind such a generous act remain elusive. The others, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, displayed expressions of intrigue as they accepted the copies of the Xiantian skill from her. After all, Ning Rongrong was the most affluent member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and for her to extol the virtues of this meditation technique indicated its exceptional value. With curiosity, they opened the Xiantian skill. Rongrong, what did you say? This meditation technique is called Xiantian skill. Tang San, upon hearing the familiar name, was left speechless, his face reflecting incredulity. He could hardly believe his ears. The meditation technique presented by the Star Dou Auction House bore the same name as the Xiantian skill he practiced. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed Tang San's mind, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Without hesitation, he snatched a copy of the Xiantian skill from Ning Rongrong's hands and eagerly opened it. As he read the first few lines of the technique, his heart sank. The further he delved, the more astonished his expression became. An unsettling feeling took hold of him. Indeed, this Xiantian skill was identical to the content of the Tang Sect's technique he had been practicing down to the very last detail. This revelation ignited a burning anger within Tang San. How could this be? He recalled that since arriving on the Douluo continent, he had guarded the secret of the Tang Sect's Xiantian skill meticulously. Even his father was unaware of its existence. How did the Star Dou Auction House come to know about the Xiantian skill, and why had they disseminated this Tang Sect manual throughout the Douluo continent? Tang San felt a wave of panic wash over him, struggling to comprehend the circumstances. Unless the founders of the Star Dou Auction House were also disciples of the Tang Sect. Suddenly, he calmed his frantic emotions, his mind racing as he pondered the matter. A flash of insight struck him. The soul masters possessing the Xiantian skill must be from the Tang Sect. Could it be that other disciples of the Tang Sect had also traversed to the Douluo continent? The deeper he thought about it, the more he sensed something amiss. For the Xiantian skill was the core technique of the Tang Sect, and logically, it should be forbidden for non-Tang Sect members to practice it. Thus, he temporarily dismissed this hypothesis. No matter how Tang San speculated, he could not fathom how the Star Dou Auction House had acquired the Xiantian skill and disseminated it without restraint. What's wrong, Sango? Is there an issue with the Xiantian skill? At that moment, Ning Rongrong noticed a change in Tang San's expression and inquired, her tone perplexed. It seemed as though Tang San was privy to something about the Xiantian skill. No, I am merely astonished by the Xiantian skill, Tang San replied, quickly regaining his composure and shaking his head. This Xiantian skill is the most exceptional meditation technique I have ever encountered. If we practice it diligently, our soul power will undoubtedly surge. A moment later, Oscar, cradling the Xiantian skill as if it were a priceless treasure, exclaimed in awe. Indeed, this Xiantian skill is remarkably profound. I never imagined the Star Dou Auction House would be so generous as to bestow this top-tier meditation technique upon us. It is truly unimaginable. At this moment, beside him, Dai Mubai, equally astonished, murmured softly, his eyes filled with awe for the Xiantian skill. Thus, everyone present, except Tang San, began to express their thoughts on this profound technique and eagerly wished to practice it. Upon hearing the discussions, Tang San's countenance grew increasingly grave. The Xiantian skill was the pinnacle of Tang Sek's martial arts, and he was extremely reluctant to allow others, even his companions, to cultivate it. Yet, the Xiantian skill had already spread throughout the Douluo continent, and he lacked the power to halt its dissemination. It seemed the time had come for him to visit the Star Dou Auction House to uncover who had propagated this Xiantian skill. He had previously heard that the Star Dou Auction House had been involved in a series of events that piqued his interest in making the journey. When the next auction was held, he was determined to seek out the ultimate truth. By the way, Rongrong, when will the Star Dou Auction House hold its next auction? He inquired of Ning Rongrong. She informed him that the next auction would take place in a year, giving them ample time to prepare their soul crystals. Furthermore, she shared that during the previous two auctions, the currency used was gold soul coins, but from the next auction onward, the currency would be converted to soul crystals. Ning Rongrong relayed this information she had learned from Ning Fengji to everyone present. Soul crystals? Were those? At this moment, Dai Mubai and the others expressed their curiosity about Ning Rongrong's words, having never heard of soul crystals before. Ning Rongrong explained that soul crystals were a concept introduced by the Star Dou Auction House, which required them to be condensed by the soul masters themselves. She then described the method for condensing soul crystals to everyone present. After a considerable time, once everyone understood the method of condensation, their astonishment reached new heights. They had never imagined that such a mystical substance as soul crystals existed in the world, serving not only as a medium of exchange, but also as a means of cultivation, a truly perfect form of currency, far more precious than gold soul coins. Dai Mubai and his companions struggled to digest the information they had received that day, their hearts filled with fascination for the enigmatic Star Dou Auction House. Chapter 75. The Displeased Medusa. What kind of entity is the Star Dou Auction House? Each item it presents astonishes the entire Douluo continent. Whether it is the method for condensing soul crystals or the Xiantian skill, each is a supreme treasure of the highest order. Any force that possesses them would wish to keep them hidden rather than make them public, leaving everyone on the Douluo continent utterly intrigued. The Shrek Seven Devils shared the same sentiments with other soul masters regarding the intentions of the Star Dou Auction House's actions. After a brief moment, Dai Mubai and the others gathered more information about the Star Dou Auction House from Ning Rongrong. Following the conclusion of this matter, everyone returned to their chambers to begin their practice of the Xiantian skill, except for Tang San, who lingered in place, a shadow of inscrutability passing through his eyes, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Within the Star Dou Forest periphery, at the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House, the atmosphere was thick with the remnants of intense battles. The confrontation between Jiu Yu and Di Tian raged on fiercely. The aftershocks of their battle had caused countless casualties, even affecting the entire Star Dou Forest. Suddenly, amidst their ongoing clash, a crimson light streaked across the sky, surging toward the space between Jiu Yu and Di Tian, the overwhelming aura of soul power reverberating around them. Not good. Di Tian sensed a lethal threat approaching and was immediately alarmed. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his fight with Jiu Yu, vanishing from his previous position. A surge of profound darkness manifested before him as he conjured a pitch-black longsword, slicing through the air toward the incoming crimson light. Boom! The instant the two attacks collided, a thunderous roar erupted, the explosive force annihilating everything in its wake. The crimson light detonated violently, scattering into motes of soul power that dissipated into the universe. However, Di Tian found himself at a disadvantage, being forced back several steps, his complexion paling drastically. Previously, both he and Jiu Yu had exerted their full strength in combat, leaving them with some injuries. After all, Jiu Yu's prowess was formidable, compelling Di Tian to respond with all his might. The sudden appearance of the crimson light had caught him off guard, and he hastily summoned his internal power to repel the attack, which led to the backlash of his earlier injuries. Who dares to reveal themselves? Di Tian, regaining his footing, bellowed angrily toward the source of the disturbance. In the next instant, he gathered a black longsword in his hand, exuding the formidable aura of a divine weapon. You are exceedingly noisy. Can one not find peace to rest? If you wish to fight, do not do so in this vicinity. As soon as Tion's words fell, a brilliant red light flashed at the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House. A woman clad in a flowing red gown appeared, gliding through the air, her face reflecting impatience as she addressed Tion. Upon seeing her visage, it was none other than Queen Medusa. However, her expression was one of annoyance, her gaze directed disapprovingly at Tion and ZG. Who are you? And why do you interfere in our battle? Tion, noticing the sudden appearance of the woman, was filled with a profound sense of trepidation. More so than when facing Jiuyu. He gripped his black dragon sword, ever ready to counter any impending assault. He realized that this enigmatic woman in red had emerged from within the Star Dou Auction House. Could it be that this mysterious figure was also a soul master affiliated with the auction house? This thought darkened Tion's expression. What exactly was the origin of the Star Dou Auction House? Why did it harbor such powerful individuals? Merely the presence of these two alone filled him with considerable unease. Moreover, Tion was certain that even if he unleashed his full strength, he would not stand a chance against the combined might of the two before him. This realization instilled within him a deep apprehension of the Star Dou Auction House. An ambush? With your strength, you are not worth my time. Were it not for your disturbance of my rest, I would not bother to emerge and deal with a mere little mudfish like you. In response, Medusa cast a dismissive glance at Tion, her enchanting voice dripping with disdain, completely disregarding him. What did you say? Seeking death. At that moment, Tion, realizing that Queen Medusa held him in such low regard, likening his esteemed dragon lineage to a mere mudfish, felt his fury surge to its zenith. Erupting forth in an instant, gripping the black dragon sword, he unleashed a violent and dark blade, enveloping the entire area. The sharp radiance pierced the heavens, aimed directly at Medusa before him. This human soul master is truly detestable. Regardless of the circumstances, she must pay a price. Such a level of attack should not even be unleashed, as it is utterly embarrassing. Medusa, witnessing the black dragon sword hurtling towards her, offered a charming smile. And in an instant, her eyes glinted with a crimson light. She gently lifted her right hand, a sanguine glow emanating from her palm as the power of the seven-colored sky-devouring python coalesced within it, and she swiftly struck forward. As the black dragon sword, imbued with an aura of annihilation, approached Medusa, it was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming force. The black dragon sword was forcibly imprisoned in the void, rendering it immobile. How could this be? What kind of power could possibly restrain my black dragon sword? At that moment, Emperor Tion saw his weapon completely ensnared in the void, and a peculiar force incessantly devoured the attacks he had unleashed. A tempest of emotions surged within him, and cold sweat broke out. What was happening? The sole masters of the Star Dou Auction House were indeed peculiar, rendering his strength ineffective. A mere little loach dares to act so arrogantly before me? Very well. I shall teach you a lesson in humility. Queen Medusa clenched her right fist in the void, unleashing boundless power that shattered Emperor Tion's attack to smithereens. As she uttered these words, Queen Medusa suddenly vanished from her spot, leaving no trace in the air. When she reappeared, it was behind Emperor Tion. In that fleeting moment, a knowing smile graced Medusa's lips, her right hand aglow with a sanguine light, raised gently, and then it crashed towards Emperor Tion's back. The power of the seven-colored, sky-devouring python gathered upon her fist erupted forth, imbued with the might to obliterate worlds. Where is she? At the instant of Medusa's disappearance, a flicker of confusion crossed Emperor Tion's eyes. Where had that woman gone? He could sense no trace of her presence. Chapter 76. Without suspense suddenly, Emperor Tion's expression turned grave, his vigilance heightened for Medusa's impending attack. A deadly sense of crisis surged within him. He sensed a life-threatening aura behind him. This is bad. Emperor Tion finally realized where that woman had gone. She was behind him, despite his mental faculties being fully engaged. He had failed to detect the presence of this woman in red behind him. In that critical moment, an overwhelming force of pure darkness surged forth from his being. Jet-black dragon scales enveloped him entirely, preparing to counter Medusa's forthcoming assault. Regrettably, Emperor Tion was still too slow to react. leaving him no time to unleash his power to withstand Medusa's onslaught, forcing him into a state of passive defense. With scales covering his entire body, Emperor Tian extended his right hand behind him, a furious power erupting forth, partially negating Medusa's attack. "You were too slow," Medusa murmured softly from behind Emperor Tian. Her fist slammed into his body. Although he was encased in countless scales attempting to withstand her strike, it was futile. Medusa's blow encapsulated all her might, a force hurtling forward. Any ordinary beast would surely be reduced to blood mist, annihilated upon impact with Medusa's fist. And even though Emperor Tian's soul beast was nearly 800,000 years old, and he exerted all his strength along with the defense of his dragon scales, it seemed utterly impossible to withstand Medusa's strike unscathed. Indeed, crack! Upon contact with Emperor Tian's body, Medusa's fist emitted a series of explosive sounds. Boom! 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 A shocking scene unfolded as cracks appeared upon the scales that adorned Emperor Tian's body, which then exploded outward. His counterattack reached Medusa's fist, and the two energies collided, an annihilating force radiating outward from the point of impact. How could this be? Emperor Tian felt the overwhelming force of destruction effortlessly shatter his defenses and relentlessly surge into his body. The strange power continued to ravage his internal organs. Emperor Tian's eyes widened, his complexion paling drastically. In an instant, he was propelled thousands of meters away, blood raining down from the air, imbued with the formidable bloodline of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. As the blood fell to the earth, it possessed the potential to devastate the entire region. Each drop of Emperor Tian's blood contained a profound essence of bloodline and soul power, far too potent for ordinary soul beasts to endure. Finally, with a resounding thud, Emperor Tian crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, Emperor Tian lay in tatters, blood seeping from his body. His aura diminished to the utmost degree, a stark contrast to his former spirited self. This demonstrated just how formidable Medusa's earlier attack truly was, having inflicted such grievous injuries upon him while he was caught off guard. "I did not expect you to withstand my strike. Indeed, I have underestimated you." Upon seeing Emperor Tian's disheveled state, a hint of surprise appeared on Medusa's face, revealing her curiosity regarding his strength. Chapter 77. Silver Dragon Scales. Medusa had anticipated that with her full power unleashed in a moment of surprise, she would undoubtedly grievously injure Emperor Tian. However, although Emperor Tian appeared somewhat battered, his internal injuries were not as severe as she had envisioned. Medusa truly acknowledged Emperor Tian's strength, realizing he was not to be underestimated. Emperor Tian's expression darkened to an extreme as his internal organs were ravaged by the mysterious, potent force. Fortunately, he managed to exert his strength just in time to stem the source of this devouring power, preventing his injuries from worsening. Dragging his heavily wounded body, Emperor Tian's face grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated that this woman would be so powerful, far exceeding even the strength of Douluo. This revelation made Emperor Tian aware that the Star Dou Auction House was indeed a den of hidden talents, prompting him to abandon any thoughts of underestimating it. Douluo, witnessing this scene, was equally astounded, a profound glint flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated Medusa's strength to surpass his expectations. She truly was someone a master had brought forth. If Douluo were to unleash his full power and confront Emperor Tian head-on, the outcome would likely be a mutually destructive scenario. However, before him, Queen Medusa had grievously injured Emperor Tian without even unleashing her martial soul. Even if he were to successfully ambush Emperor Tian, defeating him would still be impossible. Emperor Tian stood expressionless, yet beneath his composed exterior lingered a tempestuous fury, generating a series of plans within his mind. No, these two human soul masters cannot be allowed to survive. They pose too great a danger to soul beasts. Even with all his might, he could not contend with these two human soul masters. Now, with his master in slumber to recuperate, he was the strongest in the Star Dou Great Forest, yet even he could not withstand these two formidable human soul masters, let alone the other soul beasts. Thus, Tian resolved in his heart that today he must eradicate them completely. With this thought, he sprang into the air, hovering above the crowd. A resonating hum echoed as spatial fluctuations rippled outward, Suddenly, a silver dragon scale materialized in the palm of Dion's hand, emanating an aura of annihilation. At the moment this dragon scale appeared, everything around began to dissolve into nothingness, as if unable to withstand its power. With the strength granted by his master, I shall send you all to hell. In that instant, Dion channeled all his internal energy into the silver dragon scale. The sound of overwhelming force reverberated throughout the entire area. As Dion's aura intensified, the Star Dou forest quaked in response. The terrifying divine power surged forth, radiating outward. The previously calm Queen Medusa's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing this force. She frantically retreated, gathering her immense inner strength in her palm, which burst forth in a dazzling display, aimed at Dion. Medusa discerned the peculiar nature of the silver dragon scale in Dion's hand. The unleashed power sent shivers down her spine. A sense of foreboding filled her heart. If Dion fully unleashed the scale's power, even with her utmost effort, she would be unable to withstand it. Thus, she was determined not to allow Dion to unleash the true might of the silver dragon scale. Now you wish to stop me? Alas, it is too late. Dion, witnessing Medusa's belated realization, unleashed his formidable strength to thwart the impending attack. A mocking smile graced his face as he hurled the silver dragon scale into the air. Once the scale was suspended in the void, it radiated a cascade of silver brilliance, imbued with cataclysmic energy that spread outward. Quickly, we must leave this place. As Medusa's soul power attack collided with the force unleashed by the dragon scale, it gradually dissolved, dissipating into the ether. Witnessing this, Medusa's exquisite visage reflected a complex expression. In her current state, she could not withstand the power of the silver dragon scale. The crux of the matter lay in her incomplete adaptation to this world. Had she been at her peak, she would have faced such an attack without significant difficulty. Yet, at this moment, she found herself powerless to resist. Beside her, Jiuyu was equally horrified, seeing Queen Medusa caught in the eye of the storm. In an instant, he appeared behind her, his right hand wielding the phantasmic dragon martial soul, unleashing earth-shattering phantasmic force. Ninth soul skill, Phantasmic Heaven's Gate. Jiuyu roared, as the ninth of his 100,000-year soul rings radiated a captivating crimson light. The phantasmic dragon soared into the air, surrounded by black portals, exuding terrifying phantasmic energy. With its indomitable defense, it encircled the two, attempting to mitigate the dreadful attack. What followed was a shocking scene. Under the brilliance of the silver dragon scale, Jiuyu's ninth soul skill gradually disintegrated into mere wisps of soul power. Boom! The overwhelming force surged toward Medusa and Jiuyu. They exerted every ounce of strength to resist, yet were still violently repelled several steps back, blood spilling from their lips. They could only watch as silver beams hurtled toward them, utterly powerless to defend against the impending onslaught. Ditian, why do you leave the Star Dou forest to cause trouble here? Under my very gaze, you dare to harm the people of the Star Dou Auction House? It seems you have gone too far. Just as Dition's attack was about to succeed, the space and time in the area appeared to freeze. Dition and the others were abruptly immobilized, unable to move an inch. This cold voice echoed throughout the area, sending alarm bells ringing in Dition's heart. His face paling in terror, a sense of mortal threat surged within him, urging him to flee the scene. Yet he found himself completely bound, unable to move. Even the dragon scale granted by his master could not breach the spatial confinement. This tumultuous realization left Dition in a state of panic. What is this force? Why is it so powerful that he cannot muster any resistance? Could it be that the newcomer is the true master of the Star Dou Auction House? As the others pondered, a flicker of spatial energy appeared, and Lu Yun strolled through the void, his gaze cold and indifferent as he fixed it upon Dition. Chapter 78. Time reversal upon arriving. Lu Yun extended his right hand, and a silver pagoda materialized, standing suspended in the void. The released temporal force rippled outward, enveloping the area. Silver light flickered as 10 golden soul rings emerged around Lu Yun, unleashing the true might of the divine rings. 8th soul skill, time reversal. At that moment, the 8th golden soul ring of Lu Yun's temporal divine tower suddenly radiated a brilliant divine light. With a wave of his hand, the entire area's time rippled, and in the midst of the bewildered onlookers, time itself began to retreat. Ultimately, It reverted to the moment Tian first arrived at the Star Dou Auction House. Although time had been entirely reversed by Lu Yun, the memories of Tian and the others remained intact. How is this possible? What kind of technique is this? Your power. Could it be that you hail from the divine realm? Tian's mind whirled, realizing the location he occupied, his heart in turmoil. Surely he wasn't imagining things? How could they suddenly return to the starting point? After repeated confirmation, Tian was unequivocally back in the time he had first arrived. How can this be? Is such power truly within the grasp of a human soul master? To reverse time by one's own strength feels utterly inconceivable. Even at his master's peak, he could not have reversed the time of an entire area. Tian felt a wave of panic wash over him as he gazed in astonishment at Lu Yun. He was now convinced that Lu Yun was certainly not a soul master from Douluo continent, but rather someone from the divine realm. Strangely, within his memory, even the mightiest divine king from the divine realm could not reverse time. What on earth is happening? Beside him, Jiu and Medusa were equally astonished by the scene before them. This method was truly astonishing, especially for Medusa, who understood, well, that they had been grievously injured by that silver dragon scale, just when they thought they had no strength left to resist. A surge of temporal power had forcibly reverted them to an hour prior, leaving them unscathed and standing in place. This technique was not to be underestimated. In the realm of Dou Pa, she harbored ancient racial memories within her mind, wielding the power to reverse time and space solely through her own strength. A feat beyond human capability. However, upon reflecting on all that Lu Yun had accomplished in the enigmatic Star Dou Auction House, everything began to seem remarkably plausible. Thus, Medusa compelled herself to suppress her tumultuous emotions and watch the unfolding events. With Lu Yun's intervention, there was no need for further delay. I'm a master of the Star Dou Auction House. Initially, I could overlook minor disruptions, but your persistent transgressions have harmed my personnel. Regardless of the circumstances, your actions have crossed the line, Lu Yun declared, descending slowly to the ground with his hands clasped behind his back. The silver time-space divine tower martial soul rotating slowly above him. The unintentional emanation of time-space energy affected everything in the vicinity. What do you intend to do? Tian asked gravely, his heart weighed down with foreboding. Faced with such an entity, he realized that even with his utmost effort, he could not withstand. He harbored a premonition that even if his master awakened at that moment, he would not stand a chance against this mysterious soul master. Consequently, a resolute determination blossomed within Tian. He could not expose his master to danger. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Today's conflict was instigated by me, and thus, I must take responsibility. Lu Yun's gaze fell upon Tian, his expression markedly unwelcoming. Initially, he believed that Medusa's involvement would easily neutralize Tian. Yet, to his astonishment, Tian produced a dragon scale from the Silver Dragon King, imbued with the true power of a divine-level powerhouse. Meanwhile, Medusa's strength was not fully restored, and with only the combined might of Jiu, they were far from being true adversaries to a divine-level being. The Silver Dragon King was comparable to a deity, and even with their full assault, Jiu and Medusa could not hope to resist the force he unleashed. Thus, Lu Yun was compelled to depart the Star Dou Auction House and procure a Level 1 Divine Experience card from the system's Divine Shop, expending a staggering 10,000 auction points, a cost that pained him greatly. This card granted him a mere 10 minutes of divine power. He was unwilling to witness Medusa and Jiu fall into peril. Otherwise, he could have easily lured Tian into the confines of the Star Dou Auction House, where he would possess unmatched strength. Regardless of the formidable powers Tian wielded, they would prove futile against him. Recognizing the imminent danger faced by Medusa and Jiu, Lu Yun understood that he could no longer afford to delay. He promptly acquired the Level 1 Divine Experience card, which endowed him with newfound strength. As he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, he marveled at the terrifying capabilities he could unleash with the time-space Divine Tower. The recent temporal reversal was merely a fraction of his newfound abilities. For reasons unknown, Lu Yun sensed that if he fully activated the time-space Divine Tower martial soul, he might alter the very fabric of time and space across the Douluo continent. Such was the extraordinary nature of a chaos-level martial soul, astoundingly defiant. As for the 10-million-year soul rings surrounding Lu Yun, they were, of course, a benefit accompanying the experience card. Considering this is your first offense against the Star Dou Auction House, I have decided to revoke the 10,000-year soul beast lifespan from both of you as a punishment. Lu Yun contemplated, determining the appropriate retribution. Allowing Dtion and ZG to depart unscathed would not serve the authority of the Star Dou Auction House. The rationale behind Lu Yun's decision not to eliminate Dtion and ZG outright lay in his strategic intentions. The ongoing conflict between soul beasts and soul masters on the Douluo continent maintained a delicate balance, and disrupting it could lead to unnecessary complications. Moreover, the primary goal of the Star Dou Auction House was to conduct auctions and gather auction points. The soul beasts of the Douluo continent were integral participants in these auctions, and their numbers were substantial. Using them to condense soul crystals would yield significant auction points. Lu Yun was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. What a waste it would be not to utilize such resources. After careful consideration, Lu Yun resolved to strip Dtion and ZG of their 10,000-year soul beast lifespan. Previously, he had inquired with the system about converting the soul beast lifespans into specific auction points. Chapter 79. Revocation of 10,000 years of soul beast essence. This would serve to compensate for the auction points he spent on the level 1 divine experience card. Lu Yun had no desire to incur a loss. After all, it was Dtion who had instigated the trouble at the Star Dou Auction House, and thus he must bear the consequences. What? Dtion and ZG were rendered speechless, their expressions turning grave at Lu Yun's astounding proclamation. They never anticipated that he would utter such shocking words. The thought of having their soul beast lifespan extracted filled them with trepidation. After all, the cultivation of the soul beast race was exceedingly arduous, and to lose 10,000 years of lifespan would be an immeasurable setback, requiring countless years to recover from. Nevertheless, Dtion and ZG believed that the revocation of soul beast lifespan was utterly impossible. They had never heard of any means capable of arbitrarily stripping away the specific lifespan of a soul beast. It was simply beyond belief. Lu Yun discerned the reluctance and disbelief in their eyes. Without further ado, he unleashed an infinite surge of time-space energy, enveloping Dtion and ZG in an instant. He activated the time-space reversal, and thus, the lifespan of their soul beasts began to diminish dramatically. After a brief moment, both of their soul beast lifespans were reduced by a staggering 10,000 years. My soul beast lifespan has truly diminished by 10,000 years. How can this be possible? Consequently, Dtion and ZG, under the influence of this formidable time-space energy, found themselves unable to exert control over their own bodies, helplessly witnessing the reduction of their soul beast lifespan. Their expressions were indescribably grim. At that moment, despite the seething hatred within them, they dared not voice their resistance. Compared to their very lives, a mere 10,000 years of soul beast lifespan seemed trivial. Thus, Dtion and ZG could only stifle their resentment deep within, not daring to utter a word. Very well, this time, I shall revoke your 10,000 years of soul beast lifespan. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to impose severe punishment, and the consequences shall be borne by you, Lu Yun declared as he gathered the two 10,000-year soul beast essences, transferring them to the system to convert into his own auction points. Upon seeing the points credited to his account, a serene smile graced Lu Yun's face. The Star Dou Auction House stands independent of the powers of the Douluo continent and shall not engage in the disputes between soul masters and soul beasts. Our purpose is to conduct auctions, and thus you need not perceive the Star Dou Auction House as a threat. Furthermore, we shall hold another auction in 1 year's time, and you, the soul beast race, are warmly invited to participate. For further details regarding the auction, feel free to consult the Tianqing Yo Mantis and the Titan Giant Ape. Subsequently, Lu Yun calmly articulated the mission of the Star Dou Auction House, while extending an invitation to Emperor Tian and others, including the formidable beings of the Soul Beast clan, to partake in the auction event. Thus, Lu Yun conveyed all pertinent information to Emperor Tian and ZG. Then, amidst their bewildered gazes, with a grand gesture, the tumultuous power of space-time surged forth, promptly transporting Emperor Tian and ZG to the vicinity of the Lake of Life. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and his companions returned to the interior of the Star Dou Auction House, marking the conclusion of this matter. Emperor Tian and ZG, momentarily dazed, discovered they had arrived beside the Lake of Life, their expressions transforming into astonishment. The mysterious human soul master was exceedingly powerful, having transported them here without their awareness. A feat that left them utterly incredulous. After a considerable pause, they suddenly found themselves in a space beneath the lake of life, contemplating their approach towards the Star Dou Auction House. As they materialized in this subterranean realm, a host of ferocious beasts sensed their arrival and sought to inquire what had transpired. However, upon noticing the two, their own soul beast lifespans inexplicably diminished by 100,000 years. Shock spread across each face. Emperor Tian, what on earth is happening? How could your soul beast lifespan suddenly decrease by 100,000 years? At that moment, the king of 10,000 beasts voiced his bewilderment. This was indeed bizarre. The mere fact that Emperor Tian and ZG had ventured out and returned with such a drastic reduction in soul beast lifespan was terrifying. The other ferocious beasts also exhibited expressions of confusion, pondering what had occurred during their absence. Upon hearing the king of 10,000 beasts' words, Emperor Tian sighed deeply, recounting his experiences and the existence of the Star Dou Auction House to the assembled ferocious beasts, inviting them to deliberate on how best to address this new entity. Emperor Tian, have you lost your senses? How could there exist such a formidable expert among human soul masters capable of reversing the power of time and space? Even our master might struggle to achieve such a feat indeed. As soon as Emperor Tian's words fell, disbelief rippled through all present. After all, the notion of reversing time and space was utterly astonishing. The irascible bear monarch was the first to challenge Emperor Tian, resolutely refusing to believe his claims, no matter how peculiar they sounded. If you doubt it, you may venture out and test the depths of the Star Dou Auction House for yourself. Hearing the bear monarch's derisive tone, Emperor Tian responded with a cold snort, suggesting that he attempt to gauge the strength of the Star Dou Auction House firsthand. What do you all think? The Star Dou Auction House has established itself in the Star Dou Forest. How should we proceed? At this juncture, Emperor Tian posed a question, eager to gather the opinions of the other ferocious beasts. If, as you suggest, there exists a true divine-level expert within the Star Dou Auction House, it would be exceedingly disadvantageous for our Soul Beast clan. However, the auction house's master has declared that he does not engage in the conflicts between soul masters and soul beasts on the Douluo continent, indicating that such an expert likely does not deem it necessary to deceive us. Therefore, it may be prudent to observe the situation for a while. Let us participate in an auction a year hence and ascertain the auction house's true stance towards the Soul Beast clan. Suddenly, Bai Ji articulated her thoughts, expressing a sense of vigilance towards the Star Dou Auction House. Her approach was relatively conservative, particularly as their master was currently in seclusion for healing, and any misstep could prove disastrous. Consequently, the other ferocious beasts began to share their perspectives in turn. Very well, let us adhere to your decision. We shall attend a Star Dou Auction House's auction in a year and determine how to resolve matters then. Reluctantly, Emperor Tian acquiesced, realizing that they were not in a position to confront the auction house and could only delve deeper into its mysteries to uncover its true intentions. Chapter 80. 100,000 Years of Soul. The ice goddess time passed swiftly, and a year elapsed. During this period, the Douluo continent experienced relative tranquility, with each faction preparing to participate in the upcoming auction at the Star Dou Auction House. Simultaneously, they diligently harnessed the significantly enhanced soul power concentration of the continent to expedite their training and comprehend the profound arts. Although only a year had passed, the overall strength of the continent had seen a notable improvement. On the day of the Star Dou Auction House's auction, the surface of the entire continent appeared remarkably calm. Yet beneath the surface, strange undercurrents swirled. All the pinnacle powerhouses of various factions hastened towards the Star Dou forest. This time, nearly all leading forces had amassed a considerable quantity of soul crystals, intent on acquiring a treasured artifact at the auction house. After half an hour, the interior of the Star Dou forest became bustling with activity, as nearly all factions arrived in an orderly manner to enter the Star Dou auction house. Your Holiness, have you noticed that the area of the Star Dou auction house seems to have expanded several-fold? How could this be? Upon entering the auction house, Zhu Douluo's expression shifted slightly, sharing his suspicions with Bibi Dong. From the outside, the auction house appeared unchanged, yet its internal area had inexplicably increased multiple times. An astonishing revelation. I'm not entirely certain. The Star Dou Auction House is shrouded in mystery, and its ability to expand its internal space seems extraordinary. Bibi Dong replied with a slight shake of her head. She had perceived the differences, but chose not to probe further. After all, this was all within the purview of the Star Dou Auction House's capabilities, and she had deemed it an entity not to be trifled with, avoiding any actions that might provoke its ire. As for why such changes had occurred, it was due to Liu Yun's activities over the past year. In his spare time, he had utilized a lottery and obtained a Star Dou Auction House upgrade card, resulting in the internal volume of the auction house expanding approximately tenfold. The first floor now boasted countless seats stretching endlessly, while the second floor's private boxes were equally dazzling. Following the renown of the previous two auctions, the Star Dou Auction House had become widely recognized among all soul masters on the Douluo continent. Future auctions would undoubtedly attract even more participants. The timing of the Star Dou Auction House upgrade card was impeccable. Shortly thereafter, Bibi Dong and Zhu Douluo hastened to the private box on the second floor. Just 100 meters away from them, three men suddenly appeared. The foremost among them possessed an attractive countenance and an air of elegance, his luxurious attire suggesting a most distinguished background. The two men flanking him surveyed their surroundings warily, their formidable Title Douluos presence unmistakable. "Your Highness, is this the location of the Star Dou Auction House? Shall we proceed inside?" One of the men turned to the young nobleman, seeking his confirmation as they gazed toward the Star Dou Auction House ahead. The attic appears rather diminutive. Can it truly accommodate such a multitude of soul masters? The trio, visiting the Star Dou Auction House for the first time, prepared to embark on their journey. "Let us proceed. I intended to attend the previous auction, but unforeseen circumstances delayed my arrival. I am eager to witness the legendary Star Dou Auction House firsthand," the leading young man murmured with a wicked smile. However, as he cast a glance at Bibi Dong's departing figure, a shadow flickered across his eyes. Moments later, his expression transformed into a mask of tranquility, as if nothing could disturb his composure. This young man was none other than the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe. At this moment, however, Xue Qinghe had been successfully supplanted by Qian Renxue. The two men accompanying him were the snake spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo, dispatched by Qian Douluo to ensure Qian Renxue's safety. With the protection of two Title Douluos, Qian Renxue entered the Star Dou Auction House on foot. Awaiting the commencement of the auction, time flowed steadily as various factions from the Douluo continent arrived, settling into their respective places. At a certain moment, the auction officially commenced. Xian Shuang, with light steps, ascended the auction stage, her face adorned with a welcoming smile as she surveyed the gathered crowd. "Welcome, esteemed soul masters, to the third auction hosted by the Star Dou Auction House. I hereby declare the auction officially open." With a subtle gesture, she signaled for silence and announced the beginning of the event. Amidst the eager gazes of the audience, Xian Shuang wore a serene smile. With a sweeping motion, a wave of spatial energy pulsed, and a blinding white light erupted, revealing a woman materializing seemingly out of thin air. This woman, with cascading white hair fluttering in the wind, emanated an aura befitting a 10,000-year soul beast. The chilling essence she inadvertently exuded seemed to freeze the very space around her. The soul masters closest to the auction stage instinctively tightened their garments, channeling their soul power to dispel the encroaching cold. This ethereal figure represented the Ice Goddess, a 10,000-year soul spirit acquired by Liu Yang through a system-provided lottery opportunity a year prior. Liu Yang had contemplated the rightful owner of this soul spirit, concluding that none in the Star Dou Auction House were suitable. The Ice Goddess, being best absorbed by Ice attribute soul masters, could only be claimed by Xian Shuang, who had already reached the limit of 9 soul rings, rendering her incapable of absorbing this spirit. Consequently, Liu Yang resolved to present this spirit as the first item for auction, confident it would fetch a substantial price and herald a prosperous start to the event. Is this truly a 10,000-year soul spirit? The Star Dou Auction House, as always, demonstrated its extravagant nature by offering such a rare soul spirit for auction. This spirit was ideally suited for Ice attribute soul masters, and its frosty powers seemed to surpass even those of Ice attribute soul beasts encountered previously, indicating a lineage of remarkable quality. Indeed, the moment the 10,000-year Ice Goddess soul spirit was unveiled, astonishment rippled through the gathered soul masters and factions. who marveled at the Star Dou Auction House's audacity. The mere first item of the auction was a 10,000-year soul spirit. What wonders might it bestow upon an ice attribute soul master? Most of the human soul masters were captivated by the ice goddess soul spirit. Yet, in a private box on the second floor, a diverse assembly of figures stood. Upon discerning the true form of this soul spirit, a look of shock crossed each face. "Is this the Ice Emperor?" one oddly featured man exclaimed. The occupants of this box were some of the hidden ferocious beasts of the Star Dou forest, with a few remaining near the Lake of Life to safeguard their master. Present in this box were the Emperor Tian, Bai Ji, and the King of 10,000 Beasts. Upon witnessing the soul spirit's appearance, each of the three beasts expressed their astonishment. They had indeed encountered this soul beast in their memories. The ice goddess soul beast, birthed from the very essence of the world, could only originate from the extreme north, where its kind was exceedingly rare. "Wait, it cannot be the Ice Emperor," Bai Ji interjected, "for this soul spirit is merely 10,000 years old. The Ice Emperor, a sovereign of the extreme north, boasts a lineage of approximately 700,000 years. How could this 10,000-year ice goddess spirit compare?" Thus, they concluded that this soul spirit was not the Ice Emperor, but rather one captured by the Star Dou Auction House from the extreme north. What should we do next? Should we bid on the ice goddess soul spirit? The King of 10,000 Beasts displayed a hesitant expression as he glanced at Emperor Tian, seeking guidance on how to approach this soul spirit. Acquiring it would grant us the opportunity to study what a soul spirit truly is. Should we unravel its mysteries, perhaps the fate of our beast kin would be forever altered. This is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Emperor Tian decisively commanded that they must acquire this soul spirit at any cost. A year prior, after being invited by Liu Yang, he had inquired with the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape about the happenings at the Star Dou Auction House. The two soul beasts had shared all pertinent details and treasures previously auctioned, enabling Emperor Tian and his companions to understand the soul spirit's origins. With Emperor Tian's command, Bai Ji and the King of 10,000 Beasts steeled themselves, preparing to bid on the 10,000-year soul spirit. Since learning that the Star Dou Auction House transacted in soul crystals, they had tirelessly accumulated them. Their current reserves of soul crystals were formidable, rivaling those of any top-tier faction. In another box, three figures sat: Qian Renxue, the snake spear Douluo, and the porcupine Douluo. Is this what a soul spirit looks like? Truly extraordinary. But can it genuinely provide a soul master with several 10,000-year soul rings, as the Star Dou Auction House claims? Qian Renxue mused aloud upon beholding the 10,000-year ice goddess soul spirit. Even from within the box, she could feel the intense cold emanating from the spirit, leaving her astounded. Prior to this, she had certainly heard tales of the profound nature of soul spirits, until she witnessed it with her own eyes. Qian Renxue remained somewhat skeptical about the extraordinary nature of the soul spirit. She pondered whether the soul spirit offered by the Star Dou Auction House was truly as enigmatic as claimed. "Your Highness, there should be no issues with this soul spirit. Upon my inquiries, I discovered that during the last auction, a student from the Botany Academy successfully absorbed a soul spirit right there, with results precisely as the Star Dou Auction House described," relayed the serpent spear Douluo to Qian Renxue. "Shall we secure this 100,000-year soul spirit?" The nearby porcupine Douluo's eyes glimmered with a hint of greed. A soul spirit of such age could ultimately bestow several 100,000-year soul rings upon a soul master, a temptation that was irresistible to any soul master. "No, my martial soul is not of the ice attribute. Absorbing it would not allow me to fully unleash my own potential," Qian Renxue expressed with a touch of regret in her gaze. Though she was eager to acquire the Ice Empress soul spirit, she decisively rejected the notion, knowing her divine, martial soul bore sacred and light attributes. Absorbing a 100,000-year ice attribute soul ring could clash with her soul power, significantly weakening her strength. For the sake of her future, she resisted the allure of the 100,000-year soul ring before her. Upon hearing her words, both the serpent spear Douluo and porcupine Douluo exchanged knowing nods, reluctantly relinquishing the idea of obtaining the 100,000-year soul spirit. If only this soul spirit possessed sacred and light attributes, they lamented. If that were indeed the case, they would have exhausted all their efforts to secure it for Qian Renxue. In the extreme north, a realm of pristine whiteness unfolded, revealing ice sculptures standing majestically, exuding an aura of profound chill. Strangely, the atmosphere was eerily tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the sight of a weak soul beast scurrying about. Compared to the Star Dou Great Forest, the environment of the extreme north was markedly serene. Deep within the extreme north stood a palace of ice blue hue, emanating an overwhelming chill. Suddenly, the entire expanse of ice and snow trembled as a woman clad in a white gown gracefully traversed the void. Her long white hair danced with the surrounding icy energies, and her soul power resonated with the cosmos, presenting an aura of unparalleled mystery. This woman was the ruler of the extreme north, the Ice Empress, ranked third among the fierce beasts of Douluo continent, whose true form was that of the Ice Empress. What is happening? Why do I sense the presence of another Ice Empress? She mused, perplexed at the notion of another Ice Empress soul beast existing in the world. As her gaze turned to the horizon, it fell upon the distant location of the Star Dou Auction House. Filled with curiosity, she felt compelled to emerge and seek the whereabouts of this soul beast. For the Ice Empress was a rare entity born of the heavens and earth on the Douluo continent. After countless years, she was the sole Ice Empress. Yet, sensing another, she hastily began her search, only to find no trace of the presence she had felt earlier, leaving her in profound confusion. Residing in the extreme north, her powers were greatly amplified, and her perceptions could not be mistaken. This left her troubled. What force had interfered with her senses? She commanded the soul beasts of the extreme north to search for any signs of a newly born Ice Empress. Meanwhile, the soul beasts and soul masters within the Star Dou Auction House remained oblivious to this brief interlude, allowing it to pass without notice. At the Star Dou Auction House, the significance of this 100,000-year Ice Empress soul spirit required little elaboration. I trust you understand what such a soul spirit entails. Hence, the starting bid for the 100,000-year Ice Empress soul spirit is set at 10,000 soul crystals. At this moment, Xian Shuang revealed the true starting price of the Ice Empress soul spirit. Upon hearing the figure, the crowd visibly winced at the exorbitance of the price. After all, this was indeed steep, and this was merely the starting price. The final transaction amount remained uncertain. Although many had amassed a considerable number of soul crystals over the past year, the majority lacked the qualifications to partake in this auction. 10,000 soul crystals equated to a staggering 100 million gold soul coins, a price that was undeniably outrageous. However, this was a 100,000-year soul spirit, capable of providing several 100,000-year soul rings to a soul master. Thus, in the grand scheme of things, the price for this soul spirit did not seem unreasonable. Only those truly aware of the extraordinary nature of this soul spirit would deem the 10,000 soul crystals a mere trifle. Chapter 82. Emperor Tian participates in the auction. I hereby declare the auction for the Ice Empress soul spirit officially commenced. Observing the eager expressions of the soul masters, Xian Shuang announced the initiation of the bidding process. 10,000 soul crystals. As soon as the words left her lips, someone in the crowd called out the price. 11,000 soul crystals. Others soon followed suit, bidding for the 100,000-year Ice Empress soul spirit. A soul spirit of such caliber was exceedingly rare. Even those without an ice attribute martial soul were reluctant to forego this opportunity. 20,000 soul crystals. Emperor Tian, growing impatient with the slow progression of bids, called out the sum decisively. No matter what, this 100,000-year soul spirit must belong to the Star Dou Great Forest today. With ample soul crystals at their disposal, he was confident they could secure the Ice Empress soul spirit. The announcement of 20,000 soul crystals left the entire assembly gasping in astonishment. All eyes turned toward Emperor Tian's box, marveling at which force had the audacity to bid such a sum. The accumulation of soul crystals was no easy feat. Yet for a powerful soul master, it was relatively manageable. Your Holiness, should we place a bid to acquire this 100,000-year soul spirit? The Chrysanthemum Douluo inquired of Bibi Dong, eager to obtain this invaluable soul spirit, which could grant a soul master several 100,000-year soul rings. The potential growth in strength from absorbing this soul spirit was unimaginable, and none present wished to miss out on this extraordinary opportunity. One may place a bid. Yet should the price escalate to an unreasonable extent, our spirit hall shall forego this competition. The subsequent items at the Star Dou Auction House are surely exceptional, and we must reserve ample soul crystals to participate in future auctions. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong pondered briefly before deciding to test the waters regarding the auction price of this century-old spirit. Should the price rise excessively, there would be no need for her to stubbornly pursue this spirit. Currently, it appears that no genius soul master within Spirit Hall can perfectly synchronize with this Ice Empress spirit. However, it could be retained for future contingencies, allowing a future Ice attribute genius soul master to absorb it, thereby augmenting Spirit Hall's formidable capabilities. All of this hinges on successfully auctioning the Ice Empress spirit. Conversely, Bibi Dong would not permit other factions of Douluo continent to acquire this century-level spirit. Whichever faction secures this spirit would signify an enormous threat to Spirit Hall in the future. This was a scenario Bibi Dong was unwilling to witness. 25,000 soul crystals. Bibi Dong commanded Douluo to continue raising the bid for this century-level Ice Empress spirit. 30,000 soul crystals. Tian, upon hearing another faction increase the bid, snorted disdainfully and likewise raised the bid by 5,000 soul crystals. As he spoke, a glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. These human soul masters were truly insatiable. Did they truly believe that this century-level spirit could be within their grasp? Yet, Tian was aware that the Star Dou Auction House had regulations prohibiting any form of conflict or dispute that might disrupt the auction. Otherwise, he would have long claimed the Ice Empress spirit for himself, dealing with any soul master who dared obstruct him without mercy. Alas, this was the Star Dou Auction House. 35,000 soul crystals. Bibi Dong gestured for Douluo to raise the bid by another 5,000 soul crystals. Upon this price being announced, nearly all soul masters inhaled sharply. The sum was utterly outrageous. Even among the elite factions, possessing such a vast quantity of soul crystals was a rarity. Powerful soul masters with Ice attribute martial souls were exceedingly scarce. Furthermore, acquiring this century-level spirit might incite unnecessary troubles. They were also curious to see what treasures would emerge in the subsequent auctions. Drawing from past experiences of previous auctions, most factions have become exceedingly prudent. 40,000 soul crystals. Tian calmly continued to raise the bid, determined not to yield regarding this Ice Empress spirit. No one was permitted to compete with him. Otherwise, once they left the Star Dou Auction House, Tian could not foretell what actions he might take. Your Holiness, shall we continue to raise the bid? Douluo inquired. As the price of the spirit surged to 40,000 soul crystals, his expression wavering. He was uncertain of the faction occupying the private box and how many soul crystals they possessed. If they continued to clash, it could result in substantial losses for Spirit Hall. Very well, let them have this century-level spirit. However, once this auction concludes, I need you to investigate which faction that box belongs to. After a moment, Bibi Dong sighed inwardly, instructing Douluo to cease further bidding. The price had exceeded her expectations, and there was no justification for continuing. She instructed Douluo to thoroughly investigate the competing faction once the auction came to a close. Should a top faction of Douluo continent acquire this century-level spirit, it would undoubtedly give rise to a formidable powerhouse, posing a significant obstacle to Spirit Hall's ambitions of unifying Douluo continent. Bibi Dong felt compelled to exercise caution, akin to a preemptive measure against potential troubles. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's directive, Douluo nodded slightly. Thus, Spirit Hall refrained from further bidding, and the other factions also abstained from competing for this century-level spirit. The atmosphere of the auction hall descended into silence. Seeing this turn of events, Xian Shuang realized that no one else would continue to raise the bid, and thus called out to the assembly. 40,000 soul crystals for the first time. 40,000 soul crystals for the second time. 40,000 soul crystals for the third time. Since no one else is raising the bid, this century-level spirit shall belong to box number 20. After confirming, Xian Shuang announced that the spirit would ultimately belong to box number 20, where Tian and his formidable beast resided. Subsequently, Xian Shuang facilitated the transaction, exchanging the price for the spirit. Chapter 83. Puppet, it was unexpected that the century-level Ice Emperor spirit had fallen into your hands. After all, spirits are pivotal in altering the fate of soul beasts in Douluo continent. Even as the beast god, one cannot remain indifferent to such a spirit. On the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Liu Yun maintained a vigilant focus on the proceedings. Upon witnessing Di Tian acquire the century-level Ice Emperor spirit, a profound smile graced his lips. Liu Yun understood Di Tian's intentions. Indeed, spirits could, to a certain extent, transform the destiny of the soul beast lineage. However, Liu Yun was indifferent to the final ownership of this spirit. His ultimate aim was to leverage this century-level Ice Emperor spirit to amass a substantial quantity of auction points. The first auction item had garnered a staggering 40,000 soul crystals, translating to 40,000 auction points. This marked Liu Yun's most lucrative acquisition thus far. The 40,000 soul crystals equated to an astounding 400 million gold soul coins. For a century-level spirit, to fetch such a princely sum was indeed satisfactory to Liu Yun. Regrettably, soul masters in Douluo continent are allotted only a year to consolidate soul crystals. Otherwise, Liu Yun harbored a strong premonition that the final sale price of this century-level Ice Emperor spirit would significantly exceed 40,000 soul crystals. Nonetheless, Liu Yun felt content. After all, he had essentially obtained this spirit at no cost from the system. With the proceeds from the auction, he felt immensely gratified. Thus, Liu Yun chose to disregard the matter further, immersing himself in cultivation while maintaining awareness of the ongoing auction. He was filled with anticipation for the next 4 auction items. Each of the 5 items he presented was bound to astonish Douluo continent. The first auction item, the century-level Ice Empress spirit, in many respects, would not surpass the value of the subsequent 4 items. The most anticipated would be the final centerpiece item. Liu Yun envisioned that the moment the last item was unveiled, it would turn the entirety of Douluo continent upside down. Each faction would eagerly offer all their soul crystals in hopes of acquiring it. Thus, Liu Yun eagerly awaited the final item's sale price, pondering whether it would exceed his expectations. Only after the final auction item has fully revealed itself will Liu Yun come to know the entirety of the situation. The first auction item has been successfully sold, and now, I invite everyone to behold the second item. Xian Shuang declared the conclusion of the first auction item with a grand gesture, causing the power of space to ripple. Suddenly, an iron figure materialized beside Xian Shuang. This iron figure took the shape of a humanoid, resembling a middle-aged man. Entirely crafted from metal, it exuded no semblance of life. This auction item was deliberately chosen by Liu Yun, a puppet that does not exist in the Douluo continent. It is evident that a puppet is a remarkably novel concept for the soul masters of Douluo continent. The puppet possesses the ability to transform its strength at will, reaching levels that could rival the formidable power of a limit Douluo. To unleash the puppet's true peak combat capabilities, a substantial amount of soul crystals is required. To achieve the power comparable to an ordinary Title Douluos, one would need an uncountable number of soul crystals. Naturally, to unleash strength akin to that of a limit Douluos, the consumption of soul crystals would be incalculable, potentially draining a top-tier power of soul crystals accumulated over many years. This outcome is hardly surprising. If a power possesses a puppet with the strength of a limit Douluos, even if it requires the consumption of years' worth of resources for just a single strike, it could protect the power during a crisis and ensure its legacy endures. For the Douluo continent, this puppet is an invaluable treasure beyond description. Indeed, from the moment this puppet appeared, all the soul masters present displayed expressions of curiosity. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend what this object truly was. With no aura emanating from it, it seemed merely an ordinary piece of iron, leaving everyone perplexed. Logically, the value of the second auction item at the Star Dou Auction House should not fall below that of the first. Yet, regardless of their perspective, they felt this iron figure was exceedingly mundane. Allow me to introduce our second auction item, this iron figure, known as a puppet. I believe the concept of a puppet may be quite unfamiliar to you. In fact, it does not exist in the Douluo continent and is unique to our Star Dou Auction House. Next, I shall elaborate on the specific functions of this puppet. Subsequently, Xian Shuang explained the puppet's capabilities in detail. Upon revealing the puppet's formidable strength, all the soul masters present were struck with astonishment. They were incredulous that such a mysterious puppet could unleash power at the Title Douluo level. Those who had participated in previous auctions knew the Star Dou Auction House never spoke falsely. The strength unleashed by this puppet correlates directly with the quantity of soul crystals utilized. If the quantity reaches a certain threshold, this puppet could even unleash power rivaling that of a limit Douluo. However, the soul crystal consumption is astronomical, making it impossible for you to achieve this with just a year's worth of accumulation. Xian Shuang then disclosed a staggering revelation, asserting that with enough soul crystals, the puppet could indeed unleash the might of a limit Douluo. What? Am I hearing this correctly? This puppet can unleash power at the limit Douluo level? How is that possible? The limit Douluo, as described by the Star Dou Auction House, is among the closest beings to godlike strength in the Douluo continent. It is astounding that this iron figure possesses such incredible power. Upon hearing this astonishing news, all the soul masters felt their breaths quicken, particularly the top powers of the Douluo continent. They had unconditionally come to trust the Star Dou Auction House, thus realizing that this puppet might genuinely possess the capability to unleash limit Douluo level strength. Each power began to harbor the thought that regardless of the cost in soul crystals, they must acquire this puppet. Following the Star Dou Auction House's introduction, many lesser soul masters became aware of the existence of limit Douluos. It was precisely this awareness that highlighted the puppet's formidable nature. For most soul masters, ordinary Title Douluo power is an unattainable aspiration, let alone that of the legendary limit Douluo. Regrettably, most could only harbor feelings of envy. If all goes as expected, the final price of this puppet will undoubtedly reach astronomical heights. Their weaker factions lack the qualifications to bid. Chapter 84. Intense competition. The specific functionality of the puppet is indeed remarkable, yet its true strength must be experienced firsthand. The starting bid for this puppet is set at 20,000 soul crystals. At that moment, Xian Shuang promptly announced the initial bidding price for the puppet. When converted to gold soul coins, it amounts to an impressive 200 million gold soul coins. Such a puppet is a long-term investment, meaning that with a modicum of care, and provided there are sufficient soul crystals, this puppet could safeguard a power's legacy for a century. Overall, the puppet's value far exceeds that of the first auction item, 20,000 soul crystals. Indeed, no sooner had Xian Shuang's words fallen than a soul master from one of the private rooms on the second floor urgently called out this price. It is believed that no power would reject such a puppet. With it, they would essentially possess a formidable weapon to ensure their sect's legacy remains unbroken. 30,000 soul crystals. In the eighth private room, Ning Fengji raised the bid by an additional 10,000 soul crystals, for the puppet's capabilities are simply extraordinary. Even though the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School currently boasts 2 Title Douluo masters, it is worth acquiring this puppet. With the addition of this puppet, barring the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would likely be the strongest power. In due course, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would reclaim its status as the mightiest among the top 3 sects, even overshadowing the hidden Haotian sect. Under all circumstances, Ning Fengji was determined to secure this puppet. 35,000 soul crystals. A deep voice suddenly echoed from the adjacent private room belonging to the Haotian sect's elder. Following the dissemination of news from the previous auction, the Haotian sect could not remain indifferent to the treasures showcased at the auction. Therefore, they discreetly left their sect to participate in this auction, all while ensuring other powers remained oblivious. The current standing of the Haotian sect was precarious, and for safety's sake, it was prudent to remain discreet. The Haotian sect was equally intent on acquiring this puppet. After years of seclusion, their strength had significantly recovered. With this puppet, they would no longer fear the threats posed by the Spirit Hall and could fully reintegrate into the Douluo continent. Who would have thought that the Star Dou Auction House could present such items for auction? I wonder if it favors human soul masters? Di Tian murmured gravely upon hearing the puppet's introduction. He was astonished that the seemingly ordinary iron figure, when activated by soul crystals, could ultimately unleash the power of a limit Douluo, sending chills down his spine. No one knows how many such puppets the Star Dou Auction House possesses. If human soul masters acquire a substantial number of puppets from the Star Dou Auction House, the status of their soul beast clan is on the brink of peril. In light of these dire circumstances, Emperor Tian is at a loss for how to proceed, especially considering that the Star Dou Auction House is under the watchful eye of a godly powerhouse. He feels utterly powerless to find a solution and can only pray that the Star Dou Auction House remains true to the words of their former leader, refraining from interfering in the conflict between soul masters and soul beasts. Secure that puppet. In box number 5, Bibi Dong, with a grave expression, commanded her companion, the chrysanthemum Douluo. Her eyes sparkled as she observed the seemingly ordinary puppet before her, showing no signs of retreat. She had never anticipated the existence of such a remarkable puppet in the Douluo continent. With sufficient soul crystals to stimulate it, it could unleash the power of a limit Douluo, which is truly astonishing. Having reached the limit Douluo level herself, she understands the extent of such combat prowess. This implies that if the Spirit Hall were to acquire this puppet, their path to unifying the Douluo continent would be remarkably smooth. The entire Spirit Hall would be firmly under her control, and even the old man Douluo would not dare to confront her openly. A sense of urgency welled up within Bibi Dong, and she yearned to secure this puppet at auction immediately. 40,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's order, the chrysanthemum Douluo shouted seriously ahead. 45,000 soul crystals. Another faction raised the bid by 5,000 soul crystals, that of His Majesty, the Snow Knight from the Title Empire. Having heard of the wonders of the Star Dou Auction House, he had set aside pressing matters to attend this auction, hoping to acquire a treasure to bolster the strength of the Title Empire. This puppet captivated his interest. A puppet capable of unleashing the power of a Title Douluos was something he greatly desired. Currently, the Title Empire lacked a guardian of Title Douluos level, and although Douluo offered some assistance, His Majesty wished for a Title Douluos under his complete control, making this puppet exceedingly suitable. Despite being one of the two great empires of the Douluo continent, the Title Empire is still oppressed by top-tier forces. His Majesty sought to avoid this predicament. Thus he felt compelled to acquire this puppet. Securing it would solidify the Title Empire's standing, allowing them to disregard the opinions of other elite factions. Time passed slowly, and several minutes went by. The final price of the puppet soared to an astonishing figure. The majority of soul masters present were left in awe upon hearing this price. It seemed that the ultimate transaction would be beyond imagination. 70,000 soul crystals. Following Bibi Dong's signal, the chrysanthemum Douluo announced a jaw-dropping price. Elder Snake Spear, Elder Spike Porcupine, who do you think will ultimately secure this puppet? In the box, Qian Renxue watched the looming competition with keen interest and turned to ask the Spike Porcupine Douluo and the Snake Spear Douluo beside her. Upon learning of the puppet's specific capabilities, she too was astounded. However, lacking sufficient soul crystals to participate in the bidding, she had to relinquish her interest in the puppet. It is widely acknowledged that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses the most substantial financial resources among the current factions, logically suggesting they would be the ones to acquire this puppet. However, since the trading currency at the Star Dou Auction House is soul crystals, each faction has only 1 year to amass them. Therefore, it remains uncertain who will ultimately claim this puppet. The Snake Spear Douluo shared his perspective, noting that nearly all factions were eager to compete for the puppet. It was genuinely uncertain which faction would come out victorious. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue fell into silence, her gaze drifting towards the box occupied by Bibi Dong. Noticing the chrysanthemum Douluo persistently raising the bid, she realized Bibi Dong had designs on the puppet. Understanding the situation, a complex expression flickered in her eyes. Chapter 85. The Talisman 80,000 Soul Crystals. In the box of the Haotian sect, an elder gritted his teeth and immediately increased the bid by 10,000 soul crystals. Hesitation was evident on the faces of everyone from the Haotian sect. They had brought only 80,000 soul crystals with them. After years of development, the number of disciples within the Haotian sect had dwindled, leading to a limited collection of soul crystals over the year. Most of their soul crystals were allocated for the cultivation of their disciples, making the 80,000 all they had brought. Uncertain if any other factions would raise the bid, they might have to abandon their pursuit of the puppet. 85,000 soul crystals. His Majesty's Snow Knight fell into contemplation upon hearing this price. For the future of the Empire, he raised the bid by another 5,000 soul crystals. 90,000 soul crystals. Ning Fengji, with a calm expression, continued to bid. However, he found himself in a dilemma, as this was indeed 90,000 soul crystals. If they continued to raise the bid, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would miss out on the next items up for auction. Your Holiness, should we continue bidding? The chrysanthemum Douluo asked, turning to seek Bibi Dong's opinion. Continue. After considerable deliberation, Bibi Dong resolved to persist in the bidding. This powerful weapon could not fall into the hands of other factions. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall's future dominance over the Douluo continent will be fraught with unprecedented challenges. After all, this puppet could ultimately unleash the power of a limit Douluo. The Spirit Hall only had 2 limit Douluo powerhouses, and she was currently unable to exert her full strength. This puppet must be safeguarded by the Spirit Hall, and no other faction could be allowed to possess it. 100,000 soul crystals. Following Bibi Dong's command, the chrysanthemum Douluo proclaimed the astonishing price. Indeed, when this figure was announced, nearly all soul masters displayed expressions of astonishment. The factions that had previously competed showed signs of regret, as they had not brought enough soul crystals to reach 100,000, leaving them unable to continue raising the bid. Most factions could only express their disappointment and reluctantly withdraw from the competition for the puppet. Fengji, perhaps we should concede in our pursuit of this puppet. The price has already exceeded our expectations. The Sword Douluo turned to Ning Fengji, advising him. 100,000 soul crystals is an exorbitant amount. They had brought only a little more than that. According to the auction rules of the Star Dou Auction House, subsequent auction items would likely be far more precious than the preceding ones. If the 7-treasure glazed tile school were to acquire this puppet, they would miss out on the later items. However, if the Spirit Hall were to obtain this puppet, their strength would undoubtedly grow even more formidable, leaving little room for the survival of other factions. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji sighed deeply, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. He was acutely aware that the Soul Hall was the competitor of the 7-treasures glazed tile school, and if the Soul Hall were to acquire this puppet, the eventual consequences would be unpredictable. For the time being, there was no cause for concern, as you have heard from the introduction of the Star Dou Auction House. To unleash the puppet's full potential at the level of a limit Douluo, it would require the consumption of soul crystals accumulated over several years by a powerful faction. During these years, we have actively participated in the auctions at the Star Dou Auction House, acquiring countless treasures, thus significantly enhancing our strength. There is even a slight chance we could touch upon the legendary realm of limit Douluo. Overall, this puppet does not pose a substantial threat for now. The Bone Douluo concurred with the Sword Douluo's assessment. It will be difficult for this puppet to continue competing. No one knew if the Soul Hall would pursue more soul crystals, which would be detrimental to the 7-treasures glazed tile school's participation in subsequent auctions. The Bone Douluo briefly analyzed the forthcoming scenarios. In light of this, we must abandon this puppet. Subsequently, Ning Fengji accepted the Bone Douluo's suggestion and chose to forego this competition. Thus, the other factions gradually relinquished their contention, and the atmosphere of the auction turned silent. 100,000 soul crystals going once. 100,000 soul crystals going twice. 100,000 soul crystals going thrice. Since no one continued to raise the bid, the puppet now belonged to box number 5. Upon seeing that no further bids were made, Xian Shuang confirmed it and declared that the puppet was the property of box number 5, where Bibi Dong and her companions were seated. Following the conclusion of this auction item, the third item officially commenced. With a wave of his hand, Xian Shuang revealed 5 rectangular sheets of paper floating in the void ahead, intricately engraved with complex patterns. From these seemingly ordinary sheets, powerful fluctuations of soul power erupted, brimming with lethal intent. The moment the 5 sheets appeared, the formidable soul masters present felt the immense power contained within them, leaving each one trembling in fear. What exactly are these sheets? Why do I sense a life-threatening crisis emanating from them? Indeed, I share that feeling. My soul power level is its soul sage. Yet these 5 sheets instill a sense of threat, suggesting a considerable likelihood of no chance of survival should I be struck by one. It is truly terrifying. From where does the Star Dou Auction House procure such powerful artifacts? Witnessing these 5 sheets and sensing the overwhelming fluctuations of soul power, everyone involuntarily took a deep breath, once again recognizing the peculiarities of the Star Dou Auction House. Setting aside the previous puppet, these 5 sheets alone reshaped their worldview. Allow me to introduce these 5 sheets. They are talismans crafted by the Star Dou Auction House, and the specific methods of their creation are known only to us. Each of these talismans contains a formidable attack. Any soul master below the rank of Title Douluos struck by them is doomed to die. Even ordinary Title Douluos would sustain severe injuries if hit. Moreover, if all 5 talismans strike a single individual, they will form a formation, unleashing unprecedented power, leaving the victim with almost no chance of survival. Even a limit Douluo would not dare to face their combined might, as a moment's inattention could lead to grievous injury from the collective force of these 5 talismans. Xian Shuang's understated introduction of the 5 talismans once again stunned all the soul masters present. These 5 talismans were indeed extraordinarily formidable, a powerful trump card. As anticipated, nearly all the soul masters could no longer maintain their composure upon hearing about the astounding capabilities of these 5 talismans. They had not anticipated such a potent killing intent lurking within these talismans. The mere existence of one talisman capable of grievously wounding a Title Douluos was astonishing to all. In the eyes of many soul masters, a Title Douluos symbolized invincibility. Yet, they had not imagined that such a simple piece of paper could possess the power to injure a Title Douluos. Most astonishingly, the combined might of these 5 talismans could inflict severe harm even upon a limit Douluos. Limit Douluos are among those closest to the divine, yet they too are vulnerable to the combined assault of these 5 talismans. Suddenly, a strong desire surged within each heart, the necessity to acquire these 5 talismans. Although they are one-time use items, the power they unleash is sufficient to ensure the safety of their sect. If other factions were to learn of their possession of these 5 talismans, which Title Douluos would dare to attack their faction, disregarding their own life? Thus, they serve as a form of protection. These 5 talismans will be auctioned together by the Star Dou Auction House, with an initial bidding price of 20,000 soul crystals. Following this announcement, Xian Shuang declared the starting bid for the 5 talismans, matching the initial price of the previous puppet. Overall, the efficacy of these 5 talismans did not surpass that of the puppet, yet they remained remarkably extraordinary, an incredibly powerful treasure. In certain respects, the value of these 5 talismans far exceeds that of the previous puppet. 20,000 soul crystals. One faction was the first to call out this price, their tone brimming with eagerness to secure the 5 talismans immediately. We must acquire these 5 talismans. After recognizing the extraordinary potential of the talismans, Bibi Dong urgently communicated with Zhu Douluo and the others beside her. No matter what, they must secure these 5 talismans. The combined power of these 5 talismans was something even she looked forward to. With these 5 talismans, the Soul Hall would possess a formidable trump card, which left Bibi Dong deeply moved. Your Holiness the Pope, shall we spare no expense to acquire these 5 talismans? However, we have already bid on a puppet. If we proceed to bid on these 5 talismans, the soul crystals expended will be countless, and the amount we brought this time is not substantial. Upon hearing this, Zhu Douluo fell into silence, then turned to Bibi Dong with concern. In his heart, he recognized the immense value of these 5 talismans. But they had already spent 100,000 soul crystals on the previous puppet. If predictions hold, the final price for these 5 talismans would also be extraordinarily steep. Bidding on them may jeopardize their participation in subsequent items. We can continue bidding, but if it exceeds our anticipated range, we will have to forego these 5 talismans. As soon as Zhu Douluo's words fell, Bibi Dong instantly came to her senses. Indeed, they had already expended 100,000 soul crystals, and Bibi Dong had an intuition that the final price for these 5 talismans would not be significantly lower than that of the previous puppet. Thus, to preserve their ability to bid on future items, Bibi Dong reluctantly decided to set a preliminary price threshold. If the bidding surpasses this threshold, they would have no choice but to decisively abandon the 5 talismans. Yes, Your Holiness. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Zhu Douluo began to engage in the competition. Thus, various factions began to bid eagerly, vying for the acquisition of these 5 extraordinarily powerful talismans, which would serve as a safeguard for their respective forces. 60,000 soul crystals. At that moment, His Majesty's Snow Knight of the Tiendo Empire boldly declared a staggering bid of 60,000 soul crystals. His eyes gleamed with intensity as they fixated on the 5 talismans before Xian Shuang. His fists clenched tightly, betraying the excitement that surged within him. He had not anticipated that, beyond the previous puppet, These 5 talismans could unleash the formidable might of a severely injured Title Douluo. Should the Tiando Empire secure the auction, they would possess 5 trump cards. As for the formidable limit Douluo, His Majesty Snow Knight had not yet considered that. If an ordinary Title Douluo were to attack the Tiando Empire, they would have 5 chances to survive. Having already missed out on the previous puppet, he was determined to acquire these 5 talismans at all costs. Even if he had to forego subsequent auctions, His Majesty Snow Knight was resolute in his pursuit of these 5 talismans. 65,000 soul crystals. Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School continued to raise the bid, his curiosity about the 5 talismans evident. However, Ning Fengji's intentions diverged from those of the others. He aimed to unravel the specific method of their creation through these 5 talismans. In doing so, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would be able to produce an endless supply of talismans, thereby elevating the prestige of their sect. The ultimate power that these 5 talismans could unleash was undeniably enticing to Ning Fengji and his peers. Within his expected price range, he still hoped to secure these 5 talismans. If Lu Yun were to learn of Ning Fengji's aspirations, he would undoubtedly smile in amusement. Even granting Ning Fengji a century, he could never hope to decipher their secrets. How were these 5 talismans crafted? The energy contained within them left me utterly astounded. Indeed, humans as soul masters are a uniquely gifted race, capable of creating such miraculous talismans. I wonder if, in the future, the Douluo continent will grant a place for the soul beast race? After sensing the energy contained within the 5 talismans, Tion and the other ferocious beasts murmured with expressions of desolation. Each item released by the Star Dou Auction House is a treasure of unparalleled value. Most of the auctioned items are beneficial to human soul masters. Yet, the soul beast race has yet to find suitable treasures to enhance their overall strength. A sense of dread began to emerge in the hearts of Tion and the others. If this trend continues, human soul masters will ceaselessly acquire top-tier treasures from the Star Dou Auction House. In the future, the soul beast race may find themselves with no foothold on the Douluo continent. Thus, the formidable beasts that shocked the continent all revealed expressions of melancholy, hoping that the Star Dou Auction House would offer items beneficial to their kind. Yet, this hope was evidently unrealistic, as the personnel within the Star Dou Auction House were predominantly powerful human soul masters. What reason would they have to willingly provide treasures to the soul beast race? On the 3rd floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun gazed down at the ongoing auction with keen interest. Suddenly, he noticed the disappointed expressions of Tion and the others, and a thought arose in his mind, recalling this auction and the previous 2. It seemed there truly were no items beneficial to soul beasts. The Douluo continent is home to 2 races, soul masters and soul beasts. And the treasures auctioned thus far have almost exclusively favored human soul masters. For the soul beasts, there were indeed no suitable items available. Lu Yun understood that the number of soul beasts on the Douluo continent is countless, and should he present treasures that appeal to them, a substantial influx of auction points would flow into his coffers. At that moment, an idea took shape in Lu Yun's mind. It was time to prepare items advantageous to the soul beast race for the next auction. Lu Yun's motivations for this were manifold. Earning auction points was just one aspect. On the other hand, the balance of the Douluo continent must not be disrupted. If he continued to solely aid human soul masters in enhancing their strength, the soul beast race would eventually face extinction. In less than a decade, soul beasts could be hunted to extinction by human soul masters, as every soul master requires soul rings to strengthen their abilities. Aware of this grave issue, Lu Yun realized he must strive to balance the strength of the soul beast race, ensuring that such a calamity does not unfold. After a considerable time, Lu Yun cleared his mind of chaotic thoughts and returned his attention to the ongoing auction. 80,000 soul crystals. At this moment, upon seeing the price ascend rapidly, His Majesty Snow Knight realized it soon surpassed the total of all the soul crystals he had brought. A flicker of indecipherable emotion crossed his eyes, and he clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, he boldly shouted, 80,000 soul crystals. A thought emerged in His Majesty's mind. He would take a gamble, hoping no one would continue to raise the bid. He had only brought 80,000 soul crystals. Should the bidding persist incrementally, it would inevitably exceed his total. For the sake of this moment's outcome, His Majesty Snow Knight chose to take a risk. He raised the price by 15,000 soul crystals in one fell swoop, confident that most factions would be deterred from continuing the bidding. However, this gamble was fraught with potential failure, yet for the future of the Tian Empire. His Majesty had no choice but to proceed. As soon as His Majesty announced this price, his mental energy extended outward, seeking to discern if any faction would continue to raise the bid. At that moment, His Majesty Snow Knight's heart raced with trepidation, as no one could predict the subsequent developments. Most factions, upon hearing this price, were left astounded. They had never encountered a single bid increase of 15,000 soul crystals. This increment was simply outrageous. Some factions opted to withdraw from the competition, deeming 80,000 soul crystals excessively high. They lacked sufficient soul crystals to continue the contest. The primary competitors remained the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, both of which wore contemplative expressions. Although the 5 talismans contained formidable power, they were merely consumable items. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and Spirit Hall possessed top-tier experts, and acquiring these 5 talismans would merely bolster their sex foundation. The 80,000 soul crystals indeed exceeded their anticipated price, leaving them no choice but to quietly relinquish their pursuit of these 5 talismans in favor of conserving their soul crystals for subsequent treasures. It is well known that the items to be auctioned later possess values exponentially greater than those previously auctioned. Upon sensing the atmosphere of the Star Dou Auction House, His Majesty Snow Knight's breathing quickened. Soon, noticing that no one continued to bid, he let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, he remained wary, fearing that a faction might unexpectedly raise the bid. It was only when Xian Shuang declared 80,000 soul crystals once, 80,000 soul crystals twice, 80,000 soul crystals thrice, that His Majesty Snow Knight's heart finally settled. Since no one raised the bid, the 5 talismans would ultimately belong to Box 15. The atmosphere within the Star Dou Auction House fell into a hush as Xian Shuang confirmed repeatedly that no further bids were forthcoming. The announcement of these 5 talismans, captured by the box number 15, where Your Majesty of Snow Knight resides, has finally come to fruition. Upon confirming the ownership of these 5 talismans, His Majesty Snow Knight felt an immense sense of relief. The competition had proven to be extraordinarily fierce, even more so than the formidable soul masters he had previously encountered, leaving him with considerable pressure. The final outcome was utterly satisfactory. Fortunately, the other factions refrained from raising their bids further, allowing these 5 talismans to be secured by the Empire of Tian. His Majesty Snow Knight eagerly handed over the soul crystals to Xian Shuang, who in turn received the coveted talismans. He carefully stored them away, understanding that they represented the future of the Tian Empire. There could be no room for error. As the 3rd auction item concluded, Xian Shuang invited everyone to witness the unveiling of the 4th item. With a grand gesture, he summoned forth a ripple in the air, revealing a long sword of deep purple hue, suspended before him. The blade crackled with terrifying lightning, emanating an astonishing explosive power. The hilt was intricately carved with a diminutive lightning dragon, exuding a formidable aura. The entire sword appeared to be a devastating weapon, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly in its presence. The 4th auction item was indeed a sword, yet its origins remained a mystery. Why was it imbued with such astounding lightning, and what violent intent lay within? Indeed, this purple long sword instilled a sense of deadly peril, yet it did not seem to belong to the category of soul-guided devices. Instead, it appeared to be a newly forged creation. Could this unique forging technique be exclusive to the Star Dou Auction House? All the soul masters gazed upon the purple long sword before Xian Shuang, feeling the violent electrical power it contained and the chilling aura it exuded, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Some knowledgeable about soul-guided devices voiced their confusion, as the existence of such devices was known only to a select few on the continent of Douluo. The methods for crafting soul-guided devices had long been lost, leaving only the remnants of history in their possession. Without exception, these were merely ordinary storage-type soul-guided devices. They had never encountered a weapon like this powerful purple long sword before. Curiosity enveloped each individual regarding this exceptional sword, now presented as the 4th auction item. Its ultimate value was sure to surpass that of the preceding 3 items. Master Sword. What is the origin of this purple long sword? Why does it feel so extraordinary to me? Suddenly, Ning Fengji, upon sighting the sword, displayed a hint of awe in his eyes. The sword was breathtakingly beautiful and exuded an air of dominance. The flickering arcs of electricity sent shivers down his spine as he softly inquired of the Star Dou Auction beside him, whose martial soul was the sword, the seven-killing sword. Chapter 87. The final showpiece auction item when it comes to understanding swords. Few could rival the Star Dou Auction in the entire Douluo continent. Perhaps he knew the origins of this purple long sword. As Ning Fengji's words fell, he received no immediate response from the Star Dou Auction. Turning to look, he found the Star Dou Auction gazing enthralled at the purple long sword, occasionally uttering exclamations of wonder. Realizing the extraordinary nature of this sword, Ning Fengji repeated his inquiry to the Star Dou Auction, eager to learn the truth behind it. I do not know the name of this sword, but it is undoubtedly the most flawless long sword I have ever encountered in my life. Even my seven-killing sword pales in comparison. However, I am puzzled as to why this long sword manifests in physical form instead of as a martial soul. The soul master capable of forging such a sword must be unimaginably powerful. I possess a strong premonition that no soul master on the Douluo continent could forge this unparalleled long sword. Only the Star Dou Auction House could present such a treasure. The Star Dou sighed deeply, his tone filled with admiration for the purple long sword. According to his conjecture, no one on the Douluo continent could forge this sword, not even the three existing grandmasters. It seemed as though this purple long sword did not belong to the Douluo continent at all. Reflecting on the remarkable treasures presented by the Star Dou Auction House, he began to understand. Only they could offer such a magnificent sword. This sword is so extraordinary. I shall consider it a gift for you, Master Sword, Ning Fengji remarked with a smile, intending to bid on the purple long sword for the Star Dou Auction. No. This sword will find its destined owner. I am not worthy of inheriting it. I shall leave the outcome of the upcoming auction to fate. If all goes well, the final bid for this purple long sword is likely to be astounding. Should it exceed the expectations of our seven-treasure glazed tile school, we will forego the auction. In response, the Star Dou Auction replied calmly, acknowledging the challenges of wielding the sword. He sensed the sword intent within the purple long sword, which, while reminiscent of his seven-killing sword, was fundamentally different, as he had devoted himself to the seven-killing sword. Possessing the purple long sword would be akin to holding worthless scrap metal. Nevertheless, if the seven-treasure glazed tile school were to acquire this long sword, it would significantly enhance the strength of the sect. If the final auction price becomes exorbitant, the seven-treasure glazed tile school could opt to forego the purchase. Second Elder, do you know how this purple long sword was forged? At that moment, within the box number 20, the members of the Haotian sect gazed in awe at the purple long sword. One disciple inquired of the elder seated at the forefront. The second elder of the Haotian sect, who had also attended the previous auction at the Star Dou Auction House. It's incredibly mysterious. The aura of this purple long sword is seamless. It hardly resembles a weapon forged by a human soul master. No one in our Haotian sect could achieve such a feat, not just now, but even in the future. No disciple of the Haotian sect will be able to forge such an extraordinary sword. The second elder, equally captivated by the long sword, marveled at the intricate patterns along the blade and the innate sword intent it emanated, feeling a sense of inadequacy. Given their capabilities, it was impossible for them to forge this purple long sword, although they could not create it if they could discern the method behind its forging. The Haotian sect would likely produce several grandmasters. The second elder's tone grew serious, filled with determination to attain the knowledge of this sword's forging technique. They were unaware of how the purple long sword was crafted, but acquiring even a fragment of that knowledge could drastically enhance their forging abilities. Perhaps it would lead to the emergence of several grandmasters among the disciples of the Haotian sect, or even individuals surpassing the realm of grandmasters. Allow me to introduce to you this exquisite violet longsword, known as the Thunder Sword. This remarkable spiritual artifact is the designation we, at the Star Dou Auction House, have bestowed upon it, and it stands in stark contrast to the soul-guided devices you may be familiar with. These two categories should not be conflated. Now, let me elaborate on the formidable power of the Thunder Sword. It possesses the ability to unleash the might of thunder, and I trust you are well aware of the tremendous strength inherent in thunderous energy. Thus, I need not dwell excessively on this aspect. The most significant feature of the Thunder Sword is its capacity to grow stronger in the face of formidable opponents. As long as your prowess is sufficiently potent, the power unleashed by the Thunder Sword becomes unfathomable. For instance, should a Title Douluos wield the Thunder Sword, infusing it with their entire soul power, they could summon a multitude of thunderous forces capable of annihilating everything in their vicinity. No creature would stand a chance of survival. However, such a devastating technique should be employed sparingly. A moment's carelessness could result in the Thunder Sword rebounding with grave consequences. Xian Shuang has briefly introduced the sword's name and origins. The Thunder Sword was meticulously selected by Lu Yun from a divine grade shop and is categorized as an ordinary spiritual artifact from the realm of cultivation, classified merely as a low-grade item. Due to the transformation of the spiritual energy required to activate the Thunder Sword into soul power, its potency has diminished significantly. Nevertheless, even in this reduced state, the Thunder Sword is capable of obliterating all, surpassing even the most exquisite soul-guided devices of the Tang sect a millennium later. You should now comprehend the might of this Thunder Sword. Consequently, the starting bid for this extraordinary weapon is set at 30,000 soul crystals. Following Xian Shuang's introduction and the announcement of the opening price, it was hardly surprising that various factions began to vie for it, with only a select few forces daring to compete. This ferocious weapon is beyond the means of weaker factions, which, for the sake of their safety, had no choice but to withdraw from the bidding. Thus, a fierce battle ensued among the major powers of the Douluo continent. 10 minutes elapsed before this intense competition gradually drew to a close. 120,000 soul crystals once, 120,000 soul crystals twice, 120,000 soul crystals thrice. As no further bids were placed, the Thunder Sword was awarded to Box 20. Upon witnessing the cessation of bids, Xian Shuang declared that the Thunder Sword had been secured by Box 20, which belonged to the Haotian sect. The second elder of the Haotian sect displayed a look of relief upon realizing they had acquired the Thunder Sword. He had not anticipated such fierce competition for this weapon and was fortunate to have brought sufficient soul crystals. Otherwise, this extraordinary sword would have eluded them. However, several disciples behind him wore expressions of regret. The sum of 120,000 soul crystals was the result of a year's accumulation for the Haotian sect. To see it all spent on a single Thunder Sword was indeed disheartening. Second elder, having secured the Thunder Sword, we have exhausted all the soul crystals we brought. What shall we do about the final auction item? One disciple lamented. Prior to their arrival, the sect leader had issued orders to bring ample soul crystals to contend for the ultimate piece. The value of the final auction item typically far exceeds that of the preceding ones. Should the Haotian sect manage to acquire it, the enhancement to their strength would be immeasurable. Yet, the second elder had now depleted their entire budget on the fourth auction item. He could hardly fathom how to report this to the sect leader upon their return. A group of simpletons, they knew not what the final auction item would be. But the Thunder Sword, albeit costly, held immeasurable benefits for the Haotian sect. If one among them could unravel the forging method of the Thunder Sword, their sect would ascend to become the preeminent forging power of the Douluo continent, potentially crafting weapons that rivaled the Thunder Sword itself. The prestige of the Haotian sect would soar, leading to a cascade of unquantifiable advantages. In my opinion, rather than awaiting the final auction item, it would be wiser to secure the Thunder Sword immediately. The second elder admonished the disciples behind him. Their understanding was clouded. They could not grasp the true significance of the Thunder Sword for the Haotian sect. Gradually, the second elder articulated the importance of the Thunder Sword, and the other disciples began to comprehend its true value. With the fourth auction item concluded, Xian Shuang, after transferring the Thunder Sword to the Haotian sect, adopted a serious demeanor and announced that the final auction item was about to be revealed. All the soul masters in attendance straightened in their seats, eagerly directing their gazes toward Xian Shuang. The rarity of the final auction item was beyond imagination. One could only speculate what the Star Dou Auction House had prepared this time. Having sensed the atmosphere was ripe, Xian Shuang ceased to tease and opened her palm. In an instant, a pitch-black orb materialized, appearing translucent, yet at its center lay an exceptionally dark chain, exuding a powerful aura of darkness. The mere presence of this chain within the orb was sufficient to alert all the elite powerhouses present to its extraordinary nature. However, nearly all the soul masters gazing at the orb and its chain wore expressions of confusion, none daring to speak. This orb was utterly unfamiliar. and it was difficult to fathom the treasure contained within. It did not seem to resemble any tangible object, yet, given its status as the final auction item, its ultimate worth was undoubtedly far greater than the preceding four items. Therefore, the attendees had no choice but to suppress their curiosity and listen intently to Xian Shuang's forthcoming explanation. This is the piece de resistance of our Star Dou Auction House. As you may know, there exists a rare prodigy on the Douluo continent known as a twin martial soul wielder, provided they do not meet an untimely demise. A twin martial soul wielder is destined to become a soul master of great renown throughout the continent. At this moment, Xian Shuang did not immediately unveil the final auction item, but began to elaborate on an unrelated topic. The soul masters did not grow impatient with her words. Instead, they listened with keen interest, understanding that she would not speak frivolously, and that her words carried profound significance. The soul masters and soul beasts in attendance remained perplexed by Xian Shuang's statement. However, within the box, Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing her words. She could no longer maintain her composure and abruptly rose to her feet, staring in astonishment at the orb in Xian Shuang's hand, her eyes wide with wonder. How could this be? The Star Dou Auction House has actually managed to procure such an item? Bibi Dong shook her head in disbelief, attempting to dispel the conjectures swirling in her mind. Yet, no matter how she contemplated the matter, she remained convinced that her suspicions were entirely accurate. This thought left her profoundly shocked and unable to fathom the unfolding scene. Your Holiness, what troubles you? Do you possess knowledge of what this piece de resistance of the auction is? At that moment, Douluo, positioned to Bibi Dong's right, voiced his bewilderment upon witnessing her reaction. Observing her demeanor, it appeared as though she was aware of the true nature of the final auction item, prompting him to inquire quietly. Despite his repeated observations, he could not decipher the essence of the black orb or the chains within it. As soon as he finished speaking, Douluo, equally perplexed, cast a questioning glance at Bibi Dong. Undoubtedly, both Douluo and Douluo were equally in the dark regarding the identity of the grand auction item at the Star Dou Auction House. Given Bibi Dong's status and prowess, it was inconceivable that an ordinary treasure could evoke such a profound reaction from her. Even the preceding four auction items had failed to astonish her to this extent. Consequently, both Douluo and Douluo simultaneously entertained the notion that the value of this final item far surpassed their imaginations. They were eager to hear Bibi Dong's explanation regarding the origins of the auction's piece de resistance. This object was shrouded in mystery, and they could find no direction for further inquiry. Chapter 88. The chains of darkness. Bibi Dong's attention remained fixated on the black orb held by Xian Shuang, her astonishment lingering in her gaze. Upon hearing the bewilderment expressed by Douluo and Douluo, she solemnly articulated her hypothesis. If I am not mistaken, the item within this orb is highly likely to be a martial soul. The startling nature of Bibi Dong's conjecture jolted both Douluo and Douluo from their reverie. They questioned whether their ears had deceived them. How could such an extraordinary concept even be possible? A martial soul? Was it not something that naturally manifested within a soul master? How could it be extracted and presented in such a manner? The implications were utterly unfathomable. Martial souls are innate. How could they be enhanced through external means? Regardless of how they reasoned, it all felt profoundly amiss, and they found it difficult to accept Bibi Dong's hypothesis. Your Holiness, are you certain that the contents of that black orb are indeed a martial soul? It seems far too bizarre. Douluo was the first to voice his doubts, as he could not shake the feeling that it was improbable. Rest assured, if you attune yourselves to the power within that black orb, you will find it indistinguishable from the essence of a martial soul, Bibi Dong insisted. The earlier introduction from the Star Dou Auction House had mentioned the existence of dual martial soul possessors, and this series of speculations could only serve to validate that the orb contained a martial soul. As for how the Star Dou Auction House achieved this feat, that remained a mystery for the time being. Bibi Dong endeavored to calm her emotions as she elaborated on the basis of her hypothesis. Even at this juncture, she was steadfast in her belief that her intuition was undeniably correct. Upon hearing her unwavering conviction, Douluo and Douluo found themselves engulfed in doubt. Could it truly be, as the Holy Pope surmised, that Xian Shuang was indeed holding a form of martial soul? Then, amidst the contemplations of the assembly, Xian Shuang unveiled the true nature of the orb. Today, The final item at the Star Dou Auction House is the essence contained within this orb, known as the Chains of Darkness. I'm certain you are all curious about what it entails. It is, in fact, a martial soul. The Chains of Darkness is a supreme martial soul endowed with dark power, conferring upon its wielder the innate abilities of both a control-type soul master and a formidable assault-type soul master. This chain possesses not only immense control capabilities, but also remarkable offensive strength. At that moment, Xian Shuang proceeded to introduce this unparalleled martial soul. Did I hear correctly? The contents of this orb are a martial soul. How could a martial soul be extracted and auctioned? Even if it is indeed a martial soul, how can one absorb it? Each soul master awakens their martial soul at the age of 6. As Xian Shuang's word settled, a wave of bewilderment washed over the majority of the soul masters present. The revelation that the orb contained a martial soul left them utterly astonished. Fear not, for every item we present at the Star Dou Auction House is genuine. This is indeed a top-tier martial soul, the Chains of Darkness, and we possess the means to facilitate its successful absorption. Rest assured, you will not suffer any harm upon absorbing this martial soul. Instead, you will reap immense benefits. Henceforth, you shall become dual martial soul possessors, the most exceptional talents on the Douluo continent. Xian Shuang spoke with an air of confidence, displaying no concern regarding the auction of the Chains of Darkness, which was an exceedingly precious treasure. Once all soul masters were convinced of its authenticity, they would undoubtedly be willing to expend considerable soul crystals to acquire this martial soul. Even soul masters of modest talent, upon absorbing the Chains of Darkness, would eventually transform into extraordinary geniuses, ascending to the pinnacle of the Douluo continent. This supreme martial soul, a novel entity, could indeed forge a top-tier prodigy, and I need not elaborate on its ultimate value. The opening bid for the Chains of Darkness martial soul is set at 60,000 soul crystals. Xian Shuang announced the starting price for the Chains of Darkness martial soul, affirming its status as a coveted Paisida or assistance. The final transaction price would undoubtedly be astronomical, and there was no cause for concern. No faction would dare to overlook such a supreme martial soul. To their astonishment, it was indeed a martial soul. However, could this martial soul truly be absorbed by a soul master, enabling them to become a dual martial soul possessor? Zhu Douluo and Gu Douluo were left in awe by Xian Shuang's proclamation, their eyes wide with disbelief. Turning to Bibi Dong, they realized that her earlier predictions had proven accurate. It was indeed a top-tier martial soul. Previously, Zhu Douluo and Gu Douluo had exhibited unwavering confidence in the items presented by the Star Dou Auction House. Yet in this moment, they found themselves steeped in uncertainty. Was this supreme martial soul truly as the Star Dou Auction House had described? It was all so peculiar. 80,000 soul crystals. Before Bibi Dong could continue, an eager voice resonated throughout the Star Dou Auction House. The faction represented in that private box was none other than Ning Fengji and his associates from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. At this moment, Ning Fengji's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the Chains of Darkness. Upon hearing that it was a martial soul, he too found it impossible to remain composed and immediately placed a bid, eager to contest for this top-tier martial soul. The limitation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul had long been a source of regret for him, preventing his ascension to a true soul Douluo. Hence, he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Should he succeed in acquiring this top-tier martial soul and subsequently absorb it, he would truly become a dual martial soul possessor. Even if the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul could not undergo evolution, he could still add the remaining 2 soul rings. If this brand new martial soul were to fall into his possession, he would undoubtedly surpass the rank of Soul Douluo, potentially ascending to become an even more formidable Title Douluos. Such temptation rendered Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, utterly unable to maintain his composure. "Fengji, are you certain this martial soul is authentic?" inquired the Sword Douluo anxiously upon hearing Ning Fengji's initial bid. From a moment the final auction item was unveiled, he had harbored doubts. However, the resolute demeanor of the Star Dou Auction House suggested a glimmer of possibility. Yet, a trace of skepticism lingered in the Sword Douluo's heart. Recognizing Ning Fengji's eagerness to bid, he understood the latter's intentions. The Sword Douluo did not oppose Ning Fengji's actions. Rather, he wholeheartedly supported them. Still, sensing something amiss, he wished for Ning Fengji to contemplate further before proceeding with the bidding. Fear not. I trust that the Star Dou Auction House would not deceive us with a counterfeit. Besides, my soul power has reached a plateau, and should I acquire this supreme martial soul and absorb it, I stand a significant chance of advancing to Title Douluos. Such an allure is one I cannot refuse. Regardless of the dangers that lie ahead, I must take this chance. Without attempting, how can I ascertain the authenticity of this supreme martial soul? Ning Feng Tirepiet, subtly shaking his head, fully aware of the Sword Douluos' thoughts, yet gently rejecting any hesitation. The final auction piece before him was pivotal in altering his destiny, and he would not allow it to slip through his fingers. He was determined to secure this ultimate item. Upon hearing his resolve, the Sword Dou let out a sigh, sharing the same sentiment as the Bon Douluo, and did not impede Ning Fengji's actions. They gradually began to believe that this supreme martial soul was indeed genuine, and thus would follow Ning Fengji's lead in the bidding. 9,000 soul crystals. Before Bibi Dong could respond to the inquiries of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, she found herself shouting the price without regard for her status, compelled by the bidding of another faction. This time, Bibi Dong personally engaged in the auction, convinced that the supreme martial soul might be authentic, and she was eager to claim it for herself. As a dual martial soul wielder, she was determined not to let this supreme martial soul be seized by another faction. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong harbored her ambitions and now entertained the thought of becoming the first triple martial soul owner in the history of Douluo continent. Moreover, the attributes of this dark chain martial soul resonated with the nature of her two existing martial souls, all embodying the essence of darkness. Absorbing this martial soul would not conflict with her soul power, which was precisely why Bibi Dong was unreserved in her pursuit of it. My lord, do you believe this auction item is genuine? If so, should we secure it? In the private box of Qian Rinxue, the three individuals present were unable to maintain their composure upon learning that the final auction item was a martial soul. Subsequently, the Serpent Spear Douluo anxiously turned to Qian Rinxue, questioning whether they should acquire the Dark Chain martial soul if it proved genuine. Given Qian Rinxue's current possession of a divine martial soul, absorbing this martial soul would grant her dual martial souls, propelling her achievements far beyond any soul master on Douluo continent. The depth of the Star Dou Auction House was truly profound. The ability to auction off martial souls left them pondering what other extraordinary items might be presented in the future. Upon careful observation, Qian Rinxue noted that the aura of this martial soul seemed to be of a dark attribute, standing in stark contrast to her own angel martial soul, which bore the qualities of sanctity and light. Recklessly adding it as her second martial soul could lead to a repulsion of her soul power, and the consequences were unpredictable. Qian Rinxue began to analyze the compatibility of this martial soul with her own circumstances, realizing that she was ill-suited to absorb the Dark Chain martial soul. Though I cannot absorb it, there are others who can. At all costs, we must secure this martial soul for me. Sighing softly, she acknowledged that while the martial soul might not be ideal for her, its immense potential could not be overlooked. She instructed the Serpent Spear Douluo and the Spike Porcupine Douluo to ensure that they acquired this martial soul, confident in her own plans for its eventual ownership. Thus, nearly all the top factions of Douluo continent began to place bids in fierce competition, regardless of the authenticity of the martial soul. The mere possibility compelled numerous factions to seize this opportunity. This was a chance that could alter their destinies, and they would not hesitate to spend their soul crystals. The atmosphere within the Star Dou Auction House reached a fever pitch as the final auction item was revealed. Every soul master was fervently engaged, vying for this supreme martial soul, igniting a resurgence in the auction's fervor. The price of this martial soul soared to 100,000 soul crystals, continuing to escalate at a rapid pace. Weak soul masters gazed in astonishment, expressing their disbelief at the swift rise in price. If this final auction item was indeed a supreme martial soul capable of elevating a soul master to dual martial soul status, such a price seemed entirely reasonable. 150,000 soul crystals. 130,000 soul crystals. Moments later, Ning Fengji, undeterred by any cost, continued to raise the bid. Recognizing that this martial soul was the key to transforming his fate, he could not relent. 140,000 soul crystals. Bibi Dong promptly followed suit, increasing her bid by 10,000 soul crystals. This escalation forced many factions to withdraw from the competition, as the price of the supreme martial soul had become exorbitant, far beyond their means to continue bidding. As time passed, the auction remained fervently active. Predictably, the ultimate selling price of this martial soul reached staggering heights. For the allure of dual martial souls was irresistible to any soul master. Standing on the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Liu Yin observed the intense atmosphere below, a serene smile gracing his face. He had long anticipated the level of fervor that would ensue following the unveiling of the final auction item. This scene was precisely what he had hoped for. The more fervent the competition for the auction item, the greater the profits he would reap. The supreme martial soul was one he had procured from a divine shop, costing him a modest amount of auction points. Furthermore, the divine shop boasted an extensive collection of martial souls, including many that did not exist within Douluo continent, and even an abundance of divine martial souls. As for martial souls exceeding the divine level, they too were available, albeit at outrageous prices. Given his current financial status, he was not yet in a position to afford them. Nevertheless, the presence of supreme martial souls on Douluo continent was exceedingly rare. Those who possessed supreme martial souls, barring any untimely demise, would inevitably become at least Star Dou level powerhouses, with a substantial likelihood of ascending to the ranks of the Title Douluos, instilling fear across Douluo continent. After considerable contemplation, Liu Yin procured a supreme martial soul from the divine shop, the Chain of Darkness. Chapter 89. The Spirit Hall, 200,000 soul crystals. In an instant, a grave voice resonated throughout the Star Dou Auction House, abruptly silencing the atmosphere within. No one had anticipated that the previous bid of 180,000 soul crystals would surge to this astonishing amount. Such a significant increase in the bid was utterly unexpected. Some factions that had previously engaged in the competition, unwilling to concede, chose to withdraw from the fray. After all, 200,000 soul crystals was an exorbitant sum that their faction could scarcely amass in an entire year. It remained a mystery which faction could possibly possess such wealth in soul crystals. Upon uttering this price, Ning Fengji listened intently, his expression solemn as he absorbed the reactions around him. The 200,000 soul crystals represented his entire fortune, as he had refrained from bidding on any of the 4 previous auction items. Had he done otherwise, he would have regretted missing out on this top-tier martial soul. A flicker of relief washed over him. Thankfully, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had not engaged in a fierce bidding war with other factions in earlier auctions. Cursed be it. Upon hearing the price, Bibi Dong realized the remaining soul crystals in the Spirit Hall were insufficient, and her expression darkened. With a hostile glare directed at Ning Fengji's private box, she was taken aback by the sheer amount of soul crystals that could be summoned from within. It was utterly infuriating. After her own bid of 180,000 soul crystals, she had believed victory to be within her grasp, only for another faction to emerge and catapult the price to 200,000 soul crystals. This ignited a profound fury within her. Had she not previously acquired that puppet, the Chain of Darkness would undoubtedly have been hers. Yet, in light of the current circumstances, Bibi Dong had no choice but to relinquish her claim to this supreme martial soul. This was the Star Dou Auction House, and she dared not act out of line, choosing instead to simmer in her anger, her eyes reflecting an inscrutable turmoil. The other factions also fell silent, their expressions dim as they abandoned hopes of acquiring the coveted martial soul. 200,000 soul crystals once, 200,000 soul crystals twice, 200,000 soul crystals thrice. With no further bids forthcoming, Xinshuang promptly declared the final auction item awarded to Ning Fengji's box. At last it was secured. At that moment, Ning Fengji collapsed back into his chair, exhaling a long sigh of relief. His gaze fixated intently on the black orb held by Xinshuang. His eagerness to absorb the supreme martial soul, the Chain of Darkness, palpable. Should he successfully absorb this new martial soul, he might immediately ascend to the rank of a Star Dou Auction and continue to absorb the first 8 soul rings of the Chain of Darkness. This would undoubtedly elevate his soul power significantly, bringing him closer to the legendary Title Douluos status. If he were to obtain a treasure from the Star Dou Auction House in the future, it could facilitate the complete evolution of his 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul. The prospects were tantalizing, and Ning Fengji felt an overwhelming gratitude toward the Star Dou Auction House, as it had catalyzed such a profound transformation in his fortunes. Moments later, Xian Shuang handed over the final auction item to Ning Fengji, also imparting the method for absorbing this supreme martial soul. Simply crush this orb, and you will successfully absorb the martial soul. Such simplicity left Ning Fengji in a state of astonishment. He had not expected the process to be so straightforward. Nonetheless, he held unwavering faith in the words of the Star Dou Auction House. Previously, while observing the martial soul from a distance, he had failed to detect any formidable aura. Yet upon touching the orb, an overwhelming dark energy surged forth, and the oppressive might of this supreme martial soul filled him with elation. He reaffirmed that the last auction item was indeed genuine. Regarding the absorption method, there was no doubt in his mind. He even contemplated absorbing it right there and then. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. After all, the Star Dou Auction House was a gathering place for the continent's most elite factions. In recklessly absorbing the supreme martial soul, there could attract unnecessary complications. The safest course of action would be to wait until he returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, where he could absorb it under the protection of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, thus becoming a dual martial soul wielder. With great care, Ning Fengji stowed the black orb away, handling it delicately for fear of damaging it. Having spent 200,000 soul crystals to acquire this martial soul, he could not afford any mishaps. Thus, the auction at the Star Dou Auction House concluded successfully. Before departing, Xian Shuang addressed the attendees, announcing a significant change. From now on, the auctions would be categorized into two types: large auctions and small auctions. The large auctions would be held annually, akin to the 3 previous events, featuring only the most prestigious items from the continent. Conversely, small auctions would occur monthly, offering more commonplace treasures that, while not overly rare, would still be immensely beneficial for ordinary soul masters. Occasionally, 1 or 2 exceptional items might surface, much to the anticipation of all soul masters. Finally, Xian Shuang declared the auction over, relaying to all soul masters the matters that Lu Yun had entrusted to her. Lu Yun had recognized this issue. In the 3 preceding auctions, nearly all items had been secured by the continent's most powerful factions. Weaker soul masters and factions found themselves unable to acquire anything at all. Such a trend would prove detrimental to the Star Dou Auction House, ultimately attracting only the most elite factions to participate. Henceforth, the Star Dou Auction House would need to accommodate weaker factions and soul masters. The introduction of monthly small auctions would ensure that the items, while not overly precious, would still be unique treasures on the continent. Ordinary soul masters would be able to afford them, while top factions might regard them with indifference. However, to entice these elite factions to attend small auctions, Lu Yun decided to occasionally release a top-tier treasure, ensuring each auction remained vibrant and engaging. When it came to selecting auction items, Lu Yun remained judicious. Should he present something of little value, but remarkable rarity and peculiarity, it would inevitably attract competitive bids from powerful factions. All these factors weighed heavily on his mind. The Star Dou Auction House's approach was truly commendable. He had never anticipated that one day, even weaker factions like his could partake in the competitive landscape. Indeed, in the previous 3 auctions, every item had been claimed by the continent's most elite factions, leaving them with no opportunities. The Star Dou Auction House's initiatives were commendable, considering the needs of weaker factions. Excitement filled the air as all weaker factions and soul masters expressed their anticipation for the upcoming small auctions. The remaining top forces exhibited a hint of regret. Unfortunately, the grand auction was held only once a year. Some elite factions began to entertain other notions, for with the capabilities of the Star Auction Pavilion, even a monthly small-scale auction would surely present treasures that could captivate them. Moreover, it was not uncommon for supreme treasures to surface at these smaller auctions. Almost all top factions would choose to participate, for who could resist the potential of encountering a supreme treasure as described by the Star Auction Pavilion? As the auction concluded, the various forces gradually departed from the Star Auction Pavilion. Xian Shuang handed over all the soul crystals acquired during this event to Lu Yun. Observing this, Lu Yun converted them all into auction points, and upon seeing the quantity of points he possessed, a look of joy spread across his face. The items from this auction had cost him less than 50,000 auction points from the divine shop, yet he had amassed 500,000 soul crystals, equivalent to 500,000 auction points. It was undeniably a lucrative deal. He merely needed to remain passive, collecting auction points without the need for active participation in the auction. Such a lifestyle was incredibly enjoyable. However, before Lu Yun could bask in his delight, the cold voice of the system echoed in his mind, dousing him with a bucket of cold water and instantly snapping him back to reality. He cast a resentful glance at the system within his consciousness. Beep. Detection indicates the host has become excessively indolent. Therefore, the system will now issue a long-term task. Long-term task. Please help spread the soul spirits throughout the entirety of Douluo continent within 5 years. Reward. Mysterious and unknown. As expected, upon the emergence of this long-term task, Lu Yun's expression darkened. He had wished to continue enjoying this lifestyle, but the system had compelled him to take immediate action. He glanced at the reward for completing the task. The mysterious and unknown reward seemed rather enticing. What would he possibly obtain upon fulfilling this task? In Lu Yun's view, this task appeared to be quite challenging, yet manageable overall. Spreading soul spirits across the entire Douluo continent was clearly a prolonged endeavor, requiring a significant investment of time. May I inquire if the host chooses to accept this long-term task? At that moment, the system's cold voice resounded once more. Accept the task, Lu Yun replied nonchalantly. Detection confirms the host has accepted this long-term task. Given the considerable difficulty, the system provides an auxiliary item, Soul Spirit Pavilion. The system's frigid voice continued, and this particular statement piqued Lu Yun's interest. He had not anticipated that accepting this task would grant him an auxiliary item. Subsequently, Lu Yun explored the specifics of the Soul Spirit Pavilion. Soul Spirit Pavilion collects all soul beast species that have emerged throughout the history of the Douluo continent. These soul beasts have been successfully transformed into soul spirits. By expending sufficient soul crystals, one can acquire specific soul spirits without limit on quantity. At this moment, a stream of subtitles detailing the Soul Spirit Pavilion's introduction appeared before Lu Yun's eyes. Incredible! Such a formidable Soul Spirit Pavilion. With it, the time required to complete this task will surely diminish endlessly. This system is truly remarkable. Upon grasping the precise function of the Soul Spirit Pavilion, a flickered in Lu Yun's gaze. The arrival of this Soul Spirit Pavilion was undeniably timely. He had been fretting over how to gather so many soul spirits to disseminate throughout the Douluo continent. Although the continent was teeming with soul beasts, they would eventually be exhausted. Moreover, Lu Yun was unwilling to convert soul beasts in their prime into soul spirits, as that would disrupt the delicate balance of the entire Douluo continent. He had been contemplating how to resolve this dilemma when the system had conveniently provided him with the extraordinary Soul Spirit Pavilion, which housed all the soul spirits of the Douluo continent. As for the origins of these soul spirits, Lu Yun chose not to delve too deeply. After all, they were identical to the soul spirits of Douluo continent. Could it be that if I sell these soul spirits, the soul crystals I receive could then be converted into auction points? A sudden doubt sparkled in Lu Yun's mind, prompting him to delve deeper into his thoughts and softly inquire. Indeed, however, the host must expend a certain amount of soul crystals to purchase soul spirits from the Soul Spirit Pavilion, which can then be sold. The final pricing is at the host's discretion. The system's cold voice continued to resonate. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Lu Yun's eyes, though he was soon interrupted by another thought. Initially, he had assumed that the soul spirits within the Soul Spirit Pavilion were free, and he could simply sell them afterward to amass a substantial amount of soul crystals, thereby converting them into auction points. However, he soon realized that the soul spirits within the pavilion were not complementary. He was required to purchase them before selling them to others. This series of transactions meant that he would earn significantly less soul crystals than he had anticipated. Lu Yun understood that to spread soul spirits throughout the entire Douluo continent, the pricing for lower-tier soul spirits must be reasonable. Otherwise, many would find them unaffordable, rendering his goal of disseminating soul spirits across the continent within 5 years unattainable. He needed to carefully consider the final pricing. Undoubtedly, the higher the age of the soul spirits, the higher the final sale price would be. For the top-tier soul masters of Douluo continent, soul crystals were plentiful, What they truly lacked were high-aged spirit rings and spirit bones. He needed to accommodate the needs of the most common soul masters, as they constituted the majority on Douluo continent, ensuring he could complete the task and earn the mysterious and unknown reward. After a considerable time, Liu Yun relaxed and chose to set aside this matter. After all, he had the extraordinary Soul Spirit Pavilion at his disposal. With the promotional efforts of the Star Auction Pavilion, countless soul masters from Douluo continent would undoubtedly come seeking to purchase soul spirits. In due course, it would simply require time to thoroughly disseminate soul spirits across the entirety of Douluo continent.